Chapter 1. The Chao Thief System. Awakening the Azure Dragon Martial Soul. Is this the Nodding Academy? Gazing at the distant gate, a hint of helplessness appeared on Du Cheng's face. Having transmigrated as an abandoned infant in the Douluo continent, he survived only because he was taken in by a scavenger. Regrettably, the old man passed away abruptly a month before he awakened his martial soul, leaving him once again alone in the world. The only silver lining was that he had awakened a carrot martial soul with a 4th level innate soul power, which granted him the opportunity to study at Nodding Academy. Others who transmigrate either become the Pope's adopted son or are directly titled law. My situation is rather lackluster. Muttering to himself, Du Cheng prepared to step into the academy. Though his luck was somewhat lacking, life must go on. Hey, is this Nodding Academy? Turning towards the source of the voice, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. With large eyes, a scorpion-tailed braid, a pink dress, a pink backpack, and pink rabbit ear decorations atop her head, this outfit seems strangely familiar. My name is Xiao Wu, and I am a work-study student at Nodding Academy. While Du Cheng was lost in thought, the girl spoke again. Is this Nodding Academy? Indeed it is. It really is her. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, understanding dawned on Du Cheng. Truly the heroine of this world, she had already blossomed into someone so remarkable at such a tender age. My name is Du Cheng, and I'm also a work-study student at Nodding Academy. Wonderful. Let's head in together. Upon realizing she had finally found her destination, Xiao Wu's mood brightened instantly. Given our serendipitous meeting, from today onward, I shall be your big sister. Once school begins, I will surely look after you. As she spoke, Xiao Wu playfully patted her chest with such force that Du Cheng couldn't help but feel a shiver. This girl surely wouldn't become a runway model in the future, would she? Ding! Detection of bond formation. The goddess bond system has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's reward. 1 chance for a divine level draw. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Xiao Wu has reached level 10. You have gained 1 chance for a basic draw. System? Hearing the series of voices in his ear, Du Cheng almost shouted out loud. Isn't this the legendary Golden Finger? What functions do you possess, system? This system is named the Goddess Bond System. As long as the host forms a bond with a goddess-level character from the current continent, they can earn draw opportunities at different stages. What Goddess Bond System? This is clearly a Chao Thief system. Unable to hold back his sarcasm at the system's explanation, Du Cheng remarked. The system's function is simple as long as he befriends and forms connections with goddess-level characters in Douluo. He can obtain draw opportunities of varying levels. The closer the relationship, the better the prizes he can draw. This implies that if Du Cheng wishes to grow strong through the system, he must inevitably forge extraordinary relationships with countless goddess-level beings. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Bibi Dong. Sip. Thinking this through, the system indeed seems quite fitting for someone like me, Du Cheng. System, I shall utilize both draw opportunities. Suppressing his excitement, Du Cheng silently issued the command. To possess a golden finger and not use it would be foolish. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have conducted a divine level draw and received the reward. Divine level martial soul, Azure Dragon, and 100 gold soul coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have conducted a basic draw and received the reward. 18 falls of garment. As the system's voice echoed, Du Cheng felt an immense influx of information surge through his mind, while his internal soul power experienced a significant enhancement. This is the boost brought by a divine level martial soul. Even without a specialized test, Du Cheng knew his soul power had undoubtedly reached its limit. To break through, he would have to attach a spirit ring to a specific martial soul. Du Cheng, why are you dazed? While Du Cheng was probing the system's functions, Xiao Wu couldn't help but wave her hand. If we don't go in soon, it will be dark. I just remembered something. Prompted by Xiao Wu's reminder, Du Cheng finally snapped back to reality. Standing on the street, lost in thought, was indeed a bit odd. Did you bring bedding with you? Pausing for a moment, Du Cheng continued. Nodding Academy does not provide bedding for work-study students, so we need to prepare our own. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu let out a surprised exclamation. Prepare bedding? How much will that cost? As she spoke, Xiao Wu's expression was somewhat helpless. She had only recently transformed and arrived in the human world. Money. How could she possibly possess such a thing? You aren't broke, are you? Seeing Xiao Wu's face gradually turn crimson, Du Cheng quickly caught on. Don't worry, I will help you buy a set too. In Douluo continent, the purchasing power of a single gold soul coin roughly equates to that of 1 unit of currency from his previous life. 2 sets of bedding were nothing significant for Du Cheng, who had just acquired 100 gold soul coins. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu's expression turned slightly awkward. How about you just buy 1 set, and we can share it? Even so, Xiao Wu's voice grew increasingly softer. Having just said she would look out for Du Cheng, she now felt guilty for taking advantage of him. She thought she was failing spectacularly at being a big sister. No need. Du Cheng admitted that upon hearing Xiao Wu's suggestion, he was indeed tempted at first. If they could share a bed, wouldn't their bond deepen rapidly? However, in an instant, he quickly dismissed that thought. Xiao Wu had just begun to engage with human society, which explained her suggestion. Once she understood more, it was likely she would feel uncomfortable about such a situation. Though he was unsure if a decrease in bond value would incur penalties, Du Cheng was clearly unwilling to take that risk. Moreover, he, Du Cheng, preferred to conduct himself in a manner that would genuinely earn the affection of others. Unlike the likes of Tang San, who exploited the naivety of young girls to cultivate feelings, he could never stoop to such levels. Having come to this conclusion, Du Cheng directly explained to Xiao Wu, there are differences between men and women. Sharing a set of bedding might tarnish your reputation. It's better to buy an additional one. After finishing his words, Du Cheng added, rest assured, I have enough funds for 2 sets of bedding. But, seeing Xiao Wu was about to protest further, Du Cheng seized her hand and led her toward a nearby shop. Enough chatter. We need to head to the dormitory to arrange our beds. Got it. Nodding, Xiao Wu's face flushed even deeper, while the system's voice echoed in Du Cheng's ear. Bond value with Xiao Wu 5 bond value of 30 allows for a mid-level draw. A slight smile crept across Du Cheng's lips, a glimmer of satisfaction shining in his eyes. When interacting with girls, in addition to being attentive, one must occasionally display a strong demeanor, and in this regard, Du Cheng had clearly mastered the art with utmost precision. Chapter 2. Meeting Xiao Wu, Tang San's ambush. The living conditions for work-study students at Notting Academy were far from ideal, yet Du Cheng had no intention of skimping in this regard. Upon entering the shop, he waved his hand and purchased the 2 most expensive sets of bedding, totaling 1 gold soul coin. All right, we can head back to school now. Carrying the 2 sets of bedding, Du Cheng added, if there's anything else you need, we can always find time to purchase it later. Nodding, Xiao Wu did not decline Du Cheng's suggestion. Whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, she felt as though Du Cheng exuded a warm aura when he bought her the finest bedding. With the acceptance letter from Notting Academy in hand, Du Cheng and Xiao Wu smoothly entered the academy. Thinking about how the guards had bowed and nodded upon their arrival, Du Cheng couldn't help but speculate. Perhaps it was due to Tang San having dealt with them recently, hence their behavior. Cheng, hurry up. Once inside the academy, Xiao Wu's mood was evidently much brighter. Bouncing ahead, her scorpion-tailed braid swayed in rhythm. Work-study dormitory 7. This is our dormitory. Without waiting for Du Cheng to respond, Xiao Wu pushed open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door of the dormitory. In an instant, several pairs of eyes converged on Du Cheng and Xiao Wu. Are you the new work-study students? A robust youth, adorned with several scars, stepped forward as he scrutinized them. Indeed. Nodding, Xiao Wu placed her and Du Cheng's bedding on an empty bed. Is there something you need? According to the rules of our dormitory 7, all newcomers must first pay their respects to the boss. And furthermore, pausing, the burly youth added, your bedding is quite nice, you should present it to our boss as well. As he finished speaking, the robust youth shot a sycophantic smile toward a nearby boy with light blue hair. Boss, do you think I'm right? Following the youth's gaze, Du Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly. If I am not mistaken, this individual should be Tang San. Although he is the protagonist, he possesses an unremarkable appearance, certainly not comparable to my own visage, which rivals that of esteemed readers. Returning to the matter at hand, Tang San remains oblivious to the fact that Du Cheng has already discerned his identity. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San momentarily froze, then swiftly nodded in agreement. Though his recently acquired benefactor had provided him with a set of bedding, its quality was evidently inferior to the two sets belonging to Du Cheng and Xiao Wu. As a refined egoist, Tang San would never pass up an opportunity to enhance his own comfort. "Do you desire my bedding?" With her brows furrowed, Xiao Wu's expression turned frigid, setting aside her inherently fiery temperament. This was a gift from Du Cheng. How could she so easily bestow it upon another? And what if I refuse? Under the fierce gaze of the charming and adorable girl, Tang San felt a flutter in his heart. After all, he only required a single set of bedding. However, it is unfortunate that events would not unfold as he had imagined. That's simple. Before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Wang Sheng stepped forward, making a decision on behalf of his leader. "As long as you can defeat my leader in an onion-own match, you will become the new leader and consequently will not need to part with your bedding." But another significant pause ensued as Wang Sheng continued. "If you lose, you will be obliged to obey my leader's commands without question for the duration of your stay." Upon concluding his statement, Wang Sheng shot Tang San a look of ingratiation. Having once been the leader of the work-study students in Dormitory 7, and instantly pledging allegiance after witnessing Tang San's prowess, he was certainly no ordinary character. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Wang Sheng noticed the glimmer of interest in Tang San's eyes as he looked at Xiao Wu. Thus, he felt compelled to add a stipulation to the challenge. A good subordinate must always comprehend their leader's intentions and needs. Time would prove Wang Sheng's strategy to be entirely astute. Sensing his gaze, Tang San's face broke into an uncontrollable smile. If he could make the girl before him entirely compliant with his desires, would that not grant him the freedom to act as he wished? "Very well, I will compete with you. I will compete with you." Before Xiao Wu could utter her words, Du Cheng had already stepped forward, asserting that it was better for him to handle the matter of dealing with Tang San. If memory serves, Xiao Wu's skills were more aligned with strangulation. Once unleashed, they would inevitably involve some degree of intimate contact with her opponent. Though Du Cheng possessed an affinity for the arts of seduction, he had no intention of satisfying another's desires. Since Xiao Wu had already formed a bond with him, she naturally became his target for conquest. Du Cheng had no desire to allow her to fall into Tang San's hands so easily. "I tend to play rough. Are you sure you wish to compete with me?" Gazing at the now assertive Du Cheng, Tang San's eyes flickered with dissatisfaction. Initially, upon seeing Xiao Wu speak, he had hoped to showcase his close combat skills during the competition, only to be thwarted by the emergence of this irritating figure. "You have but one chance should he lose. You must also heed my commands." Fixing his gaze on Xiao Wu, Tang San made one final attempt at persuasion. No one would willingly surrender their fate to another. He sought to coerce Xiao Wu into competing against him. "Yet, I agree." To Tang San's astonishment, Xiao Wu calmly nodded in response to his words. Not only that, she even raised her fist in encouragement toward Du Cheng. "Go Chungo. I believe you will undoubtedly win." With a grinding of teeth, Tang San's expression darkened. It must be said that Xiao Wu's demeanor when cheering for others was indeed quite endearing. But alas, the recipient of her encouragement was not himself. Why did such an adorable girl not belong to him? Since that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious. Clenching his fists tightly, a cold glint flashed in Tang San's eyes. He had made his decision. As long as he could defeat Du Cheng in the impending contest, he would be able to demonstrate his might. At that moment, the young girl before him would surely recognize who the rightful choice was. "Be careful." With those words, before anyone could react, Tang San swung his fist towards Du Cheng's face. "Given your handsome appearance, I shall first mar your visage." As he acted, a wave of glee surged within Tang San's heart. Having lived 2 lives and mastered numerous secret techniques of the Tang sect, he could not believe that a mere native child could withstand his strikes. Chapter 3. Xiao Wu's G-Spot. Despicable. With an indignant outburst, Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered with disdain. They had clearly agreed to a contest, Yet this ugly brute dared to launch a sneak attack on Chenggu. It was utterly revolting. In contrast to Xiao Wu, Du Cheng was not particularly surprised by Tang San's actions. For Tang San, as long as it served his interests, one could hardly expect him to adhere to any moral standards. After all, how could one anticipate high ethical principles from someone who had stolen from the very sect that raised him? Regrettably, Tang San's elaborate schemes appeared somewhat futile in the presence of Du Cheng. No matter how formidable the Tang sect's techniques may be, mastery requires diligent study. However, Du Cheng possessed a system. In that fleeting moment of the lottery's completion, he had fully grasped the art of the 18 cloth grab falls. Have you ever heard the phrase? As Tang San charged forward, Du Cheng did not flinch. Instead, he boldly advanced towards his opponent. In the face of absolute strength, all cunning plots seemed ludicrous. The instant the words left his lips, Du Cheng's body twisted. Bang! Without any surprise, Tang San crashed heavily to the ground. How could someone who could barely stand claim to be the leader of the 7th dormitory? With a disdainful sneer, Du Cheng fixed his gaze on Tang San's face. Humph! As Du Cheng spoke, Tang San managed a cold snort and rose from the ground. Just a minor advantage. What is there to boast about? With that, he launched another assault on Du Cheng. Learning from his previous lesson, this time he approached with more caution. Yet, alas, in the face of overwhelming power, any struggle seemed utterly meaningless. Slap. Here we go again. Bang. I slipped. Crash. This is impossible. For nearly 10 minutes that followed, Tang San displayed a remarkable variety of falls to the numerous children of the 7th dormitory, embodying a spirit of fearless perseverance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that despite his utmost efforts, Tang San couldn't even graze the hem of Du Cheng's garment. Had it not been for the increasingly serious injuries Tang San sustained, onlookers might have suspected he was throwing the match. So, shall we continue? Casting a glance at Tang San, who lay motionless since his fall, Du Cheng inquired, "If you concede, the outcome of this contest will be settled as such." "I concede." With great reluctance, Tang San forced out those 3 words, his face etched with bitterness. "Don't get too pleased with yourself. I will undoubtedly reclaim my victory. Good luck. I trust you won't succeed." Hearing Tang San's words, Du Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even in combat, it is an exceedingly exhausting endeavor. Had it not been for the enhancement brought by the Azure Dragon martial soul, he might have been worn down by Tang San's relentless persistence. Nevertheless, the results indicated that Du Cheng's stamina prevailed. "You all, do you wish to continue?" "Leader." As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, Wang Sheng immediately chose to slide to his knees. "From this moment on, you are our new dorm leader, our new chief." While speaking, Wang Sheng did not forget to beckon the others. "You lot, hurry and come to pay your respects to our leader." "Leader." Prompted by Wang Sheng, the others quickly expressed their agreement. They understood that facing this individual was akin to a child confronting their parent. Surely, he would find it even easier to deal with them, rather than endure a beating and then acknowledge him as their leader. It was far wiser to accept reality early on. Wang Sheng had ample experience in surrendering. "You mentioned that others are to satisfy the leader's demands?" "No, that is indeed correct." Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Wang Sheng's lips twitched slightly. If only he could turn back time, he would certainly give himself a couple of hard slaps. "You fool, why did you say such things? Now look what trouble you've caused." In light of this, all tasks henceforth assigned to Xiao Wu and me will be entrusted to you. Casting a calm glance at Wang Sheng, Du Cheng stated, "Assisting your leader should not pose too much difficulty, should it?" "Certainly." Nodding, Wang Sheng wore a pained expression as he patted his chest. "Rest assured, your and Xiao Wu's tasks will henceforth be handled by us." As work-study students, Wang Xing and his companions were required to complete various tasks assigned by Nodding Academy to offset their tuition fees, including but not limited to cleaning the campus, classrooms, and restrooms. In summary, these tasks were not as easy as one might imagine. However, these matters were of no concern to Du Cheng, as the president. He was exempt from such duties. Similarly, Xiao Wu was overjoyed. "Brother Cheng, you are truly remarkable." Wrapping her arms around Du Cheng's, her large, sparkling eyes radiated admiration and curiosity. "What is the name of the technique you used to defeat that ugly fellow? Could you possibly teach it to me?" Upon finishing her words, Xiao Wu further endeared herself to Du Cheng with a playful wink. Hiss as a goddess recognized by the system, Xiao Wu's charm was undeniable. The delightful fragrance wafting from her caused Du Cheng's heart to flutter. This girl is truly enchanting. That technique is called the 18 Ugly Monster Falls. specifically designed to counter those with dark hearts. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, Du Cheng smiled. Since you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Really? The moment Du Cheng's words escaped his lips, Xiao Wu let out a joyful cheer. Brother Cheng, you are simply the best. Ding. Host bond value with Xiao Wu 20. Congratulations, host has gained one intermediate lottery opportunity. Advanced lottery can be conducted when bond value reaches 50. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Du Cheng's smile deepened. As long as you were happy. He was not particularly surprised by the increase in bond value. Xiao Wu, being adept in close combat, would naturally be drawn to the 18 cloth grab falls. Furthermore, as a soul beast in human form, she inherently possessed a tendency to admire strength. In the original storyline, her connection with the worthless Tang San was forged after he defeated her in a contest. Du Cheng's earlier performance had undoubtedly struck a chord with Xiao Wu. In stark contrast, Tang San's mood was far from pleasant. Why? Why is he Brother Cheng while I am merely the ugly monster? Fixating his gaze on Du Cheng, Tang San's teeth ground together in frustration. Go ahead and be arrogant. Tang San will not endure defeat indefinitely. Du Cheng paid little attention to Tang San's thoughts, with an advantage in hand. Fearing a mere worthless opponent would reflect poorly on his character. Have you recovered? Casting a glance at Tang San, Du Cheng unceremoniously remarked, if you are well, kindly assist us in arranging the betting. Chapter 4 Brother Cheng, I cannot eat any more. His fist clenched tightly. Tang San ultimately nodded. I understand. Though his thoughts were cold. He was not a fool. In a direct confrontation, he clearly was not a match for Du Cheng under such circumstances. It was evidently wiser to exercise a degree of restraint. As for the notion of using a hidden weapon to assassinate Du Cheng, that thought was swiftly extinguished by Tang San. He had come here to become a soul master. And any reckless act of murder would likely result in his immediate expulsion from the Nodding Academy. I want to sleep with Brother Cheng. The others, however, seemed indifferent to Tang San's thoughts. Grasping Du Cheng's arm, Xiao Wu spoke directly. Move that bed over there. Following her, Tang San's expression darkened further. As a dormitory for working students, the layout of the 7th dormitory was quite simple. The spacious room contained only a few tables and chairs, along with 2 large bunk beds separated from each other. However, with so few inhabitants, it did not feel crowded. Previously, Tang San had deliberately chosen the unoccupied bunk to ensure a more comfortable night. Now, however, his carefully selected spot had been usurped, and he was being forced onto another bunk. Is there a problem? Noticing Tang San's hesitation, Xiao Wu frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, she would not have been so aggressive. However, since this ugly fellow dared to attack Brother Cheng, she naturally wanted to draw a line between them. Nothing. Feeling Xiao Wu's disdainful gaze, Tang San gritted his teeth and began to move his bedding. You two wretches, just wait until I find an opportunity, or those other fools. Casting a glance at Wang Xing and the others nearby, a malicious intent filled Tang San's heart. In his view, if it weren't for that fool-provoking Du Cheng, he would not have descended to this state. Perhaps he could have even developed a good relationship with Xiao Wu. Tang San, Brother San. Perhaps sensing Tang San's sharp gaze, Wang Xing suddenly shivered in response. Approaching Tang San, he then spoke. Brother San, you must be tired as well. Let me help you tidy up? As a clever individual, Wang Xing could easily find his place. Both Du Cheng and Tang San were not ones he could afford to offend. Therefore, it was better to behave as a humble subordinate. This way, he would at least avoid becoming collateral damage in their conflicts. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, and seeing that he had said nothing further, Tang San coldly snorted and returned to his bunk. He felt no gratitude towards Wang Xing for helping him. The trouble was brought about by that fool, so wasn't it only fair that he should deal with it? Besides, Wang Xing had volunteered. Tang San had not called upon him for assistance while Wang Xing busied himself. Du Cheng had already established a connection with the system. Initiate the lottery. Congratulations to the host for completing a mid-level lottery. Reward 10,000 poisons. True resolution. As a wealth of information flooded his mind, a smile involuntarily crept onto Du Cheng's face. The 10,000 poisons true resolution revolves entirely around one concept: poison. Poisoning, detoxifying. In concocting poison, it is no exaggeration to say that from this moment onward, Du Cheng would become the foremost authority on poison throughout the Douluo continent. This is splendid. At least it resolves my immediate concerns. Du Cheng still harbored a degree of wariness towards Tang San. This individual was not only the protagonist of this realm, but also possessed a formidable and elusive mastery of poison. Having failed in direct confrontation, who could know whether he might resort to poisoning? Given Tang San's character, such underhandedness was entirely plausible. Yet now, Du Qing no longer needed to worry about this. As long as Tang San dared to poison him, he could simply amplify the effects of the poison and return it. How unreasonable. With just 30 bond points, he had received such a splendid reward. One could only wonder how formidable future rewards might be. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, and Du Qing felt a surge of anticipation. From the current situation, it appeared that Xiao Wu, newly introduced to human society, was quite agreeable. Brother Cheng, why are you staring at me? Sensing Du Qing's gaze, a hint of confusion appeared on Xiao Wu's face. Is something wrong with me? As she spoke, Xiao Wu even touched herself, puzzled. Strange, everything seems normal. Nothing is amiss. Observing the adorable aura radiating from Xiao Wu, Du Qing couldn't help but chuckle internally. Ruffling her hair, he continued, I merely think you are quite beautiful. As soon as Du Qing's words left his mouth, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Brother Cheng thinks I'm beautiful. Does he like me? As a soul beast, Xiao Wu's world was evidently quite simple. Brother Cheng is also very handsome. Grasping Du Qing's hand, her voice softened. If Brother Cheng likes me, then I like him too. Bond value, with Xiao Wu 5. 50 points required for a high-level lottery. Hiss upon hearing the notification in his mind. Du Qing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Praising her yields 5 points. Is it truly that easy to accumulate bond points? Xiao Wu is not only beautiful, but also incredibly charming. Brother Cheng is quite impressive. Xiao Wu's face grew even redder, but unfortunately, she did not gain any bond points this time. Fortunately, Du Qing did not harbor high hopes. After all, Xiao Wu was right here. Bond points would eventually accumulate. Rather than obsessing over the outcome, the process was indeed worthy of enjoyment. Creak. Listening to the banter between Du Qing and Xiao Wu. Tang San nearly ground his teeth to dust. A pair of lecherous lovers. I will make you pay. Xiao Wu and Du Qing had arrived at Notting Academy in the afternoon. After experiencing so much, the sky had long since darkened. After a bout of laughter and merriment, everyone soon fell into slumber. In a daze, Du Qing felt something soft and fragrant burrowing into his embrace, so heavy, so painful, so uncomfortable. The next morning, as Du Qing awoke, he was immediately met with a cacophony of discomfort emanating from his body. Blinking his eyes in a haze, he could not help but feel helpless. Why on earth did I buy 2 sets of bedding? At that moment, Xiao Wu's blanket had already been tossed aside, and she lay comfortably in Du Qing's bed. Not only that, but she had unreservedly rested her head on Du Qing's arm. Under Du Qing's gaze, Xiao Wu appeared to be lost in a beautiful dream. Her face was flushed, and a suspiciously clear liquid trickled from the corner of her mouth. Brother Cheng, enough. I can't eat any more. Chapter 5. The Master S schemes. Observing the delightful demeanor of Xiao Wu, even Du Qing, who considered himself remarkably composed, could not help but feel a stir within. This girl is rather too enchanting. Striving to regain control over his emotions, Du Qing extended his hand, playfully pinching her nose. Lazybones, it's time to rise. Brother Cheng? After a few struggles, Xiao Wu finally awakened. Upon fixing her gaze on Du Qing, her expression appeared somewhat dazed. Wasn't he eating a carrot? Suppressing a chuckle, Du Qing nearly burst into laughter, dreaming of food. How did I not realize that Xiao Wu is such a glutton? Hurry up and get out of bed. If we delay any longer, we shall have no time for breakfast. Breakfast? At the mention of food, Xiao Wu instantly perked up. Brother Cheng, wait for me. After a half-hour spent on washing and tidying up, Xiao Wu stood before Du Qing once more. Brother Cheng, we may set off now. Very well. Nodding, Du Qing turned to Wang Xin and the others. You lot, come along with me. We? Wang Xin glanced at Du Qing, a look of confusion crossing his face. As the dorm leader, it should be quite normal for me to treat you to a meal, don't you think? After a brief pause, Du Qing continued. I've heard that the food on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria is quite delightful. If you're not interested, then so be it. Interested? No sooner had Du Qing's words left his mouth than Wang Xin sprang to his feet. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, Brother Cheng, I sensed you were extraordinary, and now it appears I was right. As he spoke, Wang Xin swallowed hard, his excitement palpable. Being work-study students, their financial situations were evident. The ingredients used on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria came entirely from soul beasts, not only delicious but also capable of enhancing one's strength with prolonged consumption. Yet, all this knowledge stemmed from mere hearsay, I've heard. Truly tasting the food on the 2nd floor was, for Wang Xin and his companions, a dreamlike prospect. In an instant, the looks directed at Du Qing transformed into admiration. Powerful, handsome, and affluent, This leader is undeniably impressive. Since you wish to eat, let us proceed. Noticing their gazes, a subtle smile graced Du Cheng's lips. Rewarding with a sweet treat after a reprimand was a tactic far too simple for him. Regrettably, the system's bond value could only be increased through interactions with goddess-level individuals. Otherwise, he could have secured at least 7 or 8 more chances for a lottery draw. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Nodding, Wang Sheng appeared somewhat hesitant. Brother Cheng, it seems Sanguo is not here. Tang San. A momentary pause ensued before Du Cheng realized. No wonder I felt something was amiss this morning. It's that malicious gaze he always has. If he is not here, then so be it. Nonchalantly waving his hand, Du Cheng displayed an air of indifference. We're on the verge of missing mealtime. We cannot allow one person to keep everyone else hungry. Inviting Tang San to join them for a meal? That thought never crossed Du Cheng's mind. Though Wang Sheng and the others were somewhat fickle, they at least understood the concept of gratitude. But what about Tang San? He had poisoned the sect's elders and stolen their secrets. Since he was akin to a wolf that could not be tamed, why waste resources on him? Brother is right. Aware of the underlying conflict between Du Cheng and Tang San, Wang Sheng quickly made his choice. Don't blame me for being heartless. It's simply that Brother Cheng has been exceedingly generous. Under the allure of the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, the entire 7th dormitory surged with enthusiasm. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination, led by Wang Sheng. This is the place. Standing at the staircase between the 1st and 2nd floors of the cafeteria, Wang Sheng's voice trembled slightly. Brother Cheng, are we really going up there? If you don't wish to eat, you may remain on the 1st floor. To Du Cheng's surprise, Wang Sheng appeared apprehensive at this juncture, prompting a look of disdain from Du Cheng. Are you this cowardly? What would your family think? This is a contest of courage against temptation, and the latter has triumphed. Here I go. As he spoke, Wang Sheng noticed that Du Cheng and the others had already ascended to the 2nd floor. Without a moment to hesitate, he hurriedly followed suit. Missing this opportunity would leave him with no place to lament his misfortune. Brother Cheng. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Wang Sheng's first instinct was to survey the surroundings. This is a place we never know. No Tang. Senku? Spotting Tang San seated at the table closest to the staircase, Wang Sheng froze momentarily. What are you doing here? His gaze shifted to the middle-aged man in a blue robe sitting across from Tang San, and suddenly, Wang Sheng realized. So he went out early just to indulge in solitary feasting? As a competent flip-flopper, Wang Sheng often maintained a rational demeanor. Tang San had known him for less than a day, and there was no obligation for him to disclose his culinary choices. However, in this world, comparisons are the most unsettling reality. Both Du Cheng and Tang San had joined the 7th dormitory around the same time. The former was powerful and generous, while the latter sneaked away to feast alone. Moreover, Wang Sheng had just assisted Tang San the previous night. Watching Tang San take a bite of some unknown roasted meat, a wave of nausea washed over him. How foolish I was to think I could win favor with such a person. What brings you here? As Wang Sheng spoke, Tang San also noticed the group ascending from the 1st floor. Fixing his gaze on the intertwined hands of Du Cheng and Xiao Wu, Tang San's hands involuntarily tensed. Why? Why can't that be me? What are you looking at? Xiao Wu harbored no fondness for Tang San. Brother Cheng brought us to the 2nd floor for a meal. Is that a problem? With that, Xiao Wu shot Tang San a fierce glare. Do you think everyone is like you? A greedy glutton? Little San is my disciple. And this meal is a gathering between master and apprentice. Listening to their exchange, the elegant blue-robed man laid down his utensils with grace. As roommates of Little San, I intend to invite you next time. I apologize for this oversight. Please do not take offense, young ones. Truly, the greatest scoundrel of Douluo, his methods are indeed masterful. Hearing the master's words, Du Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite the master's outward display of warmth and generosity, his words effectively placed Xiao Wu and the others in an awkward position. I am dining with my disciple, hence cannot extend an invitation to outsiders. Yet, I had every intention of inviting you, merely lacking the opportunity to act. In light of Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng's earlier reactions, it was easy to misconstrue the situation. Du Cheng and his companions were ungrateful and oblivious to kindness. Indeed, after the master's comments, many disdainful glances were cast in their direction. Chapter 6, Little Dance. Brother Cheng truly cares for me. If it weren't for the differing circumstances, Du Cheng would have liked to applaud the master. Employing such tactics against a group of children, this fellow truly pairs well with Tang San. The master had misunderstood. Noticing the increasing flush on the faces of Little Dance and her companions, Du Cheng stepped forward. They were merely anxious because they hadn't located Tang San before their meal. Upon finishing his statement, Du Cheng swiftly added, "After all, this is our dormitory's first gathering. It would be rather inappropriate for someone to be absent without reason." Whether Tang San had intentions of treating everyone to a meal was a separate matter, but since the master had said so, it must hold some truth. However, given this, Du Cheng and his companions had indeed spent a considerable time searching for Tang San before setting off. Thus, the advantage in public opinion had returned to Du Cheng and his group. After all, from the perspective of others, even if he were to dine with the master, Tang San could certainly inform his roommates in advance. Though both had lived two lives, when it came to cunning and strategy, Du Cheng, having experienced an era of information explosion, deemed Tang San not even worthy of being called his younger brother. So it was, "I had misunderstood you all." Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, the master was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression grew serious. "To express my apology, how about I treat you all to this meal?" "Teacher." As soon as the master's words left his lips, Tang San could not help but interject. "The food on the second floor of the cafeteria is not cheap. Why waste it on this bunch?" He held no fondness for anyone aside from Little Dance among the entire 7th dormitory. "No need for politeness, Xiao San." Seeing Tang San about to speak, the master directly waved his hand to interrupt. "I am your teacher. It is no issue for me to treat your roommates to a meal. In that case, I thank you, master." Flashing a smug smile at Tang San, Du Cheng expressed his gratitude to the master. Concluding his words, without waiting for the two to speak, Du Cheng turned to his companions. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and get what you want to eat." "Yes, yes, yes." Prompted by Du Cheng, Wang Sheng and the others quickly reacted. They were indifferent to whether it was the master or Du Cheng treating. As long as there was food, they were content. Scanning their surroundings, they swiftly moved around the 2nd floor. Wine demon wolf's kidneys, 2 skewers. Piggy pig's elbow, 3. Charcoal roasted green feather chicken, a whole one. As Wang Sheng and the others busied themselves, the master's smile gradually diminished. Are these rascals planning to eat until they burst? In contrast, Du Cheng's mood was considerably delightful. Since the master had voluntarily defended Tang San, he must be willing to bear some costs. "I have expressed my gratitude to the master for treating my roommates," once again inserting a verbal jab at the master. Du Cheng prepared to take Little Dance into action. It was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to teach the young master a lesson today. "You must be Du Cheng, correct?" However, just as Du Cheng was about to turn away, the master's voice resonated once more. "This little girl must be called Little Dance. Am I right?" "Indeed." Nodding, Du Cheng's gaze fell upon the master. "May I inquire what guidance the master has?" In Du Cheng's view, the master calling out their names suggested more than mere acquaintance. "I dare not presume to provide guidance." Feeling Du Cheng's gaze, the master smiled and shook his head. "I merely heard that a young friend defeated Xiao San in yesterday's competition, and I was curious." Concluding his statement, the master added, "If I recall correctly, your martial spirit should be a carrot with innate soul power at level 4, correct?" "Indeed. To defeat someone with innate full soul power like Xiao San with such a martial spirit, your constitution is commendable." Offering a compliment to Du Cheng, the master continued, "As long as you study diligently in the future, there may be an opportunity to break through the limitations imposed by your martial spirit. In that case, I shall take your words as auspicious." Upon hearing the master's remarks, a glint of cold light flashed in Du Cheng's eyes. This rascal truly remains unrepentant. Compared to Tang San, the master's methods were evidently more adept. For instance, at this moment, he appeared to encourage Du Cheng while subtly highlighting the disparity between Du Cheng and Tang San. A mere waste with innate level 4 soul power could never compete with the genius Tang San, who possessed dual martial spirits. "Little girl, your martial spirit should be the soft bone rabbit, with full innate soul power, correct?" The master was unaware that his schemes had been entirely seen through by Du Cheng. His gaze had now shifted to Little Dance. "That is correct." Upon hearing Little Dance's response, the master's smile deepened. "Sharing the same full innate soul power, you and Xiao San should have much in common. If you are willing, you could come learn from me alongside Xiao San in the future." Pausing for a moment, he shamelessly added, "Though my own strength is average, I do possess some insights into the cultivation of soul masters." This was no longer a mere suggestion, it was a blatant invitation. If Little Dance were a smart person, she ought to abandon Du Cheng and directly turn to Tang San. Even in the Douluo continent, the concept of matching social standings exists. A mountain chicken with a phoenix? Such occurrences only happen in tales. However, it was evident that the master was throwing flirtatious glances at someone blind. Upon hearing that Du Cheng's martial spirit was a carrot, Little Dance's attention had already shifted entirely. With a somewhat dismissive nod towards the master, Little Dance's gaze fell upon Du Cheng. Brother Cheng, your martial spirit is actually a carrot? As she spoke, Little Dance's voice uncontrollably grew louder, as a little bunny. Even in human form, her love for carrots remained indelible. Most importantly, this coincidence reminded Little Dance of a term her mentor had once taught her, fate. Her gaze upon Du Cheng, Little Dance's cheeks visibly flushed. Could this be the fate between Brother Cheng and me? Ding, host bond value with Little Dance 5. 50 bond value required for advanced lottery. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Du Cheng was left with a singular thought. Thank you, Master, for the 5 points of bond value. If it weren't for the Master's perfect assist, he might have taken a long time to realize this. Indeed, as his thoughts whirled, Du Cheng did not forget to respond to Little Dance's inquiry. What? Do you like eating carrots? MMM. Nodding rapidly. Little Dance's spirits lifted further. Brother Cheng could guess that I love eating carrots from just a single sentence. He truly cares for me. Chapter 7. A lesson for the young master. If you enjoy it, you can have it later. After a brief pause, Du Cheng added, however, since today is the master's treat, we shouldn't refuse his kind gesture. Let us savor the cafeteria's cuisine. Indeed, benefiting from her remarkable self-strategizing skills, Xiao Wu would not dare to contradict Du Cheng's words. Ignoring Tang San and the master beside them, the two promptly set about their task. For this meal, Du Cheng was indifferent to the taste. His only criterion for selecting dishes was a simple principle: less quantity but higher price, regardless of value. Initially, Xiao Wu was taken aback, but she soon fell into step with Du Cheng. This led to the master and Tang San wearing increasingly grim expressions. You really don't understand the meaning of politeness, do you? Xiao San, in a couple of days, I will take you to capture your first spirit ring. The master's gaze fell upon Tang San as he spoke suddenly. The power of a spirit master primarily derives from the spirit rings they acquire. Given your innate talent, as long as you find a suitable spirit ring, defeating Du Cheng will be an effortless endeavor. Is that true? As soon as the master's words left his lips, Tang San could not contain his excitement. He believed that Xiao Wu's close proximity to Du Cheng was merely due to his previous defeat against him. Therefore, if he could best Du Cheng, Xiao Wu would naturally gravitate towards him. Indeed, nodding with a hint of pride, the master's expression conveyed satisfaction. Though you will only have one spirit ring, the gap between spirit masters and spirit practitioners is as vast as the heavens. After a moment, the master quickly added, with my assistance, you will undoubtedly acquire the most suitable spirit ring for yourself. With dual spirit souls and innate full soul power, Tang San was actually capable of obtaining his first spirit ring at any time. Initially, the master intended for Tang San to study under him for a while before helping him acquire his first spirit ring, believing that this would help Tang San realize his own significance. However, today's events prompted the master to reconsider. He understood that Douluo continent is ultimately a world where strength reigns supreme. Even though he had proposed the theory of the 10 core competencies, to most people, he remained a fool. To truly gain acceptance from the majority, he must find a way to prove himself. Undoubtedly, Tang San was the best tool he could find. Thus, Tang San needed to be exceptional. He must not only become a peerless powerhouse, but also remain undefeated. In the master's eyes, Tang San must defeat Du Cheng in the shortest time possible to establish his name as a genius. Thank you, master. Tang San was blissfully unaware of the master's intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. As long as he could grow stronger, everything else was inconsequential. Master, when can we set out? His gaze fixed on the master. Tang San's eyes revealed unrestrained anticipation. Although the event had yet to occur, he could almost envision the moment Xiao Wu would embrace him after he triumphed over Du Cheng. And as for Wang Sheng and his fickle friends, he would certainly teach them a lesson. Not so fast. Shaking his head, the master's expression grew serious. Capturing spirit beasts requires adequate preparation. We must wait 2 days before we can depart. Despite the master's grandiose claims before Tang San, he was well aware of his own limitations. Due to the flaws in his martial soul, he was not only at level 29, but also lacked genuine offensive skills. With such strength, Entering the Douluo forest unprepared could easily turn him into a meal for some spirit beast. I understand. Upon hearing that they would have to wait 2 days, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Tang San's eyes. Regrettably, he had to rely on the master. Even he had to obediently comply. Burp as Du Cheng approached, having just finished a hearty meal. He rubbed his slightly protruding belly and raised the lunchbox he carried. I might have bought a bit too much. I hope the master won't mind? Of course. The master managed to squeeze out those 2 words, feeling his smile begin to falter. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the claw of a ground violent bear, which sells for quite a hefty sum. Haha, I knew the master was generous. Once more flashing a smile at the master. Du Cheng then turned to Xiao Wu and made to leave. Thank you for the treat, master. If we have the chance next time, I'll make sure to treat you. Chirp chirp Xiao San, don't be upset. The master's voice echoed as he watched Du Cheng's departing figure. Once you acquire your first spirit ring, surpassing him will be a trivial matter. Chirp chirp, thank you for the reminder, master. Nodding, Tang San cast a peculiar glance at the master. Your words are quite reasonable. But talking while grinding your teeth really undermines your persuasiveness. All right, you should head back now. Despite his efforts to console himself, thoughts of his lost funds made the master feel a pang of heartache. Du Cheng, you truly are insufferable. Brother Cheng, thank you so much today. I've never had such exquisite food in my life. Indeed, I even feel my soul power has increased significantly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang San overheard Wang Xing and the others praising Du Cheng. Humph, with a cold snort. Tang San returned to his spot. It was clearly the master who paid for your meal. You fools don't even know who to truly thank. Third brother, we still have to clean the eastern courtyard today. Since you're back, let us go together. Tang San's mood soured further at Wang Sheng's words. In an instant, he found himself harboring some resentment toward the master. Since he holds such a high position in Nuoding Academy, doesn't he know to spare me from chores? Why aren't they the ones cleaning? Casting a glance at Du Cheng and Xiao Wu, who were whispering to each other by the bed, Tang San's anger flared even more. You vile wretches, once I acquire my first spirit ring, I will make you understand the meaning of regret. Are you referring to Brother Cheng and Sister Xiao Wu? Wang Sheng replied calmly as he glanced at Tang San. They are practicing the ugly ghost 18 throws and don't have time for chores. Chapter 8. The Long. White whip-like legs. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to erupt. What a ridiculous name. Ugly ghost 18 throws. Clearly, it was concocted by that despicable Du to insult me. However, what enraged Tang San even more was Du Cheng's preferential treatment. They were all work-study students. Why should he receive special privileges? We can help Brother Cheng and Sister Xiao Wu with their tasks. Before Tang San could finish his thoughts, Wang Sheng swiftly addressed his confusion. For Wang Sheng and his companions, assisting a few others with their chores was insignificant. Yet, it was evident they had no intention of aiding Tang San. Humph. With a cold huff, Tang San's expression darkened further, having consumed the teacher's provisions. They dare not assist me. What a pack of ingrates. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he knew he still had to fulfill his responsibilities. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, Tang San turned and departed. Let you flaunt for a couple of days. Once I obtain my first soul ring, Brother Cheng. That ugly little third's gaze was so repulsive. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Xiao Wu earnestly grasped Du Cheng's arm. You must keep your distance from him. In her eyes, her dear Brother Cheng was innocent and kind-hearted. It would be terrible if he fell victim to the malicious and petty Tang San. You have quite an eye for character. Delighted that Xiao Wu could see through Tang San's true nature, Du Cheng affectionately patted her head and replied, Rest assured. I have long recognized he is not a good person. As expected of Brother Cheng. Flushed with pride from Xiao Wu's compliment, Du Cheng suggested, Did you not express a desire to learn my techniques? Let us practice outside. I will do as Brother Cheng says. Learning Du Cheng's ugly man 18 throws was an enticing prospect for Xiao Wu. After some deliberation, they chose to practice on a lawn in the east courtyard. Indeed, the very spot where Tang San and his companions had been cleaning. The true name of this martial art was 18 falls of clothing, an exceedingly profound form of boxing. Surprisingly, Xiao Wu exhibited extraordinary talent in this discipline. With just a brief explanation, they swiftly progressed to the transmission of techniques. Xiao Wu, you should generate power from your waist and abdomen here. Gently tapping her belly, Du Cheng's expression turned serious. And here, your legs should kick from above. Initially, all seemed well, but as time passed, Du Cheng noticed something amiss. Certain movements Xiao Wu had clearly mastered were repeatedly executed incorrectly when she lost focus. Moreover, After making a mistake, she would incessantly question Du Cheng. Brother Cheng, is my movement not quite standard? Brother Cheng, I feel this leg should be raised higher. Please help me. Brother Cheng. Observing Xiao Wu's increasingly flushed face, Du Cheng finally realized this girl was shamelessly taking advantage of him. Children in the Douluo world are often precocious, as evidenced by Ma Hongjuan's regular visits to brothels at a tender age. Du Cheng did not mind Xiao Wu's affectionate expressions of closeness. Noticing that the little girl had nearly mastered the movements, he proposed a sparring match to test her skills. Brother Cheng, I am quite formidable. A mischievous smile spread across Xiao Wu's face as she fixed her gaze on Du Cheng. If you lose, you must agree to one condition. You are quite confident. Knowing Xiao Wu harbored no ill intentions, Du Cheng readily acquiesced. If you can win. Agreeing to one condition is no trouble at all. He had a hunch about Xiao Wu's trump card. It would likely be her grappling techniques. Upon hearing Du Cheng accept her proposal, Xiao Wu's smile blossomed further. It's a promise. Before Du Cheng could finish his sentence, a fair and supple whip-like leg shot toward him. He swiftly dodged her attack, letting out a wry smile. This girl is indeed quick to learn, although her approach was underhanded. Du Cheng could not bring himself to loathe her as he did Tang San. If you wish to defeat me, such petty tactics will not suffice. Xiao Wu giggled at Du Cheng's words. Who said I only have petty tricks? As she spoke, she suddenly summoned power from her waist, changing the direction of her attack in an instant. Before Du Cheng could respond, her fragrant legs ensnared his head. Brother Cheng, you are about to lose. As she spoke, Xiao Wu leaned back, attempting to use the strength of her waist and abdomen to throw Du Cheng to the ground. Though losing to Xiao Wu would not be embarrassing, Du Cheng was determined to avoid such an experience. While resisting Xiao Wu's attempt to topple him, he began searching for a way to counter without injuring her. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wu's taut and delicate abdomen, which was now dangerously close to his mouth, and Du Cheng's eye sharpened. Here lies the opportunity. With a slight exertion, he placed both hands on her waist and began to tickle her rapidly. Gah? A strange sound escaped her lips, as if Pandora's box had been flung open. Ha ha ha! Amidst peals of laughter, Xiao Wu's strength gradually dissipated, and she hung limply against Du Cheng. Had he not reacted in time to support her, she would have fallen to the ground. Ha ha ha! I concede. Clinging to Du Cheng's thigh, Xiao Wu fought to maintain her balance. Brother Cheng is being unfair. You can't use tickling as a tactic during a match. As she regained her footing, she shot Du Cheng a mock glare. If it weren't for your trick, I wouldn't have lost so easily. Although Tang San was indeed no saint, there was one sentiment of his that Xiao Wu found relatable. Turning her gaze to Xiao Wu, Du Cheng's expression turned serious. If we are to determine a victor, then employing any means necessary is entirely justifiable. After a brief pause, he continued, Can you guarantee that your future opponents will not resort to such tactics against you? Noticing Du Cheng's grave demeanor, Xiao Wu became earnest. I understand now. Nodding, she lowered her head slightly. Brother Cheng, you need not worry. I will be cautious in the future. Moreover, it would be best not to employ your grappling techniques on others. Chapter 9. Tang San's secret skill. As Du Cheng's gaze settled upon Xiao Wu, he continued. Once you have mastered the boxing techniques I am teaching you, they will surpass the utility of choke techniques by far. He paused, his voice lowering as he added, After all, I would prefer not to witness you being overly close to other boys. At his words, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed a vibrant red. What do you mean? Does Brother Cheng like me? Daming once mentioned that when someone encounters a person they adore, they often become rather possessive. Brother Cheng, who is usually so generous, seems unwilling to let me be close to anyone else. With this thought, Xiao Wu's heart swiftly arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, Brother Cheng must like me. Understanding this ignited a joyful spark within her. Being favored by Brother Cheng was undoubtedly a delightful thing, and besides, Xiao Wu harbored feelings for him as well. Though Du Cheng remained oblivious to the whirlwind of emotions causing her face to alternate between crimson and joy, he reached out to gently pat her head. Did you not express a desire for carrots? Here, take this. Well, upon seeing the large carrot that appeared in Du Cheng's hand, Xiao Wu gasped in delight, exclaiming, It's so big, so firm, so beautiful. As a competent rabbit, Xiao Wu clearly possessed her own criteria for judging carrots. Without waiting for Du Cheng to speak, she swiftly snatched the carrot from his hand and took a hearty bite. Unsurprisingly, a fresh wave of praise escaped her lips, as expected of Brother Cheng. This is absolutely delicious. Since she relished it so much, Du Cheng decided to offer her more. Don't worry, I can conjure as many of these as you desire. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Watching Xiao Wu relish her meal brought forth a wave of curiosity in Du Cheng. Is it truly that delectable? Ever since he attained innate full soul power, the carrots he summoned indeed appeared more vibrant and emitted a subtle fragrance. Perhaps this was the root of Xiao Wu's excitement? Thank you, Brother Cheng. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Xiao Wu has increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a high-level lottery chance, which allows for a premium draw upon reaching a bond value of 80. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Wu always brings me unexpected surprises. Unbeknownst to him, while he conversed with Xiao Wu, Tang San, not far away, was on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, this is infuriating. Gripping the broom in his hand, Tang San's face radiated unrestrained fury. During his cleaning, he had inadvertently witnessed the interaction between Du Cheng and Xiao Wu on the lawn. Out of curiosity, Tang San concealed his presence and observed the two from a distance. Initially, he only saw Du Cheng being physically affectionate with Xiao Wu, touching her thighs and waist. While anger simmered within him, he thought he could endure it. After all, once he grew stronger, he could concoct a reason to incapacitate or even eliminate Du Cheng. However, as time passed, Tang San could no longer contain himself. Wretched fool. How dare you do such things? Due to the distance, he couldn't fully hear their conversation, but he caught fragments like so big, so firm, like to eat. And a lot. Nevertheless, his vivid imagination filled in the gaps with inappropriate scenarios. The thought of the person he cherished being involved with someone he despised ignited a desire to confront Du Cheng and tear him apart. Tang San, what are you doing? Just as Tang San's rage reached its peak, a voice cut through the tension. It was Wang Sheng. I. Before Tang San could respond, Wang Sheng dashed to his side. Following Tang San's gaze, Wang Sheng's voice rose. You cannot be trying to learn Brother Cheng's ugly ghost 18 throws, can you? With those words, Wang Sheng cast a scornful glance at Tang San, deeming his behavior shameless. Techniques like ugly ghost 18 throws were treasures no matter where they were found. Stealing someone else's skill was not the mark of a virtuous person. What is wrong with you all? Just as Tang San was about to defend himself, Du Cheng and Xiao Wu approached, seemingly unaware of the tension. Brother Cheng, Tang San has been lurking here like a thief. Without allowing Tang San a word, Wang Sheng eagerly shared his suspicion. I suspect he intends to steal your techniques. As Wang Sheng finished, he shot Tang San a fierce glare, declaring, although I may be a fence-sitter, I am too proud to associate with someone like him. Oh? Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Tang San, momentarily surprised. He is a master of numerous Tang sect techniques. Surely, he has not sunk to the level of stealing skills. Yet, after a moment's thought, he reconsidered. Given that some individuals were known to disregard their own sect, I have not. As the peculiar stares from those around him intensified, Tang San could no longer restrain himself. Casting a glance at Wang Sheng, he finally spoke. I merely happened to glance over and overheard you discussing things that are inappropriate. With that, Tang San's expression turned grave. Du Cheng, Xiao Wu is still quite young. How can you engage in such behavior with her? Huh? To be fair, Du Cheng found Tang San's accusation baffling. What act are you referring to? Is there a fault in nurturing a young girl as a close friend? You. Seeing the bewildered look on Du Cheng's face only fueled Tang San's anger further. You despicable wretch, you've done it yet pretend to be innocent. As the saying goes, anger begets boldness. The moment he imagined Xiao Wu was sullied, Tang San no longer cared about the impact of his words on her. I heard everything. Tang San raised his voice. You were over there just now, saying things like so big, so firm, a lot, so delicious, with envy and jealousy barely contained in his eyes. Tang San nearly punctured his own skin with his fingers. Du Cheng, dare you claim you did not do such things with Xiao Wu? Hiss. Due to the commotion, the crowd around them was not comprised solely of members from the 7th dormitory. As Tang San's words echoed, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Moreover, many gazed at Du Cheng with newfound admiration. To win the affection of a beauty like Xiao Wu? This man is truly a paragon for us all. Chapter 10 Master, Du Cheng, you must be magnanimous. If it weren't for the inopportune timing, there would surely be those rushing to Du Cheng's side to seek his mentorship. For his ability to charm breathtaking beauties is simply enviable, is it not? In stark contrast to those around him, Du Cheng's countenance was notably grim. As a time traveler, he was well aware of Tang San's character. However, he never anticipated that this fellow could be so shameless. It is no exaggeration to say that this person was intent on ruining Xiao Wu. Bang! Before anyone could react, Du Cheng had already taken a decisive step towards Tang San. With the activation of the 18 falls of attire, by the time the crowd regained their senses, Tang San was heavily sprawled on the ground. What of it if you lay your hands on me? Even pinned to the ground. Tang San could not suppress his smug expression. As a student of Notting Academy, how could he commit such acts in broad daylight? I will report you to the Academy's instructors and demand your expulsion. Expel me from the Academy? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Du Cheng couldn't help but be amused with irritation. On what grounds? On your baseless slanders, or perhaps because of your esteemed master? Gripping Tang San's hair, Du Cheng hoisted him off the ground. This is the so-called delectable and substantial thing you spoke of. I. Faced with the half-eaten carrot in Xiao Wu's hand, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. You didn't engage in any unspeakable acts? What a fool. Du Cheng felt a wave of annoyance as he realized that Tang San was still fixated on such trivial matters. It was repulsive that such nonsense could take center stage. As a member of Notting Academy, Tang San was maliciously petty, attempting to tarnish the reputations of others based solely on a few spiteful conjectures. With a cold smile, Du Cheng echoed Tang San's earlier words. I will report you to the principal and see you expelled from Notting Academy. Tang San's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Du Cheng's statement. Notting Academy was his hard-earned path to strength. If expelled, where else could he turn? Should he return to Holy Soul Village to forge iron with that useless, drunken father? You can't do this. On what grounds? Du Cheng's expression grew colder as he replied to Tang San's frantic cries. On your ugly countenance? Or perhaps your shamelessness? Indeed, it was true that Tang San had erred. As he desperately sought a justification, a figure clad in a blue robe emerged from the crowd. However, he acts for the sake of preserving the honor of Notting Academy. And I hope that Du Xiao can take this into consideration and forgive him this once. Teacher. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang San's spirits lifted. The teacher had once proclaimed himself one of the most knowledgeable individuals on the entire Douluo continent. With him intervening, surely he would not face expulsion from the academy. Forgive? Du Cheng retorted. Does the master imply that henceforth, anyone may use the excuse of maintaining the academy's honor to slander others within its walls? Fixing his gaze upon the master, Du Cheng continued, Am I not also entitled to report the master for having dubious relations with the cafeteria's pig-like creatures in the name of the academy's honor? The master's expression darkened at Du Cheng's words. You are the one entangled with pig-like creatures. Despite his rage, the master maintained his composure. Anyone with a modicum of understanding of the original narrative would recognize that the master was quite adept at self-promotion. Otherwise, how could he have garnered such fame despite his modest abilities? Generally, individuals like him were particularly concerned with their reputation and demeanor. Thus, in front of onlookers, the master would never easily lose his temper or resort to coarse language. Du Xiao, as the saying goes, to spare a person is to show mercy. After all, Tang San is your roommate. Why press so hard over a misunderstanding? Indeed, this was the case. Despite his desire to hurl 1,000 expletives at Du Cheng, the master still wore a benevolent smile. I suggest he apologize to you and let this matter pass. The master suggests that I should be more magnanimous? Turning his gaze to the master, Du Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. You Xiaojiang, you have presented your face for me to slap. Precisely. Nodding. The master mistakenly believed Du Cheng had acquiesced to his suggestion, his smile relaxing a touch. In my hometown, there was once a master who said something I wonder if you would like to hear. I would like to hear it in detail, though unsure of Du Cheng's intentions. The master nodded. As a master, he could not afford to lose his composure. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's reaction align with his expectations, Du Cheng's smile widened. Taking a deep breath, he casually waved his arm before mimicking a certain peach-like tone. Those who readily urge you to be magnanimous are the ones we must keep at a distance. For you never know when they might be struck by lightning and take you down with them. Tang San's earlier remark nearly jeopardized the futures of both Xiao Wu and me. Does the master think such matters can be forgiven with mere magnanimity? As Du Cheng's words echoed, the master's expression turned pitch black. This wretched creature is more tenacious than a sticky bandage. If he could turn back time, he would not have waited until now to defend Tang San. In truth, the master had already arrived when Tang San slandered Du Cheng and Xiao Wu. However, he had chosen to remain silent, believing that once Du Cheng and Xiao Wu were expelled from the academy, he could then petition the principal to readmit Xiao Wu. By leveraging this favor, he could facilitate a union between Xiao Wu and Tang San, thereby enhancing his own standing in Tang San's eyes. The scenario was ideal in theory, but harsh in reality. In Du Cheng's presence, Tang San's predicament could only be summed up in one phrase: utterly defenseless. Had the master not intervened in time, his prized student would have been expelled from the academy. With the knowledge and connections at the master's disposal, continuing Tang San's education would not pose a problem. However, as a tool chosen by the master to prove his own abilities, Tang San's life journey could not bear such a blemish. Having reached this point, even the master found himself at a loss. Chapter 11. The Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. Thus, you have no intention of forgiving the third party? The master's gaze fell upon Du Cheng, his expression turning grave. If Du Cheng insists on this course of action, he would have no choice but to employ some extraordinary methods. Although this would tarnish the image he had meticulously crafted over the years for Tang San, it is worth it. The master had misunderstood. Though unaware of the master's intentions, Du Cheng keenly sensed a hint of malice emanating from him. Quickly shaking his head, Du Cheng stepped back to prevent this fellow from acting out of desperation. What I mean is, it requires additional compensation. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, the master's first reaction was to let out a sigh of relief. How much do you desire? 2 soul guide devices. Raising 2 fingers, Du Cheng's smile appeared exceedingly sincere. The slander directed at Tang San has inflicted profound harm upon the souls of both myself and Xiao Wu. Ordinary monetary compensation cannot possibly suffice. After a brief pause, Du Cheng continued. However, if the master could provide each of us with a soul guide device with no less than 10 cubic meters of storage capacity, we might be able to reluctantly forgive him. A storage soul guide, you? Surely not? Before the master could finish his words, Du Cheng's voice rang out once more. A distinguished master, surely you possess the courage to assist your own disciple in bearing the consequences of his actions? Teacher, at the moment Du Cheng spoke, Tang San also seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Having reached this juncture, he regarded the master as his sole lifeline. If even the master were to abandon him, he would truly face expulsion from the academy. I have agreed to this matter. Faced with the combined pressures from his precious student and the multitude of gazes surrounding him, the master bowed his head, running his hand over the ring on his finger. He suddenly produced a black belt adorned with 24 milky white jade stones. This belt is named the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges. Each jade stone possesses a storage space of 1 cubic meter. Suppressing his reluctance, the master extended the belt towards Du Cheng. By splitting this belt in half, each of you will acquire a storage soul guide device with 12 cubic meters of capacity. At this point, the master paused briefly. Are you satisfied now? I had expected you would bestow upon Xiao Wu and me a soul guide device each. Though he complained, Du Cheng's actions showed no signs of hesitation. A storage belt. I have long coveted such an item. Swiftly snatching the belt from the master's hand, Du Cheng could not suppress a grin. However, since it is the master's offering, I, Du Cheng, am willing to extend you a courtesy. For this misunderstanding, I am willing to forgive Tang San. Concluding his words, Du Cheng released Tang San, whom he had been restraining, and affectionately patted his shoulder. Tang San, you must refrain from acting so recklessly in the future. After all, not everyone is as easy to persuade as I am. You. Since this matter is settled, let us put it to rest. Noticing Tang San's desire to speak further, the master interjected. Tang San, come with me. Yes. Grateful for the teacher's assistance in resolving his troubles, Tang San naturally aimed to show his respect. Shooting a final glare at Du Cheng, Tang San hurriedly followed the master out. This item possesses excellent quality. It would be perfect for crafting matching bracelets for each of us. Waving to the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges in his hand, Du Cheng's gaze turned to Xiao Wu. I did not seek your opinion, yet I have directly forgiven Tang San. You won't be upset, will you? Brother Cheng's actions are certainly justified. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu beamed with a radiant smile. Moreover, I do not wish for him to be expelled from the academy. Otherwise, who would I have to tease in the future? Observing the excitement sparkling in Xiao Wu's eyes, Du Cheng could not help but twitch his mouth. I never expected this girl to possess not only a sense of injustice but also a hint of cunning. Truly, Xiao Wu is remarkably clever. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, Du Cheng praised her character. Come, let us find a place to tidy this up a bit. Xiao Wu is inclined to follow Brother Cheng's lead. The storage jade stones embedded in the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 Bridges are no larger than soybeans. Yet even so, they shimmer beautifully in the sunlight. Hearing Du Cheng's words, a broad smile spread across Xiao Wu's face. Brother Cheng is simply wonderful. Willing to gift Xiao Wu such a remarkable soul guide device. The joys and sorrows of human relationships have always been inscrutable. At this moment, Tang San could not fathom the joy that Du Cheng felt while being embraced by the little girl. Teacher, I'm sorry. Following the master back to his room, Tang San finally lowered his head and spoke in apology. Do you understand where you went wrong? I feeling the master's gaze upon him. Tang San lowered his head even further. I should not have hastily speculated and defamed my classmate, thereby embarrassing the teacher. Incorrect. As soon as Tang San's words fell, the master shook his head vigorously. Whether it was a misunderstanding or intentional, you and Du Cheng had already established a conflict. So it was only natural for him to seek revenge. Teacher? With his gaze fixed on the master, Tang San appeared puzzled. If that is the case, what fault do I possess? The true error lies in your failure to ascertain the situation before acting. Seemingly deciphering Tang San's expression, the master took the initiative to clarify. Once you have determined an adversary, you must strike with decisive force. Otherwise, today's events serve as a glaring lesson. I understand. With the master's guidance, Tang San grasped the situation. Indeed, attempting to expel Du Cheng over a few misunderstood words was quite reckless of me. Rest assured, I shall not repeat such mistakes in the future. Nodding in approval, the master was satisfied with Tang San's response. This disciple, though somewhat impulsive in action, is obedient and possesses considerable insight. This bracelet is called the Full Moon over the Starry Tower. It contains 8 cubic meters of storage space. Handing the bracelet to Tang San, the master continued, although it is slightly smaller than the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 bridges, it should suffice for your needs. Thank you, teacher. Observing the faintly glowing blue storage bracelet presented by the master, Tang San could not help but brighten with excitement. When the master gifted the Night of the Bright Moon over 24 bridges to Du Cheng, he had been consumed with jealousy, never anticipating that he would now receive one as well. Chapter 12. The Millennium Soul Ring. Rest assured, teacher, I shall bring shame upon your bracelet. Feeling the warmth emanating from the moonlit star tower, Tang San's heart surged with excitement. For one adept in hidden weapons like himself, the assistance of such a soul guide was invaluable. We are bound as master and disciple. Such formality is unnecessary. Observing Tang San's joyful demeanor, the master couldn't help but smile. It was a most profitable investment to elicit such gratitude from Tang San with merely the gift of a soul guide. Little San, for the next few days, be cautious not to provoke Du Cheng. Considering Tang San's temperament, the master offered a reminder. Once you successfully acquire your first soul ring, dealing with the soul master will be a trivial matter. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. I know how to proceed. Having suffered multiple setbacks at Du Cheng's hands, Tang San would certainly refrain from provoking him again. At this stage, all he hoped for was to swiftly obtain his first soul ring and then, with rightful confidence, defeat Du Cheng, allowing him to witness the truth of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. That's good to hear. Noting Tang San's earnestness, the master had no doubts. I am feeling a bit weary. You may return now. Please rest well, teacher. Tang San replied before respectfully bowing and departing the room. The master had invested so much in him, and thus a gesture of respect was warranted. Upon returning to the 7th dormitory, Tang San found the atmosphere rather peculiar. Aside from Du Cheng and Xiao Wu, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation, Wang Xing and others cast scornful glances his way. It was somewhat embarrassing to share a living space with someone petty enough to slander others. Xiao Wu, what do you think of this bracelet? Du Cheng inquired, showcasing 2 bracelets, one black and one red, that he had commissioned. If you do not like it, we can certainly choose a different design. No need. I already adore it. Gently caressing the small rabbit charm dangling from the bracelet's end, Xiao Wu's face lit up with a broad smile. This is a gift from Brother Cheng. How could I not like it? Brother Cheng, shouldn't we give these 2 bracelets new names? Indeed, they deserve new names. Du Cheng pondered as his gaze drifted over the bracelets. He had sourced the finest artisan in Nodding City to hastily craft these. Xiao Wu's was red with a white rabbit charm, while his was a simple yet dignified black. Let us call them Southern Wind and Hometown. Southern Wind? Hometown? Xiao Wu's expression revealed her confusion regarding the significance of the names. In my homeland, there is a saying. Noticing her gaze, Du Cheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Next comes the moment of charm. Southern Wind returns to Hometown. Hometown welcomes the Southern Wind. As soon as Du Cheng uttered these words, Xiao Wu decisively clapped her hands. From today onward, my bracelet shall be named Hometown, and Brother Cheng's bracelet shall be Southern Wind. Bond with Xiao Wu 5, bond value 80 allows for top-tier lottery draw. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Du Cheng's smile widened. As long as you are pleased. If Tang San had a handful of yellow beans to grind, he would surely produce dozens of pounds of soy milk with his current state. Each interaction between Du Cheng and Xiao Wu struck a terrifying blow to his fragile spirit. Why? I am the one with innate full soul power. Why should she be so close to a waste with only level 4 soul power? Clenching his fists tightly, Tang San abruptly stood. In a few days, my teacher will take me to the Douluo forest to acquire a soul ring. Xiao Wu, would you like to join me? He quickly added, as fellow bearers of innate full soul power, we must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Only then. No need. What? Cut off mid-sentence. Tang San froze, bewildered. Does she not wish to grow stronger? Xiao Wu, my teacher is renowned throughout the Douluo continent, an unparalleled expert in martial soul research. Fearing Xiao Wu might not grasp the rarity of this opportunity, he hastily elaborated, with his guidance, you will surely obtain the most suitable soul ring for yourself, and then. I said, no need. Interrupted once more, Xiao Wu's expression had turned icy. Do you not realize how utterly repulsive your demeanor is? You. Tang San's countenance darkened at her words. Repulsive? Any joy I felt from Xiao Wu's refusal to lose herself to Du Cheng vanished in an instant. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes as he regarded her. You will come to regret this. Whether she would regret it, he could not say. Standing protectively before Xiao Wu, Du Cheng looked down at Tang San. But I know that if you continue to pester her, you will undoubtedly regret it. Humph. Until he acquired his first soul ring, Tang San remained wary of Du Cheng. Sensing the latter's gaze, he huffed dismissively and turned away. A fool. Once I obtain my soul ring, I can easily crush you. Fool. Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Du Cheng couldn't help but scoff. In the Douluo continent, strength reigned supreme. The prospect of acquiring the most suitable soul ring was indeed enticing for most soul masters, but it certainly did not apply to Xiao Wu. As a soul beast transformed into human form, she merely needed to meet the soul power threshold to actively awaken her most fitting soul ring. To put it bluntly, Tang San's enticement held less value for her than a carrot casually offered by Du Cheng. In contrast to Tang San's words, Du Cheng was far more preoccupied with the blue bracelet on his wrist. If memory served, Tang San had not possessed such an item before. After a moment's contemplation, Du Cheng deduced the source of the moonlit star tower, another soul guide. It seemed the master was quite well off indeed. Yet, more than the master's wealth. Du Cheng was eager to focus on the reward he had just received. System, activate the lottery opportunity. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in a high-level lottery draw. Acquiring a Millennium Soul Ring and a Wulong Bagua Stick. As the system's voice echoed, Du Cheng felt his soul power surge dramatically. And a new set of staff techniques appeared in his mind. Chapter 13 At night, the bed was marked with Tang San's claw marks. Such a reward. Could it be that the dog system did not intend this? With the spirit ring activated, Du Cheng instantly comprehended the spirit ability he had acquired, the mighty carrot. Upon releasing this ability, he could summon a carrot up to 10 meters long, with its hardness adjustable based on the spirit power expended. As a Millennium Spirit Ring. This ability might seem ordinary, yet when combined with the recently acquired Wong Bagua staff, for example, Du Cheng could unleash a powerful blow to Tang San every minute. Such a description may be somewhat distasteful, but it succinctly encapsulates Du Cheng's current confidence, unmatched among peers, due to their daytime labors. The overall sleep quality in Dormitory 7 had always been commendable. In such an environment, even Du Cheng quickly succumbed to slumber after the lottery. However, halfway through the night, he felt his blanket being gently lifted, and a figure gradually approached. Who could it be? Startled, Du Cheng opened his eyes to meet Xiao Wu's astonished gaze. Cheng. Brother Cheng. Half of the blanket clutched in her hand, Xiao Wu's face instantly flushed crimson. Why are you awake? If I had not awakened, I would have remained oblivious to someone sneaking into my blanket in the dead of night. With his newfound abilities as a spirit master, Du Cheng could easily discern Xiao Wu's expression in the dark. Seeing the little girl flustered, he could not resist teasing her. I thought someone had accidentally rolled in here. But it seems I was mistaken. Recalling the scene of waking up in Du Cheng's embrace that morning, Xiao Wu's cheeks reddened even further. I just stumbled in by accident. Heaven bear witness, she was not lying at that moment. Yet, after last night's experience, she had discovered the comfort of sleeping in Du Cheng's arms. But such an explanation was destined to be futile, especially as Du Cheng displayed an unrepentant demeanor. Yes, you are absolutely right. Though nodding, Du Cheng's attitude was dismissive. I believe Xiao Wu has already fallen asleep, and you are certainly in a state of slumber right now. With these words, Du Cheng added nonchalantly, yes, indeed, you must be sleepwalking. His teasing tone, combined with the awkwardness of being caught, finally pushed Xiao Wu's emotions to a breaking point. A restrained yet furious exclamation escaped her lips as she bit down on Du Cheng's shoulder. Brother Cheng, you are the worst. In an effort to prevent him from escaping, Xiao Wu unleashed her entangling technique to the fullest extent. Her long legs wrapped around Du Cheng's waist like an octopus, while her arms firmly encircled him. In summary, her objective was clear: control. Let go of me. Due to her mouth being otherwise occupied, Xiao Wu's words came out muffled. Nevertheless, Du Cheng understood her intent, his feeling the warmth and pain on his shoulder. Du Cheng couldn't help but inhale sharply. Perhaps due to embarrassment, the girl showed no mercy as she bit down. Let go. Brother Cheng, you are so bad. I must teach you a lesson. With those words, her grip seemed to tighten even more. Brother Cheng, are you going to admit defeat? Who is Du Cheng? A transmigrator. A wallflower. As someone whose appearance rivaled that of the readers, he would not easily concede. How dare Xiao Wu behave so brazenly? Du Cheng certainly could not back down. With a cold chuckle, he was drawn to the delicate curve of Xiao Wu's earlobe. Since you are being so mischievous, do not blame Brother Cheng for being merciless. With that, Du Cheng exerted force at his waist, thrusting Xiao Wu forward. Before Xiao Wu could utter a cry of surprise, Du Cheng gently bit her earlobe. Little girl, you still have time to regret this. As he spoke, Du Cheng's tongue lightly traced her earlobe, discovering an unexpectedly sweet fragrance emanating from her. With his actions, Xiao Wu's body stiffened momentarily before softening completely. Had he not been concerned about awakening the others, he could have easily escaped her grasp. However, this girl was stubborn. Even at this point, she refused to relent. I will not concede. After declaring her resolve, Xiao Wu put in greater effort, evidently seeking a chance to turn the tables. Alas, such an opportunity would never be granted by Du Cheng. After his recent actions, he was certain of one thing. The earlobe was undoubtedly Xiao Wu's sensitive spot. As he sensed her grip tightening, Du Cheng's tongue once more glided over her earlobe. Unsurprisingly, the strength she had just mustered began to dissipate. Will you admit defeat? As the saying goes, repeated attempts lead to failure, and at this stage, Xiao Wu's strength had nearly vanished. Nevertheless, Du Cheng did not intend to let her off easily. If she dared to bite his shoulder tonight, who knew what she might attempt tomorrow? Such a culprit required a definitive lesson to ensure her submission. Let go, lick. Will you concede? Never. Continue licking. Don't. Keep licking. After over 10 minutes of entanglement, Du Cheng's actions transitioned from licking to sucking, then to gently nibbling with his teeth. When he inquired once more, he received no response. Opening his eyes, Du Cheng discovered that Xiao Wu, draped over him, had fallen into a deep slumber. Yet, even in sleep, her arms and legs remained entwined around him, her soft lips pressed tightly against his shoulder. This girl truly possessed a tenacious spirit. Feeling the warmth and softness on his shoulder, Du Cheng chuckled softly as he gently peeled Xiao Wu off him, cradling her in his arms. Host's bond with Xiao Wu increased by 5. Bond value 80 allows for a top-tier lottery. After such an ordeal, Du Cheng felt fatigued. Ignoring the system prompt echoing in his mind, he soon succumbed to sleep, enveloped by the fragrance of the girl in his arms. Why? What is the reason for this? As Du Cheng drifted into slumber, a low, suppressed growl echoed through the stillness of Dormitory 7. On the opposite bed, Tang San's fingers left scratch marks on the wooden board. Thanks to his diligent training in the purple extreme magic eye since his rebirth, he had witnessed everything that transpired between Du Cheng and Xiao Wu with clarity. It was precisely for this reason that he found himself in such a state of distress. Why must the girl I adore engage in such intimacy with another? Why could I not be the one holding Xiao Wu? That night, the bed bore witness to Tang San's solitude. Chapter 14. Journey to the Douluo forest the following morning. Du Cheng gently pushed aside the delicate little feet resting on his chest before reaching out to pinch Xiao Wu's nose. Lazy pig, why don't you get up quickly? You bad guy. Startled awake by Du Cheng's antics, Xiao Wu couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. Blushing, she shot him an indignant glare before hastily getting out of bed. Brother Cheng, you naughty boy? So I am the naughty one. Hearing her words, Du Cheng couldn't help but smile. In that case, you'd better sleep alone tonight. Although he was aware that the little girl's behavior was somewhat playful, he couldn't resist teasing her further. This blanket is just too small. It can only accommodate one big naughty boy. No way. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his lips, Xiao Wu let out a startled gasp. Feeling the strange gaze from Du Cheng, her cheeks flushed even deeper. I can't sleep alone. Her voice barely above a whisper, she cast him a pitiful glance. Brother Cheng is such a good person. You wouldn't let me sleep alone, right? As she finished speaking, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his. Whether you dare to or not, sleeping in Brother Cheng's embrace is truly comfortable, given how sincere you are. She deliberately elongated her tone, watching as Du Cheng's expression grew more urgent. Finally, he relented. All right. I will reluctantly agree to your request. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Though she was clearly at his mercy, Xiao Wu appeared quite pleased, for her. This exchange with Du Cheng felt like a delightful interaction. All right, hurry up and wash up. With one hand free, he affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he spoke. Aren't you eager to eat my carrots? Let's go? Xiao Wu's affection for Du Cheng's carrots was genuine. The aroma emitted by that plant, infused with soul energy, was irresistibly enticing to her. You guys, what are those expressions? While Xiao Wu went out to wash up, Du Cheng noticed the peculiar looks from Wang Xing and the others. Could it be that our interaction is so sweet that it has incited jealousy among these fellows? Brother Cheng, I have some bad news to share. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Wang Sheng forced a smile, yet Du Cheng could sense the sorrow beneath it. Scanning the surroundings, Du Cheng's heart stirred. Could it be related to Tang San? Indeed. Wang Xing nodded quickly. This morning, Tang San left with the master, but he hesitated momentarily. He asked us to relay a message to you. Do tell, he said, even with Du Cheng's request. Wang Xing's tone lacked conviction as he spoke. He said he would challenge you upon his return and make you pay the price. Brother Cheng, Tang San possesses innate full soul power and has the master as his teacher. He is certain to break through and become a soul master. Wang Sheng glanced at Du Cheng and whispered a warning. You must avoid any conflict with him when he returns. Under normal circumstances, Wang Sheng would not voice such sentiments. Yet, considering the personalities of Du Cheng and Tang San, he chose to side with the former. At least Du Cheng wouldn't lurk in the shadows, casting dubious glances at others. Rest assured, Du Cheng was oblivious to Wang Xing's thoughts. However, a soul master like Tang San posed no threat to him. Patting Wang Sheng's shoulder, Du Cheng smiled. It's just a soul master. Who knows? I might break through before he does. But, what soul master? Wang Sheng was about to say more when Xiao Wu's voice interrupted. Brother Cheng, what are you talking about? Xiao Wu, if I remember correctly, you also possess innate full soul power, right? Yes. Then, how about I take you to the Soul Master Forest to obtain your first soul ring? Fixing his gaze on Xiao Wu, Du Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He had been pondering how to explain his first soul ring. And now an opportunity had presented itself. In contrast to Du Cheng's enthusiasm, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat flustered. She didn't need to hunt other soul beasts to acquire a soul ring. Yet, she couldn't express this directly. The thought of Brother Cheng discovering her true identity was unfathomable. That's a brilliant idea. Just then, Wang Xing's voice rang out. Once Sister Xiao Wu becomes a soul master, we won't have to worry about Tang San's retaliation. Thanks to their earlier unpleasant experiences, Wang Xing's tone towards Tang San had become less than cordial. Retaliation? What does that ugly brat intend to do? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow upon hearing Wang Xing's words. Sister Xiao Wu, you don't know. Seizing the chance to address Tang San, Wang Xing was eager to elaborate. Before Du Cheng could speak, he exaggeratedly reiterated his previous statement. At the end of his words, he added, Sister Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want to see Brother Cheng being bullied, would you? Slap. No one can bully Brother Cheng. As soon as Du Cheng finished speaking, Xiao Wu's hand struck the edge of the bed. Brother Cheng, let's go to the Douluo forest. During her speech, Xiao Wu silently reassured herself. At worst, she could find a chance to disappear. Brother Cheng would surely not suspect a thing. Sure thing. Nodding, Du Cheng beamed at Xiao Wu. Let's head to the cafeteria for breakfast first, and after we eat, we'll set off for the Douluo forest. All right. With both Du Cheng and Xiao Wu in agreement, the plan was thus solidified. To commend Wang Xing and the others for their willingness to ally with him, Du Cheng generously treated them to a meal on the second floor. Once they finished eating, Du Cheng and Xiao Wu left the Nodding Academy, hiring a carriage to journey toward the Douluo forest. Truth be told, traveling in the carriage was quite a torturous experience. Even though Du Cheng had rented the finest carriage available, the journey remained bumpy, perhaps due to the previous night's exertions. Xiao Wu quickly fell into a deep slumber against Du Cheng's shoulder. Feeling the warm breath of the little girl as she sighed against his cheek, Du Cheng's heart stirred. His gaze fell upon her rosy, full lips, and recalling the events of the previous night, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Brother Cheng, what's wrong with me? Chapter 15 Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want your secret to be exposed, would you? Perhaps sensing Du Cheng's gaze, Xiao Wu quickly opened her eyes. It's nothing. Encountering the slightly bewildered look in the young girl's eyes, Du Cheng couldn't help but smirk mischievously. I was merely curious, as it's my first time witnessing someone drooling in their sleep. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his lips, Xiao Wu let out a gasp. Reflexively, she wiped her mouth with one hand, only to realize she had fallen for someone else's trick. Brother Cheng fixing her gaze on Du Cheng. Xiao Wu transformed into a pufferfish in an instant. You're bullying me again. With that, she lunged at Du Cheng, her glimmering white teeth revealing her intentions. Here we go again? Du Cheng exclaimed, feeling somewhat helpless at Xiao Wu's antics. Is this what they mean when they say a cornered rabbit will bite? He wanted to evade her, but the confined space of the carriage left him with little room to maneuver. Xiao Wu had grabbed his arm, and he had to ensure she didn't crash into the carriage walls. Although the situation was perilous, the only means of defense Du Cheng had left was his mouth. Recreating the scene from the previous night, Du Cheng defiantly opened his mouth in response to Xiao Wu's advance. So you want to bite, huh? I, Du Cheng, am not afraid. Armed with the experience from yesterday, Xiao Wu was noticeably more astute this time. Although her eyes darted around, she refrained from acting hastily, adhering to her style of striking with precision. As a gentleman, Du Cheng would not be the first to attack in such a scenario. Unexpectedly, the two found themselves facing off in the carriage, mouths agape. Crack, a crisp sound resonated, as if they had rolled over some stones, causing both Du Cheng and Xiao Wu to stumble. Boom. Their mouths collided without any surprise, feeling the warmth radiating from their lips. Both Du Cheng and Xiao Wu froze momentarily. Breathe in, breathe out. Boom. Thump, thump. Hearing the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats, Xiao Wu sensed that Du Cheng was gradually heating up beneath her. Brother Cheng, as the atmosphere within the carriage grew increasingly peculiar, Xiao Wu's voice broke the silence. What would you do if one day you discovered I had deceived you? Her gaze fixed intently on Du Cheng, her playful expression transformed into one of tension. The great philosopher once said, when someone utters, "If I have deceived you," we may interpret it as, "I have deceived you." The nature of the deception depends on its context. Reflecting on Xiao Wu's experiences from the original text, Du Cheng began to piece together some insights. Gently pulling Xiao Wu into his embrace, Du Cheng continued, deception can be categorized into two types, malicious and benevolent. Moreover, as long as it does not harm either party, matters that are inconvenient to disclose may not even constitute deception. After all, it is entirely normal for an independent individual to possess their own secrets, is it not? Feeling Du Cheng's gaze upon her, Xiao Wu appeared increasingly conflicted. Yes, I haven't harmed Brother Cheng, so perhaps it doesn't count as deception? But what if my identity being exposed brings danger to him? Many things need not be pondered excessively before they occur. Observing the expression on the young girl's face, Du Cheng couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. Your Brother Cheng is quite powerful. He can easily resolve any troubles that arise. Upon finishing his words, Du Cheng flexed his muscles in a playful gesture. But seeing Du Cheng's antics, Xiao Wu couldn't help but giggle. Brother Cheng, you're so wonderful. She wrapped her arms around Du Cheng's neck and playfully rubbed her cheek against his. Just as Du Cheng was enjoying the delightful fragrance of the young girl, her voice chimed in once more. Brother Cheng, do you have any secrets you're hiding from me? Du Cheng stiffened slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Indeed, it seems that women, regardless of age, possess an inherent curiosity towards secrets. Of course, under Xiao Wu's watchful gaze, Du Cheng nodded before speaking with an air of mystery. In truth, I'm a 10,000-year-old carrot spirit transformed into a human. Now that you know my secret, I can't let you leave this carriage today. Ha ha ha. Seeing the ferocious expression on Du Cheng's face, Xiao Wu burst into laughter. If Brother Cheng is a carrot, then I must be a rabbit, specifically here to nibble on Brother Cheng. With that, she playfully licked her lips. Yikes. Witnessing her actions, Du Cheng couldn't help but gasp. At such a young age, already displaying such charm, is this what they call innate allure? If that is the case, I hope you'll nibble elsewhere first. With a mischievous grin, Du Cheng teased Xiao Wu, but before she could respond, his expression turned serious. Xiao Wu, you must remember, some things should not be said lightly. Your secrets are only for you and me to know. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a radiant smile. Don't worry, Brother Cheng, my secret is known only to you. The bond between the host and Xiao Wu has reached 70. At 80, a top-tier lottery can be conducted. Feeling the embrace around him tighten, Du Cheng couldn't help but exclaim, I'm going to die. Xiao Wu is going to suffocate me. Brother Cheng, you're so annoying. Excuse me, but we have arrived at the Douluo forest. Just as Du Cheng and Xiao Wu were playfully bantering, the driver's voice called out from outside. You may disembark here. Thank you, sir. Upon realizing they could finally leave the carriage, Du Cheng let out a sigh of relief. The journey had been quite taxing on his backside. Jumping down from the carriage with Xiao Wu, Du Cheng placed 2 silver coins into the driver's hand. If it's not too much trouble, sir, could you wait for us here? We'll ride back with you. Absolutely. As soon as Du Cheng finished speaking, the driver quickly patted his chest. Young man, rest assured, I will wait right here for you. In that case, thank you very much. TSK. Watching Du Cheng and Xiao Wu leave, the driver couldn't help but envy them. The life of a wealthy young master is truly blissful, to facilitate everyone in tracking the progress of the bond value. The author has slightly adjusted the system's display format for a clearer view. Lastly, I humbly request your support. Please show your love with collections, votes, and comments. Chapter 16. The Douluo Forest. Unbeknownst to Cheng and Xiao Wu, their attention was captivated by the surroundings at that moment. They were in search of a team of soul masters above level 15, specifically those possessing ranged attack capabilities, while also seeking a healer with no requirements for combat strength. A stout individual, loudly proclaiming his services while holding a sign, caught Cheng's eye. Curiosity flickered across his face as he inquired, "Good sir, do you truly charge only 1 gold soul coin?" Indeed, the rotund soul master beamed upon noticing interest in his business. "For just 1 gold soul coin. There is no one more affordable than I in this vicinity." However, after patting his chest to reassure Cheng, a hint of awkwardness crossed his features. "Young master, you may have to endure my martial soul." "Martial soul?" Cheng's curiosity deepened at the stout man's expression. "Do enlighten me." "My martial soul is a yellow weasel, and my first soul skill releases a foul stench that brings tears to my opponent's eyes." Before Cheng could respond, the stout master hastily continued his self-promotion. "Though it may sound unappealing, few soul beasts in the Douluo Forest can withstand my first soul skill." With that, he looked at Cheng with hopeful anticipation. "Young master, would you care to consider hiring me?" "No, thank you." Although the stout master's demeanor was sincere, Cheng decisively declined. Attacking with flatulence? That is nothing but a weakened version of a master. After rejecting the stout soul master, Cheng led Xiao Wu towards the entrance of the Douluo Forest. There were 2 methods to enter: possessing a letter of introduction from the spirit hall, or a noble, or purchasing a permit. For Cheng, the latter was undoubtedly more suitable. Once inside, unless faced with danger, they could only hunt soul beasts that would be of benefit to them. Handing Cheng the entry permit, the guard issued a warning. Excessive slaughter will result in fines if discovered. Compared to other forests, Douluo Forest resembled a hunting ground of the Tiando Empire. Such forests existed throughout the Tiando Empire, providing low-level soul masters with a means to acquire soul rings while simultaneously generating income for the empire. Hence, indiscriminate killing of soul beasts within Douluo Forest was strictly prohibited. "Thank you for the reminder." Cheng bowed slightly to the guard before stepping into the Douluo Forest with Xiao Wu. "Brother Cheng, what kind of soul ring do you intend to obtain?" As they entered, Xiao Wu eagerly inquired. Being a transformed soul beast, she was well-versed in the living conditions of soul beasts. As long as Cheng expressed his requirements, she could assist in locating suitable soul beasts. Many novels suggest that because Xiao Wu is a soul beast, she must dislike witnessing the death of her kin, but this notion is misleading. For soul beasts, survival of the fittest is the fundamental law of nature. Not to mention, given the size of Deming and Erming, how many soul beasts would they consume in a single meal? As long as no harm came to the soul beasts close to Xiao Wu, the rest were inconsequential. Just as now, Xiao Wu had proactively offered to assist Cheng in hunting soul beasts. "I'll let you in on a secret." Lowering his voice conspiratorially, Cheng focused on Xiao Wu. "I have already acquired my first soul ring. I merely wish to take a leisurely stroll." "Really?" Xiao Wu gasped, momentarily taken aback. Before exclaiming, "Then I shall share a secret with Brother Cheng as well." Leaning closer, she whispered, "I have also obtained my first soul ring." With a triumphant fist pump, she added, "When we return, if that ugly third party dares to act arrogantly, I shall teach him a lesson on your behalf." Before Cheng could respond, a ferocious roar echoed nearby. "What an ugly cat!" Both Cheng and Xiao Wu exclaimed simultaneously, watching as a gray soul beast pursued a girl clad in black leather. Perhaps drawn by their voices, the girl turned her gaze toward them. "Run!" she shouted, her voice laced with urgency. "That is a 400-year-old soul beast, the 3-tailed cat. You cannot handle it." With that she pivoted, seemingly intent on confronting the 3-tailed cat herself. "You must leave quickly." Frustration surged within Cheng as she observed the two standing there foolishly. Since escaping the Douluo Empire, she had embarked on a journey of training and aimless wandering. Entering the Douluo Forest was intended to help her acquire her first soul ring, but unexpectedly, she found herself ambushed by the 3-tailed cat and forced to flee. Normally, reaching the outskirts would allow her to evade danger, yet Cheng could not bear the thought of Cheng and Xiao Wu perishing because of her. After urging them once more to flee, Cheng charged at the 3-tailed cat, contemplating that perhaps dying would be less burdensome than living. With a resounding crash, Cheng braced for the anticipated pain, but instead, she found herself cradled in the boy's arms, having narrowly escaped the 3-tailed cat's attack. Did no one tell you that you should not close your eyes in the face of danger? Du Cheng set her down gently. Zhu Shiqing began. But Du Cheng interrupted. Let me deal with this ugly creature first. Perhaps due to spending time with Xiao Wu. Du Cheng found himself developing a tendency to protect the fairer sex. With a furious glare, the three-tailed cat lunged at Du Cheng, enraged by the perceived theft of its prey. Be careful, Zhu Shiqing warned, her expression tense. The three-tailed cat is incredibly swift. You must be, her words were abruptly cut short as a flash of purple light caught her eye. A faint yellow object suddenly appeared in the boy's hand. And with a swift motion, the three-tailed cat was sent flying backward. This boy seems to possess more strength than I initially anticipated. Chapter 17. Rescuing Zhu Shiqing roar. With a swift roll, the three-tailed cat sprang to its feet, its eyes gleaming with seriousness. This biped was considerably stronger than the previous one. Yet, as the roar erupted from its mouth, the three-tailed cat's figure suddenly grew faint, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared behind Du Cheng. Its sharp claws shot forth, aiming heavily at the back of Du Cheng's head. If the strike connected, it could surely tear this biped apart. Before the thought could fully form, the three-tailed cat's pupils dilated in an instant. In its line of sight, a familiar hefty stick came crashing down. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as the three-tailed cat was once again forcefully slammed to the ground. Unlike before, this time it struggled several times but was utterly unable to rise. Fool! Casting a glance at the fallen three-tailed cat, Du Cheng couldn't help but mock. Did your mother not teach you not to shout out your moves? Meow. Given the three-tailed cat's strength, it certainly could not comprehend Du Cheng's words. It merely emitted a wail due to its shattered bones. During the earlier battle, Du Cheng had utilized his first soul skill in the Wulo Badwazang, and the results had exceeded his expectations. That beautiful girl. Turning to the leather-clad girl beside him, Du Cheng let out a light whistle. This creature still has a breath left. Would you like to take this soul ring that's just been delivered to you? Hearing Du Cheng's tone, Zhu Shiqing was momentarily taken aback. Since leaving the Star Luo Empire, she had encountered many with flippant words. However, for some reason, when the young man before her whistled, she felt no dissatisfaction. If you don't act soon, this fellow won't hold on much longer. Thank you. Paying little heed to her thoughts, Zhu Shiqing knew that the three-tailed cat was highly compatible with her martial soul. Missing this opportunity would be a grave loss. Enduring the pain coursing through her body, she approached the fallen three-tailed cat, drawing a short dagger that swiftly pierced its throat. In the moment of its demise, a yellow soul ring floated from its corpse, and Zhu Shiqing wasted no time in sitting cross-legged to absorb it. Typically, soul masters require protection while absorbing soul rings, or at the very least, a relatively safe location. Zhu Shiqing's actions clearly demonstrated her trust in Du Cheng and Xiao Wu. As Zhu Shiqing absorbed the soul ring, Du Cheng's gaze remained fixed upon her. So this is how one absorbs a soul ring. It appears rather unremarkable. A mere 400-year soul ring posed no challenge for Zhu Shiqing. Within just a few minutes, she opened her eyes again, rising from the ground. Zhu Shiqing turned to Du Cheng and said, "My name is Zhu Shiqing. Thank you for saving me. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Zhu Shiqing has reached 10, granting you a basic lottery opportunity. Detected the host has opened a second bond. Reward, 1 top-tier lottery opportunity. Zhu Shiqing." Ignoring the sudden system notification, Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Zhu Shiqing. To be recognized by the system, could she possibly be that individual? According to the original story, Zhu Shiqing was the youngest among the 7 monsters, yet the girl before him appeared to be at least 11 or 12 years old. Moreover, why was Zhu Shiqing present in the Douluo forest? In an instant, Du Cheng dismissed all his doubts. He had traversed through worlds, and clinging to the original story was foolish. Furthermore, in a certain sense, she could indeed be considered a legendary cat girl. Brother Cheng, what are you looking at? As Du Cheng pondered, a voice filled with annoyance interrupted him. It was Xiao Wu's sister Zhu. Why aren't you getting dressed quickly? His Xiao Wu's comment, rather than helping, made Du Cheng involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Although he had dodged many of the three-tailed cat's attacks, he had also been caught several times. As was evident now, there were several tears in Zhu Shiqing's black leather outfit. Through a palm-sized tear at her waist, he glimpsed her fair skin, prompting him to glance at his right hand. No wonder it felt so soft and springy just a moment ago. Zhu Shiqing, of course, noticed this too. With a clear voice tinged with embarrassment, she exclaimed, "Turn around quickly." Her face flushed red, as her unique upbringing had made her more aware of such matters than Xiao Wu could fathom. The thought of having been held in Du Cheng's arms and now being seen so exposed made her glare fiercely at him. Your bond with Zhu Shiqing has reached 15. At 30, you may conduct an intermediate lottery. Examining Zhu Zhuqing's expression and recalling the system notification in his mind, Du Qing couldn't help but smirk. So this little cat girl is a bit of a tsundere, huh? Despite his teasing, Du Qing had no intention of staring at the young girl indefinitely. If you have other clothes, hurry and change. I honestly didn't see anything. As he spoke, he quickly turned away, simultaneously issuing a mental command. System, commence the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have participated in a top-tier lottery and received a level 99 Extreme Douluo summon card for 10 minutes and 1,000 gold soul coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have participated in a basic lottery and received level 3 soul power. As the system's voice faded, Du Cheng understood the utility of the items obtained from this lottery. The gold soul coins were self-explanatory. After absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, his soul power had risen to level 15, and he was now an 18th level soul master. As for the level 99 title Douluo summon card, though its effect lasted only 10 minutes, it remained immensely beneficial to Du Cheng. With the conflict between Tang San and Du Cheng escalating, one could only wonder whether Tang Hao, lurking in the shadows, would intervene. Forget about the notion of might makes right or the dignity of a title Douluo. In the original narrative, hadn't that character given Xiao Wu a good thrashing? In essence, the Tang family was a classic case of double standards, and one could only assume the worst of them. However, with the summon card in hand, Du Cheng felt invigorated. If Tang Hao dared to create trouble, he would show him the might of a level 99 Extreme Douluo. You can turn around now. As Du Cheng's thoughts whirled, Zhu Zhuqing's voice broke through again. Turning back, Du Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. She was breathtaking. The black leather clung to her form, and her head sported 2 protrusions resembling cat ears. If Xiao Wu exuded a charming innocence, Zhu Zhuqing emanated an aura of cool elegance and mystery, especially as her icy demeanor blushed under Du Cheng's gaze. She radiated an allure that was simply captivating. Glancing at the bond value of 15 between himself and Zhu Zhuqing, Du Cheng couldn't help but let out a frustrated roar. Damn system. You truly understand me. Brother Cheng, you mustn't keep staring at Sister Zhu. Chapter 18. Golden partner Xiao Wu. A sudden cough escaped from Du Cheng as he heard Xiao Wu's voice. This girl certainly knows how to create unexpected moments. However, her words alleviated the slightly awkward atmosphere that had lingered between Du Cheng and Zhu Zhuqing. My name is Du Cheng, and I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope Miss Zhu will not take it to heart. As he spoke, Du Cheng offered Zhu Zhuqing an apologetic smile. After all, it is indeed rather impolite to stare at someone you have just met. Brother Du need not be concerned. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head. Without you, I might have fallen prey to the claws of the 3-tailed cat long ago. There is no need to speak of offense. If you do not mind, you may simply call me Zhuqing. Then I shall not be polite. Du Cheng replied without hesitation. You may call me Chenggu just like Xiao Wu does. I understand. Chenggu. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she uttered the last 3 words. The bond between the host and Zhu Zhuqing has reached 15. A mid-level lottery can be conducted at 30. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, a faint smile graced Du Cheng's lips. Although Zhu Zhuqing possessed a temperament entirely distinct from Xiao Wu's, they shared a common trait, an admiration for strength. However, while Xiao Wu's admiration was innate, Zhu Zhuqing's was cultivated through her experiences. As the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing had been betrothed to Dai Mubai, the 3rd prince, since birth. Unfortunately, in a bid to escape competition from his brother Davis, Dai Mubai abandoned Zhu Zhuqing and fled the Star Luo Empire. Since that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had developed a profound yearning for strength. She wished for not only her own power, but also for a husband of considerable might. At the very least, she did not want to end up with someone who had fled the empire like a coward. From the current circumstances, Du Cheng evidently fulfilled Zhu Zhuqing's criteria perfectly. He was youthful, handsome, and possessed formidable strength. He had effortlessly dealt with the 400-year-old 3-tailed cat. Had she not overlooked Du Cheng's soul ring, she might have mistaken him for a soul master of considerable prowess. As her gaze drifted from Du Cheng and Xiao Wu, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Why had she not encountered such an exceptional person sooner? Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuqing, Du Cheng remained oblivious to her thoughts. However, since they had crossed paths, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Fixing his gaze upon Zhu Zhuqing, Du Cheng inquired, having acquired your first soul rings, what are your plans next? Zhu Zhuqing paused, a hint of despondency washing over her face. I'm not certain. I escaped from home, and I might be pursued by my sister, so I can only take it one step at a time, perhaps due to a budding sense of camaraderie. Zhu Zhuqing found herself revealing her predicament. Pursued by your sister? Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. Do your parents not care? At the mention of her parents, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes dimmed. They may have loved me enough to bring me into this world, but the traditions of our family have been upheld for generations. How could they possibly change for one or two individuals? What Zhu Zhuqing did not realize was that her melancholic expression was interpreted differently by Xiao Wu. To Xiao Wu, it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had endured unfair treatment, perhaps even rejection from her own parents. This thought evoked memories of her own mother's sacrifice to protect her. And Xiao Wu's compassion for Zhu Zhuqing surged to an all-time high. Do not be sad, Sister Zhu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, pulling Zhu Zhuqing into a comforting embrace. Even if they do not cherish you, there will surely be many who will. Just like. Her gaze swept the room, landing on the only other person present. Cheng, do you like Sister Zhu? Du Cheng could not suppress a smile at Xiao Wu's words. It was undeniable that she was quite the cheerleader. While he understood that Xiao Wu merely wished to comfort Zhu Zhuqing, he nodded earnestly. Zhu Qing is exceptionally beautiful. I liked her the moment I laid eyes on her. Indeed. Such honesty. At this moment, any notions of fate or feelings seemed trivial, for Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor was certainly not as naive as Xiao Wu's. Du Cheng's words proved to be entirely accurate, as Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to one of evident fluster. He likes me. He actually likes me. The compliment about her beauty was quickly disregarded by Zhu Zhuqing, who thought, is being beautiful not a trait and advantage I can acknowledge? Thank you, Sister Zhu. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not come along with us? Xiao Wu's affection for the beautiful and tragic sister had already reached its zenith. As Zhu Zhuqing's words faded, Xiao Wu eagerly extended an invitation. Sister Zhu is so beautiful. If I could have both her and Cheng by my side, it would be pure bliss. You would be willing to take me with you? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to Du Cheng. She knew he was the one who could truly make decisions among them. Of course, Du Cheng quickly affirmed. Xiao Wu and I are both students at Notting Academy. If Zhu Qing is willing, you could join us as a roommate. Had the situation allowed, Du Cheng would have embraced Xiao Wu and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. Now that is what I call support. Without Xiao Wu's intervention, he might have struggled to find a way to invite Zhu Zhuqing to stay. I would love to. Zhu Zhuqing's eager response escaped her lips, causing her cheeks to flush. In fact, I was hoping to attend Notting Academy as well. With a hint of trepidation, she added, I merely wish to understand the educational standards of the Heaven Do Empire. It has nothing to do with Du Cheng. That is splendid. Du Cheng had started to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's proud nature, so upon hearing her words, he nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Wu and I would be delighted to have Zhu Qing as our roommate. Chapter 19. I, Tang San, shall rise. I am also quite delighted. Observing the equally cheerful expression on Xiao Wu's face, Zhu Zhuqing silently reassured herself. Perhaps they truly are just siblings? How wonderful. I shall gain another friend. Grasping Zhu Zhuqing's arm, Xiao Wu reminded her, Sister Zhu, once we return to Notting Academy, you must be cautious of a fellow named Tang San. What? Is there such a person? Not only that, he is petty and lewd. Such a person is utterly repugnant. It must be said that the bond of friendship between women is indeed peculiar, merely by disparaging Tang San. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had seemingly become inseparable confidants. Du Cheng, of course, relished this development. One charming and innocent, the other cool and proud. What a delightful contrast. Zhuqing still bore wounds. Let us return to the academy first, Du Cheng suggested, glancing at the two women. Once we are back, you may chat as long as you wish. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, her cheeks aflame. Handsome, strong, considerate. When she recalled the Tang San described by Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but wonder, why is there such a vast disparity among men living under the same sky? Leading Zhu Zhuqing out of the Douluo forest, Du Cheng and Xiao Wu soon found the coachman still waiting at the spot. Oh, the coachman was momentarily startled upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing beside Du Cheng, only to reveal a smile brimming with envy. Young master, you are back so soon? Having concluded the matter, of course, I must return. Nodding, Du Cheng tossed a gold soul coin into the coachman's hand. I appreciate your assistance. Please ensure the carriage is a bit steadier on the way back. Rest assured, young master. Carefully wiping the gold coin and stowing it away, the coachman's face creased with additional lines. In all of Notting City, no one understands driving better than I, the old coachman. Perhaps due to the influence of the gold coin, the return journey was indeed much smoother than the outbound trip. The only pity was that, due to Zhu Zhuqing's presence, Xiao Wu's demeanor had noticeably tempered, which somewhat extinguished a certain someone's mischievous spirit. This is the 7th dormitory. After spending 10 gold soul coins, Zhu Zhuqing's enrollment process was completed in under a minute. Accompanying Zhu Zhuqing to the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu pushed open the door while introducing her. From today on, you shall sleep. However, mid-sentence, Xiao Wu's expression suddenly froze, for the gazes directed at her were rather intimidating. Brother Cheng, Sister Xiao Wu, you have finally returned. Xiao Wu might have been momentarily stunned, but the others in the room were not. In an instant, Wang Sheng rushed over, brimming with excitement. Brother Cheng, Tang San, you have finally returned. Before Wang Sheng could finish, Tang San, who had previously been seated nearby, approached Du Cheng. I have successfully acquired my first soul ring and become a soul master. Oh. Nodding nonchalantly, Du Cheng feigned indifference. Isn't every soul master the same? You. I wish to challenge you. After enduring prolonged humiliation, Tang San, eager to unleash his frustrations, was nearly rendered unconscious by Du Cheng's lackadaisical response. I, Tang San, have never been inferior to anyone. How can you treat me with such disdain? If I win, not only must you apologize, but Xiao Wu must also follow me from this day forth, and his gaze landing on Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside Xiao Wu, Tang San couldn't help but brighten up. And her. As he spoke, jealousy surged within Tang San. Why? Why does this wretched fellow have yet another beautiful girl by his side? But in a fleeting moment, Tang San regained his composure. I have become a first-ring soul master. You, Du Cheng, shall undoubtedly serve as my stepping stone, and they shall all belong to me. A challenge is agreeable. Observing Tang San's arrogant demeanor, Du Cheng nodded slightly. However, whether Xiao Wu and Zhuqing accompany you is not within my purview. Pausing, Du Cheng continued. They possess their own freedom and consciousness. They are not mere commodities for exchange. All along, Du Cheng had considered himself a person of considerable principles, despite harboring a spirit of mischief. He maintained the utmost respect for both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as for others he might encounter in the future. This, of course, was beyond Tang San's comprehension, who hailed from an era of male superiority. Just 2 women, what is there to? 1,000 gold soul coins. Noticing Tang San attempt to speak again, Du Cheng interrupted him directly. Should you emerge victorious, I can bestow upon you 1,000 gold soul coins, but if you lose. Pausing, Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Tang San's fingers. That ring shall belong to me. Gulp. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San could not help but swallow hard. Having grown up in Holy Soul Village, where even meals were scarce, he had never encountered such a staggering sum. I accept. While Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were indeed tempting compared to such wealth, Tang San resolutely chose the latter. I shall prevail. Only a fool would continue to favor a loser. Moreover, is it not true that Du Cheng is adored solely for his riches? If I were to amass wealth. As for the moonlit star tower in my possession, Tang San hardly gave it a second thought. Why ponder the cost of failure in a matter destined for victory? Let us proceed. We shall compete outside. Imagining all that awaited him should he triumph, Tang San's heart swelled with exhilaration. I, Tang San, shall rise. Certainly. Eager to acquire a spatial soul-guiding device while showcasing his prowess, Du Cheng would not decline such an opportunity. Following Tang San, he could not resist asking, May I inquire about something? Ask away. Casting a sidelong glance at Du Cheng, Tang San's eyes flashed with disdain. He presumed this fellow was merely regretting his challenge and sought to gauge his strength. Unbeknownst to Tang San, after his words, an odd smile crept onto Du Cheng's face. Hunting soul rings in the soul-hunting forest must not be an easy endeavor, I presume? One wonders if your master is lacking in strength. Could he have sustained injuries therein? Should he be injured, as his disciple? Should you not be attending to him? That is not your concern. Chapter 20. Du Cheng, my carrot is thick and large. As the words left his mouth, Tang San's gaze involuntarily flickered. Although Du Cheng's conjecture was merely a guess, it was indeed true that the master had sustained injuries while assisting him in acquiring soul rings. Nevertheless, fueled by the hatred within him, he chose to seek out Du Cheng the moment he returned. Defeating you will be the finest consolation I can offer to my teacher. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, the faces of those present revealed unmasked disdain. With this statement, Du Cheng's earlier speculation was solidified. He was truly a devoted disciple who cared little for the well-being of his injured teacher. Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Tang San's expression darkened. In that instant, he realized his blunder. Yet, the incident had transpired, and it was impossible to retract his words. Thus, he could only channel his fury towards Du Cheng. Despicable. He admonished Du Cheng before continuing. Have you recognized your own weakness, leading you to resort to such tactics to disrupt me? However, I shall personally impart a lesson to you. With a hint of a cold smile on his face, Tang San remarked, in the presence of absolute strength. Any schemes will appear utterly ludicrous. I look forward to your performance. In stark contrast to Tang San's arrogance, Du Cheng remained remarkably composed. If victory could be achieved through mere words and shouts, then donkeys would have long since ruled the world. Dealing with someone like Tang San required nothing more than to pin him down and rub his face in the ground. Any further words would be superfluous. This will do. As the sole Master Academy in Nodding City, even as a primary institution, its grounds were still quite expansive. While Du Cheng internally criticized the situation, Tang San had already located a suitable area. Pointing to a nearby patch of grass, Tang San looked at Du Cheng with pride. Before the competition begins, you still have time to admit defeat. Not a chance. As soon as Tang San's words left his lips, Du Cheng quickly shook his head. I thrive on competition. How could I possibly concede? Then, just as he was about to finish his sentence, Tang San suddenly leaped backward. Simultaneously, two vines erupted from the ground behind Du Cheng, seeking to ensnare him. Having learned from his previous defeat, Tang San had clearly recognized the disparity in close combat between himself and Du Cheng. For this reason, he devised an entirely different strategy this time. Grasping several flying daggers firmly in his hand, a purple hue glimmered in Tang San's eyes. Once Du Cheng was ensnared by the vines, he would unleash a torrential barrage of attacks upon him. How despicable! Compared to Xiao Wu and the others, Zhu Qing was witnessing Tang San's behavior for the first time. Had she not been held back by Xiao Wu, she might have rushed in to assist Du Cheng the instant he was ambushed. Sister Zhu. There is no need to worry. Responding to Zhu Qing's bewildered expression, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably calm. Brother Cheng is immensely powerful. Such petty tricks cannot defeat him. As Xiao Wu spoke, Du Cheng, who had remained stationary, sprang into action. While he found Tang San rather irritating, he appreciated the earlier statement. Dodging the vine that lunged at him from behind, Du Cheng produced a seemingly ordinary carrot, that is to say, in the face of absolute strength. So-called schemes truly appear ridiculous. As the words left his lips, Du Cheng aimed the tip of the carrot at Tang San. His soul power surged explosively, and he shouted, Come, taste my formidable carrot. In an instant, as if he had consumed an immense quantity of potent essence, the carrot in Du Cheng's hand had magnified several hundred times. Surely you don't think that I, Du Cheng, can only employ close combat techniques? At this moment, Tang San lacked the strength to respond to Du Cheng's taunt. A gagging. He knelt on the ground, feeling as if he had just witnessed a ghostly apparition. It was crucial to note that when Du Cheng unleashed his first soul skill, the hardness and size of the carrot were directly correlated to his soul power. Caught unawares and struck in the abdomen, if not for his years of martial training, Tang San would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness. However, what truly dealt a blow to Tang San was something else entirely. Purple. Fixating his gaze on Du Cheng, Tang San was filled with astonishment. Purple? How could it possibly be purple? In truth, it wasn't just Tang San. Even the onlookers, including Wang Xing, were equally astonished. Slap. The sound of a crisp slap echoed, as a thin boy couldn't help but express his grievance. Boss Wang, why did you hit me? If I don't hit you, how will I know if I'm dreaming? Wang Xing retorted with a serious demeanor. And call me Xing Ge. Only Brother Cheng can be the leader of the seventh dorm. As he spoke, Wang Xing gazed at Du Cheng with fervor. 1,000-year soul ring. This is undeniably a 1,000-year soul ring. Though he had yet to acquire his first soul ring, Wang Sheng and the others possessed a grasp of fundamental knowledge regarding soul masters. Typically, most soul masters would possess a white 10-year soul ring as their first, with only a select few gifted individuals able to absorb a yellow 100-year soul ring. As for a 1,000-year ring, such a thing had scarcely appeared even in the legendary tales of Douluo continent. Had he not retained some semblance of rationality, Wang Sheng would have likely knelt before Du Cheng in worship. Such a robust thigh? It may take dozens of lifetimes to encounter something like this again. Furthermore, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing regarded Du Cheng with admiration, as expected of Brother Cheng, truly capable of astounding others at any moment. Unbeknownst to Du Cheng, he was oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd. Hearing Tang San's muttering, Du Cheng displayed a hint of disdain. Is it merely a 1,000-year soul ring? Look at you. Acting as if you've never seen one before. By the way, since you've lost, this ring now belongs to me. As he spoke, Du Cheng directly yanked the ring off Tang San's hand. Thank you for the generous gift, Boss Tang. When you wish to compete again, do remember to bring along more treasures. As his soul power penetrated the ring, Cheng immediately glimpsed a dim gray space. Indeed, it was a soul-guiding device. Within the roughly 8 cubic meters of space lay a heap of iron ingots and several silver soul coins. Chapter 21. Tang San's inquiry. Cheng merely glanced at these items before deciding to take them all. After all, the wager specified the bracelet, and in a sense, the contents within the bracelet are part of it. Furthermore, without the soul guide, it would be inconvenient for Tang San to carry so many things. So let this be a moment where I, Cheng, act generously. Tang San did not pay too much attention to Cheng's actions. In truth, he was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With a furious roar, Tang San disregarded his injuries and scrambled to his feet. My teacher has said that the highest age limit for a soul master's first soul ring can only reach 423 years. How can you possibly possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Teacher? Yes, teacher. In a daze, Tang San mumbled a few words before suddenly turning and sprinting in another direction. In this situation, I must consult my teacher. Brother Cheng, do you think something might happen to Tang San? Watching Tang San's departing figure, Zhu Zhuqing's face revealed a hint of concern. If he encounters trouble, could it cause you issues? It's fine. Knowing that Zhu Zhuqing was worried about him, Cheng smiled. That guy values his life more than you can imagine, and besides, let us not forget he is a good teacher, indeed. Hearing Cheng's words, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then glanced disdainfully in the direction Tang San had left. Being ugly and having a bad heart is one thing, but to have such poor endurance. How could someone like that be a roommate to Brother Cheng? All right, Tang San's situation is not our concern. Handing the bracelet to Zhu Zhuqing, Cheng's demeanor was extraordinarily calm. This is a spatial soul guide, and it is perfect for you to use. Zhu Zhuqing lacked a spatial soul guide, which Cheng had noticed when she tied 2 short daggers around her wrist in the Douluo forest. Upon reflection, this was quite normal. A pretty girl carrying a soul guide would, in the eyes of some, be a proverbial fat sheep. The bracelet Cheng offered caused Zhu Zhuqing to pause. With her knowledge, she certainly understood the value of a soul guide. Brother Cheng, this is a bit too precious. Casting a glance at Cheng, Zhu Zhuqing continued, why not give it to Xiao Wu instead? I already have one. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Xiao Wu had already eagerly showcased her bracelet. Sister Zhu, there is no need for such formality. This one was also given to me by Brother Cheng. Indeed. Nodding at Xiao Wu's words, Cheng affirmed, since you've called me Brother Cheng, I must certainly reciprocate. Besides, you and Xiao Wu hold the same place in my heart. Oh. As soon as Cheng's words escaped his lips, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled. If I hold the same place in his heart as Xiao Wu, does that mean? Her thoughts barely shifted, and her face began to flush. In the Douluo continent, it is quite normal for a powerful individual to have multiple wives. As Dai Mubai's fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing had been indoctrinated since childhood to accept the concept of sisters. Thus, after Cheng's declaration, she felt her heart racing. Thank you, Brother Cheng. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she expressed her gratitude, then donned the bracelet on her wrist. Brother Cheng, rest assured, I will cherish this bracelet dearly. Upon speaking, Zhu Zhuqing clumsily imitated Xiao Wu, grabbing Cheng's arm. Since we all share the same standing in your heart, surely I can do this too. Ding. The bond between the host and Zhu Zhuqing has reached 25. Reaching 30 allows for intermediate drawing. Ha ha ha, as long as you like it. Feeling a refreshing scent waft through his nostrils, Cheng couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Tang San. Thank you, Master. Without you, there would be no Cheng today. As his thoughts flowed, Cheng contemplated whether he should buy some fruits to visit the Master, considering Tang San's earlier behavior indicated that the Master was indeed injured. In reality, the Master's condition was even worse than Cheng imagined. As a soul master with little offensive power, the Master's strength fell significantly below that of his peers. During the expedition to the Douluo forest, the Master had forced himself to engage with the mysterious snake to showcase his prowess. However, he had inevitably succumbed to the snake's venom, and upon leaving the forest, he sustained further minor injuries due to his weakness. Consequently, upon returning to Notting Academy, the Master retreated to his room to recuperate. What troubled him most was that Tang San had vanished since their return. As a disciple, shouldn't he be attending to his teacher during such times? Bang! Just as the Master pondered this, the door was suddenly flung open from the outside. Teacher, it's Xiao San. Seeing Tang San rush in with an anxious expression, the Master was initially taken aback. Then a look of relief crossed his face. I'm fine. You need not worry so much. While speaking, the master offered a broad smile. I misunderstood this child. He really is. Teacher, did you not say that the maximum age limit for the first soul ring can only reach around 400 years? Ignoring the master's gradually bewildered expression, Tang San pressed on. Why can someone's first soul ring reach 1,000 years? What? This is impossible. As Tang San's words rang out, the master could not even pay heed to the excruciating pain coursing through his body, suddenly sitting up in shock. The master's face was filled with astonishment. The strength of the soul rings a soul master can bear is related to their physical form. To accommodate 1,000-year soul ring is certainly beyond what an ordinary 10th-level soul master can achieve. Though his abilities were modest, the master held great confidence in his knowledge. Fixing his gaze on Tang San, he continued, Xiao San, you haven't been misled by someone's nonsense, have you? Of course not. Hearing the master's words, disappointment flickered in Tang San's eyes. It seems this teacher is not as dependable as he appears. I witnessed the 1,000-year soul ring with my own eyes. It cannot possibly be a fabrication. Recalling how Du Cheng had easily knocked him down, Tang San's lips twitched. If it weren't for the 1,000-year soul ring, how could he have so effortlessly defeated me? Chapter 22. The Master. The physiques of individuals differ greatly. Without waiting for the master to inquire further, Tang San candidly recounted his experiences upon returning from the Douluo forest. Upon hearing that Tang San's first act upon his return was to seek vengeance against Du Cheng, a flicker of discontent crossed the master's eyes. However, his attention was soon captivated by Tang San's subsequent narrative. Are you saying that Du Cheng released only one soul ring? And it is purple? The master fixed his gaze upon Tang San, reiterating the information he had just received. Indeed, Tang San replied, his patience wearing thin after being questioned multiple times. Before the master could speak again, he pressed on with his inquiry. Master, did you not say that the first soul ring of an ordinary soul master can only be around 400 years old? Under normal circumstances, that is indeed the case. The master responded, sensing the underlying dissatisfaction in Tang San's tone. A wave of urgency washed over him. Tang San was his chosen candidate to restore his reputation. How could he allow such doubts to arise? As thoughts raced through his mind, the master quickly began to explain. However, there are no absolutes in this world, and the matter of soul rings does indeed have its exceptions. Exceptions? Tang San raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the master. Are you suggesting that there are individuals who can obtain soul rings beyond their age limit? Tang San's tone grew increasingly irate. If such methods exist, why did you not teach them to me sooner? Had I been able to attain 1,000-year soul ring, how could I have possibly lost to someone as trivial as Du Cheng? Correct, the master nodded calmly, seemingly undeterred by Tang San's displeasure. To my knowledge, there are two ways for a soul master to acquire a soul ring that exceeds the usual age limit. Pray tell, master. The first method involves the self-sacrifice of a soul beast, the master explained, his gaze steady on Tang San. If a soul beast willingly becomes your soul ring, theoretically, your first soul ring could reach 1,000,000 years. However, generally speaking, only soul beasts over 10,000 years possess the intelligence to make such a choice. And self-sacrifice entails the forfeiture of life. Rarely would a soul beast willingly undertake such an act. As for the second method, it involves the acquisition of spiritual herbs that can enhance one's physique. The reason soul masters struggle to absorb excessively powerful soul rings is due to their physical limitations. By the same token, possessing a sufficiently robust physique allows one to endure more formidable soul rings. With that, the master's gaze returned to Tang San. Given that Du Cheng can withstand 1,000-year soul ring, it is likely that he has consumed herbs that bolster physical strength. A grinding noise suddenly echoed throughout the room as Tang San's frustration erupted. Why? Why is this the case? He had lost count of how many times he had emitted such a roar, but his anger was palpable. Why should Du Cheng, who is no different from me, possess superior looks, wealth, and popularity among girls, and even consume herbs that enhance his physique? Master, am I to be forever overshadowed by Du Cheng? Absolutely not. The master responded, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it must be this way. The more inquiries you make, the more I can showcase my abilities. Over time, the master believed he would become a pillar of support for Tang San. Naturally, the master's primary concern was to help Tang San regain his confidence. Casting a glance at him, the master continued, even with spiritual herbs, their efficacy has its limits. In my estimation, by the time you reach the third soul ring, Du Cheng's physical advantages will vanish completely. Moreover, pausing to take a deep breath, the master smiled. Do not forget, You possess the innate advantage of full soul power and dual martial souls. In terms of both potential and the speed of soul power cultivation, Du Cheng cannot compare to you. If you diligently follow the training methods I have outlined, surpassing him will be a mere trifle. Thank you for your guidance, Master. As the Master's words concluded, Tang San bowed respectfully. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. Having learned the secret of Du Cheng's 1,000-year soul ring, Tang San had lessened his grievances towards the Master. After all, even with this knowledge, he still lacked the means to achieve it. It is of no consequence, the Master replied, a gentle smile illuminating his face. As your teacher, it is my duty to clarify your doubts, and as for rudeness, if the youth do not exhibit impulsiveness, should they wait until they reach my age to act so? In an effort to foster a closer relationship with Tang San, the Master even indulged in a light-hearted jest. Since Du Cheng has taken your bracelet, allow me to gift you this. Removing a green ring from his finger, he extended it toward Tang San. A trace of reluctance flickering in his eyes. This ring is called the Eye of the Green Dragon and boasts a storage capacity of 20 cubic meters. Henceforth, you shall. Thank you, Master. Before the Master could finish his sentence, Tang San's face lit up with delight. Rest assured, once I grow stronger, I will undoubtedly prove your theories correct to everyone. Having lost the Moonlit Star Tower to Du Cheng, he had worried about a decline in his strength. However, with this ring, his power would be restored. We are both teacher and student, so why must we stand on ceremony? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the Master felt his heartache diminish. This is merely an initial investment. Given Tang San's talents, the returns will come in due time. I feel somewhat fatigued. I shall need to rest for a while. Casting a glance at Tang San, the Master continued. Within the ring are my notes and some golden soul coins. For now, you may study the knowledge contained within. Rest assured, I will study diligently. Upon discovering the presence of golden soul coins within the ring, Tang San's smile grew even broader. Looking at it from another perspective, it seems I have not only avoided a loss but have gained a little something. Of course, such thoughts were not something Tang San would verbalize. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the Master, he departed with light steps. Du Cheng, I shall allow you to revel for a few more days. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Du Cheng was entirely unaware of his experiences. However, upon seeing Tang San return with a gleaming ring, a sense of admiration welled up within him. The Master truly is an inexhaustible source of wealth. Chapter 23. The woods behind the mountain. With a disdainful snort, Tang San directly responded to Du Cheng's gaze. Do not think that winning once makes you formidable. Next time, hold on. Du Cheng interrupted, flashing a broad smile with 2 fingers raised. You've lost twice already. As he observed Tang San's face darken. Turning away in anger, Du Cheng couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. What a pity. Why can't I possess a system that empowers me through conflict? Kid, if you wish to prevent any unfortunate incidents from befalling those 2 girls beside you, come meet me in the woods behind the mountain. Huh? Du Cheng was taken aback by the sudden voice echoing in his mind. Am I imagining things? Do not doubt it. The voice resounded once more. You need not inquire with anyone else, only you can hear me. Could it be him? Du Cheng's eyes narrowed as a suspicion began to form in his mind. Given the covert style and the recent events, it seemed likely that only one person matched this description. With this thought, Du Cheng turned towards the exit. If it truly was that individual, it was imperative to meet him, for he certainly did not wish to be targeted by a titled Douluo lurking in the shadows. Where are you going, Chenggu? Just stepping out for a bit. You and Zhu Qing stay here. Du Cheng waved at Xiao Wu with a broad smile. Do not worry. I shall return promptly. Oh, despite the darkening sky outside causing her some concern, Xiao Wu nodded obediently. Chenggu, please remember to come back early. Zhu Qing, though silent, fixated her gaze intently on Du Cheng. Undoubtedly, such actions stirred discontent in someone lying on the bed nearby, gnashing their teeth in frustration. Why? What gives him the right? Rest assured, it won't take long. Nodding once more, Du Cheng finally departed. Though the daylight had begun to fade, it did not significantly hinder Du Cheng's stride. Have you arrived? As soon as he reached the clearing in the woods behind the mountain, a voice rang out. At that moment, a figure materialized before Du Cheng. Your courage surpasses my expectations. As the man spoke, Du Cheng discerned his appearance, clad in a coarse long robe, with disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders. And upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Tang San. Indeed, it was Tang Hao. Thank you for the compliment, senior. With clarity dawning upon him, Du Cheng grinned widely. Might I inquire why you summoned me? You do not appear curious about my identity? Tang Hao's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he did not directly respond to Du Cheng's query. If you are inclined to share. I would be most eager to listen. Humph. Tang Hao scoffed, somewhat displeased with Du Qing's demeanor. Before me, who permits you to remain so composed? I am Tang Hao, also known as the Haotian Douluo, and his gaze fixed upon Du Qing. He continued, I am also Tang San's father. Oh, Du Qing nodded slowly, his expression remaining largely unchanged. In that case, should you not call Tang San to join us? With that, he cast a glance at Tang Hao. Could it be that the darkness has misled you into mistaking me for someone else? Kid, there is no need for such tricks in my presence. As soon as Du Qing's words left his mouth, a cold snicker escaped Tang Hao. Since Tang San's departure, he had been lurking in the shadows, quietly observing him. Initially, he felt quite pleased to see Tang San suffer at Du Qing's hands. As the saying goes, jade must be polished to become a gem. Although little Sam possesses exceptional talent, he lacks a superior whetstone, and undoubtedly, Du Qing is the perfect candidate for that role. However, after today, Tang Hao could no longer remain idle. It is not that simple. Compared to Tang San, this whetstone is rather too formidable. Thus, Tang Hao resolved to intervene personally and assist Tang San in resolving a dilemma. A strong individual must not only be honed, but also cultivate their own indomitable aura. I come with a singular purpose. His gaze locked onto Du Qing. Tang Hao declared, I require you to feign defeat against Tang San and subsequently submit to him. Additionally, you should relinquish those two young girls to him as well. Are you jesting, senior? Despite being well acquainted with Tang Hao's character, Du Qing could not suppress a scowl upon hearing his words. A titled Douluo resorting to lurking in the shadows to bully the younger generation and snatching girls for his son. He truly lives up to being the father of that scoundrel. Presumptuous. As Du Qing's words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from Tang Hao. I, a titled Douluo, would never joke with you. You merely fortuitously absorbed a certain elixir, allowing you to absorb 1,000-year spirit ring ahead of time. However, with your aptitude, you will eventually be surpassed by those true prodigies. His gaze remained derisive as it fell upon Du Qing. To accompany little San is an opportunity that many would covet. As a titled Douluo, Tang Hao had once possessed numerous followers. Thus, he understood well how to subdue others, to deal with proud individuals like Du Qing. One must thoroughly grind away their arrogance to cultivate a loyal servant. Of course, if Du Qing remained obstinate, he would have to endure some hardships. What if I refuse? Du Qing was unaware of Tang Hao's intentions. Nevertheless, he spoke without hesitation, utilizing a card from the system space. Refuse? Du Qing's action proved to be entirely astute. As soon as he voiced his defiance, a cold smile appeared on Tang Hao's face. In that case, I shall have no choice but to incapacitate you here. A black hammer adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his hand, and Tang Hao swung it heavily towards Du Qing. For Tang Hao, using a titled Douluo's might against a mere child posed no challenge. Only the strong possess the right to speak. The weak must accept everything meekly. Since Du Qing was unwilling to submit, he would be utterly destroyed here. As for Tang San's whetstone, another could be found. With a resounding crash, the Haotian hammer struck Du Qing with immense force, but in an instant, Tang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? Chapter 24. Behind Du Qing stands a woman was taken aback. The events unfolding were simply surreal. As a titled Douluo-level powerhouse, he possessed an exceptional grasp of his own strength. Yet, just moments ago, he distinctly sensed that as he approached Du Qing, the power of his Haotian hammer was entirely neutralized. Who dares to reveal themselves in such a manner? While speaking, released his soul power to probe the surroundings. Although it was merely a casual strike, to so easily counter it, one must at least be a soul Douluo-level expert. The presence of such an entity lurking in the shadows necessitated his utmost caution. A chilling laugh echoed nearby, causing his gaze to narrow. Under his watchful eyes, a striking figure adorned in a flowing white gown, with a purple hairpin nestled within her tresses, emerged from the void. I have revealed myself. I wonder what guidance the Haotian Douluo seeks. Yu's expression darkened as he regarded the woman before him. If you possess such formidable strength, why must you hide in the shadows? As he spoke, tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. Though they had yet to engage, he could already sense the woman's prowess, an ultimate Douluo, perhaps even rivaling the esteemed Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Even if I act, it is surely more dignified than the Haotian Douluo taking action against a soul master, is it not? The woman's gaze remained unwavering as it fell upon. Had I not appeared in time, my inept disciple might have been incapacitated by the Haotian Douluo. Indeed, this woman was the figure Du Qing had summoned using a summoning card. According to the system's prompt, Du Qing had actively established a master-disciple relationship upon summoning her. After all, Du Cheng had never been inferior to others. If Tang San could have a title Douluo for a father, it was only reasonable for him to have an ultimate Douluo as a mentor. In contrast, S demeanor was somewhat awkward, having bullied a junior only to be confronted by their formidable backing, and clearly not being their match. How should he respond? You have misunderstood. Having witnessed the strength of an ultimate Douluo, dared not entertain thoughts of defiance. He merely sought to resolve the misunderstanding between his disciple and the woman before him. I see. The cold woman nodded, a hint of understanding gracing her features. It is merely a misunderstanding. How could I trouble the Haotian Douluo to personally intervene? In my opinion, it would be better for me to handle it. Pausing for a moment, she continued, rest assured, Haotian Douluo, my greatest skill lies in resolving misunderstandings, and I guarantee that no trace will remain in your disciple's heart. Upon hearing her words, nearly choked on his own blood. If she truly intervened, not even Tang San would bear any trace, would he? To be frank, S selfishness rivaled that of Tang San. Even towards his own son, had initially been indifferent. If it were otherwise, given his strength and status, how difficult could it be for him to ensure Tang San lived a little better? The notion of fearing the spirit hall discovering their whereabouts, and thus endangering Tang San, was utterly absurd. The Douluo continent was vast, and the spirit hall had yet to reach a point where they could control everything. Moreover, as a peak 95th level Douluo, must he become a drunken blacksmith to conceal his identity? In truth, while Tang San was his son, viewed him more as a burden. It was only upon discovering that Tang San possessed dual martial souls that attitude shifted. His change of heart stemmed solely from the hope of vengeance that Tang San represented. Had Tang San been merely a useless soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul, would have begrudgingly agreed under the pressure of the woman before him, continuing to hide away, nursing his grievances and seeking revenge. However, such a scenario could not occur now. After all, Tang San embodied all of his hopes for retribution. You jest, Your Excellency. The discord between and Du Cheng is trivial and unworthy of your direct intervention. As he spoke, a hint of humiliation flickered in his eyes. How had he, who once dared to disregard even the spirit hall's authority with the Haotian hammer, fallen to the point of addressing someone as Your Excellency? Very well, everything is for safety. Having reached this juncture, could only offer himself this flimsy consolation. Unfortunately, S sentiments were destined to remain unshared by others. Does the Haotian Douluo jest with me? A potent aura enveloped, and the woman's expression darkened. Or do you believe my disciple can be bullied with impunity? As a summoned entity, her actions and words were somewhat influenced by Du Cheng's thoughts. How could Du Cheng, with his character, tolerate such indignities? Today, even if laid bare his soul, he would have to pay a price. Dared not defy her. With her words echoing, realized that this matter could not be dismissed lightly. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, he had a torrent of grievances he longed to express. Why did you not reveal sooner that you had an ultimate Douluo as your backing? Had you done so, I would not have behaved so arrogantly. This is indeed my fault. How might I earn your forgiveness, Your Excellency? He sought to apologize to Du Cheng and obtain his pardon. Ignoring almost contorted expression, the cold woman continued, and then receive my strike. This, apologizing to an 18th level soul master, was undoubtedly a profoundly humiliating endeavor for. Yet, upon encountering the eager glint in the woman's eyes, he swiftly nodded. Let us proceed as you suggest. A premonition surged within him. Should he refuse, this woman would certainly strike without hesitation. Having reached a decision, wasted no further time. He clasped his hands towards Du Cheng and spoke. I was rash earlier. If I have offended you in any way, I beseech you, young brother, to forgive me. As he spoke, a powerful soul bone, radiating an overwhelming aura, materialized in his grasp. This is a soul bone left behind by a 6,000-year-old titan after its demise. I wonder if it would please you, my young friend? A hint of uncontainable sorrow flickered in his eyes. He wished to offer something casually. But who could have foreseen that the standards of an ultimate Douluo's disciple would be so high? Chapter 25, Brother Cheng. I also wish to share your bed in Tang Hao's perspective. It was far better to shed a bit of blood than to invoke Du Cheng's displeasure by being evasive. Grateful to the Haotian Douluo, he proved his actions were entirely justified. As he reached out to grasp the soul bone, a broad smile spread across Du Cheng's face. Truly deserving of the Haotian crown, how do you feel at this moment? If it is unfavorable, might I trouble you to strike me a couple more times? That will not be necessary. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his lips, Tang Hao's smile was replaced by a frantic twitch at the corners of his mouth. One strike cost me a soul bone. I am not wealthy enough to afford such losses. Ignoring Du Cheng's regretful gaze, Tang Hao turned to the woman beside him. Now, please, Your Highness, proceed. With that, he swiftly circulated his soul power, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Even he dared not be careless when facing an ultimate Douluo. Very well. A flash of white light erupted, and the surrounding grass remained unscathed, yet Tang Hao fell to his knees with a thud. The precision of an ultimate Douluo's control over their power was indeed remarkable. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turned pale. Thank you for your restraint. Your Highness, I must recuperate from my injuries, so I shall take my leave. With a slight bow, Tang Hao vanished from the spot. Du Cheng paid little heed to his departure. After all, Du Cheng was known for his magnanimity. He had apologized, presented a gift, and even endured a strike. So it was only right to allow the man to leave. Yet, in truth, Du Cheng held a degree of apprehension towards Tang Hao. Although he possessed only level 95 strength, he wielded a devastating explosive skill. If he could not defeat him within 10 minutes, it would be Du Cheng who faced dire consequences. Given this, he might as well seize the opportunity to demand some benefits, ensuring that Tang Hao harbored a greater respect for him. However, after today's events, Du Cheng made a resolution. Starting from now, he would engage in reckless entanglements. If he could summon 3 or 4 ultimate Douluos, even if for just 10 minutes, he could leave Tang Hao on the brink of death. 7 minutes remaining. Assist me in merging the soul bone. Casting a glance at the time, Du Cheng issued a command to the woman beside him. Since she had already been summoned, it was essential to maximize her utility. Understood. The woman nodded in agreement, not refusing his request. Typically, the process of a soul master refining a soul bone required substantial time and soul power, but with an ultimate Douluo's boundless support, the situation was markedly different. With her assistance, the connection between Du Cheng and the soul bone intensified rapidly. Success. With the woman's announcement, Du Cheng comprehended the soul bone's function. First came the enhancement of soul power. Upon successful absorption, his soul power surged to level 20, and with the addition of a second soul ring, he could readily ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Next were the soul skills. This particular soul bone bestowed a skill named gravitational enhancement. By consuming soul power, Du Cheng could augment the weight of a target object, though this effect would not apply to himself. In simpler terms, as long as he possessed sufficient soul power, he could make a feather weigh as much as a mountain, yet the feather's weight would not burden him in the slightest. Feeling the newfound strength within him, even Du Cheng could not help but exclaim, to be summoned in the dead of night with gifts, the Tang family truly breeds benevolence. Having vented his thoughts, Du Cheng then turned towards the direction of the 7th dormitory. By the time the soul bone fusion was complete, the summoning period had expired. So he need not concern himself overly with the woman. Brother Cheng, where have you been? Upon returning to the 7th dormitory, Du Cheng sensed the worried gazes of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. I took a trip to the back mountain. Ruffling the hair of both girls, Du Cheng beamed. I encountered a kind soul who insisted on gifting me a magnificent treasure, hence my absence. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What kind of treasure did he give you, Brother Cheng? This treasure is truly remarkable. With a mischievous smile, Du Cheng feigned mystery. It can be both long and short, hard and soft. It is simply extraordinary. Isn't that just your carrot? Though merely a jest, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at Du Cheng's words. After all that, he gifted you such a trinket. That person is quite stingy. Indeed. Taken aback by Xiao Wu's comment, Du Cheng nodded seriously. Next time I encounter him, I shall ensure he presents something of greater value. As he spoke, Du Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhuqing, whose cheeks were flushed. It seemed that this girl was not only more developed than Xiao Wu but possessed other charms as well. That seems more like it. Unaware of Du Cheng's gaze, Xiao Wu was quite pleased with her brother's willingness to heed her suggestions. Since night has fallen, Brother Cheng, shall we retire for the evening? Indeed. Nodding, Du Cheng once again expressed his agreement with Xiao Wu. It is indeed time for rest. With that, he quickly climbed into bed, pulling the covers over himself. Unlike that fool Tang San, who squandered his developmental years on late-night training, it was no wonder he turned out so poorly, no doubt due to his late-night escapades. You too. As Du Cheng silently mocked, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just climbed into bed, could not help but voice her confusion. Are you both sleeping under the same covers? Observing Xiao Wu burrowing into Du Cheng's blanket, Zhu Zhuqing's expression was one of astonishment. Indeed, Xiao Wu readily answered Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry. I fear sleeping alone. so I must share a bed with Brother Cheng. Since you have no blanket, you may join us under mine. In contrast, Tang San, lying on the bed opposite, was far more agitated. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to suppress his laughter. Ha. Finally discovered. Hurry and get angry. In Tang San's view, Zhu Zhuqing would undoubtedly see through Du Cheng's facade and become furious or even heartbroken. At that moment, if he merely offered a few words of comfort while subtly showcasing his innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, he could seize the opportunity to win over a beauty. Such imaginings were delightful, yet the unfolding reality proved far more sobering. Brother Cheng, I also wish to sleep with you. Although her voice was soft due to shyness, Zhu Zhuqing's words resonated clearly in the silent dormitory. Upon hearing her declaration, Tang San nearly fainted from indignation. On what grounds? What is the meaning of this? Chapter 26. Brother Cheng, I adore your carrots. Why is it that? Despite being equally skilled soul masters residing in Dormitory 7, do Cheng enjoy such popularity? If it weren't for a modicum of rationality, Tang San would have leapt forth to interrogate Zhu Zhuqing. Why do you fixate on Du Cheng? Am I not deserving of attention as a genius with innate full soul power and dual spirit abilities? Unbeknownst to Tang San, Du Cheng and the others were blissfully unaware of his thoughts. With her head slightly bowed, Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, continued, in truth, I am timid as well. Which is why I have always feared sleeping alone, Brother Cheng. The great philosopher Wazkismer once remarked that when a cool girl begins to act coy, she becomes an invincible force. Just like now, when a pitiful expression graced Zhu Zhuqing's face. Even Du Cheng could not help but shudder. This girl must be some sort of enchanting sprite. Then you may join me, he sighed, reluctantly pulling back his blanket. I am inherently benevolent and cannot bear to see a young lady shiver in loneliness. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Now, let us rest early. As Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, Du Cheng stole a glance at Tang San in the distance. What is wrong with him? Grinding his teeth and fidgeting at this late hour? Du Cheng had little concern for whether Tang San harbored any hidden ailments at this moment. He felt a sense of helplessness. The blanket he had purchased was already quite small, accommodating two people comfortably, but it became rather cramped with Zhu Zhuqing joining them. Du Cheng lay in the middle, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing clung to him on either side. However, this arrangement led Du Cheng to experience two entirely different sensations under the blanket. As recognized goddesses by the system, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing possessed their unique charms. Setting aside their personality differences, in terms of physique, Xiao Wu was soft and elastic, exuding a delightful fragrance akin to peach blossoms. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's form was more toned and powerful, emanating a scent reminiscent of orchids. Whenever Xiao Wu made contact, she would playfully poke Du Cheng with her fingers or toes, whereas Zhu Zhuqing would stiffen slightly before pretending to be unfazed and continuing her actions. Caught between these two vastly different styles of affection, Du Cheng felt as though he had entered a realm of ice and fire. Just then, Xiao Wu's mischievous foot brushed against his abdomen. Turning to meet Xiao Wu's playful gaze, Du Cheng could not suppress his irritation. You little rascal, do you truly believe I, Du Cheng, am powerless against you? It is well known that avoiding loss has always been Du Cheng's modus operandi. With a glance at his side, he used his legs to clamp down on Xiao Wu's foot, which had not been swiftly withdrawn. Xiao Wu let out a soft gasp as she was unexpectedly captured. What happened? Zhu Zhuqing, who had been nervously observing, inquired. And nothing, Xiao Wu stammered, her face flushed from the warmth and pressure radiating from Du Cheng's thigh. I just bit my tongue, so there's no need for you to worry, Sister Zhu. As she spoke, Xiao Wu exerted herself in an attempt to escape Du Cheng's grasp. However, her strength was inherently less than his, and now that she was restrained, breaking free proved to be a challenge. As Xiao Wu's struggles intensified, Zhu Zhuqing finally noticed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity while Du Cheng and Xiao Wu were engaged in their playful tussle, she discreetly lifted the blanket to peer inside. A single glance turned Zhu Zhuqing's face beet red. What are these two doing? In mere moments, her expression shifted to one of discontent. You said you treated both Xiao Wu and me the same, so why are you behaving like this with her? It is widely understood that jealousy often leads one to act impulsively. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing, fueled by her emotions, not only took action, but did so with even greater recklessness than Xiao Wu. Du Cheng, initially reveling in his playful contest with Xiao Wu, suddenly stiffened. Drawing in a sharp breath, Brother Cheng, what is wrong? Xiao Wu, feeling her foot free, was momentarily startled before turning to Du Cheng, whose expression had grown peculiar. What happened? Did I accidentally hurt you? As her thoughts raced, Xiao Wu prepared to lift the blanket to inspect Du Cheng's injury, though she enjoyed playful antics. She certainly did not wish to harm him. No, it's nothing. He firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hands, his expression serious. I merely got poked by a carrot. It has been put away now. A carrot? Xiao Wu blinked, momentarily taken aback. Brother Cheng, why on earth do you sleep with a carrot? Isn't it because you love eating them? Du Cheng continued, striving to steady his shaking voice. If that is the case, I shall refrain from bringing them in the future. Absolutely not. Xiao Wu shook her head vehemently. As a rabbit, how could she possibly resist a carrot infused with Du Cheng's soul power? Her gaze locked onto Du Cheng, revealing her anxiousness. I adore Brother Cheng's carrots. You cannot stop bringing them. If you promise to behave and sleep soundly, I shall have carrots for you tomorrow. I promise to be good. To prove her sincerity, Xiao Wu promptly closed her eyes, appearing genuinely ready to sleep. With a sigh of relief at having navigated that encounter, Du Cheng turned to the source of his earlier discomposure, attempting to maintain a neutral expression. What of you? Are you not going to sleep? Had it not been for this girl catching him off guard, he would not have nearly exclaimed in surprise. I wish to sleep, Zhu Xing confessed. Her thoughts lingering on the sensation she had just experienced, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide. Yet, for some reason, when she met Du Cheng's eyes, her composure returned. But I also want to eat Brother Cheng's carrots. As she finished speaking, she even playfully licked her lips, emphasizing her intent. In summary, her approach was unabashedly tempting. One must concede that while Zhu Xing appeared aloof and proud, her actions conveyed a bold and daring spirit. Chapter 27. The swift defeat of Xiao Chenyu from Zhu Xing's current demeanor. Du Cheng did not believe that the carrot she desired was the same as the one sought by Xiao Wu. This little vixen, he muttered, shooting a glare at Zhu Xing. Tomorrow, I shall treat you and Xiao Wu to a meal. For now, hurry and sleep. Thank you, Brother Cheng, Zhu Xing replied. Sticking out her tongue playfully before hastily shutting her eyes, her cheeks flushed. A minute passed, then two, until the gentle sounds of snoring filled the air. Only then did Zhu Xing open her eyes again, her gaze landing on Du Cheng's face, prompting her to reflect on her earlier actions. Despite her seemingly bold behavior, she was acutely aware of her own nervousness. Had Du Cheng truly made a move, she might have cried out in surprise. Fortunately, the boy before her did not disappoint her. Ding. The bond between the host and Zhu Xing has reached 35. You can now conduct a high-level lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one chance for a mid-level lottery. Regrettably, Du Cheng had already succumbed to slumber and thus missed these two system notifications. The following morning, Du Chu was abruptly awakened by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Upon opening his eyes, even he could not suppress a grimace. Xiao Wu was sprawled across him in her signature bunny flying pose, her delicate feet nearly poking into his mouth. In contrast, Zhu Xing's position was more refined. She lay atop him like a koala, her legs entwined with one of his. It turned out that even the pleasure of sleeping beside two beautiful girls could come with its own set of challenges. Feeling the weight upon him, Du Cheng sighed. I suppose I shall bear this burden for my brothers. After all, my greatest trait is my willingness to help. As his thoughts swirled, he decided it was time to rouse the two girls. With one arm and half of his body pinned beneath them, he could only use his remaining arm. He gave Xiao Wu's slightly raised backside a couple of playful pats before calling out, Lazybones, it's time to get up and eat your carrots. Clearly, when it came to waking Xiao Wu, the mention of carrots was a guaranteed success. The moment Du Cheng's words left his lips, she sprang to her feet. Brother Cheng, don't rush me. I'll go wash up right away. Once Xiao Wu was awake, Zhu Xing was inevitably stirred as well. Casting a glance at Zhu Xing, whose eyes still held a daze, Du Cheng smirked mischievously. Still not washing up? Are you planning to sneak in some carrots while Xiao Wu is away? Humph. As soon as Du Cheng's words were spoken, Zhu Xing's face flushed with embarrassment, clearly aware that he did not consider the carrots to be anything innocent. I'm not that selfish. She shot back at him as she got out of bed and made her way outside. As good friends, I am willing to share carrots with Xiao Wu, provided she is interested. Vixen. Watching as Zhu Xing hurried away after her retort, Du Cheng couldn't help but feel that she had become much more carefree since last night. Although Zhu Xing's behavior was rather boisterous, Du Cheng remained level-headed. Allowing her and Xiao Wu to share carrots was a plan for the future, not an immediate action. Thus, their breakfast inevitably took place in the cafeteria on the second floor. However, to Du Cheng's surprise, upon reaching the second floor, he spotted Tang San's figure. Casting a glance at the pile of food on Tang San's table, Du Cheng shook his head. though I am unsure of the master's condition. Tang San appears to be in good spirits. Hey, are you Du Cheng? Before Du Cheng could finish his thoughts, a figure abruptly blocked his path. Who are you? He inquired, eyeing the boy with an air of arrogance, as if the words "I am quite impressive" were etched upon his forehead. I am Xiao Yu, the leader of Nodding Academy. After a brief pause, Xiao Yu continued, I have heard that your strength is formidable. And you aspire to become the new leader of Nodding Academy? Xiao Yu? Du Cheng's brow furrowed as he finally recalled the identity of the boy before him. If memory served correctly, he was the son of the Lord of Nodding City and had played a significant role as a stepping stone for Tang San in the original storyline. But why had this fellow approached him? Considering Xiao Yu's earlier remarks, Du Cheng's gaze shifted to Tang San, pondering if he was the one orchestrating this situation. However, Xiao Yu perceived Du Cheng's demeanor as a blatant disregard. Kid, what do you mean by this? His expression turned furious as he glared at Du Cheng. As the son of the Lord of Nodding City, he was accustomed to adulation and following, even within Nodding Academy. To be so completely ignored by someone like Du Cheng was a first in his life. Given that you are unaware of our strength disparity, I shall grant you an opportunity to apologize. A massive wolf spirit, adorned with a white soul ring, manifested behind Xiao Yu, his arrogance intensifying. However, if you wish for my forgiveness, you must. Shut up. Without waiting for Xiao Yu to finish his sentence, Du Cheng swiftly slapped him across the face. A fool being used by Tang San, and you dare to prattle on here? Thud. With the weight of gravity behind it, Xiao Yu stumbled as he attempted to evade, only to falter in the process. The resounding slap drew the attention of those nearby, as Xiao Yu was sent flying. The leader of Nodding Academy. Is this all he amounts to? With 60,000 years of soul bones and a soul power level of 20, even without employing soul skills, Xiao Yu was utterly dazed. Glancing at Xiao Yu's two lingering lackeys, Du Cheng could not help but advise, why don't you take that waste and leave? Yes, yes, without hesitation. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his lips, the two swiftly lifted Xiao Yu from the cafeteria and hurried away. As lackeys, their role was merely to flatter and cheer. Is this your only tactic? Ignoring the trio's departure, Du Cheng approached Tang San directly. If I am not mistaken, you were secretly observing the events here, were you not? What does this mean? Chapter 28. It matters not. Tang San will act. Fixing his gaze on Du Cheng, Tang San's face bore an expression of just the right amount of anger. Am I not merely here to enjoy a meal? Is there truly anything about this that could offend you? Setting aside the issue of offense, one must admit that when it comes to acting skills, Tang San is, in fact, inferior to some of the more prominent actors from his past life. Shaking his head, Du Cheng refrained from exposing him immediately. I simply wish to inquire about the identity of that individual from earlier. Do you happen to know? Of course. Despite not understanding why Du Cheng would pose such a question, Tang San swiftly nodded. Young Master Xiao is the son of the city lord. This is common knowledge among nearly everyone at Nodding Academy. You ought to consider a proper explanation for your actions if you have assaulted the city lord's son in plain sight. As he spoke, a palpable sense of glee shone through Tang San's demeanor. The city lord of Nodding City, named Xiao Kuang, is a formidable level 43 assault-type soul master. Most critically, Xiao Kuang is known for his overbearing and protective nature, particularly towards his only son, Xiao Yu. It is only due to this pampering that Xiao Yu feels emboldened enough to act so arrogantly. In Tang San's eyes, Du Cheng had indeed landed himself in quite the predicament. Should he mishandle the situation, losing his life would not be out of the question. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. However, with a slight smirk, Du Cheng cast a sympathetic glance at Tang San. There is one thing I would like to remind you of. In a similar situation, who do you think Xiao Yu will resent more? The one who caused his injury, or the one who prodded him into seeking revenge? With that statement, Du Cheng offered no opportunity for Tang San to respond and instead made his way towards the food stall with Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. If I were you, I would hasten to find the master. With his influence, you might still have a chance to salvage your situation. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San's expression shifted slightly before he abruptly rose and exited the cafeteria. Du Cheng's conjecture was indeed correct. The reason Xiao Yu would pursue trouble with him was due to Tang San's covert instigation. Xiao Yu, being arrogant and impulsive, would react rashly to even the slightest provocation. Typically, when faced with someone of Xiao Yu's formidable background, even those who might look down on him would choose to endure and avoid further conflict. Tang San's actions were intended to vex Du Cheng, but he had not anticipated the directness of Du Cheng's retaliation. Not only did he publicly thrash Xiao Yu, but he also laid bare the circumstances of his actions. In such a scenario, unless Xiao Yu was utterly foolish, he would undoubtedly deduce that Tang San was the true instigator. The thought of this filled Tang San with regret. Had he foreseen the outcome, he would have refrained from provoking this individual. Fool. Observing Tang San's departing figure, Du Qing let out a cold chuckle. Using others as a weapon is indeed a clever strategy. However, it is predicated on possessing the strength to wield such a weapon otherwise. The most likely outcome is that one becomes embroiled in the chaos themselves. Brother Cheng, do you truly believe there will be no repercussions? Compared to Du Cheng, Zhu Zhiqing appeared somewhat anxious. Though she had escaped the Zhu family, she was still well acquainted with the conduct of nobility. While the conflict arose from Tang San's covert manipulation, the fact remained that Du Cheng had indeed assaulted Xiao Yu. If Xiao Kuang chose to retaliate, it would not bode well for Du Cheng. Rest assured. Du Cheng gestured reassuringly towards Zhu Zhiqing. His face lit up with a wide smile. Unless unforeseen events occur, someone will undoubtedly assist us in resolving this predicament. Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback by Du Cheng's statement. Brother Cheng is referring to Tang. Precisely. Before Zhu Zhiqing could finish her thought, Du Cheng quickly nodded in affirmation. If he were in Tang San's position and events had unfolded to this point, he would certainly follow through with his original plan. In the worst-case scenario, once Xiao Kuang's retribution arrived, he would seek the Master's intervention to address the situation. While this approach would incur some costs, it would ultimately fulfill his initial objectives. However, Tang San had squandered a prime opportunity simply because of a few words from Du Cheng. As for whether Xiao Kuang would retaliate against Du Cheng after gaining the Master's assistance, the answer was absolutely not. As a noble, what do they value most? Their reputation. Should they unknowingly aid Tang San in achieving his goals, Xiao Kuang might only seek some benefits from the master and pretend that nothing had occurred. However, if he were to learn of Tang San's intentions beforehand, he would certainly refuse to assist him further. In simple terms, for Xiao Kuang, being passively exploited and being actively manipulated are two entirely different matters. Thus, Du Cheng's characterization of Tang San as a fool is entirely justified, weak in strength, petty in mind, lacking in character, and deficient in intelligence. Perhaps even the term simpleton fails to adequately describe him. Brother Cheng, you are so clever. Listening to Du Cheng's analysis, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with admiration. With her limited intellect, she could hardly fathom that Brother Cheng's mere remarks contained such profound implications. In contrast to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhiqing did not exhibit overt signs of excitement, yet she was regrettably laid bare by a certain system long ago. Ding. The bond between the host and Xiao Wu has reached 75. Upon reaching 80, a top-tier lottery will be available. Ding. The bond between the host and Zhu Zhiqing has reached 40. Upon reaching 50, a high-level lottery will be available. 40? Does that mean I can draw again? Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Du Cheng was momentarily stunned. Commence the draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully performing a mid-level draw. Receiving a reward, 1000-year soul ring, X1. A familiar sensation enveloped him, and Du Cheng's expression turned peculiar as his soul power surged to level 21. You mischievous system. You truly know how to stir things up. According to the information in his mind, Du Cheng quickly comprehended the function of his new soul ring. The diminutive carrot. By consuming soul power, Du Cheng can summon a special carrot. Upon consumption, it grants a 50 increase in speed for 10 minutes. An effect that scales with Du Cheng's strength. In terms of supportive capabilities, the utility of this soul skill is undeniably extraordinary, yet for some reason, Du Cheng had an inkling that it was rather frivolous. Brother Cheng, what is the matter with you? Chapter 29. The Master's scheme. As Du Cheng was lost in thought, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing also noticed his peculiar expression. Fixing their gaze upon Du Cheng, Xiao Wu directly inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Du Cheng replied, shaking his head as his expression gradually returned to normal. "I just suddenly realized that I need to buy a larger quilt today." Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing's faces instantly flushed crimson. This person is truly incorrigible, they thought in unison. With a shared glance, the two women simultaneously huffed coldly and turned away from Du Cheng, declaring, "Let us ignore him as a form of punishment. As for the duration, 3 minutes should suffice." In stark contrast to the playful banter among Du Cheng and his companions, the master felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. "So, you attempted to manipulate Xiao Yu to deal with Du Cheng, and now this has been exposed by Du Cheng himself?" Feeling the weight of his teacher's gaze, Tang San's expression stiffened. "Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. Very well. The master continued. Are you aware of where you went wrong? I should not have relied on others for revenge and correct. The master interrupted, his face darkening. Once you recognize an adversary, employing any means necessary is entirely justified. Your true error lies in seeking me out immediately after being exposed by Du Cheng. His words were merely conjecture. Had you shown enough resolve, you could have turned the tables and accused him of slandering you. Pausing for a moment, the master's tone took on a hint of exasperation. At that point, with proper maneuvering, I could have devised a way for the city lord to take action against him. Wait, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, should I return now? It's too late. The master quickly shook his head. What has transpired cannot be undone. From this day forth, it would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking Du Cheng. As he uttered these words, the master's emotions were somewhat conflicted. If it were any other disciple, one who had committed such a foolish act, they would certainly receive a stern reprimand from him. However, Tang San was an exception. The reasons were twofold. First, Tang San represented his greatest hope, and second, there was the matter of his identity. Casting a glance at Tang San, the master's gaze flickered slightly. Who would have thought that this seemingly talentless fellow, devoid of both intellect and charm, would be the son of the illustrious Hao Douluo? Indeed, the previous night, Tang Hao had already approached the master. Although the master was puzzled as to why Tang Hao concealed his face while revealing his identity, he was nonetheless certain that he had not been deceived. Tang Hao had two requests of the master: to educate Tang San well and to prevent any further conflicts between him and Du Cheng. The first request was understandable to the master. After years of operating within the Douluo continent, he, Yu Xiaojiang, had earned a certain reputation. As for the second request, after careful consideration, the master concluded that Tang Hao simply did not wish for his son to squander too much energy on extraneous matters. After all, how could the esteemed Hao Douluo be troubled by a mere fourth-level innate soul power? Initially, the master had intended to overlook this issue. How could a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang simply sit back after suffering a setback? However, upon learning of Tang San's experiences that day, the master ultimately chose to be lenient. Given Tang San's displayed intelligence and strength, it was nearly impossible for him to defeat Du Cheng in a short span of time. Teacher, bringing the conversation back on track. Tang San was oblivious to the master's inner turmoil. As such, he was taken aback when he heard the master's words. What is the matter? Does the teacher feel disappointed in me? As someone with a history of betraying his sect, Tang San was unconcerned with the master's opinions. What truly troubled him was the master's attitude towards him. Tang San was acutely aware that, despite possessing innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, he remained a penniless and weak individual. Without the master's assistance, he would likely have to seek work at a blacksmith's shop the very same day to earn a living. For Tang San, who had benefited from the master's care, such a reality was one he wished to avoid. Did I traverse two realms merely to become a despised blacksmith? Unbeknownst to the master, he misinterpreted Tang San's contemplations. Observing the changes in his disciple's expression, he assumed he had spoken too harshly. Though Xiao San may be somewhat unattractive and a bit foolish, he at least demonstrates respect for his teacher. Do not be alarmed, Xiao San. Offering some comfort, the master continued, in comparison to Du Cheng, your advantages lie in your talent and potential. If you can calm your mind and diligently enhance your strength, it won't be long before you can overpower Du Cheng. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Tang San's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor at the master's words. Regardless of the rationale, one thing was clear: the master had not yet given up on him. Rest assured, I will strive to improve my abilities. The master was evidently pleased with Tang San's response. Once your strength has further increased, I will recommend you to a superior academy. Only there will your talents be truly showcased. As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation shone in the master's eyes. The superior academy he referred to was, of course, Flinder's Shrek Academy. With the faculty of Shrek Academy, Tang San's abilities would undoubtedly experience rapid enhancement. More importantly, through Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang could also regain his former prestige among old friends. Can I, Yu Xiaojiang, cultivate such an exceptional disciple? Thank you, teacher. Although Tang San was unaware of the master's thoughts, he readily displayed his excitement, thinking, regardless, this is beneficial for me. After expressing his gratitude, Tang San suddenly remembered another matter. Teacher, if I am to attend the new academy, what about Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing? Rest assured, I will recommend them alongside you and Du Cheng to the new academy. The master scrutinized Tang San, instantly discerning his underlying intentions. However, whether they can pass the assessment will depend on their own abilities. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 30. Journey to Soto City upon hearing the master's words. Tang San's face immediately broke into a broad smile. Although he was aware that the master would also recommend Du Cheng to the new academy, he felt no trace of dissatisfaction within. It was not that he possessed an extraordinary magnanimity. Rather, he harbored a profound self-confidence. In Tang San's view, given his innate talent, with just a modicum more time, surpassing Du Cheng would be a trivial endeavor. By that time, he would surely reclaim Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing for himself. You and I, as master and disciple, need not exchange such formal pleasantries. Hearing Tang San's words, the master's face lit up with a broad smile. Upon learning that Tang San was the direct son of the Haotian Douluo, his regard for this disciple had elevated significantly. In essence, it could be summed up in a single phrase. Only by ensuring Xiao San's satisfaction can I, you Xiao Jiang, find contentment. Very well, return to your training, the master said after exchanging a few more words with Tang San, waving goodbye to his beloved disciple. Rest assured, I shall handle matters concerning Xiao Qinyu. Thank you, master. After once again bowing in respect, Tang San left the room with a lightened step, with the master's assurance. He no longer needed to worry about trouble from a soul sect-level expert. For some time thereafter, Tang San truly refrained from troubling Du Cheng. Apart from daily observing Du Cheng and his companions in their routine training, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. As for Xiao Kuang, he had indeed remained elusive. Even Xiao Qinyu had adopted a more low-profile demeanor at Notting Academy. It was evident that either the master or Tang Hao had intervened. If one were to seek out the most ruthless force in the world, it would undoubtedly be time, for it never halts for anyone. Brother Cheng inside the dormitory, Xiao Wu suddenly leaped forward, embracing Du Cheng's arm. Tang San successfully acquired his second spirit ring yesterday and has decided to attend the better academy recommended by the master. Gazing at Du Cheng, Xiao Wu continued, Brother Cheng, shall we also go to that academy together? Of course. The moment Xiao Wu's words left her lips, Du Cheng swiftly nodded in affirmation. In truth, had he not feared appearing overly eager, he would have cheered aloud. What a predicament! Tang San is simply too incompetent. Despite receiving guidance from the master and possessing the innate full spirit power, he had taken an excessively long time to break through to the great spirit master level. Were it not for witnessing Tang San's earnest dedication to training each day, Du Cheng might have suspected that he was attempting to drag out his life. Being recommended by the master naturally implied the legendary Shrek Academy. In fact, the master had approached Du Cheng for a discussion about it nearly 6 months prior. Though aware that the master's intentions were not entirely altruistic, Du Cheng had nevertheless agreed, for only by attending Shrek Academy could he encounter more divine beings. Over the years, the transformations among Du Cheng and his companions had been immense. Setting aside their striking appearances that perfectly aligned with the esteemed readers in terms of strength, Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had reached level 23, while Du Cheng had achieved an astonishing level 29, needing only one more spirit ring to successfully break through. However, what perplexed Du Cheng was the bond value between him and the two women. Despite their close relationship, the values remained stubbornly stuck at 79 and 49, respectively. Glancing at Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, Du Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. Must I truly withdraw from their lives to see any change? I will depart for Notting Academy tomorrow. While Du Cheng pondered, a youth clad in a blue robe approached with a dark expression. If you all intend to go together, it would be wise to prepare the carriage early. With that statement, without granting Du Cheng a moment to respond, Tang San swiftly turned and left. After years of effort, not only had he failed to surpass Du Cheng, but he had also been unable to catch up to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Had it not been for the master's psychological support, he might have already succumbed to despair. Yet even so, when facing Du Cheng, Tang San was still filled with jealousy. Perhaps due to the excessive grinding of his teeth, his once ordinary appearance had developed an oddly exaggerated quality. Of course, this bore no significance to Du Cheng. He cared only for one thing. Upon reaching Shrek Academy, he would be able to encounter other divine beings. Moreover, considering his current age, he chuckled sinisterly. That night, both Du Cheng and Tang San experienced a pleasant evening. The former was eager for the prospect of meeting new goddesses, while the latter saw a chance for his own rise. Over the years, Tang San had absorbed the master's teachings on do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. In his eyes, entering Shrek Academy equated to the dawn of his ascendancy. Early the next morning, the four of them set off in 2 carriages towards Soto City, Tang San in one, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Du Cheng occupied the other. The journey from Notting City to Soto City was still quite lengthy. even at full speed. They only managed to enter the city as dusk approached. It is already late. Perhaps we should visit Shrek Academy tomorrow instead? Compared to Notting City, Soto City appeared significantly more prosperous. Observing the vibrant colors of lights through the carriage window, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with unrestrained curiosity, despite having aged considerably. Her lively spirit had not diminished much. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing beside him, Du Chang could not suppress a smile. This girl, though silent, was equally captivated by the view outside. Since that is the case, let us stay here for the night. Knowing that Shrek Academy was situated in a village outside the city, Du Chang decisively declared, we should first procure some suitable living supplies for the two ladies. Brother Cheng, you are the best. The moment Du Cheng's words fell, Xiao Wu cheered and playfully pecked his cheek. Such intimate gestures had become a common occurrence between them over the years. You little rascal. With a playful squeeze of Xiao Wu's cheeks until they turned rosy, Du Cheng then addressed the coachman outside. My good man, please take us to the finest hotel in Soto City. Pausing for a moment, Du Cheng added, once we arrive, your task will be considered complete. Not a problem. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his lips, the coachman's face broke into a broad smile. Rest assured, young master, no one knows Soto City better than I. Laote, the best hotel is just around the corner. With that, the coachman cracked his whip, eager to serve such a generous patron. This chapter primarily serves as a transition, paving the way for the upcoming major plot developments. Hence it may appear somewhat rough. I kindly ask for your understanding. Chapter 31. The hotel encounter with the big sister. As Tang San observed Du Cheng and his companions changing the direction of their carriage, a sense of urgency washed over him. The thought of letting Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and himself spend a night away from his watchful gaze was utterly intolerable. Young master, your destination is not that way, Tang San exclaimed, but his coachman rolled his eyes, unable to contain his exasperation. If we change direction now, I want to be able to deliver you on time. It wasn't he that the coachman intended to make things difficult for Tang San. Rather, it was his utter lack of social grace that irked him. While Du Cheng had generously provided his coachman with snacks to pass the time and a generous tip, Tang San had haggled over the fare multiple times and failed to utter a single polite word during their journey. The coachman couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dissatisfaction in comparison to the amiable Du Cheng. How dare someone of your caliber make demands of me? He thought in disdain. As the carriage carrying Du Cheng grew more distant, Tang San struggled to suppress his anger. It's just a change of route. As long as you deliver me to their destination, I'll consider it a job well done. With that, the coachman managed a slight smile. Although he wouldn't receive a tip, the prospect of escaping the stingy young master brought him some relief. Situated within the most affluent plains of the Bala Kingdom, Soto City boasted an abundance of entertainment venues and hotels. However, when it came to the best, the illustrious Rose Hotel was unparalleled. Renowned for its meticulous service and uniquely themed couples' rooms, it was no surprise that Old Tay had no hesitation in bringing them here upon hearing Du Cheng's request. Young master, we've arrived. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Rose Hotel, and Old Tay winked at Du Cheng. No one understands hotels better than I do. You can confidently check in with the two ladies. Thank you very much, Du Cheng beamed, taking in the opulent decor of the hotel. Tossing a silver coin into Old Tay's hand, he added, it's getting late. Find a place to stay for the night before heading back to Notting City. Thank you, young master. Though Du Cheng had already entered the hotel with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Old Tay remained cheerful, bowing slightly as they departed. Earning 50 copper coins for the ride from Notting City to Soto City, the silver coin would allow him to make another round trip. This is the place. In stark contrast to Old Tay's demeanor, another coachman arrived at the destination with a scowl. Shouting at Tang San, he shot him a disdainful glance. This place is filled with wealthy patrons. Be careful not to get thrown out if you can't afford it. That's none of your concern. Tang San suppressed the urge to retaliate and hastened to catch up with Du Cheng and the others. Business comes first. It's not worth wasting my time on a lowly individual. Hello, do you have any rooms available? Ignoring Tang San, Du Cheng directed his attention to the front desk attendant. Truly, the finest hotel in Soto City boasts such ample staff. Welcome, sir. The front desk attendant seemed startled by Du Cheng's comment, bowing nervously before continuing, I'm sorry, but all our rooms are currently occupied. You may need to look elsewhere. All booked. Du Cheng's expression soured as he noticed Old Tay's carriage disappearing in the distance. Without him, he had lost his guide. Excuse me, could you recommend a suitable hotel? He asked, attempting to charm the attendant with a smile. With the Soul Master Academy admissions in full swing, it was likely that every hotel in Soto City was fully booked. As the attendant's voice trailed off, she hesitated. Most people are visual creatures, and upon encountering the strikingly handsome trio, her favor towards them skyrocketed. Actually, after a moment of contemplation, she continued, "We do have one room available, but it's reserved for a very esteemed guest. However, it seems that guest likely 1T be arriving today." Casting a glance outside, the attendant sighed in relief. "If you're willing, you can stay in that room, but it will cost you 10 gold coins for the night." 10 gold coins. Tang San gasped, unable to contain his surprise. Is that a rate for normal people? It was only then that the attendant noticed the awkward-looking individual among Du Cheng's striking companions. "I'm sorry, sir. We currently have no extra rooms," she said with a rehearsed smile. "If you require accommodations, you may need to check other places." Hearing her words, Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Don't think I didn't catch your earlier statement." He turned to Du Cheng, desperate for a way out. "Shall we try another hotel? Perhaps there are vacancies elsewhere?" "Not necessary." Du Cheng shook his head firmly, rejecting Tang San's suggestion. "Why leave when we already have a room? If we leave now, we might return to find it gone, and that would be true regret. 10 gold coins it is." "Thank you, miss." He retrieved the coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter, casting one last alluring smile at the front desk attendant. "Certainly." The attendant's eyes sparkled at the sight of Du Cheng effortlessly producing the gold coins. Good looks coupled with wealth. Truly the epitome of a perfect romantic partner. Chapter 32. The first encounter with Dai Mubai. What a feeble soul master. However, upon seeing the agile Xiao Wu and the fierce Zhu Zhuqing beside Du Cheng, the front desk lady could not help but feel a wave of despair. In comparison to these two, she was indeed lacking in every aspect. "Your room is named Red Ocean, located upstairs on the left, second door. Wishing you a pleasant stay." "Pleasant?" Just as Du Cheng was about to take the room card from the front desk lady, a sudden mocking laugh echoed from outside. "From my perspective, it appears your pleasant stay is about to be disrupted." As the voice fell, a young man accompanied by 2 women strode in. With a discerning eye, one would notice that the 2 women beside the youth bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Dai Xiao. The front desk lady's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the golden-haired youth entering. "I recall instructing you to reserve Red Ocean for me at all times." The golden-haired youth narrowed his eyes at the front desk lady. "How bold of you to casually rent out my room." I only thought you hadn't checked in yet, and your deposit had already expired, so." "Are you implying that someone of my standing would owe your hotel for accommodation?" Ignoring the front desk lady's reddening eyes, which appeared on the verge of tears, Dai Xiao exuded a haughty demeanor. "Have these country bumpkins thrown out." Before he could finish, a lewd glimmer flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes. "Throw those 2 out." But as for the girl, his gaze swept over Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. "Let the 2 of them join me in my room." "Dai Xiao, didn't you say you would entertain just the 2 of us tonight?" As soon as Dai Xiao's words left his mouth, the twins clinging to him exclaimed with a sweetness that could induce diabetes. "Have you already forgotten us upon seeing others?" "Who said I forgot you?" He grasped one of the girl's chests, eliciting a surprised awe from her, before continuing, "Don't you think that adding 2 more would make our night even more enjoyable?" "Dai Xiao, you're so mischievous, excuse me." Although Du Cheng had already surmised the identity of this Dai Xiao, he unceremoniously interrupted. "If I'm not mistaken, you haven't paid the deposit for this room, have you? And if I haven't?" The moment Du Cheng spoke, a look of disdain crossed Dai Xiao's face. "You ignorant bumpkin, do you even know who I am, Dai Mubai? Not only is there no deposit, but even if I refuse to pay, any room I desire will still be reserved for me." With that, Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively at Du Cheng. "Considering you've brought me 2 exquisite specimens, I shall overlook your insolence this time. Now be gone." "And if I refuse?" While Du Cheng prided himself on his temper, he could hardly suppress a laugh at Dai Mubai's arrogance. Having read the original story, he had deemed this character to be both despicable and boastful. He never imagined reality could exceed his expectations. He was curious to see what Dai Mubai's reaction would be when he realized the exquisite specimens were actually his fiancée. "Yes." "What?" Hearing Du Cheng's retort, a playful smile danced on Dai Mubai's lips. "This is the first time someone has dared to defy me. In that case, Dai Mubai, level 37 assault type soul master." As the words left his mouth, a spectral white tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, its 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, glistening brilliantly. "Kid, if you let these 2 exquisite beauties roll out now, I might just spare your life. Observing the 3 soul rings on Dai Mubai, Tang San, who had been standing nearby, felt his gaze sharpen before a smile crept onto his face. A soul master of the soul sovereign rank with 1,000-year soul ring. It seems Du Cheng is destined for a tough lesson. As thoughts whirled, Tang San discreetly produced several dragon whisker needles. Once Du Cheng suffered at the hands of Dai Mubai, he would seize the opportunity to ambush the 2 beauties, ensuring he would capture Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's hearts. Greedily, his gaze drifted over the twin sisters behind Dai Mubai, and he felt a surge of excitement. If luck is on my side, perhaps even greater rewards await. Unbeknownst to Du Cheng, he was oblivious to Tang San's intentions. Du Cheng, level 29 support type soul master. A plain carrot appeared in his hand as he calmly introduced himself to Dai Mubai. A support type soul master? Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Dai Mubai first froze, then erupted into laughter. Kid, are you here to amuse me? A mere support type dares to be so arrogant before me? I suggest you leave while you still can. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, one of the twins suddenly spoke up. I hadn't noticed before, but this little brother is quite handsome. I hope he doesn't get hurt by Dai Xiao. Perhaps I could have some fun with him. Fixated on Du Cheng's face, the twins' cheeks flushed. Though they were with Dai Mubai, it was purely a monetary arrangement. They would gladly entertain Du Cheng free of charge. Moreover, this little brother's martial spirit was a carrot. How exhilarating would that be to play with? Humph. Knowing the nature of these sisters, Dai Mubai was well aware of their character. After their words, he let out a cold snort. Kid, since you failed to seize this opportunity, do not blame me for being merciless. Without waiting for anyone to react, Dai Mubai's hands morphed into claws, lunging towards Du Cheng's face. Observing Du Cheng's bewildered expression, a flicker of delight crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. Once I ruin that face, let us see how popular you remain. Bumpkin. Bang. Instead of the anticipated scream, Dai Mubai found himself spinning before crashing to the ground. What a feeble soul master. Before Dai Mubai could comprehend, Du Cheng's right hand had seized his neck. The number 1 genius of Soto City? Bang. Du Cheng forcefully slammed Dai Mubai's face into the ground and continued. So this title can be bought with money? Chapter 33, Dai Mubai concedes. Zhu Zhuqing's desire for sacrifice upon hearing Du Cheng's words. Dai Mubai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean, buying a title? Is this something that can be acquired with money? I want you dead. The dual blows to his body and soul finally ignited a furious rage within him. With a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, Dai Mubai roared, White Tiger's radiance. Before he could complete his attack, Du Cheng shoved a carrot into his mouth, his face contorted in disdain. Is shouting the name of your skill before using it a hallmark of all delusional individuals? Dai Mubai, mouth forcibly agape, had never imagined that his soul skill would be interrupted in such an embarrassing manner. Stop. As Du Cheng prepared to strike again, Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed in realization. I concede. He spat out the carrot and hastily chose to surrender. If only I had done this sooner. Releasing his grip, Du Cheng allowed Dai Mubai to rise, a broad smile spreading across his face. See, the room still belongs to me, doesn't it? Dai Mubai stormed towards the door, a hint of humiliation flashing in his eyes. The next time we meet, defeating me will not be so easy. Given his capabilities, he believed that had he not been so careless at the beginning, he would not have lost to Du Cheng so easily. However, after the carrot incident, he had lost all interest in continuing the contest. Remaining here would only deepen his humiliation. Moreover, considering Du Cheng's age and the strength he had displayed, Dai Mubai was confident that he would encounter him again soon. At that time, all the humiliation would surely be repaid in full. Dai Xiao, wait for us. Seeing Dai Mubai leave, the twin sisters hurriedly followed. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, one of them suddenly turned back and blew a kiss to Du Cheng. Little brother, we are staying at number 13 Qingmei Street in Soto City. Remember to come and play with your sisters when you have the time. Number 13 Qingmei Street. Du Cheng silently committed this address to memory, his expression remaining unfazed. Although he had not gained the system's approval, the sisters possessed commendable beauty and figures, certainly qualifying them as potential snacks. Once they departed, Du Cheng turned to the front desk. Excuse me, can I have my room card now? Of course. The receptionist nodded eagerly, swiftly retrieving a room card from beneath the desk and presenting it to him. Here is your room card. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. As he received the card, Du Cheng noticed a slip of paper accompanying it. Thank you. I shall not be modest. Meeting the receptionist's gaze, he flashed a charming smile. I will reach out if I need assistance. Certainly, enjoy your stay. The The moment Du Cheng and his companions ascended to the second floor, the receptionist let out a sigh of relief as she slumped into her chair. With wealth, charm, and strength, if something were to transpire with such a person, it would truly be a dream. Cough, cough. Just as the receptionist was lost in her daydreams, a series of coughs interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, her expression soured instantly upon seeing the unwelcome face before her. What are you still doing here? The receptionist could hardly contain her disappointment. She had envisioned a romantic encounter with Du Cheng only to be confronted by this unsightly visage. How disheartening. I wish to check in. Despite having endured this scenario multiple times, Tang San could not suppress the twitching of his lips at the receptionist's demeanor. We are out of rooms, didn't you hear? I can pay extra. Hearing the receptionist's impatient tone, Tang San strained to maintain his composure. I am with them, so I should also be accommodated. With them? Why didn't your friend Du Cheng let you go up? Rolling her eyes, the receptionist displayed her evident annoyance. Our hotel's motto is service for our guests. Do you think that offering more money will compel other guests to vacate their rooms? If you insist on staying, there is a storage room available for 10 silver coins per night. Pointing to a nearby door, the receptionist continued, if you wish to stay, then do so. If not, please leave promptly. I'll take it. Ignoring the receptionist's disdainful look, Tang San hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. 10 silver coins. Please give me the room card. What need is there for a room card for a storage room? Casually pocketing the silver coins Tang San handed her, the receptionist waved him off. Just push the door hard, and it will open. You, humph. After paying 10 silver coins and receiving such treatment, Tang San could no longer hold back a cold scoff. If it weren't for the proximity of the storage room to the second floor, allowing him to overhear certain happenings, he would not have considered staying there at all. In contrast, Du Cheng's situation was not much better. After a long day of travel, even though they were in a carriage, everyone felt exhausted. To make matters worse, while Xiao Wu was already snoring beside him, a pair of small hands climbed onto his chest. Zhu Qing? Turning his head, Du Cheng found himself gazing into Zhu Qing's timid eyes. Before he could react, she had wrapped herself tightly around him, enveloped in a fragrant embrace. I want to eat a carrot. As she spoke, Zhu Qing reached her hand downwards. If nothing else, it was clear that she had been affected by earlier events. A moment of contemplation led Du Cheng to realize that, under normal circumstances, anyone witnessing their fiancé with 2 other individuals in such a compromising situation would likely find it difficult to accept, regardless of prior disillusionments. Over the years, although Zhu Qing and Du Cheng had developed a decent relationship, their interactions had not progressed beyond initial misunderstandings. Moreover, as they grew older, Du Cheng had taken the initiative to suggest separate sleeping arrangements for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. While he cherished their bond, he also upheld his principles. Taking advantage of 2 young girls would be nothing short of monstrous. However, in the context of the Douluo world, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had reached an age where they were considered ripe for the picking. After all, their peer Ma Hongjun had likely donned the King of Prowlers' crown for several years already. Chapter 34, The Fastest Man. As Du Cheng pondered, Zhu Qing had already entwined herself around him. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, Du Cheng could not suppress a gulp. Heaven's gift, if not taken, leads to misfortune. As a rogue, he clearly could not possess the virtue of restraint. With Zhu Qing being so proactive, to hesitate would be to squander the efforts of Dai Mubai today. In the midst of these thoughts, Du Cheng reached out and pulled Zhu Qing into his embrace, lowering his head to kiss her deeply. Initially taken aback, Zhu Qing soon responded with fervor. Do you not desire the carrot? After several minutes of entanglement, when he sensed that she was becoming utterly pliable, Du Cheng leaned closer and whispered into her ear. Brother Cheng. Zhu Qing's voice was as delicate as a whispering breeze. Yet, despite her languid state, she still burrowed under the covers, searching below. At dawn the next day, for the first time in many years, Du Cheng was awakened by Xiao Wu's voice. Brother Cheng, you and Sister Zhu slept so soundly last night. Gazing at Xiao Wu, who was perched atop him with a look of disdain, Du Cheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Is it possible that the one truly sleeping soundly is you? However, as he mentally scoffed, Xiao Wu unexpectedly leaned closer. Why do you and Sister Zhu look so peculiar today? Is it not the same as before? What seems amiss? Du Cheng was taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated that this seemingly naive girl possessed such acute intuition. He had refrained from any further actions with Zhu Qing out of consideration for Xiao Wu's slumber. I don't know. Xiao Wu shook her head. oblivious to Du Cheng's change in expression. It just feels like you have an odd scent today, and Sister Zhu's lips appear swollen. Don't be ridiculous. Du Cheng pushed Xiao Wu's increasingly inquisitive head away, attempting to maintain his composure. Perhaps I was bitten by mosquitoes last night. Yes, that must be it. Just as Du Cheng finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing quickly chimed in. Last night, there was a particularly large mosquito, and because of it, I couldn't sleep until the early hours. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing cast a lingering glance at Du Cheng, silently blaming him for the extended encounter that nearly revealed their secret to Xiao Wu. Regarding Xiao Wu and Du Cheng's closeness, Zhu Zhuqing harbored no resentment. In her eyes, Xiao Wu was destined to be Du Cheng's woman, and her own opportunity to seize his attention was a stroke of immense fortune. Ding, the bond between the host and Zhu Zhuqing has reached 60. 80 allows for a premium draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one high-level draw opportunity. Upon hearing the system notification, Du Cheng turned to Zhu Zhuqing. This girl, still the same little tsundere. Was there really a mosquito? Unlike the two engaged in silent communication, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware of the underlying tension. That mosquito was utterly outrageous. If I encounter it, I will. Ahem, Du Cheng interrupted. Having heard rumors that Shrek Academy was located in a desolate area, I believe we should procure some essentials before school starts. After all, Xiao Wu, you wouldn't want to sleep on a hard-wooden board, would you? Brother Cheng is right. As soon as Du Cheng spoke, Xiao Wu's focus shifted entirely. Raising a hand, she earnestly began to list, besides bedding, we need towels, pajamas, and snacks. After enumerating several items, she leaped off Du Cheng. Brother Cheng, let us hurry, and set off. Setting off was certainly agreeable, but could you first get off the bed? Du Cheng's tone was somewhat peculiar as he gazed at Xiao Wu. Initially, she had been sitting astride him, and when she stood, he caught a glimpse of her light pink shorts adorned with carrots. In ordinary circumstances, such a sight would not faze him. However, due to the events of the previous night, he was currently in a heightened state of arousal, and the sudden stimulus nearly prompted an instinctive reaction. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing, noticing Du Cheng's discomfort, swiftly pulled Xiao Wu down. Xiao Wu, let us wait outside for Brother Cheng. I can help you with a new hairstyle. All right. Once Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had completely departed, Du Cheng exhaled a long sigh of relief. Spending the entire day with these two enchantresses is indeed a tremendous trial for me. Of course. As a man of pure heart and unwavering determination, Du Cheng willingly embraced this ongoing challenge. System, initiate the draw. Seizing the moment while his excitement still surged, Du Cheng decisively opted for the draw. After enduring for so many years, my luck must have accumulated significantly. Ding, congratulations to the host for performing a high-level draw. Receiving the reward 10,000-year soul ring, 1. Although there was only one prize, upon hearing the system's announcement, Du Cheng couldn't help but break into a grin, as expected. A rogue's luck is not to be underestimated. System, fuse the soul ring. The familiar sensation washed over him as Du Cheng's soul power surged rapidly. 30, 31. The products of the system are assuredly of the highest quality. With a single 10,000-year soul ring, Du Cheng's soul power soared to level 33. Moreover, he now comprehended the function of his third soul skill, powerful carrot passive skill. Any entity struck by Du Cheng's carrot attack has a 10 chance to enter a silent state, rendering them unable to use soul skills for 3 seconds, with effect stacking. This soul skill may appear ordinary, yet it was sufficient to incite envy in over 99% of soul masters across Douluo continent upon hearing it. Most soul masters derive their power from soul rings, and once silenced, their strength diminishes by at least 70%. In essence, as long as Du Cheng strikes swiftly enough, he could easily render a soul master powerless. Could this be an indication that Du Cheng is destined to become the fastest man in Douluo continent? Clicking his tongue, Du Cheng's expression turned peculiar. At least next time I see Dai Mu Bai, I won't have to stuff carrots into his mouth. Chapter 35. The sturdy young maiden. Fortunately, Du Cheng remembered that Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were waiting for him outside. Thus, he did not linger in the room for too long. Why are you still here? As Du Cheng emerged from the room, he caught sight of Xiao Wu, who was speaking disdainfully to Tang San. Over the years, although Tang San had ceased to trouble Du Cheng, Xiao Wu and the others still held little regard for him. Tang San replied, maintaining his composure. I was just waiting for you since it was on my way. Who asked you to wait? Rolling her eyes, Xiao Wu spotted Du Cheng coming down the stairs. Brother Cheng, you finally came out. She swiftly ran to Du Cheng, linking her arm with his, and continued with a playful demeanor, Sister Zhu and I have been waiting for you for quite a while. Then let us be on our way, Du Cheng said, ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. After returning the room card to the front desk, he headed toward the exit. We still need to buy a few things. If you are in a hurry, you can go to the academy first. No, I'm not in a hurry. As soon as Du Cheng finished speaking, Tang San quickly shook his head. For the sake of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, he could endure staying in the shabby dormitory. There was no way he could leave first. Du Cheng paid little mind to Tang San's response. If you want to come along, then come. It's not like I'll lose a piece of meat. It proved true that whether women or girls, they possessed an extraordinary talent for shopping. From morning till afternoon. From bedding to trinkets, as long as they encountered a shop, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing would pop in for a look, not necessarily to purchase anything, but for the sheer joy of participation. Shouldn't we head to the academy? Tang San, trailing behind the others, spoke with a hint of despair. If we linger much longer, we might end up spending the night here again. Whether arriving a day earlier or later at the academy was inconsequential. Tang San simply wished to avoid another night in the dilapidated dormitory, especially after a spider as large as a fist had crawled across his face in the middle of the night, nearly giving him the fright of his life. I believe Tang San is right. For the very first time, Du Cheng found himself in agreement with Tang San. We've bought everything we needed. If we're lacking anything, we can procure it later. Upon finishing his statement, Du Cheng quickly added, don't you want to see our new academy sooner? Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of indecision as Du Cheng's words left his lips. Of course, she wanted to shop, but she was equally filled with anticipation for the new academy. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Wu finally turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Zhu, how about we go check out the new academy first? All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded with a smile, glancing at Du Cheng. Brother Cheng truly has a wealth of experience in gauging Xiao Wu's desires. With the two girls persuaded, Du Cheng hardly paid any mind to Tang San's reluctance. Tang San, hurry and find a carriage. As a Soul Master Academy nestled in a village, the style of Shrek Academy could be summed up in one word: poverty. Is this truly a Soul Master Academy? Despite having some knowledge of the original story, Du Cheng couldn't help but grimace at the sight before him. If it weren't for the numerous parents accompanying their children to enroll, he might have doubted whether he had arrived at the correct place. You lot, are you here to enroll? While the group stood in a daze, a white-haired old man seated behind a desk, responsible for admissions, suddenly slammed his hand on the table. If you wish to enroll, get in line and pay up quickly 10 gold soul coins each. If you don't have the money, get lost. Greedy for money. Arrogant, truly a fitting demeanor for a Shrek Academy teacher. However, arrogance comes with its own price. Enrollment was indeed necessary, but why had they not released the admission requirements? Gazing at the long queue not far away, Du Cheng's lips curled up. Without any admission criteria published and no refunds for unsuccessful applicants, how can one discern whether you are truly enrolling students or merely swindling money? As Du Cheng's words fell, the atmosphere around him shifted from silence to an uproar. Indeed, why are there no published admission requirements? I've been standing here all morning and have yet to see anyone accepted. Could it be that this place is a scam? With the emergence of voices from the crowd, the previously defiant admissions officer's expression shifted drastically. The absence of published admission standards was to attract more applicants and help the academy rake in profits. Shrek Academy only accepted exceptional talents, and its admission criteria were notoriously stringent, likely the most rigorous throughout the Douluo continent. If such standards were made public, the number of applicants present would likely decrease by 90%. Kid, are you looking for trouble? The admissions officer's gaze turned dark as it landed on Du Cheng. With such sharp questions, could it be that you were sent by Soto Academy? What kind of nonsense is that? Du Cheng's gaze met the admissions officer's with a genuine smile. If I recall correctly, you seem to be a Soul Emperor, which is quite impressive. But that has little bearing on me. What does being a Soul Emperor have to do with being arrogant in front of me? It does not. I merely wish to know the Academy's admission requirements. Is that not a reasonable request? Or do you truly intend to use enrollment as a pretext for collecting money? Yes. Yes. If this is truly an enrollment, why are you afraid to disclose the standards? As Du Cheng's words echoed, a girl with ear-length short hair adorned in a flowing white dress suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. After flashing Du Cheng a broad smile, she turned her furious gaze upon the admissions officer. If you are indeed trying to swindle money under the guise of enrollment, I will send a message to Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian right now, demanding that they dismantle this shabby place. Goodness gracious. Hearing the girl's words, Du Cheng couldn't help but inhale sharply. If his previous remarks had been sarcastic, This girl was delivering a direct confrontation. However, upon considering her identity, everything began to make sense. If he was not mistaken, this girl was likely the most formidable female character in the Douluo continent, aside from Qianren. Indeed, she was quite formidable. Dismantle Shrek Academy? Narrowing his eyes, the admissions officer suddenly unleashed a powerful wave of soul power, with soul rings of white, yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black manifesting around him. Today, I, Li Yusong, wish to see which child possesses the audacity to make such bold claims. A soul emperor. As Li Yusong revealed his soul rings, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who could have anticipated that the admissions officer of such a shabby academy was actually a soul emperor? At that moment, any thought of Shrek Academy being a scam dissipated. After all, this was a soul emperor, an existence that most people would never encounter in their lifetime. In response to the content from recent days, I would like to provide a brief reply. The author has taken note of some suggestions from the readers, though due to limitations in accessing segment reviews, some may have been overlooked. 1. The age discrepancy regarding Zhu Zhuqing has been rectified. 2. As for the protagonist's name, should the readers favor it, the next installment may feature names such as Chao Cheng or Chao Shuang to be determined. 3. Regarding updates, the author typically aims to deliver 4,000 words daily. Starting from May 1st, should the number of requests for updates exceed 10, an additional 2,000 words will be added. At present, no further issues have been identified. Should readers have additional suggestions, please feel free to leave comments in the review section, as segment and chapter reviews are less likely to be seen. Lastly, I kindly request your favorable reviews and encouragement for updates. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36. The first encounter with Ning Rongrong. Is he merely a soul emperor? What is so remarkable about that? As the crowd was awestruck by Li Yusong's formidable presence, a voice filled with disdain broke through. Turning to the source, Li Yusong overheard the proud Ning Rongrong, her chin lifted defiantly, proclaim, "Even the 2 elders of our 7-treasure glazed tile school do not exhibit such arrogance." Before Li Yusong could respond, a small tower adorned with 2 yellow soul rings materialized in Ning Rongrong's hand. I, Ning Rongrong, have declared my intent to dismantle your pitiful academy. Is there any objection? Observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, Duqing couldn't help but smile wryly. She speaks with such bravado, yet she also knows to release her martial soul to substantiate her identity. This girl is quite astute. In truth, Du Cheng held a favorable view of Ning Rongrong. In the original narrative, she was depicted through Tang San's perspective, rendering her spoiled and unlikable. However, Du Cheng believed such views were biased. Examining Ning Rongrong's lineage, one could hardly dismiss her as anything less than a pampered princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, doted upon by 2 titled Douluos. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a favored daughter of heaven. Despite her privileged background, she exhibited only a hint of entitlement and never sought revenge on her detractors, merely shedding tears in solitude when others sought to temper her temperament. Du Cheng reflected that if he possessed 2 grandfathers on the Forbes list, he could not possibly behave better than Ning Rongrong. Contrarily, Li Yusong, in a state of disarray compared to the calm Du Cheng, gazed intently at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, are you the daughter of Ning Fengji? His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wanted to bellow to the heavens. I merely sought to flaunt my prowess for some coin, and you send me this living ancestor? Despite Ning Rongrong's brusque remarks, Li Yusong had to concede a point. Given this girl's stature, if she truly wished to demolish Shrek Academy, it would not merely be an empty threat. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded, her expression unwavering. In this Douluo continent, is there anyone bold enough to impersonate me, Ning Rongrong? Li Yusong shuddered at her declaration. Since the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school has graced us with her presence, we must certainly show her due respect. With that, he swiftly turned to the side. Mubai, please recite the enrollment criteria for our academy to the attendees. Understood. At Li Yusong's command, a handsome young man with flowing golden hair leapt down from a nearby tree. Indeed, he was Dai Mubai, the one who had bitten Du Cheng's carrot the previous night. Humph. As all eyes turned toward him, Dai Mubai cast a cold glance at Du Cheng before proudly declaring, "Our Shrek Academy only enrolls monstrous students, true geniuses. To gain admission, 2 conditions must be met. First, age cannot exceed 13. Second, soul power must reach at least level 21, with both soul rings being over 100 years old." Having stated this, Dai Mubai surveyed the crowd before continuing, "If you do not meet these criteria, you may leave at once." A collective gasp followed his words. A 12-year-old great soul master, and must possess 200-year soul rings? Such talent would be snatched up by any academy. Why waste time here? While no one dared voice such sentiments due to Li Yusong's intimidation, the line of applicants began to dwindle rapidly. Who would willingly squander 10 gold soul coins knowing they stood no chance of selection? As more and more purses departed, Li Yusong's expression darkened further. If it weren't for these troublemakers, how much profit would I have made today? The pang of loss overshadowed his wariness of Ning Rongrong. Fixing his gaze on the group, Li Yusong asserted, "You've achieved your goal. Why not leave promptly?" "Leave?" Taken aback, Cheng beamed widely. "Teacher, you jest. We have come to enroll. How could we possibly leave? What? Do you think you meet the enrollment standards of Shrek Academy?" Li Yusong scoffed, fully aware of the stringent criteria. If Cheng and his companions, including Ning Rongrong, could meet the requirements, he would exceed his enrollment quota for the year. This, however, depended on whether the teacher would intentionally undermine them. With that thought, Cheng turned to Tang San beside him. "Little San, why not showcase your talents to this esteemed teacher?" Tang San's face darkened at Cheng's suggestion. "I have worked so hard to maintain a low profile, and yet you still noticed me?" In reality, Tang San had retreated to a corner during the confrontation between Cheng and Li Yusong. Armed with a recommendation letter from the teacher, he had no need to exert himself like the others. However, with matters reaching this point, he could not back down in front of so many witnesses. With thoughts racing, Tang San stepped forward decisively. "I am Tang San, age 10, with the blue-silver grass martial soul, and I am a level 21 Great Soul Master." Approved. As Tang San revealed his 2 yellow soul rings, Li Yusong's eyes flickered with surprise. "I did not expect that one among you would indeed pass the assessment." "This is quite, teacher. Please do not be astonished." Before Li Yusong could finish, Cheng waved his hand to interrupt. "The reason we had Tang San go first is that he is the weakest among us." With that, Cheng turned to the 2 young women beside him. "Ladies, who wishes to present their martial soul first?" Little Wu, age 10, martial soul soft-bone rabbit. Level 23 Great Soul Master. Zhu Shiqing, age 12, martial soul nethercat. Level 23 Great Soul Master. Both young women displayed their martial souls without hesitation. Excellent. Splendid. Witnessing 4 qualified candidates for Shrek Academy, Li Yusong's previous discontent vanished entirely. As long as we can recruit geniuses, what does it matter if we incur some financial loss? Young man, release your martial soul. Chapter 37. Dai Mubai's second challenge. As his gaze fell upon Cheng, Li Yusong's tone softened slightly. "Since they have all passed, it stands to reason that you should be no exception, right?" Naturally, Cheng nodded, revealing an ordinary-looking carrot in his hand. Cheng, age 12, martial soul, carrot. Level 33 Soul Master. How is that possible? As Cheng's words left his lips, a gasp echoed throughout the venue. In a flash, Li Yusong appeared before Cheng, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief at the carrot. Purple, black. Is this truly a Millennium Soul Ring? As a Soul Emperor, Li Yusong had encountered many gifted Soul Masters, yet he had never heard of such an outrageous Soul Ring configuration. Heavens, even his first Soul Ring is merely white. It was not just Li Yusong. Even Ning Rongrong cast a peculiar glance towards Cheng. Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Sword were indeed correct. There are truly many talents in the outside world, and they are quite handsome as well. Is this real? Can't the teacher see it? At that moment, Cheng was unaware that he had captured Ning Rongrong's attention. Upon hearing Li Yusong's words, Cheng beamed brightly. "Teacher, does this mean I have passed the assessment?" "Passed. Of course you have." Without a hint of hesitation, Li Yusong nearly nodded so vigorously that it left an afterimage, not to mention being 12 years old. With this soul ring configuration, even if Cheng were 22, he would still pass the assessment. While soul power and age were indeed rigid requirements for enrollment at Shrek Academy, who would dare to claim that Cheng was not a prodigy? Were circumstances different, Li Yusong would have been tempted to sing a cheerful tune to express his exhilaration, to recruit so many monsters. Could this be the springtime for Shrek Academy? Mubai, take these little ones to the 4th round. With a broad smile, Li Yusong resembled a chrysanthemum on the verge of blooming. Once they pass the 4th round, they will officially become members of Shrek Academy. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3. However, as several breaths passed, Li Yusong still received no expected response. Turning to look, he discovered that Dai Mubai's gaze was fixated intensely on the leather-clad girl before him. With a slight furrow of his brow, Li Yusong displayed a hint of displeasure. "Though I know you are quite the flirt, you are about to be a new student. Can you not at least temper your behavior in front of them?" "Mubai, you." Yours Zhu Shiqing? Just as Li Yusong was about to speak, Dai Mubai stepped forward to confront Zhu Shiqing. Do you still recognize me? I do. Zhu Shiqing's response to Dai Mubai was chillingly aloof. Then, can this classmate now lead us to the fourth round? After the events of the previous night, Zhu Shiqing had thoroughly clarified her feelings. Dai Mubai? Merely a stranger. Yet, Dai Mubai clearly did not share her sentiment. His gaze lingered on Zhu Shiqing's alluring figure and recalling the events of yesterday. His expression turned furious. You spent the night with him? Pointing a finger at Du Cheng, Dai Mubai shouted. Have you forgotten your identity? My identity? Hearing Dai Mubai's words, a cold smile appeared on Zhu Shiqing's face. And what is your identity? The third prince of the Xinglua Empire, the strongest genius of Suatua City. Or merely the young master Dai in the eyes of others? In my eyes, you are nothing but a coward who knows only how to evade. Ignoring Dai Mubai's increasingly distorted expression, Zhu Shiqing continued. Since you left the Xinglua Empire, we have become strangers. When did a stranger gain the right to dictate my actions? As the third prince of the Xinglua Empire, Dai Mubai should have progressed alongside Zhu Shiqing, facing various dangers together. Yet, what was the outcome? He believed he could not defeat the crown prince, Davis, so without hesitation, he abandoned Zhu Shiqing and left the Xinglua Empire, indulging in a life of debauchery. Given such a character, Zhu Shiqing's willingness to converse with him was already a testament to her magnanimity. You. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's words, Dai Mubai felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Even so, you should not have slept with another man. How I choose to conduct myself is none of your concern. With a scoff, Zhu Shiqing directly linked her arm with Du Cheng's. If not for Brother Cheng, I would have long since perished in the jaws of a soul beast in the Douluo forest. Compared to him, you are nothing but filth in a sewer. You. As the third prince of the Xinglua Empire, even in exile, Dai Mubai still bore numerous accolades. Under such circumstances, how could he endure such humiliation? I challenge you to a duel. Drawing a deep breath, Dai Mubai stepped before Du Cheng. If you lose, you must leave Cheng. You people are truly strange. At Dai Mubai's words, Du Cheng could not help but sigh. The Douluo continent is indeed a twisted world. In this land, the principle of survival of the fittest seemed to be omnipresent. Tang San exemplified this. Tang Hadid as well, Li Yusong was no exception. And even Dai Mubai before him was the same. In their eyes, strength equated to truth. The same event, when performed by the strong versus the weak, would bear entirely different labels. Yet, Du Cheng found this notion distasteful. On what grounds do you believe I would compete with you? Fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai, Du Cheng's expression grew somewhat peculiar, or rather, on what grounds do you think I would wager Zhu Qing against you? In truth, the moment you proposed to wager Zhu Qing's allegiance against me, you had already lost. For I regard Zhu Qing as someone deserving of my protection and affection, while to you, she is merely an object to be staked in a gamble. Ding, the bond between the host and Zhu Qing has reached 65. 80 allows for a premium draw. Teacher, could you kindly find someone else to lead us to the fourth round? Upon hearing the system prompt in his mind, Du Qing maintained his composure. His previous words were not mere pleasantries but the genuine thoughts of his heart. As a rogue, Du Cheng never denied his flirtatious nature. Yet he had always respected each person around him. Zhu Shiqing's choice to leave or stay was her freedom. However, treating her as an object to wager was something Du Cheng could never accept. A rogue, too, is a man. Chapter 38. The assessment of the fourth challenge begins. Mubai? As Li Yusong's gaze fell upon Dai Mubai, a look of inquiry surfaced on his face. Although he found some merit in Du Cheng's words, Li Yusong opted to consult Dai Mubai. After all, he was currently a student of their academy. He understood well the nuances of familiarity and distance. No need to trouble Teacher Li. Dai Mubai swiftly shook his head. Since you refuse to compete, I shall not press you. Let us proceed to the fourth challenge. With that, Dai Mubai turned and strode into the academy. Despite his reluctance to admit it, after hearing Du Cheng's earlier remarks, he realized that even if he were to best his opponent, it would be an uphill battle to gain Zhu Shiqing's favor. Thus, it seemed wiser to temporarily withdraw and seek another approach. The thought of Zhu Shiqing's icy demeanor paired with her fiery figure filled Dai Mubai's heart with regret. Had he known she would grow so enchanting, he should have taken her with him when he fled. Ah, the youth of today. Observing Du Cheng and the others depart, Li Yusong couldn't help but sigh. A soul master ought to prioritize the enhancement of their abilities. How could one lightly dabble in the tumultuous waters of romance? However, had he forgotten something? While tidying the chairs and tables before him, Li Yusong pondered aloud. His expression shifted dramatically upon spotting the box for collecting registration fees. You rascals. You dared to enter without paying the registration fee. Heartbroken, he lamented. were it not for the embarrassment. He would have summoned Du Qing and the others back for a stern lecture. At such a young age, how have you learned the despicable habit of evading fairs? And you, Ning Rongrong, the esteemed princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, do you truly lack these 10 gold soul coins? Hey, are you really following him? As Du Qing and the others trailed behind Dai Mubai into the academy, a melodious voice, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, reached Du Qing's ears. From the looks of him, he hasn't quite relinquished his ill intentions. The girl did not articulate the remainder of her thoughts, but the glint in her eyes conveyed her meaning. If that were the case, as the righteous princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, surely you wouldn't choose to stand idly by, would you? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Du Qing couldn't suppress a smile. To utter such a sentiment before Dai Mubai, truly, you are Ning Rongrong. Of course, as Du Qing spoke, Ning Rongrong placed a hand on her chest. The type of scoundrel who harbors malicious thoughts is the very worst in my eyes. Should he dare to act out of line, I will teach him a lesson he won't forget. After concluding her declaration, Ning Rongrong extended her hand toward Du Qing. Let us be acquainted. I am Ning Rongrong, 12 years old, a level 21 Great Soul Master. Du Qing gently squeezed the small hand that had just patted her chest. Beaming with delight, who would have thought that the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school would not only be stunning but also possess such a kind-hearted nature? You have truly opened my eyes. Ha ha ha. Many people say the same. Ning Rongrong's smile grew ever brighter upon hearing Du Qing's words. Throughout her life, she had been labeled as a little witch or a little demon, but Du Qing was the first to compliment her beauty and kindness. This alone solidified her resolve. If Dai Mubai dared to entertain any wicked thoughts, she would undoubtedly act heroically to protect her friend, Du Qing, from harm. Beep. Bond with Ning Rongrong has reached 20, and at 30, you may conduct a mid-level draw. Beep. Congratulations, you have obtained one opportunity for a beginner's draw. Beep. Detection of the third bond has been activated. You are rewarded with one opportunity for a top-tier draw. Startled by the system's notifications, Du Qing couldn't help but pause. Truly, you are a remarkable young lady, Ning Rongrong, to possess such a high initial bond value. Her cheerful disposition, though slightly spoiled, remained subtly restrained. Moreover, with a shared disdain for their common target, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong quickly forged bonds with Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, seamlessly integrating into Du Qing's small circle of friends. Listening to the joyful laughter of Du Qing and his companions from behind, Dai Mubai nearly cracked under the pressure. If not for his lingering sense of reason, he might have forcibly opened Ning Rongrong's eyes to the reality. I am the scoundrel here. How is it that Du Qing, who flirts with multiple girls, escaped such a label? Turning to glance at Tang San, who was casting jealous glances at Du Qing, Dai Mubai experienced a moment of recognition. Familiar scent, the essence of a defeated rival. This was the moment. To expedite the conclusion of this excruciating situation, Dai Mubai remained silent throughout their journey. Finally, upon reaching a vacant space, he halted. The assessment for the 4th challenge will take place here. Upon finishing his statement, Dai Mubai directed his gaze toward a middle-aged man napping in a chair not far away. Teacher Zhao, might I trouble you to conduct the assessment for the 4th challenge? Zhao, awakening groggily, blinked in surprise. How come there are so many people for this year's 4th challenge? Before Dai Mubai could respond, Zhao's face contorted in disdain. Could it be that Old Li has been secretly accepting bribes again? Please, Teacher Xiao, do not misunderstand. At Zhao's words, Dai Mubai's lips twitched. While Li Yusong has engaged in similar antics before, is this something to be casually mentioned? They all passed the assessment legitimately and even skipped the 2nd and 3rd challenges. What? Zhao's brows furrowed in disbelief. His eyes suddenly alight with curiosity. The entrance examination for Shrek Academy comprises 4 challenges, and to skip the 2nd and 3rd challenges is a privilege reserved for true prodigies. Furthermore, this Du Qing has evidently impressed Teacher Li. Pointing at Du Qing, a flicker of mischief crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. Had the academy not enforced its regulations, he might have been granted admission on the spot. Is that so remarkable? Rising from his chair, Zhao approached Du Qing with swift strides. To warrant such attention from Teacher Li, you must possess considerable talent. However, after a brief pause, Zhao continued, to truly become a member of Shrek Academy, you must pass my 4th challenge. Since you are particularly exceptional, I will conduct a separate assessment for you. Chapter 39. The Golden Legend. As Teacher Zhao's words resonated, a glimmer of delight flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. This is how it should be. Indeed, the preceding remarks were deliberately uttered by Dai Mubai. As a seasoned student of Shrek Academy, he possessed a profound understanding of each teacher's temperament. Zhao Wujin, A 76th level soul saint with a beast martial soul was the most formidable force in the academy, second only to the principal. Yet, this seemingly invincible figure harbored an unfortunate penchant, bullying geniuses. Xiao Wu was proud and domineering, but when faced with talented soul masters, he relished in employing various methods to undermine them. Thus, when Dai Mubai intentionally highlighted Du Cheng's genius, he was, in fact, orchestrating trouble for him. However, in the presence of so many onlookers, Dai Mubai refrained from revealing his intentions overtly. So, when Xiao Wujin spoke, Dai Mubai pretended to dissuade him, saying, "Teacher Xiao, is this really appropriate? What could be inappropriate?" Xiao Wujin retorted with a scoff, precisely as Dai Mubai had anticipated. If one is a genius, they must endure treatment that is distinctly different from others. Otherwise, how could they truly be deemed a genius? Before Dai Mubai could respond, Xiao Wujin had already turned his gaze to Du Cheng. "Young man, what are your thoughts on my words?" As he spoke, Xiao Wujin's face betrayed unmasked mischievousness. Being a soul saint at such a young age, he too was a genius. Yet, it was precisely this fact that fueled his malice toward those he perceived as even more gifted. In this world, having one genius, Xiao Wujin, is sufficient. Du Cheng, of course, was oblivious to Xiao Wujin's sentiments. Yet, given the provocation, his character would not allow him to back down. Upon hearing Xiao Wujin's words, Du Cheng nodded vigorously. "Since Teacher Xiao enjoys it, I shall oblige." "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit." Xiao Wujin bellowed with laughter. A genius should indeed display the demeanor of one. With that, a fragrant incense stick appeared in Xiao Wujin's hand. "Mubai, explain the rules to these young ones, lest they accuse me of bullying." "Certainly," Dai Mubai responded, his face breaking into a broad smile before addressing the crowd. Teacher Xiao's original name is Xiao Wujin, a 76th level. While Dai Mubai harbored a considerable amount of animosity toward Du Cheng, he approached the explanation of the rules with utmost seriousness. In essence, it all boiled down to one word: hypocrisy. While Dai Mubai delineated the rules, Du Cheng's attention shifted to the system. If he were to face Xiao Wujin alone, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. System: initiate the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conducting a primary lottery once, receiving the reward dragon step. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conducting a top-tier lottery once, receiving the rewards of 99,999 gold soul coins, wind blade technique, and a 90-level title Douluo summoning card, permanent. What a stroke of luck, a golden legend. If not for retaining a modicum of rationality, Du Cheng would have been tempted to provide sound effects for this lottery. Setting aside the coins, the dragon step enhances evasion in close combat. The wind blade technique accelerates attack speed, and coupled with a 90-level title Douluo, the system is truly setting me up for an all-encompassing display of prowess. Many might assume that a 90-level title Douluo would be weak, but that is a grave misconception. It is imperative to recognize that the entire Douluo continent boasts no more than 100 title Douluos, with the Tiando and Shuya empires collectively possessing only one. Under such circumstances, as long as Du Cheng refrains from recklessness, maneuvering through the Douluo continent should pose no challenge. Fixing his gaze upon Xiao Wujin, Du Cheng's lips curled into a dangerous smile. If all goes as anticipated, today shall provide a valuable lesson for the young and immovable Ming Wang. In summary, this is how the competition shall unfold. As Du Cheng pondered, Dai Mubai concluded the explanation of the assessment rules. Directing his gaze toward Xiao Wujin, Dai Mubai respectfully bowed. "Teacher Xiao, it is now your turn to take the stage." "Ha ha." With a hearty laugh, Xiao Wujin leaped to a nearby open area. "Young ones, aside from that lad named Du, the rest may come at me together. As long as you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, you shall pass the assessment." Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Wujin turned to glance at Du Cheng. "Don't be in a hurry, young man. Once I finish teaching these youngsters a lesson, it will be your turn." As long as Teacher Xiao is happy, Du Cheng replied with a faint smile. Despite Xiao Wujin's current air of confidence, the outcome remained uncertain. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, he had been left humiliated by Tang San. However, this time would undoubtedly be different, for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had not idly accompanied Du Cheng over the years. "Xiao Wu, rest assured, I will protect you well." Du Cheng vowed silently. As Xiao Wujin's words faded, Tang San suddenly turned to Xiao Wu. "Who needs your protection? Those kids, why aren't they making a move?" Xiao Wu's disdainful remark had scarcely escaped her lips when Xiao Wujin interjected. "Teacher Xiao, be cautious. I am about to strike." With that declaration, Xiao Wu exerted her strength, instantly appearing before Zhao Wujin. Teacher Zhao, you must be careful. Ha ha ha, little girl, feel free to make your move. Zhao Wujin, am not, before he could finish. Zhao Wujin's expression froze in surprise. What a cunning little girl. Only then did he realize that Xiao Wu's eyes emitted a pink glow as she spoke. Her soul skill, enchantment. Caught off guard and momentarily dazed by Xiao Wu's soul skill, Zhao Wujin found himself momentarily entranced. Yet, that fleeting second sparked a glimmer of determination in Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Strike while the iron is hot. Take his life. This was a profound lesson taught to them by Brother Cheng. With a swift movement, Xiao Wu ensnared Zhao Wujin's throat with one foot, utilizing her waist to propel him. While Zhu Zhuqing stealthily approached from behind, her claws aimed fiercely at Zhao Wujin's eyes. Chapter 40. Teacher Zhao, a good man. Aside from the two young ladies, Ning Rongrong, who had been standing not far away, finally reacted at this moment. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is renowned for its power and speed. Under Ning Rongrong's enhancement, the strength and speed of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged further. Strangely enough, Ning Rongrong's soul skill inadvertently missed Tang San, which caused his expression to darken as he wielded several dragon beard needles nearby. What a fascinating bunch of little ones. From the perspective of their initial cooperation, their performance was undeniably commendable. However, their opponent was a formidable soul sage. Calmly, Zhao Wujia spoke, and his entire physique instantly swelled. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings sparkled brilliantly around him. Ding ding ding. Even without releasing any soul skills, the group's attacks failed to breach Zhao Wujia's defenses. You finish your moves, now it's my turn. With those words, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon Tang San. Get down. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia raised his foot and stomped heavily onto the ground. With his strength, he naturally refrained from employing soul skills against a few youngsters. Nevertheless, the physical prowess of a soul sage was sufficient to keep Zhao Wujia invincible. Boom. The ground trembled violently under Zhao Wujia's immense attack. Seizing the moment while Xiao Wu and the others were still regaining their balance, Zhao Wujia appeared before Tang San in an instant. Ha! Down you go. With that, Zhao Wujia's massive foot ruthlessly struck Tang San. Boom. The phrase "one force brings 10 victories" is not merely a saying. Faced with Zhao Wujia suddenly charging at him, Tang San, even after recognizing the opponent's movements, could not react in time. With a thunderous sound, Tang San was sent flying. Just then, Zhao Wujia felt a moment of disorientation, undoubtedly due to Xiao Wu's soul skill. All right. Feeling a powerful shoe once again grasping his throat, Zhao Wujia hastily spoke. You've passed the assessment. Everyone stop. Thank you, teacher. As Zhao Wujia's words fell, Xiao Wu and the others quickly retreated and retracted their martial spirits, then bowed in gratitude. You two little girls have quite a good coordination. Zhao Wujia complimented Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, then turned his attention to Tang San, who had just gotten back on his feet. Your needles are thrown well, but unfortunately, they lack a bit of power. As soul masters, you should fully utilize your martial spirits. External objects are ultimately just that. Although Zhao Wujia had a penchant for mischief, he was quite protective of his own. Having allowed Tang San and the others to pass the assessment, he naturally offered a few simple instructions. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Despite Zhao Wujia's straightforward advice, it sounded to Tang San like reprimand and mockery. Lowering his head with anger flickering in his eyes, Tang San clenched his teeth. There are clearly 4 of us. Why am I the only one being targeted? Why am I the only one being reprimanded? Zhao Wujia, of course, was oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not have cared. Among the 4 participants, aside from the one with buck teeth, the other 3 were charming young ladies. Though I, Xiao, may be a rogue, I wouldn't be so harsh on a few girls during such a routine assessment, would I? Kid, you. Having indulged his teacher's whim, Zhao Wujia finally turned to the side, where Du Cheng stood. However, this glance nearly caused him a heart attack. Du Cheng was now encircled by 3 stunning young ladies, one of whom, adorned with pink rabbit ears, had even wrapped her arm around him. Well done. In contrast to Zhao Wujia, Du Cheng appeared quite pleased. But if you could successfully combine waist bow and 18 fallen clothes, you would have surely given teacher Zhao greater trouble. As he spoke, Du Cheng squinted, playfully ruffling the hair of the 3 girls. Wait, 3? Ahem. Noticing Ning Rongrong's bewildered expression, Du Cheng quickly cleared his throat to change the subject. As for Zhuqing, your attacks could be even more fierce, and you might want to vary your targets, such as aiming for the nose or kicking lower. That's enough. Listening to Du Cheng's advice to Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wujie felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I knew her strikes were so vicious. Turns out it's all you're doing. As his mind raced, Xiao Wujie spoke again. Save any discussions for after the assessment. It's now your turn to be assessed. A peculiar light flashed in Xiao Wujie's eyes. He had resolved to show this brat a thing or two. It's coming, it's coming. Xiao Wujie's words had barely left his mouth when Du Cheng joyfully approached him. Teacher Xiao, how do you plan to assess me? With that, Du Cheng flashed a broad smile at Xiao Wujie. You're truly a good man, Teacher Xiao. Du Cheng couldn't help but feel this way, given how awkward the current situation was. Due to a moment of carelessness, he had inadvertently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair. It is well known that she possesses a fiery temperament. Should she explode? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Du Cheng's smile towards Xiao Wujie became even more sincere. In light of how you saved me from danger, please go easy on me during the assessment. Xiao Wujie, of course, was unaware of Du Cheng's thoughts. Therefore, when their gazes met, he felt a tinge of awkwardness. Kid, your friendliness makes it difficult for me to be harsh on you. Since he was a genius appreciated by Oldley, he was naturally entitled to special treatment. Though he may complain, when it came time to take action, Xiao Wujie would not hold back. With a slight smirk, Xiao Wujie continued, we shall impose no time limit. As long as you can make me utter the words assessment completed, you will pass. No problem. Hearing Xiao Wujie's words, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Then quickly nodded, as long as Teacher Xiao is happy, I'll do anything. Upon hearing the exchange between Du Cheng and Xiao Wujie, Daimu Bai and Tang San nearly fainted from excitement. It's here. It's finally here. Chapter 41. The Silent Fortune of Xiao Wujing. Both Tang San and Daimu Bai, as fellow losers, shared a similar attitude towards Du Cheng. Daimu Bai understood that when Xiao Wujing mentioned no time limit, it signified his intention to torment Du Cheng. Tang San, having personally experienced Xiao Wujing's prowess, recalled the previous kick that nearly displaced his organs. Now it was Du Cheng's turn to endure a similar fate. After all, Du Cheng was the sole contender in this match against Xiao Wujing. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that he would face punishment. Don't say I didn't look after you, Xiao Wujing remarked, his gaze fixed on Du Cheng. Go ahead, make your move, Xiao Wujing commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, Teacher Xiao. As a well-mannered individual steeped in traditional values, Du Cheng had always remembered the saying, when bestowed by elders, one must not refuse. Thus, he could not be impolite in the face of Xiao Wujing's encouragement. Here I come, Teacher Xiao, he declared, as a carrot, surrounded by 3 purple and black soul rings, materialized in his hand. What a curious phenomenon, Xiao Wujing exclaimed upon witnessing Du Cheng's soul ring configuration. No wonder Li Yusong nearly breached the rules. Such talent is commendable. However, upon closer inspection, Xiao Wujing's expression turned peculiar. A Fu-type soul master? It was common knowledge that Fu-type soul masters, no matter how exceptional, lacked formidable combat prowess. Indeed. Du Cheng replied calmly to Xiao Wujing's inquiry, nodding. However, I have also acquired a few combat techniques. I would appreciate your guidance. Xiao Wujing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, given Du Cheng's cunning when teaching others, it would indeed be surprising if he lacked any combat capability. Coming to this conclusion, Xiao Wujing became increasingly excited. Having combat ability is excellent. It will make the experience of overpowering you all the more rewarding. Daimu Bai, standing a distance away, shared Xiao Wujing's eager anticipation, his body trembling with excitement. Teacher Xiao is truly invigorated, he thought. That cursed Du Cheng, hiding his strength during our first match. But even so, what could he do against Teacher Xiao? The only option is to endure the beating. With the revelation that Du Cheng was a level 33 soul master, Daimu Bai had pinpointed the reasons for his previous defeat. First, he had been overly complacent. Second, Du Cheng had deliberately concealed his abilities. Had he known Du Cheng was a soul master, he would have given his all and defeated him in a spectacular manner. As for Du Cheng's sudden leap from a great soul master to a soul master overnight, Daimu Bai had never entertained such a notion. Do you think you're the son of a deity? Breakthroughs don't happen just because you wish for them. Returning to the matter at hand, the spectator's thoughts clearly had no bearing on Du Cheng. After consuming a carrot, he channeled his soul power to transform the carrot into a suitable size. His expression serious as he faced Xiao Wujing. Although this is merely a simple assessment, it is still against a soul saint. I must not appear too careless. Most importantly, he sought to test the new abilities he had recently acquired. With thoughts racing, Du Cheng charged towards Xiao Wujing. Xiao Wujing paused, momentarily taken aback by Du Cheng's unusual footwork. As a close combat soul master, His fighting skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, he found it impossible to predict Du Cheng's next move. Nevertheless, Xiao Wujing maintained an air of calm. What good is speed? Endurance is the true principle. Across the Douluo continent, there were many soul masters faster than Xiao Wujing. Yet none could breach his defenses, merely a gaggle of underlings. Bang! As Xiao Wujing contemplated, a carrot struck heavily against his nose. That clever boy. Sensing the wind generated by the carrot's swing, Xiao Wujing instinctively reached out to intercept it. Good idea, but in absolute. Suddenly, Xiao Wujing's expression froze mid-sentence. What is happening? Upon catching the carrot, he distinctly felt his soul power within him become dormant, rendering him incapable of mobilizing it. Is this your soul skill? Fortunately, despite the loss of soul power, Xiao Wujing's physical strength remained intact. After blocking Du Cheng's carrot once more, he finally discerned something amiss. Every time Du Cheng struck him, the third soul ring on the carrot would flicker. How can there be such an unreasonable 10,000-year soul ring? He muttered, quickly retreating to distance himself from Du Cheng. Based on his experience, it was clear that Du Cheng's soul ring required a hit to activate its effects. If he could create some space, he would soon regain his soul power and teach Du Cheng a lesson. It must be said, Xiao Wujing's judgment as an experienced soul saint was indeed formidable. Within mere seconds, he had nearly analyzed the effects of Du Cheng's soul ring. The only miscalculation was that the silence trigger was probabilistic. Yet, this was hardly Xiao Wujing's fault. His luck was simply atrocious. Who could have predicted that a 10 chance would activate every single time? Observing the silence effect on Xiao Wujing, which had accumulated to a minute, even Du Cheng could not help but twitch his mouth. Thank goodness I did not acquire a lethal soul skill. Otherwise, the unmoving king would have surely become the unmoving dead. Despite holding the advantage, facing an opponent like Xiao Wujing, even with the silence buff stacked against him, Du Cheng dared not be careless. As expected of teacher Xiao, he quickly identified the flaw in my soul skill. However, seeing Xiao Wujing consciously retreating, a broad smile spread across Du Cheng's face. Who told you I am merely a close combat soul master? It was well known that Xiao Wujing was a tank-type warrior. Even with his charge-type soul skills, his short reach was a weakness. Thus, when the distance widened, it was not only Du Cheng who faced limitations. Before Xiao Wujing could react, the carrot in Du Cheng's hand rapidly expanded in length. Bang! A 3-meter-long carrot struck Xiao Wujing on the head, leaving him near tears. So, does this count as digging my own grave? Kid, I. Bang. You. Bang. I particularly. Chapter 42, Xiao Wujia. So rough. It's unbearable. Bang. Xiao Wujia was utterly helpless, particularly exasperated. The carrot, when held by Du Cheng, felt as light as a feather, yet upon landing on him, it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Without the support of soul power, each strike inflicted immense pain upon Xiao Wujia. Even more absurdly, Du Cheng's strikes and variations were exceptionally cunning. Despite Xiao Wujia's utmost efforts to evade, he was accurately struck time and again. Bang. Once more, he was hit. And Xiao Wujia's expression darkened further. If he were to describe it, he felt akin to a contestant in a whack-a-mole game. Indeed, he was the mole. The foolish one who was perpetually struck. I can't let this continue. As a soul sage and the vice president of Shrek Academy, how could he afford to lose face in front of so many newcomers? With his thoughts racing, Xiao Wujia instantly gathered his energy, his aura transforming into something remarkably fierce. Kid you. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Wujia was sent flying like a baseball. Huh. Scratching his head, Du Cheng appeared puzzled. Was teacher Xiao about to say something? However, in an instant, he regained his seriousness. He was facing the renowned, immovable king. How could he afford to be distracted at such a moment? As his thoughts coalesced, Du Cheng swung the carrot again at an odd angle. With the passage of time, he had grown increasingly adept at utilizing his soul bone, resulting in an ever more terrifying weight added to the carrot. Bang! Another strike sent Xiao Wujia soaring, and Du Cheng, now with a face full of admiration, remarked, as expected of teacher Xiao, despite having lost the upper hand, he still manages to prevent me from passing the assessment. With those words, Du Cheng unleashed more soul power, transforming the carrot into a monstrous pillar 5 meters in diameter. Gulp. Observing the diminutive figure of Du Cheng lifting an enormous yellow pillar, Xiao Wujia, just having risen from the ground, couldn't help but swallow hard. So thick, so massive, this could be fatal. You passed, you passed. Seizing the moment while the carrot continued to enlarge, Xiao Wujia finally shouted, "The assessment is over, you have succeeded." To prevent his words from being interrupted again, Xiao Wujia's speech quickened, huh? Hearing Xiao Wujia's declaration, Du Cheng felt a twinge of regret. Is it really over already? He wanted to test the might of the towering pillar he had just conceived. Casually, he brought down the charged carrot beside Xiao Wujia. Boom! With a deafening crash, Xiao Wujia watched as a chasm formed barely an inch away from him. If that had struck me, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. And Xiao Wujia felt his legs weaken. Such destructive power could hardly be wielded by a mere soul master. This area had been reinforced for practical training. Even a soul sovereign would need to exert tremendous effort to cause such devastation. After his full-force strike, Du Cheng had depleted all his soul power. Gazing at the destruction he had wrought, Du Cheng used the now shrunken carrot as a makeshift cane, then awkwardly spoke. I feared I might fail Teacher Zhao's assessment. So I exerted a bit more force than necessary. Pausing, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Wujia. Given your standing and strength, you should be able to understand, right? Naturally. Nodding, placing a hand on his lower back, Xiao Wujia managed a strained smile. A soul master must always give their all in battle. You did nothing wrong. While those words were spoken, only he knew the sorrow that brewed within him. Had he not been concerned about his image, he would have grasped Du Cheng by the collar and interrogated him. Are you afraid of failing the assessment? Are you afraid I might survive it? Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Xiao Wujia turned his gaze back to Du Cheng. Since the contest has concluded, can you now release your soul skill? Glancing at Xiao Wujia's prolonged silence, Du Cheng's lips twitched slightly. I can't cancel it. Before Xiao Wujia could respond, Du Cheng quickly added, however, after an hour. The effects of this soul skill will dissipate on their own. An hour longer? After experiencing the incident of being beaten by a mere soul sovereign, while his soul power was incapacitated, Xiao Wujia's sense of personal safety had been significantly heightened. Until his soul power recovered, he wished to avoid any further contact with Du Cheng. No, even when his soul power was restored, he would need to exercise extreme caution around this young rascal. These little ones had already passed the assessment. As his thoughts raced, Xiao Wujia turned to Dai Mubai. Mubai, please guide them to become acquainted with the academy. With that, without granting anyone a chance to speak, Xiao Wujia hurriedly departed. It wasn't until Xiao Wujia had completely left that everyone, including Dai Mubai, finally regained their senses. Just now, Du Cheng had indeed overwhelmed Xiao Wujia, hadn't he? Though reluctant to admit it, Xiao Wujia's desperate attempts to evade Du Cheng's carrot were simply too shocking. It was unforgettable, utterly indelible. Useless. Reflecting on Xiao Wujia's earlier disheveled appearance, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fingers tightly. A soul sage, reduced to such a state by a mere soul sovereign. Was this not sheer ineptitude? Of course. What infuriated Tang San even more was Du Cheng's performance. If even a soul sage could be bested so thoroughly, could I truly be his match? Brother Cheng, you are truly remarkable. In contrast to Tang San and Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu and her companions exhibited a different reaction. One leapt into Du Cheng's arms, her face alight with pride. I never expected even a soul sage would be no match for you. Don't be absurd. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, Du Cheng wore a humble smile. In a battle between soul masters, intelligence is also a crucial factor. Teacher Zhao merely suffered a momentary lapse. Should we fight again, I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against him. Though he had left Xiao Wujia in a pitiable state, Du Cheng was not one to boast. With Xiao Wujia's capabilities, it would be quite easy for him to handle Du Cheng were he not caught off guard. Of course, the precondition was that this fellow remained silent. Chapter 43. Tang San and the Magnificent Oscar Sausage. To speak frankly, Xiao Wujia's lesson to Du Cheng regarding luck was indeed quite profound. However, it also underscored a point. His survival until now is undoubtedly attributed to sheer strength. Upon hearing Du Cheng's remarks, the expressions of Dai Mubai and Tang San slightly softened. Indeed, it was an advantage of intelligence. Otherwise, how could a mere soul master pose any trouble to a soul saint? Particularly for Tang San, who nearly raised his head to the heavens, given sufficient materials and time. It would not be impossible to poison a soul saint. Reflecting on this, it seemed that the gap between Du Cheng and himself was not so vast after all. The thoughts of Tang San, of course, remained unknown to those present. However, to prevent the conversation from lingering solely on Du Cheng, Dai Mubai promptly cleared his throat. Since everyone has passed the assessment, you are now members of Shrek Academy. Next, allow me to guide you through the surroundings. With that, Dai Mubai turned and began walking towards the open space. Regardless of the circumstances, we must first complete the tasks assigned by Teacher Zhao. To be fair, as an academy that embraces a minimalist style, Shrek Academy truly has little to introduce. Apart from a few teaching staff, the facilities within the academy can only be described with two words: lackluster. After a brief tour, not only Ning Rongrong, but even Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of disdain. Even Nodding Academy seems to be better than this? The conditions may be a bit harsh, yet this is due to Shrek Academy investing more resources into cultivation-related assets. Sensing the peculiar gazes from a few individuals, even Dai Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. You'll understand when you officially start attending classes. Just then, a sudden cry for sausages echoed nearby. Are there vendors within the academy? Upon hearing the voice, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened. If there are vendors, life here might be a bit more pleasant. However, her optimism was destined to be dashed. Just as her words left her lips, Dai Mubai quickly shook his head. There are no vendors at Shrek Academy. That is merely one of our classmates. A classmate? As the group conversed, the figure shouting about sausage approached. Upon seeing him, everyone, including Du Cheng, couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This individual was of a stature similar to Du Cheng, but sported an exceedingly flamboyant beard. At first glance, one might believe he was a tumbleweed come to life. Not a fellow student? Their voices were not low, so the newcomer naturally overheard their words. Steadying his small cart, he retorted, although I, Oscar, have a bit of a beard, I am only 14 years old this year. How could I not be a classmate? Little Oscar is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, and due to his martial soul, his hair is more abundant than that of the average person. At this point, Dai Mubai couldn't help but glance at Du Cheng, who was being supported by Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Carrots are also food, right? However, Oscar's sausages do indeed smell delightful. Shaking his head to dispel the unreliable thoughts, Dai Mubai continued, moreover, they can aid in recovery from injuries. If you all are interested, feel free to indulge. Indeed, indeed. As Dai Mubai's words fell, Oscar was initially taken aback, then rapidly nodded in agreement. His gaze flitted across the faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, causing his body to tremble slightly. Despite his decent appearance, his rapidly growing beard had made him less appealing to the ladies. Over time, Oscar had developed a peculiar quirk. He enjoyed having beautiful girls taste his sausages, as it provided him with a perverse sense of satisfaction. Unfortunately, there had always been a lack of girls at Shrek Academy, and everyone was aware of his peculiarities, leading Oscar to find ways to venture outside. He never anticipated that Dai Mubai would cover for him in front of such three lovely girls. Even though he had yet to succeed, Oscar felt as if his soul might soar. You must be new students this year if you were brought in by Dai. Suppressing his excitement, Oscar quickly took several sausages and offered them to the group. Here, these sausages are on the house. Consider it a treat from your senior. Next time you want one, each will cost 5 copper coins. With that, Oscar flashed a broad smile, but unfortunately, the abundance of facial hair rendered his expression somewhat sleazy. To be fair, the aroma of Oscar's sausages was indeed delightful, yet knowing his background, Du Cheng felt a wave of disgust. Eating a sausage was certainly not an issue. However, given the current demeanor of Oscar and Dai Mubai, it was clear that these two were up to no good. You're too modest, senior. Seeing Tang San already devouring a sausage, Du Cheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You are indeed quite unreserved. Due to excessive soul power consumption, Du Cheng could only lean against Zhu Zhuqing while speaking. And why not Xiao Wu? She was not as soft as Zhu Zhuqing. Although the senior didn't carry ordinary sausages, he managed to produce so many grilled ones. With his gaze fixed on Oscar, Du Cheng continued, if I am not mistaken, your martial soul should be sausages, right? As Du Cheng spoke, Tang San had already finished his second sausage. No, that is correct. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Oscar was momentarily stunned, then nodded. As expected of the new students of Shrek Academy, your observation is keen and your intellect sharp. Giving a thumbs up to Du Cheng, Oscar continued. So, would you care to try my large sausage? There was a hint of urgency in Oscar's tone. Due to Du Cheng's inquiry, aside from Tang San, who had already consumed 3 sausages in a short span, the 3 girls had yet to accept the sausages from Oscar. Trying one is certainly no issue. Nodding, Du Cheng seemed oblivious to Oscar's changing expression. However, I am not particularly fond of grilled sausages. I wonder if you could provide me with one that is ungrilled. As he finished, Du Cheng added, by the way, the same goes for the 3 of them. Chapter 44. Ning Rongrong. Is this what genius looks like? Ning Rongrong intended to express her fondness for grilled sausages, but just as the words were on the verge of escaping her lips, her tone abruptly shifted. Indeed. I also have no particular liking for grilled sausages. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Oscar was left in a state of shock. What is going on? How can anyone not like grilled sausages? Can't you learn from that buck-toothed little monster over there? He has already finished his fifth one. This. Dilata? Casting a glance at Dai Mubai, Oscar's eyes revealed a hint of desperation. Being well aware of his own shortcomings, Oscar understood how unsavory his soul skill was. Summoning sausages in front of so many people, let alone getting them to eat it, would be a stroke of luck if he didn't end up getting beaten to a pulp. Why are you looking at me? Sensing Oscar's gaze, Dai Mubai nearly leaped up in surprise. Since the junior students do not enjoy grilled sausages, then you should summon them. By all means. As soon as he spoke, Dai Mubai could not help but mentally berate. Fool, you are selling sausages. Yet you don't think to summon a few more for backup? Dai Mubai knew full well that while he could take advantage of the situation to embarrass Du Cheng, he absolutely could not assist Oscar in covering up. As a member of the academy, Du Cheng and others would inevitably interact with Oscar in the future, and over time, they would surely discover his true nature. Without offering cover, he could feign ignorance by claiming he was simply accustomed to Oscar's sausages. But if he provided cover, then he would be considered an accomplice. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai was quite concerned about his personal image. Very well. Dai Mubai spoke, and although Oscar's heart brimmed with a myriad of unwillingness, he had no choice but to accept reality. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Oscar first brought his legs together, then placed one hand 3 inches below his abdomen. I have a big sausage. As a somewhat awkward and lewd voice echoed, a yellow glow flashed, and a sausage identical to the one on his cart appeared in Oscar's hand. 4 food-type martial souls to function. They must be paired with the corresponding soul spells. Before the crowd could cast their disdainful gazes, Oscar hastily began to explain, but rest assured, although the spell may seem a bit odd, my sausage is undoubtedly legitimate. So, all the sausages here are summoned in this manner? Casting a sidelong glance at the half-eaten sausage in Tang San's hand, Du Cheng implied, not exactly. As events reached this juncture, Oscar succumbed to a reckless attitude. At the moment Du Cheng's words left his lips, Oscar struck the same pose again. I have a small sausage. Once more, a flash of yellow light appeared. But this time, a sausage emerged in Oscar's hand. Identical to the one Tang San had just devoured. Ugh, a strange sound erupted. Despite having lived 2 lives, Tang San could not help but retch on the ground. Such a lewd spell, such a lewd gesture. In such a lewd man, Tang San felt tainted. Anger directed at Oscar, Tang San found himself clutching a few gleaming daggers. Had it not been for Dai Mubai intervening just in time to shield Oscar, Oscar would likely have been turned into a sieve by now. Though Oscar's soul spell was indeed a bit peculiar, the sausages themselves were beyond reproach. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Dai Mubai could only muster the courage to explain, this matter is my fault. I neglected to inform everyone that his soul spell was problematic. Upon finishing his words, Dai Mubai shot a glare at Oscar. Little Oscar, why aren't you apologizing to everyone? Yes. One must admit, Tang San in a furious state was quite intimidating. Gazing at Tang San's gleaming buck teeth under the sunlight, even Dai Mubai could not help but shiver. All of this is Oscar's fault. Otherwise, how would such a situation arise? I'm sorry. Without a moment's hesitation, Oscar apologized. Hiding behind Dai Mubai, Oscar spoke with utmost sincerity. Junior, please do not be angry. I genuinely apologize. In an apparent attempt to demonstrate his sincerity, Oscar even patted his own chest. To express my sincerity, all my sausages will be free for you from now on. Eat as many as you desire. Observing Tang San's teeth protrude even further, a faint character seemed to materialize on Dai Mubai's forehead. Fool, do you dare call this an apology? Were it not for the circumstances, Dai Mubai would have fancied turning around to stab Oscar twice. In truth, at the moment the words escaped his lips, Oscar realized he had acted foolishly. However, helpless as he was, Tang San's intimidating presence was simply overwhelming. Well, these are mere trifles. Witnessing the atmosphere grow increasingly tense, Du Cheng finally spoke. Little San's teacher is a good friend of our principal. How could he be offended over such a trivial matter? Really? A true furry head peeked out from behind Dai Mubai as Oscar's gaze fell upon Tang San. Humph. With a snort, upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San actually sheathed his dagger. Out of respect for the teacher, I shall overlook this matter this time. It was not due to Tang San's generosity, but rather his awareness. Currently, he relied quite a bit on Master, and if he were to harm the disciple of Master's close friend here, it would be somewhat counterproductive. That is good. As Tang San's words fell, Oscar visibly relaxed. You all continue to familiarize yourselves with the academy. I will go sell sausages elsewhere. With that, before anyone could respond, Oscar hastily wheeled away with his cart. Ahem, watching Oscar's lewd actions. Daimubai could not help but clear his throat twice. Little Oscar has always been like this. Please do not hold it against him. He hearing Daimubai's words. Everyone present remained silent, their faces stern, except for Ning Rongrong, who let out a couple of cold snickers. Was Oscar in the wrong? Yes. But let us not forget that at the outset, Daimubai had been vigorously promoting Oscar's sausages to everyone. Moreover, when on the verge of exposure, Oscar had been the first to turn to Daimubai for guidance. In summary, Daimubai was certainly not as innocent as he claimed. Reflecting on how she nearly consumed a sausage summoned by such a distasteful spell, Ning Rongrong felt a wave of nausea wash over her. As her gaze fell upon Du Cheng, curiosity flickered in her eyes. Handsome, powerful, and so intelligent, could this truly be the genius spoken of by Grandfather Bone and Grandfather Sword? Ding, the bond between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 30. At 50, advanced lottery draws can be conducted. Chapter 45. How about you all sleep with me? Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one intermediate lottery opportunity. Upon hearing the voice beside him, Du Cheng couldn't help but pause. One must say, it is indeed Ning Rongrong's style to be so generous with the bond points. Let us draw the lottery. Since the opportunity has been granted, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Du Cheng was not like some individuals who insisted on saving their lottery chances for emergency use. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conducting an intermediate lottery and receiving the rewards. Soul Tool-inch residence and return fire fan. 2 soul tools. As the system's voice resounded, Du Cheng noticed that besides the previous character summoning card, 2 new items had indeed appeared in the system space. The inch residence was a delicately crafted palace ornament, smaller than a walnut. According to the system's introduction, its size could be adjusted based on the amount of soul power infused within, an inch being the smallest form, while its largest form could expand into a grand palace covering 3 acres. With this item, I need not reside in the dormitory provided by Shrek Academy. Looking at the description of the inch residence, Du Cheng couldn't help but smile. It was not that he was overly picky, but the living conditions at Shrek Academy were indeed concerning. To put it mildly, describing it as a dangerous building would only affirm its quality. In contrast, the functionality of the return fire fan seemed somewhat lacking. It could reflect fire attribute attacks back at enemies when infused with soul power. This sounded impressive. Yet for Du Cheng, it appeared rather redundant. When truly facing an adversary, his carrot was far more reliable than any soul tool. However, he could accumulate a few more and perhaps gift them to Xiao Wu and others as self-defense items. The academy had been thoroughly introduced, and it was time for everyone to return to their dormitories. While Du Cheng was making arrangements for the 2 soul tools in his mind, Daimubai's voice resounded once more. Since Shrek Academy had never previously admitted female students, there had been no dedicated dormitory building for them. Pausing momentarily, Daimubai's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing and the others. For convenience's sake, you will reside on the 1st floor starting today. As Daimubai's words fell, the several girls present couldn't help but furrow their brows. They could understand that due to the academy's low enrollment numbers, there were no specific dormitories for female students. But could we not stay on the 2nd floor? With her gaze fixed on Daimubai, Ning Rongrong directly voiced her request. Recalling Oscar's lecherous demeanor from earlier, she shivered involuntarily. What if that guy peeks at me while I'm on the 1st floor? That would be quite unacceptable. Daimubai shook his head, not even allowing Ning Rongrong the chance to speak again. The 2nd floor is already occupied by other students. It is impossible for them to move. But there is no but. As he saw Ning Rongrong about to argue further, Daimubai's expression hardened. This is Shrek Academy. I hope you will refrain from bringing your princess temper from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School here. Due to the events that transpired outside during registration, Daimubai held little fondness for Ning Rongrong. In his view, women ought to be dutiful subordinates to the strong, rather than seeking attention like Ning Rongrong. If you are unwilling to stay on the 1st floor, how about sharing my quarters? What? Just after admonishing Ning Rongrong, Daimubai was suddenly met with Du Cheng's words. Turning his head, Daimubai's expression darkened. Do you think this is what kind of place? As a member of Shrek Academy, you too must reside in the dormitory. Pointing toward Ning Rongrong and the others, Daimubai's tone dripped with sarcasm. Are you suggesting that boys and girls should cohabitate? Though his face displayed anger, deep down, Daimubai felt a sense of pride. He perceived Du Cheng as a fool. to propose sleeping together right after meeting the girls. Could he possibly be the fabled lecher? As his gaze swept over Zhu Zhuqing's face, Dai Mubai suppressed his delight. Having seen through Du Cheng's true nature, you now know whom to choose, right? Are you overthinking this? With a peculiar expression, Du Cheng replied, when did I say I wanted to sleep with you? If you're not sleeping with us, where else will you rest? Rolling his eyes, Dai Mubai was disinclined to converse with the fool before him. Yet, in an effort to further diminish Du Cheng standing in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, he couldn't resist a taunt. Did you bring a mansion with you when you left home? Dai Mubai's tone was harsh, but upon hearing his words, Du Cheng couldn't help but be taken aback. How did you know? Looking around. Du Cheng remarked, the environment here is quite pleasant. Ignoring Dai Mubai's strange expression, he surveyed their surroundings. They were in the peripheral area of Shrek Academy, not far from a pristine mountain. Nodding appreciatively, Du Cheng continued, in that case, let us stay here tonight. As his words concluded, before anyone could respond, a square building model appeared in Du Cheng's hand. Choosing a flat area, he placed the inch residence down and began to infuse it with soul power. Have you heard of something inflating in the wind? Infusing soul power into the inch residence was akin to that notion. Within mere seconds, a palace exuding an ancient and majestic aura materialized before them. How is this possible? Not only was Dai Mubai startled, but even Du Cheng was taken aback. Who would have thought that as a soul tool, the soul power consumption of the inch residence would be so minimal? Had Du Cheng not promptly retracted his soul power, it would have likely transformed into a colossal structure by now. Nevertheless, the sight before them still left everyone profoundly shocked, even prompting Dai Mubai to exclaim in astonishment. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Du Cheng responded with an air of calmness. Apologies, I tend to be quite attached to home. Hence, I do travel with a mansion. I can't believe this. If he still retained any semblance of reason, Dai Mubai would have liked to seize Du Cheng by the collar and roar. Are you serious? As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai was certainly familiar with soul tools. But could someone please explain why such an outrageous soul tool exists? What is its purpose? To show off? Fortunately, Du Cheng was oblivious to Dai Mubai's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have nodded sincerely. Indeed, at the very least, I find this display quite enjoyable. Chapter 46. The enormous title Douluo, how about it? Would you like to stay with me? With a sincere invitation, Du Cheng turned to the slightly agape Ning Rongrong. Although Yichuan residence is somewhat modest, it is certainly far superior to the dormitory at the academy. This abode was originally extracted from Ning Rongrong herself. So inviting her to reside there was merely a gesture of reciprocation. Du Cheng vowed that his actions bore no relation to Ning Rongrong's appearance. Just moments ago, Ning Rongrong had been on the verge of a meltdown, yet upon hearing Du Cheng's words, a slight twitch appeared at the corners of her mouth. You dare call this modest? Gazing at the resplendent palace before her, she couldn't help but rub her eyes vigorously. I must have awakened too abruptly, otherwise. How could a model transform into such a magnificent structure? So, you are unwilling? While Ning Rongrong silently critiqued in her heart, Du Cheng resumed, in that case, I am willing. Before Du Cheng could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong's eager voice interjected, I am willing, exceedingly so. Though her display may have lacked decorum, she was beyond caring at this point. When compared to the dilapidated dormitory of Shrek Academy, she undeniably preferred Du Cheng's modest palace. May I reside in that room? She pointed toward a chamber adjacent to the main hall, her cheeks slightly flushed. This palace is too vast. I am hesitant to stay alone. Of course, Du Cheng replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. If memory serves, there were two individuals who expressed similar sentiments to me a few years ago. I shall occupy the main hall, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing can stay beside Rongrong. Without waiting for others to respond, Du Cheng swiftly pushed open the door to Yichuan residence. Let us enter and inspect our chambers. Yeah. Observing the three women following Du Cheng into the palace, Tang San couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What should we do now, Senior Dai? To be fair, Tang San genuinely wished to join the others inside, but it was evident that Du Cheng had no intention of inviting him. Of course, we shall return to the dormitory. What else is there to do? Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon the entrance of Yichuan residence, an expression of deep reluctance etched across his face. Had he known that Du Cheng possessed such a soul guide, he would have readily acquiesced to Ning Rongrong's request. Indeed, Dai Mubai's refusal of Ning Rongrong's request to stay on the second floor was entirely deliberate. It was worth noting that, even with the presence of Du Cheng and others, Shrek Academy only had 8 students. As the leader among the 3 senior students, Fulfilling a beautiful girl's small request was a trivial matter for Douluo V. His rejection stemmed from a desire to create opportunities for serendipitous encounters with Cheng, leveraging the stairs for moments of flirtation. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Douluo V possessed a profound understanding of female psychology. In his view, the more ambiguous encounters there were, the simpler it would be to win Cheng's heart. However, the situation had developed to a point where his schemes were doomed to fail. Casting a glance at Tang San, Douluo V's tone dripped with disdain. What? Do you carry a mansion with you, just like Cheng? Tang San's expression darkened, nearly drawing his dragon beard needle to retaliate against Douluo V's insinuation. What gives? Can't I just vent my frustrations on you since I can't confront Cheng? Cultivating as a soul master entails enduring hardships. Upon witnessing Tang San's change in demeanor, Douluo V realized his previous remarks had crossed a line. Given the current circumstances, while Tang San had arrived with Cheng, there appeared to be some underlying tension among them. After all, with such a large palace, it was unusual for Cheng not to extend an invitation, an opportunity for alliance. Rest assured, once the dean returns, new arrangements will undoubtedly be made for them. As he made this assessment, Douluo V's tone softened slightly. For now, let us return to the dormitory and rest. Understood. Only when Douluo V spoke did Tang San's expression relax a bit. As long as it caused Cheng discomfort, he could endure a little grievance. Let us head back to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to Cheng, the events unfolding between Tang San and Douluo V were beyond his awareness. Once inside the palace and after successfully settling the three women, Cheng finally had the opportunity to examine the amenities in his room. A grand bed made of golden thread nanmu, a latex mattress, air conditioning, and an ensuite bathroom. Aside from the absence of a television and computer, it was a veritable embodiment of modern decor. As for other facilities, do not inquire, they were all soul guides. Realizing it was time to surprise teacher Xiao, Cheng glanced outside at the dimming sky and produced a card. Summon. The space shimmered slightly, and a figure clad in a black gown with a black headband appeared in Cheng's room. Cheng Xian greets the young master. Upon her arrival, the figure bowed respectfully to Cheng. Cheng Xian, a rank 90 title Douluo, has been designated by the system as your maid. There's no need for such formalities. Waving his hand to indicate she should rise, Cheng couldn't help but appraise Cheng Xian. I must admit, the aesthetic sensibilities of this accursed system are rather commendable. With willow-shaped eyebrows, apricot-shaped eyes, a high nose, and cherry lips. The most striking feature being her ample proportions, immensely so. Even having grown accustomed to the beauty of Xiao Wu and others, Cheng found himself momentarily entranced by Cheng Xian. Compared to her, even the most mature among the girls, Zhu Qing, seemed rather juvenile. You wish for Cheng Xian to attend to your needs? Upon noticing Cheng's gaze upon her, Cheng Xian was momentarily taken aback before reaching to loosen her garments. The moment she was summoned by the system, she had been imbued with thoughts of absolute loyalty. Whatever Cheng desired, she would never refuse. Not necessary. Cheng Xian moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Cheng caught sight of a significant portion of her shoulder. As she prepared to disrobe entirely, he hastily shook his head. Let us postpone such matters for now. There are more pressing tasks that require your attention. Please, command me, young master. A flicker of disappointment crossed Cheng Xian's face, yet she quickly donned her attire once more. Regardless of the nature of the task, it is equally important. These are trivial matters. There is no need to be so serious. Sensing the gravity etched upon Cheng Xian's features, Cheng sought to reassure her. Please find Xiao Wu and deliver some gifts to him. Chapter 47. Zhu Cheng's night raid. By the way, if you encounter Tang Hao, remember to let him discover your identity. If I recall correctly, that fellow Tang Hao has been lurking in the shadows, observing Tang San for quite some time. Although I previously issued a warning to Tang Hao using an experience card, I still harbor some unease. My master has been absent for so long. Who knows what ill thoughts may have crossed his mind. When it comes to Tang San and his family, I have always been inclined to assume the worst. Now that Cheng Xian has appeared, it is fortuitous that she can help Tang Hao recall certain matters. Although her strength is slightly below level 90, the foundation she possesses is still sufficient. Rest assured, young master, Cheng Xian knows what to do. As soon as Cheng's words left his lips, Cheng Xian nodded quickly. As a summoned entity of the system, she possesses a comprehensive understanding of Cheng's circumstances and past experiences. Thus, grasping Cheng's thoughts was not difficult at all. After bowing once more to Cheng Xian vanished from the spot. Being a title Douluo level powerhouse, it was quite simple for her to leave without disturbing anyone else. TSK once Qin Xian departed. Du Cheng couldn't help but click his tongue in a peculiar manner. If all goes as expected, old Zhao should be favored by 2 titled Douluos tonight, right? In a certain sense. This could even be considered an achievement. Just as Du Cheng was silently lamenting for Xiao Wu, the door creaked open slightly. As Zhu Zhiqing slipped through the crack, she met Du Cheng's curious gaze. The room is a bit large, and I am afraid to sleep alone. Upon speaking, Zhu Zhiqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if one pinch would cause them to bleed. Coming from a noble background and having managed to traverse from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire single-handedly, how could Zhu Zhiqing truly be afraid of sleeping alone? The reason she had ventured here under the cover of night was entirely due to the unresolved situation from last night with Du Cheng. Turning to face Du Cheng, she discovered that he wore a teasing expression, which only fueled her embarrassment and indignation. Forget it. I'll just sleep alone. How can that be? Seeing Zhu Zhiqing about to leave, Du Cheng quickly reached out and pulled her back. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Hiss as he embraced Zhu Zhiqing. Du Cheng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Aside from the black leather jacket she wore, the girl was completely undressed. Humph. Sensing Du Cheng's astonished gaze, Zhu Zhiqing playfully squirmed in his embrace. If you don't like it, I can go back to my room right now. Though she spoke those words, her eyes sparkled with mischief. Du Cheng's body had begun to warm up the moment he held her. How could he possibly dislike it? Enchantress. This was the most fitting evaluation Du Cheng could think of for Zhu Zhiqing. Even he was taken aback by her audacity. However, how could Du Cheng refuse the little lamb that had come to his door? With one hand slipping beneath Zhu Zhiqing's garment and his other hand lifting her chin, he pressed his lips down heavily upon hers. What a reckless little wildcat. Let me show you how to be disciplined. With her mouth sealed. Zhu Zhiqing could only emit muffled sounds. However, judging by the intensity of her counterattack, Du Cheng sensed that she was likely not entirely compliant. The philosopher Wozki once said, when faced with an enemy, as long as they possess even a hint of resistance, we must exert all our efforts. Du Cheng had always trusted and endeavored to embody this principle. Thus, when confronting Zhu Zhiqing, he opted for an even fiercer response. The sounds of their breaths filled the room, and the distance to Du Cheng's grand bed diminished. Thud. When they finally tumbled onto the bed, Zhu Zhiqing became a mere puddle of softness. Brother Cheng with her curves held in his grasp, Zhu Zhiqing had shed her earlier icy demeanor. Calling out to Du Cheng like a little kitten, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Leaning down, Du Cheng gently nibbled on her earlobe before climbing atop her. Little girl. No one can save you tonight. As his words echoed, Du Cheng positioned himself over Zhu Zhiqing. Tonight is the time for direct confrontation and vanquishing foes. Squeak, however. Just as someone was about to succeed, the sound of the door being pushed open accompanied a beam of moonlight that streamed in. Xiao Wu. Staring at Xiao Wu, who squeezed through the door in a similar manner to Zhu Zhiqing, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? The room is too large, and I am scared to sleep alone. Carefully closing the door behind her, Xiao Wu stealthily made her way to Du Cheng's bedside. Upon getting closer, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim softly, Sister Zhu, so you are also here? As she spoke, Xiao Wu patted her chest with a relieved expression. I thought I was the only one afraid to sleep alone. Turns out Sister Zhu is scared too. Zhu Zhiqing, already in a state of emotional turmoil and nearly caught in the act by Xiao Wu, felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the bed to hide in. In an instant, her face grew increasingly flushed, and she felt as if steam might burst from her head. Zhu Zhiqing was already embarrassed enough. Yet Xiao Wu remained completely oblivious to her unusual behavior, fixing her gaze on Zhu Zhiqing's face. Xiao Wu wore a broad smile. Being afraid to sleep alone is nothing to be ashamed of, Sister Zhu. You need not feel shy. Come on. Hurry up and get into bed. Now that Xiao Wu had arrived, there was no way Du Cheng could send her away. To prevent Zhu Zhiqing from fainting from embarrassment due to Xiao Wu's words, Du Cheng simply reached out and pulled her onto the bed as well. It's getting late. We should all get some sleep. Expertly snuggling into Du Cheng's embrace, Xiao Wu closed her eyes comfortably, only to suddenly wrinkle her nose. Brother Cheng, why does your room have such a strange smell? As she spoke, Xiao Wu turned her head to sniff at Du Cheng. It seems this scent was also present at the Rose Hotel this morning. If you had arrived a little later, you could have witnessed the source of this scent firsthand. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Du Cheng couldn't help but mentally roll his eyes. Naturally, such thoughts were better left unspoken. Seeing that Xiao Wu was determined to investigate further, Du Cheng quickly pressed her down. It might be something picked up from the Rose Hotel. Don't pay too much attention to it. Chapter 48. The distressed Xiao Wu regarding Du Cheng's words. Xiao Wu held a considerable degree of trust. At the very least, she had yet to realize that. While conversing with her, a small, playful tongue was teasingly licking at Du Cheng's back. With a sigh of relief, Du Cheng finally turned sharply to seize Zhu Cheng, who had been stealthily approaching him. "You little wildcat, you truly are incorrigible." Zhu Cheng attempted to evade, but the bed was too small, and she had to be cautious not to wake Xiao Wu, leaving her no choice but to be captured by Du Cheng. Feeling the warmth of Du Cheng's hands on her waist, Zhu Cheng could not help but emit a soft whimper, casting a pleading glance at him. "Now you understand fear?" Du Cheng smirked at her gaze. Too late. As he spoke, his lips pressed firmly against Zhu Cheng's fragrant ones, since she had dared to tease him earlier. She must face the consequences of her actions. Under the shroud of night, muffled gasps of restrained pleasure echoed within the main hall. Despite their efforts to contain themselves, Xiao Wu remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. However, in her dreams, her brow began to furrow. What is happening? Why does this strange scent seem even stronger? In stark contrast to the allure emanating from Du Cheng's side, Xiao Wujia found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. His gaze fell upon the robust man before him, filled with regret. "I did not intend to offend young Master Tang San. I implore Lord Haotian to forgive me." Regret. Profound regret. If given the chance to relive that moment, Xiao Wujia would never have chosen to kick Tang San. Who could have imagined that a seemingly inconspicuous, buck-toothed boy would turn out to be the son of the illustrious Haotian Douluo? The most critical aspect was that Tang Hao had witnessed Xiao Wujia mercilessly beating Tang San earlier in the day. The only solace Xiao Wujia found was in the fact that the man before him seemed to harbor little intent to kill. Otherwise, he would not have merely punished him and stopped there. Humph. Tang Hao let out a cold snort at Xiao Wujia's words. "If not for your lack of malice toward Xiao San, would I have let you off so easily?" He looked down on Xiao Wujia. A dignified soul sage relying on bullying the younger generation to establish his presence was indeed a disgrace to the spirit master community. However, considering that Tang San still needed to continue his studies at Shrek Academy, he chose to spare Xiao Wujia. After all, with the might of the Haotian Douluo, it would be an effortless task to incapacitate a soul sage. "Thank you, Lord Haotian." Though unwilling, Xiao Wujia quickly bowed respectfully upon hearing Tang Hao's words. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of young Master Tang San and will never act against him again." "Very well." Nodding in satisfaction at Xiao Wujia's response, Tang Hao added, "You must remember, Xiao San is still unaware of my identity." Just as he was about to caution Xiao Wujia against revealing his identity, Tang Hao's expression shifted abruptly, and he unleashed his soul power toward the side. "Who dares to spy here?" "My lord, this is Shrek Academy. How could there be?" Xiao Wujia began, but he quickly silenced himself, for it was evident that a figure had indeed appeared nearby. "A mere 90th level title Douluo dares to pry into my affairs?" Tang Hao's gaze fell upon the newcomer, and he summoned his Haotian hammer with a wave of his hand. Has the spirit hall truly run out of capable individuals? Lord Haotian has misunderstood. "I am Qin Xian, and have come to pay my respects to you." The calm expression of the woman before him conveyed no hint of fear. "I never expected to encounter the Haotian Douluo here. My master has been quite fond of you since that day." "Your master?" Tang Hao's eyes narrowed at Qin Xian's words. Though her strength did not surpass his, she was still a formidable title Douluo. Such a person, capable of becoming an elder even within the spirit hall, had a master? Had he ever met? Suddenly halting mid-sentence, Tang Hao reflected. He indeed had crossed paths with someone who fit that description. Noticing Tang Hao's change in demeanor, Qin Xian smiled slightly. "Nordine Academy, the forest behind the mountain. After that day, my master has been rather nostalgic about you." To be remembered by a limit Douluo was indeed an honor for Tang Hao. Nevertheless, this only made his expression grow more solemn. That night at Nordine Academy was a black mark he could hardly erase from his memory. "You have come here not merely to greet me, I presume?" Tang Hao shifted the topic, focusing on Qin Xian. "Let us set aside that night for now." "Of course." Nodding, Qin Xian did not disappoint him. Turning to Xiao Wujia, she continued, "I have come this time primarily for this soul sage gentleman." "What?" Xiao Wujia's expression stiffened at her words, which disrupted his earlier enjoyment. A worrying premonition arose within him as he recalled Tang Hao's previous comments. "You are not here to seek me out because of your junior, are you?" "Not at all." Before Xiao Wujia could sigh in relief, Qin Xian's voice rang out once more. "I simply wish to be assessed by you, Mr. Zhao, having witnessed your evaluation of my young master." Her words were polite, yet beads of cold sweat began to flow from Xiao Wujia's forehead. "What merits do I possess to evaluate a title Douluo?" "Do not jest, my lord." Forcing a smile that resembled more of a grimace, Xiao Wujia continued, "I, Xiao Wujia, am guilty of offending young Master Du Qing. For this matter, I am willing to accept any punishment. Xiao Wujia's ability to deduce Qing Xian's identity was not due to any exceptional wisdom, but stemmed from the fact that among the several candidates he had assessed that day, only 2 boys remained. The parent of the buck-toothed boy was already present, leaving only one identity to guess. As he spoke, Xiao Wujia inwardly cursed Li Yusong, lamenting, Shrek Academy indeed sought to recruit monsters, but it certainly did not intend to summon ancestors back. Chapter 49. Soul Saint and Golden Soul Coins. As Xiao Wujia's gaze fell upon Qi Xian, he could only hope that this individual would show mercy, given his sincere demeanor. However, Qi Xian remained oblivious to Xiao Wujia's thoughts. Nevertheless, since this was a task entrusted by Du Qing, she was determined to fulfill it. With a slight arch of her brow, Qi Xian swiftly devised a method of punishment for Xiao Wujia. She would employ the same assessment techniques he had used on her young master during the day. Noticing the look of confusion on Xiao Wujia's face, Qi Xian kindly elucidated, there is no time limit. As long as you can elicit the words assessment passed from my lips, this matter will come to a close. Before Xiao Wujia could utter a response, Qi Xian had already raised her delicate fist and struck downwards. Bang! Bang! The sound of impact echoed, and tears of sorrow streamed from Xiao Wujia's eyes as he lay on the ground. Xiao Wujia, vow never to serve as an assessment teacher again. This one-sided thrashing continued for a full 10 minutes, until Xiao Wujia lay motionless on the ground. Only then did Qi Xian withdraw her soul power, remarking, even the esteemed unmoved king seems to have some deficiencies in physical training. However, considering your attitude of remorse, I shall deem this assessment passed. Cough. Thank you. Cough. Your Highness, Xiao Wujia managed to say, a glimmer of vitality returning to his face. Ignoring his body's pain, he respectfully bowed to Qi Xian. After all, he had finally endured this trial. Remembering his earlier promise to Tang Hao, Xiao Wujia earnestly offered, rest assured, Your Highness, I shall care for young Master Du moving forward. And I will not dare to no need for that, Qi Xian interjected, her brow furrowing. My young master has me to look after him. You need not trouble yourself. What? As the young master's personal maid, it is only natural for me to stay by his side. Turning to Xiao Wujia, Qi Xian's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. What? Do you have any objections to my words? No, not at all. I wouldn't dare. Xiao Wujia hastily shook his head, offering a fervent denial. What your highness says is the truth. I shall absolutely lend my full support. Tomorrow, I will follow the young master. And you must not disclose my identity to anyone else. Rest assured. For Xiao Wujia, as long as Qi Xian did not cause him trouble, he was willing to agree to all other matters. In that case, I shall take my leave. Seeing Xiao Wujia comply so readily, Qi Xian lost interest in further tormenting him. After leaving him with a parting remark, she turned and departed. As for Tang Hao, she had already notified him upon her arrival, so what more was there to discuss? Your Highness, Your Highness? While Qi Xian might disregard Tang Hao, Xiao Wujia certainly could not. Once Qi Xian had left, he quickly turned to Tang Hao. Although we have seen off one ancestor, another remains before us. What transpired today must not be revealed to anyone. Casting a glance at Xiao Wujia and the large tree behind him, Tang Hao swiftly vanished. Encountering someone stronger than himself while attempting to show off was undeniably an unpleasant experience for him. Your Highness, Your Highness? After calling out into the empty air a couple of times and confirming that both individuals had departed, Xiao Wujia finally plopped down onto the ground. Now that those two have left, you should be able to reveal yourself. As Xiao Wujia's words fell, a rustling sound emanated from a large tree behind him, and a tall figure wearing glasses descended. Old Xiao, are you all right? Am I all right? Xiao Wujia rolled his eyes at the newcomer. After being consecutively beaten by 2 titled Douluos, if it weren't for my robust physique, I would have likely become a corpse by now. Muttering as he was helped up, Xiao Wujia's face was filled with grievance. You, Flinder, truly lack loyalty. While I was being beaten, you had the audacity to remain up in that tree and watch the spectacle? What else could I do? Flinder replied, somewhat exasperated. Those are 2 titled Douluos. Even if I revealed myself, what difference would it make? Would I join you in taking a beating? Pushing his glasses up with one hand, Flinder continued. At least I can still be of use to help you back on your feet. Hearing Flinder's words, Xiao Wujia nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. I, the unmoved King Xiao Wujia, may have endured a beating, but I certainly do not require assistance to stand. Flinder, I can at least say this is work-related injury. Suppressing his urge to retort, Xiao Wujia turned to Flinder. As the dean, you ought to show me some consideration, don't you think? What do you want? Flinder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of wariness flickering in them as they landed on Xiao Wujie. You should be aware of my character. I advise you not to push your luck. 200 golden soul coins. Xiao Wujie declared, raising 2 fingers in front of Flinder. I need 200 golden soul coins to purchase some nutritional supplements for recovery. 200 golden soul coins? The moment Xiao Wujie's words left his mouth, Flinder sprang up as if he had stepped on a cat's tail. He pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Wujie, his face contorted with rage. Do you hear yourself? 200 golden soul coins. Do you consider that money? Before Xiao Wujie could respond, Flinder continued, that's the life of my 4-eyed owl. Although Xiao Wujie was already aware of Flinder's obsession with wealth, he could not help but grimace at his words. I must have been blind to join forces with this miser to establish the academy. Am I to believe that my beating was in vain? Xiao Wujie glared, unabashedly voicing his dissatisfaction. Do not forget, I am in this predicament entirely for the sake of the academy. 20. Ignoring Xiao Wujie's aggrieved expression, Flinder raised 2 fingers. His face pained. 20 golden soul coins. I wouldn't spare a single copper coin more, preferring to use it to buy you a coffin. Damn it, taking a deep breath, Xiao Wujie rolled up his sleeves and extended a hand toward Flinder. It's a deal. Damn, that's too high? Flinder's immediate thought upon hearing Xiao Wujie's words was one of dismay. Who would have imagined that a dignified soul saint would not let go of even 20 golden soul coins? Casting a glance at Xiao Wujie, Flinder felt a pang in his heart. The times have truly changed. Human nature has become so unrecognizable. Chapter 50. Xiao Wu is anxious. How could you possibly default on such a meager sum? Xiao Wujie's gaze fell upon Flinder, his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. Fully aware of Flinder's limits when it came to finances. What? How could that be? Flinder, caught off guard, felt a tinge of embarrassment. With a grimace, he fished out 20 gold soul coins from his pocket, handing them to Xiao Wujie with a look of near despair. I just remembered something and will take my leave first. As Xiao Wujie pocketed the coins, Flinder's expression suddenly shifted. His pupils narrowing as a pair of enormous wings sprouted from his back. What matter? Before Xiao Wujie could react, Flinder soared into the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Gazing at the distant, dark mountains and then at the desolate surroundings, Xiao Wujie could not suppress an enraged roar. Flinder, you scoundrel. Regarding the events at the back mountain, the rest of the Shrek Academy members were, of course, oblivious. The following morning, Du Cheng was once again awakened by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. Upon opening his eyes, he could not help but smile wryly. At that moment, Xiao Wu lay sprawled across his chest like a rag doll, a suspicious liquid forming strings from her mouth, dripping onto Du Cheng's chest. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing had her legs tightly coiled around his waist, her hands still gripping his carrot as they had the night before. An ancient saying goes, the morning sets the tone for the day. Seeing such a sight early in the morning and recalling the events of the previous night, Du Cheng's body involuntarily reacted. Perhaps sensing the change in the object in her grasp, Zhu Zhuqing moaned softly before opening her eyes. Upon glancing at Du Cheng, she paused for a moment, her pretty face quickly flushing red. You rogue, why has it turned into this so early in the morning? Though Zhu Zhuqing's bashful demeanor was undeniably alluring, Du Cheng was not inclined to initiate a battle so early. This was a reflection of his moral standing, certainly not out of concern for Xiao Wu waking unexpectedly. Lazy pig, get up. Under Zhu Zhuqing's captivating gaze, Du Cheng, suppressing the flames of desire within, playfully smacked Xiao Wu's behind. If you don't get up soon, the wildcats will steal your carrot. Who's going to steal my carrot? In this regard, Xiao Wu never failed to surprise. With a startled cry, she leaped off Du Cheng, completely disregarding her disheveled state. Only after surveying her surroundings did her face turn crimson. You deceitful Chenggu, tricking me again. As the words escaped her mouth, Xiao Wu suddenly bent down and bit into Du Cheng's chest. It turned out that a cornered rabbit indeed bites. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, even Du Cheng could not help but gasp. This girl truly has no sense of moderation. I did not deceive you. With Xiao Wu's interruption, the fire of desire within Du Cheng had diminished considerably. He patted her elastic waist and spoke. If you had gotten up any later, your carrot would surely have been pilfered by your sister Zhu. I don't believe you. Observing Du Cheng's reaction, Xiao Wu realized her bite might have been a tad too hard. Blushing, she released him and continued. Besides, my relationship with Sister Zhu is so good. Sharing the carrot with her is no problem. How generous of you. Du Cheng gave Xiao Wu a thumbs up, praising her. But I believe Zhu Qing would gladly share her carrot with you. Sister Zhu? Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In her view, sharing something as precious as a carrot was the highest form of mutual recognition in their relationship. Of course, no problem. Although aware that Du Cheng and Xiao Wu's carrots were not of the same nature, Zhu Zhuqing nodded with resignation. She reached out, affectionately ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, and added meaningfully, "If you like, Sister Zhu can even help you dry it out." Noticing the glances Zhu Zhuqing cast while speaking, Du Cheng instinctively tightened his legs. "Oh dear, this lady does not seem to be virtuous. We can discuss the carrot later." To prevent Zhu Zhuqing from leading Xiao Wu astray, Du Cheng quickly changed the subject. "It's getting late. We should hurry and freshen up before heading outside." Okay. With no disturbances, the trio completed their morning routines swiftly. However, as they exited their room, they unexpectedly bumped into Ning Rongrong, who was leaning over the pond in the courtyard, admiring the koi. Indeed, there was a pond within the Inch residence, home to koi fish. Don't ask, just know it's a soul-guiding device. Seeing the three emerge from Du Cheng's room, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat astonished. You all. Sister Rongrong, you're up so early." Waving to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu beamed. Still unaware of Ning Rongrong's current state. "How come you are all living together?" Given Ning Rongrong's nature, she was clearly not one to conceal her thoughts. Fixing her gaze on Xiao Wu, she directly voiced her confusion. "If I recall correctly, you should each have had your own room last night? We always lived together." Xiao Wu responded with remarkable composure to Ning Rongrong's inquiry. "Sister Zhu and I are too scared to sleep alone. So we've been sleeping with Cheng Ge since we were little." With that, she cast a look of admiration at Ning Rongrong. "Sister Rongrong, you're amazing for daring to sleep alone. Can I admit that I'm also quite afraid of sleeping alone?" Hearing Xiao Wu's praise, Ning Rongrong could not help but twitch her lips. She was willing to believe Xiao Wu's explanation, but was she sure that the blushing Zhu Zhuqing beside her was truly afraid of sleeping alone? Despite her musings, Ning Rongrong did not let this incident diminish her fondness for Du Cheng. In the Douluo continent, strength was revered. Though she was the only daughter of Ning Fengji, even she had several younger sisters, so she was evidently quite accepting of the idea of powerful individuals harboring multiple partners. Du Cheng was handsome and strong. He could even casually produce a miraculous soul-guiding device like the Inch residence. Upon reflection, it did not seem unreasonable for someone like him to take on a few more partners. As this thought crossed her mind, Ning Rongrong felt her cheeks flush. "Oh dear. What nonsense are you thinking, you little vixen? Congratulations, the bond between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 35, allowing for advanced draws at 50. Finally, I've reached 100,000 words. If all goes well, testing will commence tomorrow. The previous data has not been ideal, and the author humbly requests your support with positive reviews, comments, urging updates. Thank you." Chapter 51. The beating of Ma Hongjun upon hearing the sudden system notification. Du Cheng's gaze instinctively shifted to Ning Rongrong. What is going on? Is the bond value being released this early in the morning a manifestation of the little princess's capriciousness? Ahem, I'm just accustomed to it. It's nothing remarkable. Ning Rongrong replied, feeling flustered under Du Cheng's scrutiny. What is the matter? Why does it seem as though he can penetrate my thoughts? Blushing as she responded to Xiao Wu, she continued, "It's getting late. Shouldn't we venture out to find a place to eat?" "Absolutely." Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously. "I'm quite hungry too. Let us set off." Unlike the somewhat oblivious Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing was perceptive enough to notice the unusual glint in Ning Rongrong's eyes, indicating her awareness of the bond between her and Du Cheng. In a concerted effort to shift the topic, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing aligned perfectly. With their combined influence, the group's focus successfully transitioned to the prospect of dining. "Brother Cheng, how about we check out the other end of the village?" Xiao Wu suggested, wrapping her arm around Du Cheng's. "Perhaps we can purchase some delicious treats from the villagers?" Indeed, Xiao Wu's suggestion was met with immediate support from the other two women. "We agree with Xiao Wu's reasoning. Since you all feel the same, let us go take a look." Faced with the expectant gazes of three lovely ladies, who could possibly summon the resolve to decline? Hooray! Upon receiving Du Cheng's agreement, Xiao Wu could not contain her excitement. "Brother Cheng, let us hurry. If we delay any longer, the villagers might have already finished their meals." Due to financial constraints, Shrek Academy was situated within a village, occupying merely 1/3 of the village's area. This proximity meant that, should Du Cheng and his companions wish, they could easily interact with the nearby villagers. Ordinary villagers, of course, could not indulge in rare delicacies. The notion stemmed solely from the group's curiosity. As they exited Shrek Academy, they made their way towards the other end of the village. With her arm linked through Du Qing's, Xiao Wu hopped and skipped, her eyes wide with wonder at her new surroundings. Hey! Just as they were nearing the villagers' dwelling area, Xiao Wu exclaimed, Brother Cheng, look over there. Turning their heads, they beheld a scene that had caught Xiao Wu's attention. Not far off, in an open space, two teenagers were engaged in a heated argument. Ma Hongjun, let us break up. The girl, glancing at the chubby boy with mouse-like whiskers, appeared fearful. I no longer wish to be with you. What? As soon as the girl spoke, the chubby boy squinted and emitted a strange sound. Lan Suehua, do you even realize what you're saying? Don't forget that I am a soul master, destined to become a renowned figure in the Douluo continent. His gaze bored down on the girl, his expression dripping with disdain. And you? You're merely an ordinary person without any soul power. It's a stroke of luck for you to have caught my eye. I suggest you retract those words. Besides, Haven T, I treated you well enough? Fine. Despite the chubby boy's condescending demeanor, Lan Suehua nodded slightly, albeit with a resigned look. But I truly don't want to be with you anymore. Her eyes pleadingly met Ma Hongjun's. You are a soul master, and I am just an ordinary person. I can't endure this. You should seek someone else. Don't talk nonsense. Ma Hongjun's voice erupted in anger. Lan Suehua, I warn you not to disrespect me. His irritation was palpable. The malevolent fire within him demanded release. Yet, being situated in a remote village, he found no opportunities for indulgence. Even Lan Suehua had been lured to him through flattery and threats. If he let her go, well, what would he do thereafter? Using his hands? Absolutely not. However, given that Shrek Academy was still leasing land from the village, he was reluctant to escalate matters. If they were to part ways, it was not out of the question. His gaze drifting over Lan Suehua, Ma Hongjun's whiskers twitched slightly. But you must accompany me for 3 more rounds. Right now? As he spoke, he reached out toward her chest. No, please don't. Upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's advance, Lan Suehua trembled. I cannot endure this any longer. I will die if this continues. I beg you to spare me. Lan Suehua cried out in desperation, attempting to flee, yet as an ordinary person. How could she evade Ma Hongjun's grasp? Just as his hands were about to make contact, a thunderous voice rang out. Stop. Who dares to interrupt Ma Hongjun's anger flared. However, upon turning to see Du Qing and his companions, a spark of astonishment ignited in his eyes. His whiskers twitching. Ma Hongjun's legs clamped together, and his entire body trembled. What stunning beauties! You brat, were you the one who interrupted my good fortune? His gaze fell upon Du Qing, and he attempted to adopt a serious demeanor. Do you understand the dreadful consequences of provoking a great soul master? With that, Ma Hongjun unleashed his soul power, striving to project an image of greater strength. If you deliver these 3 beauties to me for my enjoyment, I shall graciously let you off. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent hurtling backward. Gagging before he could rise from the ground, Ma Hongjun knelt, retching. A soul master? His gaze landed on the carrot in Du Qing's hand, and he paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha! A mere food-type soul master dares to lay a hand on me, Ma Hongjun? Despite the pain throbbing in his abdomen, he wore a smug expression. Do you even know what my martial spirit is? Chapter 52, Phoenix? Scrawny chicken. Fiery phoenix. Without awaiting Du Qing's words, Ma Hongjun proactively unleashed his martial soul, revealing his trump card. Kid, hand over those 3 girls behind you to me, and before Ma Hongjun could finish, a derisive chuckle escaped Du Qing's lips. What fiery phoenix? This is nothing but a featherless chicken. Du Qing couldn't help but feel this way. For Ma Hongjun's appearance was indeed quite unappealing. A rotund body topped with a head adorned with a few fiery red tufts, and his arms sprouting long red feathers. Were it not for the knowledge that this fellow was not boasting, Du Qing might have thought he was a mere country chicken martial soul. How dare you call me a chicken? Ma Hongjun had always placed great importance on the image of his martial soul. Now, as Du Qing mocked him, his temper flared even more. Since you refuse to recognize my greatness, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, the first soul ring around Ma Hongjun suddenly glowed, and a stream of purple flames erupted from his mouth. Brother Cheng, be careful. As the flames appeared, the surrounding air warped. Even Xiao Wu, who had immense faith in Du Qing's strength, couldn't help but exclaim. Who would have thought that this lewd little chubby guy possesses such power? Now you're being cautious? It's a bit too late. Ma Hongjun smirked at Xiao Wu. My Phoenix Fire rocket burns with such high temperature that even a soul master would shed a layer of skin if scorched. At this point, Ma Hongjun cast a lewd glance at Xiao Wu and the others. If you agree to indulge me, perhaps I might spare this kid a little. How could this be possible? Mid-sentence, Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, and he gasped in shock. What transpired was too astonishing. Just moments ago, he witnessed a pale blue fan suddenly appear in Du Cheng's hand. With a mere flick, the flames he had unleashed were sent hurtling back towards him. No wonder he dared to meddle in my affairs. It turns out he possesses a special soul tool. Ma Hongjun's eyes glinted greedily at the returning flames. But to use my flames against me? Aren't you a tad too naive? With those words, Ma Hongjun squared his chest, showing no intention of dodging the flames that were returning to him. As a phoenix, I am no stranger to fire. Once again, his words faltered, and his expression changed drastically. Compared to before, Ma Hongjun's reaction was even more intense. This is impossible. With a cry of anguish, Ma Hongjun fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Hot, so hot. It was only then that he realized he was utterly incapable of controlling the flames that Du Cheng had sent back. Hot, truly hot. Faced with the flames wrapping around him, Ma Hongjun found himself at a loss. Who could have imagined that the illustrious Phoenix martial soul would one day be burned by its own flames? Enough. Just as Du Cheng contemplated whether to teach Ma Hongjun a more severe lesson, a figure suddenly appeared. Upon arrival, the person waved their hand, extinguishing the flames engulfing Ma Hongjun. Dean. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. Dean, you must stand up for me. Clumsily rising from the ground, Ma Hongjun turned his gaze to Flinder. In his mind, with the Dean's arrival, Du Cheng and his companions would no longer dare to target him. As a fellow member of Shrek Academy, your actions have been excessively harsh. Flinder directed his attention to Du Cheng, a hint of irritation surfacing despite the knowledge that a tidal Da stood behind him. Had you not intervened in time, Ma Hongjun would surely have faced dire consequences. Students of Shrek Academy? Du Cheng scoffed disdainfully. What? Do all the students from Shrek Academy only know how to bully the weak and act recklessly? You're talking nonsense. No sooner had Du Cheng's words left his mouth than Ma Hongjun bellowed in anger. It was I who was courting Sui Hua, and you all barged in uninvited. Upon finishing, Ma Hongjun puffed out his chest and glared at Du Cheng. Since you've disrupted my romance, you must compensate me with, no, 3 girlfriends. His gaze fixated on the 3 women by Du Cheng's side. He believed that no matter how formidable Du Cheng might be, he wouldn't dare defy Flinder's wishes. The thought of acquiring 3 top-tier beauties quickened Ma Hongjun's breath. The fiery wrath is rising. Dean, is this also your intention? Ignoring Ma Hongjun, who was already lost in his fantasies, Du Cheng regarded Flinder with a bemused expression. If this old fool dares to nod, then he should not blame me for being ruthless. Smack. Sensing Du Cheng's gaze, Flinder froze momentarily before shivering. Goodness, I must not provoke this ancestral figure. With a slap to Ma Hongjun's face, Flinder's expression turned grave. How have I taught you to be kind to others? Another slap landed on Ma Hongjun, who was given no opportunity to respond. Is this your way of being kind? I. Rubbing his sore face, Ma Hongjun looked bewildered. Did you ever teach this, Dean? As he gazed at Flinder, Ma Hongjun's eyes brimmed with grievance. When the Dean wasn't here, I was beaten, and now that he is here, I'm still being punished. What on earth is the point of having the Dean here? What kind of Dean? Flinder, oblivious to Ma Hongjun's thoughts, was solely focused on appeasing Du Cheng's anger. Otherwise, my small frame cannot withstand the wrath of a tidal Douluo. Bang! A kick to Ma Hongjun's abdomen prompted Flinder to speak darkly. You dare to speak so recklessly? Apologize to Du Cheng at once. I. As Flinder's personal apprentice, Ma Hongjun understood his teacher's character quite well. Stingy, miserly, and protective. Such an unusual behavior could only mean one thing. The man before him was a tough opponent. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on Ma Hongjun's brow. Ma Hongjun, you truly are blind. The fact that this person could flaunt 3 top-tier beauties meant he was no ordinary individual. I was wrong. Chapter 53. Does noble birth justify bullying? Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Hongjun softened. My earlier words were unrestrained, and I have offended a few of you. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun slapped his own face repeatedly, acknowledging his faults. There was no need for him to stand against an existence even Flanders dared not provoke. Since we are all students of Shrek Academy, let us turn the page on this matter. Seeing Ma Hongjun's actions, a flicker of concern flashed in Flanders' eyes. This was his cherished disciple, someone he could hardly bear to reprimand. After offering a word of comfort to Du Cheng, Flanders continued. It seems Red June had a disagreement with his girlfriend, which led to your misunderstanding. Since we are all family, but before Flanders could finish, Du Cheng interrupted with a cold smile. Or are you suggesting that the director believes one can coerce their girlfriend at will? Du Cheng harbored no affection for Ma Hongjun. Although the original narrative concealed Ma Hongjun's past through a romance with a village girl, a closer examination reveals numerous inconsistencies, the simplest being, if not for Du Cheng and others catching him in the act, this very day might have seen a heinous act committed by Ma Hongjun. Furthermore, once the incident concluded, it was likely that even the most irate villagers would not dare utter a word against Shrek Academy. In the Douluo continent, strength reigns supreme. Are ordinary individuals even worthy of being considered human? Seeing Du Cheng pressing the issue, Flanders found himself at a loss. He turned to Ma Hongjun, who was cowering behind him, and felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Ma Hongjun, what on earth happened? This fool, despite being told to act with caution, still managed to be caught. I was wrong. At this point, there was no choice left but to admit his fault. Sui Hua. I understand my mistake and am willing to make amends. Turning to Sui Hua, Ma Hongjun displayed a sincere expression. Will you forgive me? Perhaps due to the abruptness of the situation, Sui Hua remained somewhat dazed. Sui Hua, feel free to express your thoughts. Noticing her bewildered demeanor, Du Cheng gently reassured her. As long as I am here, you need not harbor any reservations. Really? Is that true? Her gaze shifted to Du Cheng, and she cast a glance at Flanders. She vividly recalled how her friend had her legs broken for rejecting Ma Hongjun. At that time, villagers had sought justice from the academy, only to be dismissed by the spirit master with a curt remark. Childish matters need not involve adults. Of course, observing Sui Hua's reaction, Du Cheng's demeanor grew serious. If you wish, I can easily render this little brat useless right now. After a brief pause, he quickly added, I assure you, no one will trouble you in the future. A glimmer of hope flickered in Sui Hua's eyes, though she soon lowered her head. I don't wish to harm Ma Hongjun. I only want him to stay away from our village. Despite Du Cheng's earnestness, Sui Hua clearly held some reservations. Du Cheng did not press her further. As a person, she deserved the right to make her own choices. He was neither a saint nor a savior. Rescuing Sui Hua was merely a matter of circumstance, and he felt no need to force her into opposition against Ma Hongjun. Director, what do you think of this resolution? Absolutely fine. Flanders promptly nodded in agreement. I approve of this course of action. His gaze fixed on Du Cheng as he continued. If Ma Hongjun dares to approach the villagers again, I shall personally ensure he is incapacitated. Since the director has spoken, I of course have faith in your words. Nodding, Du Cheng inquired, Director, there shouldn't be any retaliation against Sui Hua or the other villagers due to today's events, correct? Absolutely not. Flanders reassured. Seemingly anxious to dispel any doubts Du Cheng might have regarding his integrity. If anyone in the village suffers retaliation, I, Flanders, will bear all responsibility. Sui Hua, are you satisfied with this outcome? Du Cheng found himself trusting Flanders' assurances. At least until this rogue dared to defy a titled law, it seemed unlikely he would act impulsively. I'm satisfied. Upon hearing Du Cheng's question, Sui Hua beamed with unmasked joy. Freeing the entire village from Ma Hongjun's torment was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Bowing respectfully to Du Cheng, she expressed, Thank you for your assistance. I know I am unworthy of your attention, but I will pray for you day and night, believing you will become the most powerful spirit master. With that, without allowing Du Cheng a moment to respond, Sui Hua swiftly turned and raced back towards the village. She was but a speck of humble dust, unworthy of aspiring for the star's attention. Being saved by Du Cheng was already the greatest honor of her life. Let us return, Du Cheng remarked, watching Sui Hua's departing figure with a moment of contemplation before ultimately deciding to head back to the academy. Given Sui Hua's demeanor, it was evident that the village would soon embark on a grand celebration, and as outsiders, they should refrain from intruding upon this joy. Indeed, the others, including Xiao Wu, showed no resistance to Du Cheng's decision. Moreover, the glances exchanged among the three women now held a depth of unspoken sentiment. Strength may draw admiration, but who says kindness cannot? Teacher. In contrast to the departing Du Cheng and his companions, Ma Hongjun was seething with resentment. Teacher, are we truly just going to let them off? Once he was certain the others had left, Ma Hongjun no longer concealed his malice. Since becoming Flanders' disciple, he had never endured such humiliation. Behind Du Cheng stood someone they could not afford to cross. So what? As Flanders' words left his lips, Ma Hongjun could not help but retort. Just because he hails from noble lineage, does that give him the right to bully others? Teacher, I refuse to accept this. This chapter has been challenging to write, as it contains relatively few moments of grandeur and confrontation. I wonder if readers will appreciate it. If not, feel free to leave a comment, and I shall revise it. Chapter 54 Master, you are still young and lack the ability to grasp it. Since you are unwilling to accept this, then strive to cultivate diligently. As long as you become sufficiently powerful, they will inevitably regret their actions today. Listening to the words spoken by Ma Hongjun, Flander refrained from revealing that behind Du Cheng stood at least two titled Douluo. If this opportunity could ignite Ma Hongjun's fighting spirit, it would not be a loss in some respects. Rest assured, teacher. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun did not disappoint. No sooner had Flander's words left his lips than Ma Hongjun quickly nodded in agreement. I will train hard and strive to become a strong individual like you, teacher. Naturally, he did not vocalize his intent to take personal vengeance on Du Cheng, for he believed that actions spoke louder than words. It is good that you understand this. Flander felt quite satisfied with Ma Hongjun's reaction. A new teacher will arrive today. You should accompany me back to welcome him. With that, Flander began to walk towards Shrek Academy, mumbling to himself, though our Shrek Academy does not have many students, most of them possess commendable backgrounds, such as Dai Mubai and Tang San. Teacher? Observing Flander's departing figure, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback. Teacher never mutters to himself. Why is he suddenly doing so? As this thought lingered, Ma Hongjun's eyes suddenly sparkled. Dai Mubai, Tang San, I understand now. Hearing Ma Hongjun's jubilant exclamations, Flander's lips gradually curled into a smile. When one's child has been bullied, one must find a way to retaliate. Surely, a titled Douluo cannot personally intervene in the squabbles of children? Unbeknownst to Flander, the events transpiring between him and Ma Hongjun were completely unknown to Du Cheng. At this very moment, he was observing with a peculiar expression the throng gathered at the entrance of Shrek Academy. Master, I did not expect you to arrive as well. Indeed, it was Master Yu Xiaojang. Du Cheng? At that moment, Master was basking in the flattery from Tang San and Dai Mubai. Upon hearing Du Cheng's voice, his expression turned grave. I did not anticipate your swift return. I happen to have matters I wish to discuss with you. As his gaze fell upon Master, and then glanced at the self-satisfied expressions of Tang San and Dai Mubai behind him, Du Cheng could not help but be taken aback. What is it that Master wishes to convey? The residence at the foot of the mountain, is that yours? Indeed. Pausing for a moment, Master solemnly adjusted his bow tie. From this moment forth, I am officially a teacher at Shrek Academy. My task is to instruct you. Oh. Nodding, Du Cheng's eyes remained fixed on Master. He was eager to discover what this individual was leading up to with such elaborate preamble. Noticing Du Cheng's indifference to his words, Master could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction compared to Tang San and Dai Mubai. This individual's attitude towards him was as disparate as heaven and earth. When cultivating as a soul master, one must not only focus on the normal cultivation of soul power, but also emphasize perseverance, character, and other aspects. Du Cheng, your talent is mediocre. You are merely leveraging some spiritual artifacts to gain a slight advantage. How can you, at such a young age, seek comfort and squander this precious time? What does Master mean? At your current age, you should endure hardships and temper your character. Only then can you progress further in the future. Fixing his gaze on Du Cheng, Master wore a look of I am considering your best interests. The residence at the foot of the mountain will weaken your resolve. It is not something for someone of your age to enjoy. In my opinion, you might as well entrust that residence to me for safekeeping and retrieve it after graduation. Haha. Hearing Master's words, Du Cheng nearly burst into laughter. After such a long roundabout, it turns out you were after this all along? I wonder, is Master requesting a residence to vent frustration on behalf of his disciples, or simply for personal enjoyment, or perhaps both? Absurd. No sooner had Du Cheng's words left his mouth than Master bellowed in fury. What do you take me for? Though I, Yu Xiaojang, may not possess great strength, I hold a modicum of renown in the Douluo continent, and I would not covet the possessions of a mere child. Despite his protest, a flicker of discomfort crossed Master's eyes. Indeed, Du Cheng has guessed correctly. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, Master was as astonished as Xiao Wu and the others had been upon their arrival. He knew Flander had established an academy, but he had not anticipated it would thrive to this extent. Contemplating that he had proposed to come here as a teacher, Master felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Why should I, Yu Xiaojang, forsake a respectable identity and occupation to endure such hardship here? Amidst his regret, Master could not help but feel a wave of disdain towards Flander. Despite being a soul sage, how has he fallen so low since I departed? Just as Master wrestled with whether to concoct an excuse to leave, Tang San brought forth another revelation. Du Cheng possesses a soul guide that can transform into a luxurious residence. Having merely heard a brief description from Tang San, without further contemplation, Master firmly resolved, that residence shall be mine. Of course, Master did not believe he was in the wrong. Young individuals should face more challenges. Only in this way can they secure a better future. As a teacher, everything he did was for Du Cheng's benefit. By this logic, Master is actually looking out for me? As Du Cheng regarded Master, the mockery in his expression intensified. He was no naive fool to be swayed by Master's few words. If enduring hardship truly aided cultivation, why did Xiao Wu not endure hardships himself? Why did he not send Tang San to suffer? To speak plainly, this was merely a shameless individual concocting a grandiose excuse to fulfill his own desires. Exactly. Sensing Du Cheng's gaze upon him, Master furrowed his brow. As a teacher, I am indeed acting in your best interests. If you have objections to my teaching methods and requirements, you may choose to refuse. However, pausing momentarily, Master continued, in that case, you may have to leave Shrek Academy. Chapter 55. It's decided, Ning Rongrong. Upon uttering these words, the Master displayed an air of remarkable composure. Although there was an undertone of coercion, he firmly believed that Du Cheng would ultimately make the right choice. How could a mediocre talent, who had merely relied on a stroke of luck to become a soul sage, possibly forsake the formidable faculty of Shrek Academy? If it weren't for the Master's declaration of his role as a teacher, I would have assumed you had already ascended to the position of principal of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, ever the provocateur, presented his face for reprimand, and Du Cheng, naturally, did not hold back. Since when does an ordinary teacher have the authority to dispose of a student at will? Ordinary teachers certainly do not. Faced with Du Cheng's direct rebuttal, the Master's expression faltered somewhat. However, given my identity as Xiao Wu, I believe that the decision I make would not be easily dismissed, even by the principal. Is that so? Upon hearing the Master's words, a smile unexpectedly illuminated Du Cheng's face. Principal Flander, does your academy truly intend to expel me? Who dares? With a thunderous roar, a shadow with wings descended rapidly from the sky. I haven't spoken. Who would dare to expel a student from Shrek Academy? Ah, it's me. Before Flander could finish his sentence, the Master had already stepped forward. With a broad smile, he addressed Flander. It's been a long time, old friend. Yes, it has been quite a while. Flander initially looked taken aback at the sight of the Master. Then a somewhat awkward expression crossed his face. Xiao Wu, are you the one who wishes to expel Du Cheng? Not quite an expulsion, the Master interjected before Flander could breathe a sigh of relief. I merely feel that his learning style does not quite align with mine. Is that so? Even if the teaching styles differ, we can certainly adapt. Wrapping an arm around the Master's shoulders, Flander beamed. Our motto at Shrek Academy is never abandon a single student. Xiao Wu, you cannot be willful in this matter. But, no buts. Seeing the Master poised to continue, Flander swiftly covered his mouth. This matter is settled. Turning to Du Cheng, Flander seemed ready to assure him with a slap on the chest. Du Cheng, rest assured, no one at Shrek Academy will expel you. However, as the Master has just arrived, he may not fully grasp the situation, so today as classes are cancelled, you may all engage in free activities. With that declaration, before anyone could react, Flander swiftly led the Master away. Xiao Wu, it's been too long. We must catch up properly this time. Slap. Old Flander. What do you mean by this? Just as the Master distanced himself from Du Cheng and the others, he angrily shook off Flander's grasp. Did I not say that the teaching approach of Shrek Academy should be guided by me? With Du Cheng's mediocre talent and unruly nature, if I cannot subdue his arrogance today, how can I proceed with my teaching? Faced with his old friend, the Master still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Thus, he framed his earlier actions as an attempt to temper Du Cheng's pride rather than a mere desire to covet his soul guide and seek revenge for his disciples. If you wish to establish your authority, you could easily select someone else. Bowing slightly and forcing a smile, Flander struggled to control his rising anger. If not for the opportunity to draw closer to Lu Erlong through the Master, he would have never shown such deference to someone he deemed a fool. Complaints aside, he knew he had to provide an answer. After all, Du Cheng would not want to offend him due to this imbecile. But Du Cheng cannot be touched. Old Flander, you don't actually believe Du Cheng is a genius and therefore hesitate to act against him, do you? The master regarded Flander with a hint of dissatisfaction. His innate soul power is merely level 4. Any strength he possesses is entirely due to a stroke of luck and is unrelated to true ability. Before the master could finish, Flander interrupted him again. Behind Du Cheng stands a title Douluo. Pausing for emphasis, Flander added, "Too, in fact, that is impossible." The master exclaimed in shock. How could someone with only level 4 innate soul power possibly have a title Douluo at their back? Casting a dubious glance at Flander, the master questioned whether his old friend had been deceived. I, too, find it hard to believe. Suppressing his irritation, Flander continued. But I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Knowing the master was likely aware of Tang San's identity, Flander took the liberty of providing a more detailed explanation. Even the Haotian Douluo expresses some caution around those accompanying him. Therefore, if you wish to avoid trouble, it would be prudent not to target him. However, the master's expression shifted slightly, but he ultimately nodded in understanding. I see. With Flander having invoked Tang Hao's name, the master ceased his skepticism. Thank you for the reminder, old Flander. Had it not been for you, I might have made a grave mistake today. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. Seeing that he had finally swayed the master, Flander felt an undeniable sense of joy. Giving the master's shoulder a friendly pat, he continued, however, as a form of punishment. You will need to take great care with the students at Shrek Academy from now on. As a member of the Golden Iron Triangle, Flander understood the master well. While his strength was average, he possessed an exceptional talent for marketing. Having the master teach at Shrek Academy could significantly enhance the student's sense of belonging. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Nodding, the master beamed with a broad smile. However, having failed to establish my authority today, I fear I shall need to select someone else tomorrow. Turning to Flander, the master inquired directly among these students. Is there anyone suitable for the role? To avoid encountering another difficult student like Du Cheng, the master decided it prudent to ask for assistance. Well, Flander hesitated at the master's words, clearly conflicted. Du Cheng and the two girls beside him were certainly off limits. After all, no one could predict how he might react. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also untouchable, being his beloved disciples and adopted son. Dai Mubai, an old student and prince of the Star Luo Empire, was equally off limits. Given this, it seemed there was only, then it would be Ning Rongrong. Chapter 56, Brother Cheng, I will do it myself. Glancing at the master, Flanders began to elucidate. That girl's temperament is rather impatient, making her an ideal example for others. Logically speaking, Ning Rongrong's status should render her untouchable, but alas, she is the only one left. Moreover, in this remote place, Flanders does not believe that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would seek trouble over such trivial matters. Furthermore, all actions are attributed to the master, which has nothing to do with me, Flanders. He vowed that this choice was made after careful consideration. It was certainly not because Ning Rongrong had previously been involved in an incident that resulted in a reduction of Shrek Academy's enrollment fees. In addition, Flanders harbored another thought. If Ning Rongrong were to face adversity, how splendid it would be if a similarly supportive innate full soul power soul master were to comfort her. Oscar, do not miss the opportunity your godfather has created for you. With that in mind, he decided to choose her. Nodding, the master decisively finalized the matter. If there are no further issues, please take me to the accommodation. I must begin drafting plans for tomorrow. Certainly, Flanders replied, nodding. As soon as the master's words left his lips, Flanders led him toward the room that had long been prepared to ensure your comfort. I specifically went to Soto City to acquire a new mattress. I must say, a 20 copper coin mattress is far softer than a wooden board. Upon hearing Flanders' remarks, the master's lips twitched. Had it not been for Tang San's presence, he would have turned on his heel and departed. After several years apart, this fool had indeed excelled in frugality. What was there to take pride in regarding a 20 copper coin mattress? Unbeknownst to Du Cheng and the others, the exchange between the master and Flanders was entirely lost on them. Due to the events of the morning, Du Cheng and his companions could only manage a simple meal at the academy cafeteria. As for Shrek Academy's dining hall, Du Cheng could only utter 5 words, lacking in color, aroma, and flavor. After satiating their hunger, the three of them began practicing the 18 falls of clothing in the courtyard of the Int residence. To Du Cheng's astonishment, Ning Rongrong exhibited a keen interest in these techniques. Brother Cheng, is this your unique soul skill? Her gaze fell upon Du Cheng, her lips slightly pouting, revealing a charming dimple on her cheek. I wish to learn as well. Could you teach me? What was this? Observing the eager anticipation on Ning Rongrong's face, Du Cheng's lips twitched. A grand warrior dream of a top-tier support? This martial art is called 18 Falls of Clothing and was imparted to me by a venerable master. However, since you have expressed your desire to learn, I shall not refuse, yet. Learning this martial art requires considerable effort. I can persevere. As soon as Du Cheng's words fell, Ning Rongrong resolutely declared her determination. Brother Cheng, shall we begin now? Seeing Ning Rongrong, who was impatiently demonstrating a pose, Du Cheng could only manage a wry smile. In that case, let us commence. First, place your hand here. Lift your hips, a bit higher. Yes, yes. Here. Quicker, even quicker. As he entered teaching mode, Du Cheng remained earnest. However, it was not long before he sensed something amiss. Brother Cheng, I forgot this movement. What do I do next? Brother Cheng, does my hip look high enough? Brother Cheng, could you help me spread my legs a bit? While Du Cheng was instructing Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had already mastered the techniques, began making ludicrous mistakes. More critically, each time these two girls faltered, they required Du Cheng's assistance to correct their errors. Consequently, Ning Rongrong astonishingly forgot the foundational movements she had just grasped. Brother Cheng, is this right? Brother Cheng, don't move. I'll manage on my own. All right, let us conclude for today. After a brief hour of back and forth instruction among the three girls, Du Cheng found himself utterly exhausted. Women are indeed tigers. The old monk did not deceive me. Ignoring the sticky gazes of the girls, Du Cheng concluded his words and dashed back to his room. Heavens, who would have thought that even a rogue like Qiao would be so difficult to deal with nowadays? In contrast to Du Cheng, Ning Rongrong, having returned to her room, found her cheeks flushed, as the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. When had she ever been so close to other men, aside from her father and two grandfathers? Initially, Ning Rongrong had been genuinely focused on mastering the martial arts. However, upon noticing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's antics, a competitive spirit arose within her. I am Ning Rongrong. How can I allow myself to be outdone by others? Thus, the remainder of the time devolved into a playful torment of Du Cheng by the three girls. Reflecting on her earlier expressions, movements, and words, Ning Rongrong wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide. Ning Rongrong, how could you act so foolishly? Yet, Brother Cheng's hands were so large, and he had such strength in his waist. Beep, the bond between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 45. At 50, advanced lottery can be initiated. Hearing the voice in his ear, Du Cheng could not help but twitch his lips. So, I was indeed teased just now, correct? Perhaps having expended too much energy in the afternoon, neither Xiao Wu nor Zhu Zhuqing invaded that night, granting Du Cheng the rare opportunity for a good night's sleep. However, in stark contrast to Du Cheng's tranquility, Tang San and the others experienced a rather tumultuous night. Fatty, what happened to you? Gaping at the bed where Ma Hongjun lay, his head completely bald and devoid of eyebrows, exuding a foul odor, Dai Mubai and the others were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he was outsmarted by those country bumpkins? Upon uttering these words, a hint of disdain flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. As a soul master, if one is outsmarted by ordinary people, then Ma Hongjun is truly a waste. Impossible. Grinning through gritted teeth, Ma Hongjun finally spoke. It's merely that I, Fatty, had the misfortune of encountering a tough opponent today. Reflecting on his experiences that day, Ma Hongjun felt a swell of frustration. Without needing Dai Mubai and the others to pry further, he swiftly recounted his day's encounters. It was Du Cheng again. As Ma Hongjun's words fell, Dai Mubai's face darkened as he slapped his palm against the bed. That guy, I must teach him a lesson. Dai, are you also? Chapter 57. The anti-Du Cheng alliance. Regarding Dai Mubai's character, Ma Hongjun was quite aware. If he had not suffered at the hands of Du Cheng, he would certainly not have displayed such a loss of composure. Reflecting on his teacher's previous words of caution, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a surge of joy. What a fortuitous alignment of time, place, and people. Of course, Dai Mubai was oblivious to Ma Hongjun's thoughts. It was merely a moment of carelessness on my part. With a cold snort, Dai Mubai refrained from directly answering Ma Hongjun's inquiry. Tang San, did you not claim that once your teacher arrives, we could handle Du Cheng? Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Tang San, and he directly posed the question. They were on the brink of success. However, recalling the events of the day, Tang San's expression darkened. Who would have anticipated that the dean would side with Du Cheng? The dean's actions must have been based on his own considerations. Upon hearing Tang San divert the topic towards Flinder, Oscar, who was lying on the bed, quickly interjected, in my opinion, if we wish to deal with Du Cheng, we must take matters into our own hands. Indeed, As soon as Oscar's words left his lips, Ma Hongjun, still reeking of burnt scents, eagerly chimed in. No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely a soul master. As long as we all collaborate earnestly, punishing him will be quite manageable. When it comes to aversion towards Du Qing, Ma Hongjun undoubtedly bore the heaviest sentiment among those present. After all, if it weren't for Du Qing, he would not have been nearly burned to death. Turning to Tang San and Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun's expression was one of anticipation. What do you think? His teacher had reminded him that gaining the support of these two individuals would enable them to succeed in dealing with Du Qing. I concur. Not disappointing Ma Hongjun. The typically proud Dai Mubai was the first to express agreement after hearing his thoughts. However, I have a request. Please, Dai Lao, speak. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun suppressed his excitement. As long as it is feasible, I, Ma Hongjun, shall never utter a single no. After we teach Du Qing a lesson, Zhu Shuqing belongs to me. Xiao Wu is mine. I want Ning Rongrong. After Dai Mubai articulated his desires, Tang San and Oscar quickly put forth their own demands. They had long coveted the girls surrounding Du Qing, and if they could win them over, collaborating would not pose an issue. This, I accept. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Hongjun ultimately nodded. As long as we can discipline Du Qing, everything else is secondary. Though he said this, only he understood the anger boiling within him. Tang San and Dai Mubai were one thing, but Oscar, a mere auxiliary soul master lacking any combat prowess, had no right to claim a girl. Nevertheless, such sentiments were ones Ma Hongjun would never voice. The immediate priority was to establish this anti-Du Qing alliance. As for the three girls, once Du Qing was dealt with, they could each rely on their own means. Thus, the matter was settled. Of course, Tang San and the others remained unaware of Ma Hongjun's thoughts, particularly Oscar, who merely needed to participate in the campaign against Du Qing to potentially gain a charming beauty. For him, it felt like an unexpected stroke of luck. Du Qing had made Teacher Zhao suffer, indicating his considerable strength. Casting a serious glance over the group, Dai Mubai declared, to confront him, we must deliberate carefully. During this time, let us not rush to action. We should first seek out his weaknesses. All heed Dai Lao's words. As fellow elders of Shrek Academy, Oscar and Ma Hongjun naturally expressed their support for Dai Mubai. In a moment, only Tang San remained silent, feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, causing him to furrow his brow. Though it was merely a statement, Dai Mubai had subtly assumed the role of leader among them. Tang San, do you harbor any objections? Noting Tang San's prolonged silence, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. It seems that aside from Du Qing, this Tang San is not a commendable character either. No. Unaware of Dai Mubai's growing discontent, Tang San smiled slightly. Since Dai Lao possesses a perfect plan, I shall, of course, follow your lead. In this conversation, fraught with hidden agendas, the four ultimately formed the anti-Du Qing alliance led by Dai Mubai. That night, they all slept soundly, believing that Du Qing would soon receive a tremendous lesson once they joined forces. The girls accompanying Du Qing were destined to become their prizes. The following morning, Du Qing was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Young master, you are awake? Upon opening his eyes, Du Qing saw Qing Xian standing by his bedside, holding a basin of steaming warm water. Brother Cheng, who is she? Before Du Qing could respond, Xiao Wu's voice rang out from beside him. As she spoke, Xiao Wu cast a wary glance at Qing Xian. Despite Qing Xian's claim of being Du Qing's maid, Xiao Wu harbored doubts. Having been by Du Qing's side for so many years, she had never heard him mention a maid before. In fact, it was not only Xiao Wu. Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong also found themselves similarly uneasy. As top beauties, they each possessed their own unique traits and pride. Yet, in the presence of Qing Xian, the three girls felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. Even the most voluptuous among them, Zhu Shuqing, had to concede that she was somewhat lacking in comparison to Qing Xian. Her name is Qing Xian. She is a maid sent to me by my master. Rising swiftly from the bed and starting to wash up under Qing Xian's service, Du Qing did not forget to address the girl's inquiries. Qing Xian possesses considerable strength. In addition to looking after my daily life, she is also tasked with my protection. Pausing briefly, Du Qing added, Qing Xian has a pleasant demeanor, so I hope you all get along well. Understood. Xiao Wu always offered her unwavering trust and support for Du Qing's words. Now that it was confirmed Qing Xian was indeed Du Qing's maid, she was the first to accept her. In contrast, a competitive glint appeared in Zhu Shuqing's eyes. No matter how grand she may be, I am still young, and there is ample room for growth. As for Ning Rongrong, she felt no need to voice anything, as her relationship with Du Qing was not particularly intimate compared to Xiao Wu and Zhu Shuqing. Ladies, I hope to count on your support in the future. Chapter 58. A perfect pair of master and disciple. With Qingshuan's formidable strength, she could certainly perceive the differing attitudes of the three women before her. However, to her, these nuances held little significance. After all, residing in her master's abode likely meant that they would soon become her mistresses as well. There was no need to harbor ill feelings over trivial matters. With this thought, Qingxian bowed gracefully to the trio, eliciting a wave of envy and admiration from them as she did so. How could a person possess such grandeur? Young master, the meal is ready. Shall we dine? Of course. To Du Cheng's astonishment, Qingxian could cook, which brought him immense delight. At least he would no longer have to endure the culinary horrors of the Shrek Academy cafeteria. With Qingxian attending to him, the meal was undoubtedly a source of great comfort. The only slight vexation for Du Cheng was that just as they finished dining, a booming voice resonated across the skies of Shrek Academy. All students, assemble in the Academy Square. Let us go. Wiping his mouth, Du Cheng was the first to rise from his seat. It seems the Academy's lessons are about to commence. We should prepare ourselves. Upon arriving at their destination, Du Cheng discovered that Master and Dai Mubai had already been waiting there. Now that we are here, let us regroup. As he glanced at Du Cheng and his companions, the Master was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Qingxian following closely behind them. Is this the title Douluo that Flender spoke of? Qingshuan's appearance and presence were enough to astonish even Du Cheng, let alone the Master and others. With a slight grinding of teeth, Tang San felt a touch of embarrassment. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had developed a habit of grinding his teeth whenever he encountered a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and his companions had already begun to salivate uncontrollably. Moreover, Ma Hongjun, standing closest to them, was blushing deeply. He sensed an unsettling heat gathering in his lower abdomen, and it was escalating rapidly. With her keen perception, Qingxian effortlessly saw through their comical expressions. A cold snort escaped her lips, and a powerful wave of soul power enveloped them instantly. Thud! Under the sudden pressure, their minds went blank. Ma Hongjun, the most affected, fell to the ground, his body rigid before an unpleasant odor wafted from him, much to the dismay of his companions, who instinctively distanced themselves from him. In the presence of such beauty, they wished to disassociate themselves from his disgraceful behavior. Compared to Tang San and the others, the Master's demeanor was somewhat more composed. Children can be thoughtless. I hope the young lady will not hold it against them. He flashed a broad smile at Qingxian and continued, if I am not mistaken, you must be Du Cheng's relative? Indeed. Qingxian replied coolly. I am Yu Xiaojiang, and I have, with the recognition of my friends from the Douluo continent, begrudgingly earned the title of master. Though he maintained a calm exterior, Yu Xiaojiang felt a delightful surge within. This was precisely how it should be, due to his past experiences. He believed he possessed a profound understanding of powerful female soul masters like Qingxian. Such women typically did not care much for wealth, strength, or even appearance. To truly captivate them, one needed only one thing, knowledge. Maintaining his composure in the face of formidable strength while subtly showcasing his intellectual prowess. Yu Xiaojiang considered his performance thus far to be exemplary. All that remained was to wait for this enchanting woman to take the bait. As his thoughts flowed, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze toward Qingxian softened. I am about to commence today's lesson. Ordinarily, outsiders should refrain from intruding. However, since you are Du Cheng's relative, you are welcome to observe if you do not mind. Very well. Nodding, Qingxian turned away, showing little interest in any man besides Du Cheng. Observing the exchange between the Master and Qingxian, Du Cheng's eyes flickered with an odd expression. When a man extends special treatment to a woman, it often suggests he harbors certain intentions. Could it be that Yu Xiaojiang was attempting to charm Qingxian? Upon reflection, such a possibility was not unfounded. How did the Master rise to prominence? He introduced the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls. However, it is well known that to formulate a theory, one must possess ample data and knowledge. Although he was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's leader, Yu Xiaojiang's status within the sect was rather precarious due to his failed martial soul mutation. Could he possibly expect the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to assist him in gathering data? Absolutely not. Given this reasoning, the answer became clear. The data that supported the Master's theories likely came from Bibi Dong. If one were to delve even darker into speculation, it was conceivable that this so-called theory of 10 core competencies was crafted by the Spirit Hall itself, with the Master merely a thief of ideas. After all, considering Bibi Dong's feelings for him, it was not beyond reason that she would take such actions. In simpler terms, the Master's fame was built upon women. and he ultimately betrayed the one who had sacrificed everything for him. With this realization, it seemed almost fated that the master would become a mentor to Tang San. Returning to the matter at hand, given the master's tendencies, it seemed entirely plausible that he had set his sights on the powerful, youthful, and beautiful Qingxian. Casting a glance at the master, Du Cheng could not suppress a smirk of derision. Let us hope he refrains from such antics. Otherwise, well, unbeknownst to him, his suspicions had been accurately deciphered by Du Cheng. Upon witnessing Qingshuan's decision to remain nearby, the master inhaled sharply, ready to showcase his talents. What are you dawdling for? Go change into a fresh outfit. He shot a stern look at the prostrate Ma Hongjun, his demeanor transforming into one of solemnity. 10 minutes, if you cannot return promptly. I shall summon Flinder himself to explain. I understand. To be fair, the master did possess a certain gift for intimidation, at the very least. Ma Hongjun was indeed intimidated. Rest assured. Chapter 59, A Man Must Never Falter. Nodding towards the master, Ma Hongjun disregarded the frigid and slippery sensation emanating from his lower region and erupted with soul power, sprinting awkwardly towards the dormitory. I will definitely return in about 10 minutes. As for you all, ignoring Ma Hongjun's response, the master's gaze shifted to Du Cheng and the others. From today onward, your task is to strengthen your physical bodies. It is well known that a soul master's power primarily derives from the soul rings they possess. In a duel between two soul masters of the same rank, the one with the more potent soul rings will invariably have a greater chance of victory. Seemingly inspired by the presence of Qingxian, the master indulged in a display of knowledge. Without waiting for inquiries from the crowd, he began to elaborate. According to my research, the more formidable the body, the more powerful the soul rings it can support. Therefore, what you need to do now is enhance your physical strength and strive to bear superior soul rings. Pausing momentarily, the master pointed towards a pile of stones nearby. The stones over there. 5 for the boys and 2 for the girls. Carry them and run 20 laps around the village at a brisk pace. Oh, and I almost forgot. He suddenly remembered and quickly added, no helping one another and no using soul power. I will have other teachers observing you discreetly. Begin. With the master's command, the faces of the gathered individuals contorted with dismay. Carrying stones while running laps was not particularly challenging for them. However, the stipulation against using soul power altered the scenario significantly, unless one had undergone special physical training or consumed unique medicinal herbs. The bodies of those below the rank of Soul King would not be exceptionally robust. Nonetheless, despite the stringent requirements, the group swiftly sprang into action. Setting aside questions of character, there was a modicum of reason in the master's words. Brother Cheng, let us race to see who can finish the 20 laps first. Upon finishing her sentence, without waiting for Du Cheng's reply, Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing dashed off. After gaining several meters on Du Cheng, Xiao Wu turned back to add, the loser has to wash the winner's feet. Observing the 2 girls ahead of him, Du Cheng could not help but rub his nose thoughtfully. Washing Xiao Wu's and Zhu Shiqing's feet. Was that truly not a reward? Of course, having them wash his feet seemed appealing as well. After a moment's contemplation, Du Cheng chose the latter. For what reason? A man must never admit weakness. The thought of losing to Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing was simply inconceivable to him. Having integrated a soul bone, his physique had already undergone a significant enhancement. 5 mere stones posed no challenge at all for the formidable Du Cheng. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, here I come. Leisurely placing the 5 stones into a basket on his back, Du Cheng let out a peculiar laugh before sprinting towards the 2 girls. Creak, creak. Could you stop grinding your teeth? Watching Du Cheng chase after the 2 girls, Dai Mubai suppressed his distaste and glanced at Tang San. This guy has some issues. He ground his teeth all night long after falling asleep. Consequently, Dai Mubai, who had been sleeping in front of Tang San, was kept awake by nightmares. He dreamed of being pinned down by a groundhog with 64-pack abs, who was gnawing at his toes. Don't blame Tang San. It's just that Du Cheng is too enviable. Noticing Tang San's expression darken, Oscar quickly stepped in to alleviate the tension. Whether it's washing a beautiful girl's feet or having one's feet washed by a beauty, neither should be associated with punishment. As he spoke, Oscar could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing competing against Du Cheng. Otherwise, he would likely fare no better than those 2. Exactly. If it were me, I would purposely lose the contest. Turning around, the group then noticed that Ma Hongjun had returned, having changed into new pants. Gazing at the 2 girls sprinting ahead, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but swallow hard. Forget washing feet. I would even drink their foot-washing water. Enough. Observing Ma Hongjuan's increasingly outrageous remarks, the master finally interjected with a reprimand. Hurry up and run. Are you planning to have a chat with Flinder? Truly, he was a fool chosen by Flinder, capable of uttering such revolting words. A flicker of disdain crossed the master's eyes as he cautiously glanced at Qin Xian. I hope this doesn't tarnish her impression of me. Go now. Without allowing the master to grow further irate upon hearing his words, Ma Hongjun and the others promptly took action. Setting aside other plans for the moment, they needed to complete the regular course. This so-called course, while not challenging for Du Qing, he did not overly display his ease. Keeping pace closely behind Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, admiration flickered in Du Cheng's eyes. As they continued to run, the girls' clothes gradually became drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their forms. Coupled with the sounds of their labored breaths, the scene became exceedingly alluring. Du Cheng's gaze wandered between the two, silently comparing them. Xiao Wu, true to her name, appeared smaller than Zhu Qing, which added a touch of adorable innocence. In contrast, Zhu Qing exuded a somewhat unfair advantage. With her every stride, her leather attire accentuated her movements, leaving Du Cheng parched and yearning. Goodness! Is she attempting to sap my stamina like this? What Du Qing remained oblivious to was that Zhu Qing, running ahead, was not faring much better. Due to her martial spirit, her senses were naturally heightened compared to others. This resulted in her keen awareness whenever Du Cheng's gaze drifted over her. And perhaps because of the intensity of his stare, she felt as if she were being touched whenever his eyes lingered too long. Although she had engaged in playful flirting with Du Cheng during the night, this was in private. Now, in broad daylight, with Du Cheng's unabashed demeanor, Zhu Qing felt a mix of shyness and exhilaration. Caught in this emotional tug-of-war, her face began to flush, her legs instinctively tightening. And even her running posture started to become peculiar. A strange sound escaped her lips, and Zhu Qing nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Sister Zhu, are you all right? Chapter 60. Master addresses Ning Rongrong. It's nothing, Zhu Qing replied, blushing slightly as she sidestepped Xiao Wu's outstretched hand. I just slipped a bit. There's no need to worry. Zhu Jia, please be more careful, Xiao Wu urged, nodding in understanding without questioning Zhu Qing's words. I understand. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's concern, Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed even more. Thankfully, the girl had not noticed anything unusual. Otherwise, she would truly feel embarrassed to face anyone. After the earlier incident, Zhu Qing managed to maintain her composure for the remainder of the time. She completed the 19th lap without losing her poise due to Du Cheng's gaze. Brother Cheng, you're going to lose. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing were thoroughly exhausted from running with the stones on their backs. However, as they neared the final lap, Xiao Wu turned back to Du Cheng, casting him a triumphant glance. Don't forget to help me and Zhu Jia wash our feet tonight. Is it already the last lap? Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Wu's words, but then a broad smile graced his face. In that case, it's time for me to step up my game. Without waiting for Xiao Wu to react, he surged forward. As he passed the two girls, he flashed them a cheerful grin. Remember to come to my room tonight. To accommodate the two girls, Du Cheng only pulled ahead slightly, frequently glancing back to check on their condition. Yet, the more he did so, the more the flames of anger ignited within Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing. Brother Cheng, you are truly incorrigible, Xiao Wu shouted in exasperation, her face filled with grievance. This bad person has no idea how to make concessions. Amidst their playful banter, the contest concluded with Du Cheng's slight lead. Yet, upon returning to the entrance of Shrek Academy, Du Cheng sensed an unusual atmosphere. So, you believe that resting under a tree while others are strenuously running is acceptable? The master's gaze fell upon Ning Rongrong, revealing a look of disdain. With such an attitude, what makes you think you can become an exceptional soul master? I have already explained. Ning Rongrong's eyes reddened, her voice rising in pitch. I did not slack off. I merely twisted my ankle and needed to rest for a moment. As a girl with pride ingrained in her very being, Ning Rongrong would not easily show such vulnerability due to a few words of criticism. What truly infuriated her was the master's unjust accusation that she was intentionally slacking off when in fact she needed rest due to her injury. More frustrating was the master's unwillingness to hear her explanation. Even if you truly twisted your ankle, the master replied, his tone unyielding. In a battlefield situation, would you stop simply because of a sprain? Would your enemy halt their attack because you hurt yourself? I once said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. The master, seemingly transformed into a relentless critic, continued without allowing Ning Rongrong a chance to respond. In my eyes, you are an exceedingly ineffective soul master. You Xiao Jiang. Ning Rongrong's anger erupted in a fierce shout. Who do you think you are? Just a useless person who cannot even break through to the Soul Master rank. What right do you have to judge me? Her words visibly darkened the Master's expression, as personal strength was a painful subject for him. Ning Rongrong's remark struck a nerve. Indeed. I am someone who cannot even break through to the Soul Master rank. The Master's aura grew colder as he focused on Ning Rongrong. Yet even so, you are not even worthy of being called a waste in my presence. Someone without even a hint of perseverance. What purpose does your existence serve other than to bring shame to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Since you refuse to cooperate with my teaching methods, please leave. Shrek Academy does not accommodate unruly students. You're talking nonsense. As the most talented young generation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was inherently proud. She was nearly on the verge of an outburst upon hearing the Master's words. Oscar. Unfortunately, the Master showed no inclination to debate with her, ignoring Ning Rongrong's furious glare. He turned to Oscar beside him. Go and throw out all of Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings. If she resists. He paused, his eyes turning icy. You may use any means necessary. Master? Do it quickly. Yes. Oscar dared not defy the Master. After bowing, he turned and walked into the academy. How dare you? Seeing Oscar actually take action, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of panic. She chased after him, exclaiming, Oscar, stop right now. Today's lesson ends here. We will continue tomorrow. Watching the two depart, the Master finally turned to the others. Everyone else, aside from Ning Rongrong, performed well. Remember to maintain your efforts. Brother Cheng. Is the Master really going to expel Rongrong? Xiao Wu observed the Master's retreating figure, concern etched on her face. Although she had not known Ning Rongrong for long, she clearly held a favorable impression of her. After all, Ning Rongrong was the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Pinching Xiao Wu's cheek, Du Cheng continued. The Master is merely trying to intimidate her. Expelling her is out of the question. But if he truly intends to expel Ning Rongrong, I will speak on her behalf. You are so kind, Brother Cheng. Xiao Wu exclaimed, clasping Du Cheng's arm once more, nearly causing Zhu Qing to spit blood in exasperation. Xiao Wu, you truly are Navi. Can't you see that Ning Rongrong's gaze toward Brother Cheng has already begun to shift? You still want to keep her around? Of course, Zhu Qing could not voice such thoughts, as in some ways, it was Xiao Wu who enabled her to stay close to Du Cheng. Brother Cheng, perhaps you should go check on Rongrong? Chapter 61. Oscar's attempt to win over Ning Rongrong fails. Leaning against Du Cheng, Xiao Wu's face bore a hint of concern. That sausage freak doesn't seem like a good person. I'm worried he might bully Rongrong. All right. Du Cheng nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the nickname Xiao Wu had given to Oscar. Upon reflection, the name was surprisingly fitting. His gaze fell on Xiao Wu. And he couldn't resist teasing her. You wouldn't be trying to avoid washing my feet, would you? How could that be? As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, Xiao Wu raised her head with a serious expression. I am just worried about Rongrong. I'm not trying to weasel out of it. Despite her cheeks turning crimson, Xiao Wu remained resolute. Xiao Wu, always keep my promises. I would never go back on my word. Brother Cheng, you should hurry and check on Rongrong. As she spoke, Xiao Wu pushed Du Cheng towards the exit, feeling exasperated by his teasing. This guy is truly infuriating. He knows my thoughts yet still chooses to expose them. Since that's the case, I shall trust you, Du Cheng replied, making his way in the direction where Ning Rongrong had departed, reminding Xiao Wu, when I return, don't forget to help me wash my feet. Oh, and you too. Hearing Du Cheng's parting words, Zhu Qing couldn't help but scoff. He can't wait to comfort Ning Rongrong but acts like this. What a scoundrel. However, she quickly dismissed her inner disdain for Du Cheng as Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon her. Jie Zhu, you twisted your ankle earlier. Are you all right? I am fine. Really? Do you want me to help you? As Zhu Qing attempted to brush off Xiao Wu's concern, Du Cheng hastened his steps towards Ning Rongrong's direction. Zhu Qing was correct. Du Cheng indeed felt anxious for Ning Rongrong. Apart from her being the third person to establish a bond with him, there was another reason. Grandmaster's behavior today was exceedingly unusual. Unlike Flander, who was indifferent due to his lack of strength, Grandmaster was particularly concerned with his image and reputation. Under normal circumstances, faced with today's events, he would have inquired first and then patiently offered solace, rather than dismissing Ning Rongrong's explanation. Such actions evoked a sense of intentionally provoking her. Considering Grandmaster's instructions for Oscar to retrieve Ning Rongrong's belongings and the original storyline's outcome, a hypothesis began to form in Du Cheng's mind. Could it be that this scoundrel was setting the stage for Oscar? Upon further contemplation, the likelihood of this conjecture seemed high. Flander coveted wealth, Grandmaster sought fame, and Oscar was Flander's adopted son. If they could unite him with the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would undoubtedly benefit both Grandmaster and Flander immensely. As for why not choose Ma Hongjun or Tang San, the reason was simple. They were too unattractive. Realizing this, a cold smirk crept onto Du Cheng's face. If Grandmaster and Flander were indeed concocting such a scheme, they should not blame him for causing chaos. While Du Cheng pondered this, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had reached the vicinity of the Inch residence. Rongrong, you don't need to walk so fast. Finding a suitable angle, Oscar, who had meticulously groomed himself that morning, turned to Ning Rongrong with a broad smile. Why would I throw away your things? Upon hearing Oscar address her in such a manner, Ning Rongrong frowned. Grandmaster had merely spoken in anger, and she was about to respond when Oscar continued. Once he calms down, I'll take you to apologize, and this matter will surely be resolved. If you're feeling down, we could visit Soto City. Don't worry. I'm familiar with. You think it's my fault? Oscar was interrupted by Ning Rongrong's cold retort. Feeling the chill from Ning Rongrong's gaze, Oscar's expression stiffened. Aye. Perhaps the Grandmaster simply misunderstood, but he meant well. Once we apologize. If I am not at fault, why should I apologize? Ignoring Oscar's words, Ning Rongrong continued. Aye. The cold sweat trickled down Oscar's forehead as he stammered. Damn, the dean didn't teach me how to answer this kind of question. Rongrong, this matter. Silence. With a sharp rebuke, Ning Rongrong's expression turned frosty. You dare call me Rongrong? Aye. As the princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong naturally carried her own aura. In contrast, Oscar was merely an ordinary soul master reluctantly raised by Flander. Faced with Ning Rongrong's overwhelming presence, he found himself at a loss for words. I, Ning Rongrong, am well aware of my own faults. With a fierce glare at Oscar, Ning Rongrong continued. If you believe I am in the wrong, then you should keep your distance to avoid tarnishing your image in the Grandmaster's eyes. Rome, why aren't you leaving? I will leave. Seeing the soul power radiating from Ning Rongrong, Oscar shivered. Please don't be angry. I'll go. With that, Oscar fled without looking back. As he departed, he couldn't help but grumble internally. The Dean and the Grandmaster are truly something. They promised to help me win over Ning Rongrong. Yet now I've only become more despised. Heh. Watching Oscar's retreating figure, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sneer, coward. Yet, as the words left her lips, a hint of melancholy washed over her. After leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she was no longer the beloved princess. Not only was she scolded by strangers, but even such a weakling sought to approach her. Taking out a potion from her storage soul guide, Ning Rongrong applied it to her ankle. And Du Cheng's image flashed through her mind. If it were him, he would surely stand resolutely by my side. As this thought crossed her mind, Ning Rongrong felt her cheeks flush. Ning Rongrong, how could you think of such things? Perhaps, I truly should visit Soto City to clear my mind. Given Ning Rongrong's personality, she was not one to wallow in indecision. Once she had an idea, she would act upon it. To avoid another encounter with the Grandmaster, Ning Rongrong chose not to exit through the main entrance. Fortunately, for Shrek Academy, the main door served merely as a testament to its existence. After a brief observation of her surroundings, Ning Rongrong selected a direction and departed. At that moment, Du Cheng was entering through the main gate and happened upon Oscar. Where is Ning Rongrong? Huh. After facing a setback in front of Ning Rongrong, Oscar was already in a state of despair. Upon hearing Du Cheng's question, he paused, then couldn't help but retort, why should I tell you where Ning Rongrong went? As if feeling that wasn't sufficient, Oscar added, what? Do you think if you rush over now, you can win her favor? Smack. A crisp sound echoed. And the arrogance on Oscar's face gradually faded, replaced by confusion and disbelief. You actually dare to strike me? As a food spirit master, Oscar possessed notable talent, yet his combat prowess was rather limited. Nonetheless, he had never endured such humiliation. It is worth noting that even the other instructors at Shrek Academy treated him with utmost courtesy, for he was Flinder's godson. Thus, it was no wonder that Du Cheng's abrupt action left him utterly astonished. Fixing his gaze upon Du Cheng, Oscar could not help but inquire again. You truly dare to hit me? Where has Ning Rongrong gone? Seeing the fool before him still grappling with the recent incident, Du Cheng raised his hand once more. Do you require another slap to accept reality? At Du Cheng's gesture, Oscar instinctively took a step back. The memory of Ma Hongjuan's fate was fresh in his mind, and he had no desire to follow in that portly fellow's footsteps. At the entrance of ECUN residence, in a bid to avoid further confrontation, Oscar even went so far as to elaborate. I intended to take her to Soto City for a stroll, but she declined. She is likely on her way back now. Ha! Du Cheng scoffed upon hearing Oscar's response. Indeed, the master is merely providing this imbecile with an opportunity. With a disdainful wave of his hand towards Oscar, Du Cheng continued, "Do not let me catch you approaching ECUN residence. Otherwise, I won't." Without waiting for Du Cheng to finish, Oscar quickly shook his head. "I need to return to my training, so I shall take my leave." Spineless fool. Watching Oscar's hasty retreat, Du Cheng could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That wretched being, if not for Flinder's guidance, he would likely never dare to entertain thoughts of pursuing Ning Rongrong. With his grievances aired, Du Cheng resumed his path toward ECUN residence. Such a splendid opportunity. Since Oscar cannot seize it, it falls to me, Du Cheng. Yet, he felt it necessary to express gratitude to the master. After all, this was indeed a form of assistance to him. However, Du Cheng was taken aback to find that upon his return to ECUN residence, Ning Rongrong was nowhere to be seen. The door had not been opened. Standing in the courtyard, Du Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Qing Xian, please assist me in locating Ning Rongrong." Yes. As a title Douluo level powerhouse, Qing Xian possessed numerous methods for utilizing soul power. After a brief investigation, she provided the answer. "Young master, Ning Rongrong has already left Shrek Academy." However, pointing in a particular direction, Qing Xian continued, "If nothing unexpected has occurred, she should have headed in this direction." Turning to look, Du Cheng was momentarily stunned. Soto City? Given Ning Rongrong's frustrating experience today coupled with Oscar's comment, it was indeed plausible she had run off alone to Soto City. With this thought, Du Cheng's brow furrowed slightly, although I cannot ascertain the reason. According to Qing Xian's findings, there appear to be no other powerful individuals safeguarding Ning Rongrong. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing, given Ning Rongrong's disposition, venturing alone to Soto City could likely lead to trouble. "You stay at the academy to look after Xiao Wu and Zhuqing. I shall head to Soto City." Understood. After relaying a few instructions to Qing Xian, Du Cheng quickly pursued the direction in which Ning Rongrong had departed. As for leaving Qing Xian behind, that was merely to prevent the master and Flinder from engaging in any underhanded schemes. It was perplexing how Ning Rongrong managed to elude him, despite Du Cheng's strength. He failed to encounter her on the way. Only after spending 2 copper coins to enter Soto City did he let out a sigh. Wasn't she just limping? How can that girl run so quickly? As these words escaped him, Du Cheng began to survey his surroundings. Soto City, one of the most prosperous cities in the Barak Kingdom, was indeed vibrant by night. Finding an individual in such a bustling city, adorned with lights and revelry, was no easy feat. Quickly, that little girl we just caught was truly stunning. I wonder if the boss will let us have a turn after he's finished? Turning around, Du Cheng caught sight of 2 scrawny blonde youths. "You really dare to dream." One of the blondes began, "Just look at her attire. It's evident she's from a wealthy family, and I heard from the boss that she's a spirit master. A gem like that, the boss could probably keep her entertained for a year. How could we possibly?" Before he could finish, the young man suddenly choked, realizing he had been lifted off the ground. "What did you just say?" Du Cheng held the blonde aloft, his expression grave. "What does the girl you captured look like?" "Why you? Who are you?" The blonde, now dangling in Du Cheng's grip, displayed a panicked expression. "We are members of the Yellow Dog Gang. You cannot afford to offend us." Slap. A resounding smack landed on the blonde's face. Du Cheng's tone icy. "Answer my question." "You." Smack. "As she." Smack. "Speak. I command you." As Du Cheng prepared to strike again, the blonde's tone shifted dramatically. "Please, no more. I was just about to tell you." The girl has shoulder-length hair, donned in a white dress, and is quite beautiful, though she appears a bit haughty. Where is she? Listening to the blonde's description, Du Cheng's heart raced with certainty. Indeed, it is Ning Rongrong. Through the alley, take the left. She is in the 3rd establishment. After enduring several slaps from Du Cheng, the blonde felt his teeth loosening. To avoid further misfortune, he unhesitatingly chose to betray his boss. "If you are deceiving me, rest assured, I would never." Before Du Cheng could finish his warning, the blonde hastily assured him, "You may take me along. If I lie, you may end our lives." "Very well, let it be as you wish." Casting a peculiar glance at the blonde, Du Cheng thought, "This fellow, surprisingly astute. Lead the way." "Yes." As Du Cheng followed the 2 blonde youths, Ning Rongrong was engulfed in regret. "Let me go?" Staring at the lecherous man before her, Ning Rongrong struggled fiercely after being thrown onto the bed. "You dare to abduct me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Chapter 63. The return to the Rose Hotel amidst the laughter that erupted from the man before her. he uttered. Identity? Once you've fallen under my spell, your status is rendered insignificant. His gaze fixated on Ning Rongrong. He could not suppress the urge to wipe away the drool that escaped his lips. My little beauty, do you not feel an overwhelming heat coursing through your body, rendering you nearly helpless? With a fierce struggle, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. If my father were to learn of your actions, he would undoubtedly not spare you. She vowed that if given the chance to rewind time, she would never have been so careless. It was merely due to the grievances she suffered at Shrek Academy that she had chosen to seek solace in Soto City. Yet, who could have anticipated that a simple stroll to procure 2 candied hawthorns would lead her to fall victim to this rogue's treachery? Thank you for the reminder, my little beauty. The man's expression swelled with pride as he replied. Rest assured, since I, Huang Ergo, am capable of such deeds, I harbor no fear of being discovered by others. Rogue, I will certainly. My little beauty, you would do well to cease your struggles. Huang Ergo continued. In my estimation, the effects of the potion will soon permeate your body. By then, you may find yourself calling me good brother before you even realize it. As Ning Rongrong gazed upon Huang Ergo's lewd grin, a surge of anger welled within her. However, this fury swiftly morphed into shame and indignation. With her body gradually succumbing to the heat, she could distinctly sense her consciousness fading away. Moreover, alluring moans escaped her lips, entrancing to the very core. My little beauty, I did not expect you to yield so swiftly. Observing Ning Rongrong's eyes glaze over and her body begin to writhe involuntarily, Huang Ergo swallowed hard. It was the first time he had laid his hands on such an exquisite beauty during his time in Soto City. Rubbing his hands together, he began to draw nearer to her. Do not worry. I, Lord Dog, shall ensure your utmost pleasure. Please, do not come any closer. Despite her desperate attempt to voice her rejection, Ning Rongrong's body betrayed her, responding instead with compliance. As Huang Ergo closed the distance between them, despair flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Father, Master Jian, Grandfather Gu, Rongrong has been unfilial. I fear I may never. Bang! Just as Ning Rongrong contemplated sacrificing her life to preserve her purity, the dilapidated door was suddenly kicked open. Who dares? Du Cheng. Both Ning Rongrong and Huang Ergo exclaimed in unison as the furious Du Cheng appeared in the doorway. Brother Cheng, save me. With that final cry for help, Ning Rongrong succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. To think you could find this place, young man. You possess some skill, Huang Ergo remarked, having overheard Ning Rongrong's words. But who granted you the audacity to trouble me? As he spoke, Huang Ergo's form elongated, his hands morphing into claws, and tufts of yellowish fur sprouted from his face. For spirit rings manifested around him, his expression turning menacing. Since you've come, you shall remain here forever. Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Ergo lunged towards Du Cheng. Observing the young man's lack of reaction, Huang Ergo's eyes glinted with disdain. Youngsters are so easily dealt with. Who told you that foes always attack after conversing? As the distance between them diminished, Huang Ergo couldn't help but smirk. Though he had yet to succeed, he felt he could already taste the fear emanating from this young man. Huh. Du Cheng could not suppress a cold laugh at Huang Ergo's reckless charge, devoid of any spirit abilities. Is it a common trait among villains to favor ambushes? Despite his mockery, Du Cheng was not one to shy away from the confrontation. Channeling his spirit energy, he summoned a thick, elongated carrot into his grasp. Bang! Before Huang Ergo could react, the carrot, imbued with tremendous force, struck his head with a resounding thud. You! Huang Ergo barely managed to utter a word before he began to sway and then collapsed to the ground. Fool! Casting a glance at the fallen Huang Ergo, Du Cheng calmly stepped over him. As his left foot struck something cylindrical, he pressed down with force. Crack! The sound of something shattering echoed, and in an instant, Huang Ergo, still in a dazed state, emitted a pitiful scream as a yellowish-white liquid flowed from beneath him. Ignoring the crumpled form of Huang Ergo, Du Cheng approached the bed. A single glance sent a wave of discomfort through his throat. Was this the trial one must endure in the realm of leadership? On the small bed, Ning Rongrong had shed much of her clothing. The enticing sounds escaped her lips as her skin glimmered like jade in the candlelight. I should leave this place. Seeing Ning Rongrong's hand caressing her chest while the other ventured beneath her skirt, Du Cheng could not help but swallow hard. With a swift motion, he wrapped Ning Rongrong and the bedding together and hurried towards the door. Want? In her dazed state. Upon catching the scent of Du Cheng, Ning Rongrong fell into a frenzy. Hot need. Even as she was enveloped in the bedding, she desperately leaned closer to Du Cheng, her tiny tongue fervently exploring his chest. Let us get a room. After navigating his way to the Rose Hotel, disregarding the odd looks from the front desk attendant, Du Cheng quickly paid for a room. Upon entering, he unceremoniously tossed Ning Rongrong onto the bed. Bang! With a soft whimper, perhaps due to Du Cheng's rough handling. Ning Rongrong initially moaned before regaining her senses. She clung to Du Cheng's thigh, sniffing like a little puppy. Moreover, during this process, she emitted sounds that would make anyone blush. Cheng, brother Cheng, this is all you're doing. Long before their encounter, Du Cheng's ire had already been ignited by this girl. Now, hearing such tantalizing words, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Muttering under his breath, he pressed his body down upon Ning Rongrong. With circumstances having escalated to this point, it was unreasonable to expect him to act like a paragon of virtue. Chapter 64. Capturing Ning Rongrong. It was akin to discovering an ice cube at the mouth of a volcano. Just as Du Cheng collapsed onto the bed, Ning Rongrong enveloped him like an octopus. Not only that, but the girl frantically attempted to unfasten Du Cheng's clothing, and upon failing, she audaciously bit down. No. Rip. Even as Du Cheng attempted to intervene, it was evidently too late. With the wrapping torn away, his allure had undeniably increased. With a swift motion, Ning Rongrong pinned Du Cheng down on the bed and mounted him. Ah, that hurts. A soft gasp escaped her lips, followed by sounds in the room that would fail to pass scrutiny. In a daze, Ning Rongrong felt as though she had found a magical steed amidst the calls. She was momentarily elevated to the heavens, then plunged back into the depths of mire. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, Du Cheng was awakened by a piercing scream. Ui. Upon opening his eyes, Du Cheng beheld Ning Rongrong. Her face flushed with shame and indignation. What on earth happened? Yesterday, you were taken away, and I just... No need to elaborate. As Du Cheng recounted the details, Ning Rongrong's face grew increasingly crimson. Finally, she interrupted him with a loud exclamation. What is this person about? Why is he being so detailed? Can't he see that I merely wanted to vent? Indeed, Ning Rongrong remembered the events of the previous night. Reflecting on her subsequent frenzy, she felt somewhat fortunate. It was a good thing that it was Du Cheng who had chased after her. Had it been Oscar, then... Looks like you've remembered. With his gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong, Du Cheng continued, in that case, we might as well discuss compensation. Compensation? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief at Du Cheng's words. Shocked, she almost forgot the tearing pain radiating from her lower body. If not for retaining some semblance of rationality, she would have asked Du Cheng, are you even aware of what you are saying? Indeed, it is compensation. Du Cheng appeared unconcerned by Ning Rongrong's thoughts. Nodding solemnly, he said, I saw you leaving Shrek Academy alone, worried you might encounter danger, so I came to protect you, only to find. At this point, a look of indignation suddenly crossed Du Cheng's face. How could you do such a thing to me? Compensation is a must. You want compensation, do you? As Du Cheng waved his hands, Ning Rongrong's heart surged with fury at the recollection of her experiences from the previous night. Fine then, I shall grant you compensation. With a sudden leap onto Du Cheng, she leaned down to bite him while reaching for his vulnerable spots. Here we go again. Du Cheng tensed at Ning Rongrong's actions. He had merely spoken casually, yet the girl exhibited such ferocity. However, retreat was out of the question at this stage. He tilted his head to meet her. Feeling the sensations on his lips, Du Cheng couldn't help but sneer. Last night was forceful enough, and today you still wish to impose upon me? Do you truly believe I am so easily manipulated? You, MMPH. In mere seconds, the struggle within the room transformed into enticing moans. Yet unlike the wildness of the previous night, a more restrained Ning Rongrong emerged upon waking. Even amidst Du Cheng's vigorous pursuit, she only emitted a series of hesitant sounds. After nearly half an hour, the room fell silent once more. You will be responsible for me. Lazily nestled in Du Cheng's embrace, Ning Rongrong gazed at him with anticipation. Right? Of course. Nodding, Du Cheng did not disappoint her after such an event. Do you think I would allow anyone else to take advantage of you? But I am the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. So what? Du Cheng replied decisively, with my strength and talent, would it be so difficult to gain the recognition of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? If not, I shall compel their acknowledgement. With confidence swelling within him, Du Cheng felt assured. It mattered little if it was unrelated to Ning Rongrong, given the circumstances. He would ensure that she would not engage with anyone else. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong seemed to revel in Du Cheng's assertive and self-assured demeanor. I believe in you. Turning to him, her face bore utmost seriousness. If my father disagrees, I shall elope with you. Ding, the bond value between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 55, allowing for a premium lottery draw. Ding, the bond value between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 85, allowing for a divine lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one advanced lottery opportunity and one premium lottery opportunity. The moment Ning Rongrong's words left her lips, a series of notification sounds echoed in Du Cheng's mind. Clearly, her declaration was not mere banter. If your father disagrees, I shall whisk you away. While aware that such a scenario was improbable, Du Cheng nonetheless held Ning Rongrong close, promising, "Rest assured, I will ensure his consent. I trust you, Brother Cheng." Nodding, Ning Rongrong smoothly adjusted her address for him. From last night until this morning, despite both being spirit masters, fatigue still lingered. Nestled in Du Cheng's embrace, Ning Rongrong greedily inhaled his scent and drifted back into slumber. Little sleepyhead, it's time to return to the academy. When she next awoke, Ning Rongrong found herself meeting Du Cheng's teasing gaze. Oh no. Turning to the window, her expression shifted in alarm. At this hour, we will surely be scolded by the master upon our return. Ning Rongrong was not overly concerned about her own fate. Could the mere Xiaojiang truly threaten her? What truly worried her was Du Cheng. In her eyes, if her presence caused him to face reprimand, that would be an unfortunate matter indeed. Do not worry. Although Ning Rongrong did not voice her thoughts, Du Cheng sensed her unease. Gently pinching her nose, he reassured her, "Come back with me. The master will not scold either of us." Really? Ning Rongrong questioned, her gaze falling upon Du Cheng with skepticism. If the master disregards my identity, would he truly care about you? Absolutely. With a swift motion, Du Cheng pinned Ning Rongrong beneath him, a devilish grin on his face. "You dare to doubt me? Little girl, you shall be punished." As he spoke, he playfully smacked her bottom twice. "Mew then come at me." Chapter 65. Brother Cheng. Do you not wish to do something? With her rear under siege, Ning Rongrong not only felt no embarrassment, but instead a hint of allure sparkled in her eyes. She licked her lips towards Du Cheng and even wiggled her body on the bed. "Brother Cheng, how do you intend to punish me?" Hearing the words that escaped Ning Rongrong's lips, Du Cheng couldn't help but shudder. Goodness, this girl is insatiable. Enough of this. He firmly swatted away Ning Rongrong's hands, reaching for the carrot, his expression turning serious. "If this continues, you won't be able to return to the academy today." Casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, Du Cheng continued, "Rongrong, you wouldn't want last night's events to be known by others, would you?" "You humph." As Du Cheng spoke, Ning Rongrong let out a soft huff. "Though it is not something to be ashamed of, how could I divulge such a humiliating matter to others? If you dare to tell anyone." Her gaze fixed on Du Cheng, she threatened, "I will have Grandpa Gu break your legs. As long as my carrot remains untouched." Du Cheng smirked. "After all, if that were to happen, I would be unable to have certain individuals call me good brother." "You." Spitting in playful annoyance, Ning Rongrong realized that her teasing was futile against Du Cheng. After a brief pout, she obediently fell silent. With the absence of Ning Rongrong's provocations, the following events unfolded smoothly. After a quick wash and dressing, Du Cheng took Ning Rongrong and exited the room. Hailing a cab towards Shrek Academy. "Brother Cheng, you finally returned." Upon their arrival at the academy, Xiao Wu rushed to greet them. Her gaze fell on Ning Rongrong, revealing a hint of concern. "Sister Rongrong, you weren't in any danger, were you?" "And no." With a slight blush, Ning Rongrong's voice faltered. "I truly encountered no danger. But that was only because I had already accepted the danger." "That's good to hear." Unaware of Ning Rongrong's true state, Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. "The master has already learned that yesterday was a misunderstanding. If you hadn't returned today, everyone would have gone searching for you." Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaned in, sniffing at Ning Rongrong. "Sister Rongrong, did you stay at the Rose Hotel last night?" "Why, yes." Ning Rongrong's heart raced at Xiao Wu's sudden shift in tone. What's the matter?" Panic seeped into her voice. Did Xiao Wu discover my relationship with Brother Cheng? Though she had accepted her bond with Du Cheng, she still felt apprehensive in front of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. After all, compared to them, she could only be considered a latecomer. Hiki. Letting out a light laugh, Xiao Wu appeared particularly confident at that moment. "It's because you carry a familiar scent." Sniffing at Ning Rongrong once more, Xiao Wu nodded. "Indeed, this is the peculiar fragrance exclusive to the Rose Hotel." In contrast to Xiao Wu's innocence, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. Her gaze darted between Du Cheng and Ning Rongrong, barely suppressing her urge to explode. After all this time raising a plump pig, it turns out she has been courted by another cabbage? With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. Had she known it would come to this, she would have been bolder before. I'm a bit tired, so I'll head back to my room to rest. Seeing Xiao Wu about to pry further, Ning Rongrong quickly interjected, Xiao Wu, let's discuss this tomorrow. All right, Sister Rongrong. You take care and rest well. Due to the time of day, Oscar and the others were only aware that Ning Rongrong had returned but did not see her. After exchanging a few simple words, Du Cheng retreated to his room. System lottery. Having labored through the night and morning, he desperately needed to divert his attention. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conducting a high-level lottery and obtaining the following rewards. Soul Power Level 3, Physical Enhancement X1, Yin-Yang Complementation Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conducting a top-tier lottery and obtaining the following rewards. Soul Power Level 5, 30,000, Year Soul Ring X1. As a flood of information surged into his mind, Du Cheng quickly comprehended the items he had acquired. The soul power and physical enhancement were self-explanatory. The 30,000 Year Soul Ring granted the soul skill named Unyielding Carrot, which, when consumed, would render him immune to a single attack of soul skill damage not exceeding his level for 10 minutes, regardless of type. With the absorption of the soul rings, Du Cheng successfully broke through to become a soul master at level 42. The Yin-Yang Complementation Technique was a unique cultivation method that would enhance soul power for both parties involved through certain unexaminable activities. Dog system. I can't shake the feeling that you're hinting at something. Though he grumbled, a broad smile crept across Du Cheng's face. I cannot deny that the dog system and I are quite compatible. Creak. As Du Cheng pondered these thoughts, the door to his room slowly creaked open. Before he could react, a figure swiftly darted into his embrace. Du Cheng? Recognizing the familiar scent, Du Cheng immediately identified the intruder. What brings you here? Can I not come? Her legs entwined around Du Cheng's waist. Zhu Zhuqing's voice carried a hint of melancholy. What? After enjoying yourself with Ning Rongrong, you no longer desire my company. You. In contrast to her usual cool demeanor, this pouting side of Zhu Zhuqing had a different charm. How could that be? Without asking any foolish questions like how did you know, Du Cheng provided the most accurate answer. Both Rongrong and you hold equal importance to me. I would never forsake one for the other. Hiki. As her hands ventured between Du Cheng's legs, Zhu Zhuqing let out a playful laugh. If that's the case, then you should prove that we truly hold equal significance. Hiss. Compared to the somewhat inexperienced Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, having undergone several practical exercises, was evidently more seasoned. Feeling the warmth and softness of Zhu Zhuqing's hands, Du Cheng couldn't help but gasp. You are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Drawing closer to Du Cheng, Zhu Zhuqing whispered into his ear, isn't this just playing with a carrot? You. Ning Rongrong had just returned, and it was likely she would feel frightened at night. Xiao Wu had already gone to keep her company, maintaining her original posture with one hand. Zhu Zhuqing used her other hand to trace circles on Du Cheng's chest, her expression enticing as she licked her lips. Brother Cheng, do you not wish to do something? Chapter 66. The Azure-eyed Golden Eagle with a soft gulp. Du Cheng's voice was tinged with a slight rasp. My dear girl, you brought this upon yourself. Having just undergone a significant enhancement, Du Cheng was currently in peak condition. How could he possibly tolerate such provocation? He swiftly pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Pressing forward, since you've come voluntarily, don't blame me for being impolite. As his words fell, his hands eagerly ventured towards Zhu Zhuqing's bosom. Zhu Zhuqing, having come at such an hour, was undoubtedly well prepared. In response to Du Cheng's advances, she showed no sign of retreat. With her legs tightly entwined around his waist, Zhu Zhuqing retaliated fiercely with her lips and hands. One breath, two breaths, three. As shadows melded together in the night, a series of blush-inducing sounds began to fill the room. Brother Cheng, slow down no, ah ding. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Zhu Zhuqing has reached 85. A score of 100 will allow you to participate in a divine level lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one top-tier lottery opportunity. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhu Zhuqing gingerly emerged from Du Cheng's room, supporting her waist. The moment she returned to her own quarters, she collapsed onto her bed in an exaggerated manner. Reflecting on the previous night's fervor, she felt a wave of warmth rising to her cheeks. Brother Cheng. What a monster he is. We did so much last night, yet he appears so energetic this morning. She never anticipated that she would quickly gain another lottery opportunity. On the grand bed, Du Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's hasty retreat. How boastful she had been when entering his room, yet her demeanor was utterly disheveled when begging for mercy. Nonetheless, A single night had remarkably elevated his soul power level to 43, marking a noteworthy gain. System lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have participated in a top-tier lottery and received a level 99 ultimate Douluo summoning card, 30 minutes, and a 50,000-year-old soul beast, the Azure-eyed golden eagle. It was unfortunate that he had not received an enhancement to his soul body. Listening to the system's voice, Du Cheng couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in order to enhance my strength, I must engage in more physical activities with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Perhaps due to the previous overt targeting, Master began to conduct regular training sessions for everyone in the following days. After some time, with the exception of Du Cheng, the physical strength of the Shrek Academy members had seen a notable improvement. The only disappointment was that since that day, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had not attempted any nighttime visits with Du Cheng. This left the individual eager for exertion somewhat disheartened. Until one day, after they had just completed a task of carrying stones around the village 50 times, Master gathered everyone together once more. By this time, everyone had become accustomed to this ordinary training regimen. Surveying their faces, Master continued, "However, starting today, your training methods will change. But first, there is something I must inform you." Ignoring the curiosity reflected in their eyes, Master glanced toward Qing Xian. Striving to maintain his gravitas, the upcoming training will be extremely perilous. A moment's carelessness could even cost you your life. Therefore, if any of you are afraid, now is the time to withdraw. 1 breath, 2 breaths. After several seconds passed, not a single individual present responded to Master's words. Very well. Nodding, Master stepped onto a carriage that had been prepared unbeknownst to them. Since you have made your decision, follow me. Climbing aboard the carriage, Master abruptly cracked the whip, showing no intention of waiting for the others. What does this mean? Oscar stared blankly at the receding carriage. Isn't it obvious? Tang San replied, his lips twitching. The teacher wants us to find a way to catch up. With that, Tang San immediately set off in pursuit of the departing vehicle. Our teacher has his reasons for acting this way. We simply need to comply. Humph, Ning Rongrong scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Reasons? Who knows if some people are just trying to assert their authority again. Although the previous incident had passed, Ning Rongrong still bore the grudge of being wronged. Rongrong, you needn't worry. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words left her lips, Oscar approached with a broad smile. The master didn't say we couldn't help. When you tire, I can carry you. Rongrong is not someone you can call. Ning Rongrong shot him a glare, her face betraying her disdain. I have a phobia of fools. Keep your distance. Brother Cheng ignoring Oscar's darkened expression. Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Du Cheng's. If I can't run anymore, you will help me, right? Despite the lack of physical activity between them during this time, their relationship had progressed remarkably. For Ning Rongrong, such intimate gestures had become effortless. And me. Cough as Ning Rongrong spoke, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing chimed in. With serious expressions, the two turned to Du Cheng. We are all Brother Cheng's treasures. You can't favor one over the others. Feeling the intense gazes of the three women, beads of sweat began to form on Du Cheng's forehead. Goodness, is this the legendary harem? Fortunately, he had already devised a solution for the current predicament. Very well. I shall lead you all. Without allowing anyone a chance to respond, Du Cheng suddenly whistled into the air. Chirp as the long call echoed. A small black dot gradually approached from the distance, and the onlookers felt a gust of wind pressing down from above. What kind of creature is this? Get lost. As Qing Xian casually swatted away the suddenly vocal Xiao Wu, the airborne black dot finally landed successfully. Coos. As they laid eyes on the newly appeared figure, everyone present could hardly contain their astonishment. This is Xiao Jin, a 50,000-year-old Azure golden eagle. Chapter 67, The Soul Fighting Competition. With a calm demeanor, Du Cheng observed the golden eagle, which was nuzzling against him. Little Jin is a 50,000-year-old soul beast. However, it possesses a gentle temperament and a somewhat timid nature, so it is best not to frighten it. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, everyone present, including Xiao Wu, who had just risen from the ground, couldn't help but twitch their lips. A 50,000-year-old soul beast is equivalent to a human soul sage at level 70 or above. Moreover, considering that the golden eagle is a flying soul beast, the difficulty of dealing with it escalates. Such a formidable entity, frightened by us? As for its gentle nature, that seems absurd. As a bird-type soul beast, how gentle can it really be? Surely it does not eat grass. Despite their sarcastic thoughts, The group was more concerned about the existence of little Jean. Is this your soul beast? Daimobai's eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at little Jean. A 50,000-year-old soul beast, if only we could slay it. Before he could finish his thought, the initially docile golden eagle let out a sharp cry, swiftly sending Daimubai flying with a flap of its wing. After all, it is a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Discerning human intentions is not particularly challenging for it. Oh, I forgot to mention, little Jin's strength is equivalent to an soul sage at level 80. Casting a sidelong glance at Daimubai, Du Cheng displayed a hint of disdain. If you are considering attacking it, you might want to assess your own strength first. Daimubai's face reddened slightly. Little Jean is rather weak, only capable of carrying 4 individuals at most. Undeterred by Daimubai's expression, Du Cheng effortlessly leaped onto little Jin's back. 3 lovely ladies, shall we set off? Coming. Although Du Cheng appeared frivolous, the 3 women quickly gathered by his side. Due to little Jin's size, they had to press closely against Du Cheng, a sight that irked the remaining members of the defeated alliance. Little Jean, let's go. With a resounding call, little Jean took to the skies. While Oscar gazed mournfully at Ning Rongrong's departing figure. She has already left. Daimubai shot a disdainful glance at Oscar. Isn't it time to cease this charade? I am clearly devoted to Rongrong. How could this be merely a performance? As soon as Daimubai's words escaped his lips, Oscar retorted. As long as she senses my feelings, she will eventually be moved. With a scoff, Daimubai paid no heed to Oscar's sentiments. By the time she comprehends your feelings, she will likely have had children with Du Cheng. A slight twitch of his lips made Oscar realize he had no grounds to argue. Recalling Ning Rongrong's demeanor towards Du Cheng. It's all the master's fault. Oscar lamented, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If he hadn't targeted Rongrong so fiercely, I wouldn't be caught in this situation. You should express such grievances in front of Tang San. Listening to Oscar's complaints, Daimubai unhesitatingly delivered a sharp retort. Given Oscar's cowardice, it would be a miracle if he dared to say such things in front of Tang San. Ignoring Oscar, whose face was growing increasingly flushed, Daimubai channeled his soul power and pursued the direction in which the master had departed. If you don't wish to be made an example of, don't waste time here. At Daimubai's reminder, Ma Hongjun and Oscar finally realized that they were the only 2 remaining. Exchanging glances, they quickly sprang into action, neglecting to ponder further. In contrast to Daimubai and the others, Xiao Wu and her companions appeared far more at ease. With little Jin's strength, even if the master ignited sparks with a whip, it would be a simple task for it to keep pace. Furthermore, to ensure Du Cheng and the others' comfort, little Jean even expended soul power to create a windbreak, allowing them to simply enjoy the scenery from its back. Brother Cheng, it seems the master has halted. With Xiao Wu's words, little Jean issued a descent alert. Good bird, this will suffice. To prevent causing chaos within the city, once little Jean descended to a certain height, Du Cheng embraced Ning Rongrong, allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to cling to him as they jumped down together. Isn't this Soto City? After landing, Du Cheng ensured the 3 women were stable before surveying their surroundings and inquiring, the master brought us here. He doesn't intend for us to relax, does he? Certainly not. Shaking his head, the master remained composed, in stark contrast to Tang San and the others who burned with indignation. The place where you will attend classes is right there. The Grand Soul Arena. Following the master's gesture, Daimubai's expression turned peculiar. Master, isn't this a bit too swift? As a veteran student of Shrek Academy, Daimubai was well aware of the curriculum. Typically, attending the Grand Soul Arena for gambling fights was reserved for those who had studied for at least 6 months. Yet, Du Cheng and the others had been training for less than a week. Not too swift at all. Shaking his head, the master focused on the group. Shrek Academy only enrolls monsters. As monsters, you must demonstrate abilities that match your status. In the coming days, you will participate in battles at the Grand Soul Arena. Only by obtaining the Silver Soul Badge will you be eligible for graduation. What about me? Before the master's words could fully resonate, Ning Rongrong, who had been standing beside Du Cheng, could not help but inquire directly. Being of her status, she certainly was not ignorant of the Grand Soul Arena. Thus, her expression reflected her concern. It is known that to secure a Silver Soul Badge at the Grand Soul Arena, one must accumulate a staggering 1,100 points. Even without a single loss, one would need to achieve victory in dozens of matches. This is nearly impossible. To compete in soul fights, one must reveal all their information. And the arena will match competitors of similar strength. From any angle, this is an unfriendly environment for auxiliary soul masters. You may participate in team matches. Focusing on Ning Rongrong, the master's lips curled slightly. There are various ways to engage in soul fights. Aside from one-on-one battles, there are also 2v2 and 5v5 formats. As long as you find suitable teammates, even auxiliary soul masters can join in. Chapter 68. The newly added titles of Odd Fruits and Cracked Nuts. After a brief pause, Master continued, as the opponents in the soul fighting competition are matched according to their strength, I advise you to select teammates whose abilities are closely aligned with your own. Otherwise, you may encounter formidable foes. Ning Rongrong, let us form a team. As soon as Master finished speaking, Oscar eagerly interjected, with you, me, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, we can perfectly assemble a 5v5 team. Turning his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, Oscar added, as long as we collaborate closely, we are sure to secure victory for our team. At that moment, he silently apologized to Master in his heart. My apologies, Master. I misunderstood you earlier. Had I known you could devise such an excellent plan, I would never have blamed you. The situation was straightforward. Among the group, both Du Cheng and Dai Mubai possess strengths exceeding level 30. Thus, teaming with them would mean facing opponents of at least the same level. Therefore, Ning Rongrong and the other two girls, not being fools, should naturally opt for the remaining members, Tang San and his companions, who were of similar strength. Realizing this, Tang San and Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as well. For soul masters, fighting side by side is an immensely effective way to strengthen bonds. Have you ever considered something? Turning to Oscar, Ning Rongrong displayed a look of disdain. With my support abilities, I can assist others even without you. In fact, if we replaced you with Sister Zhu, wouldn't our chances of victory be even higher? I concur. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words left her lips, Ma Hongjun quickly nodded in agreement. Oscar, in terms of support capabilities, you indeed fall slightly short compared to Ning Rongrong. If we substituted you with Zhu Shiqing, our chances of triumph would certainly improve. As for you, ignoring Oscar's grim expression, Ma Hongjun continued with enthusiasm. Later, let the soul fighting arena randomly match you with some teammates. The results would be about the same anyway. You, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Oscar nearly spat blood in exasperation. How can you say such shameless things? Although the soul fighting arena can assist individual soul masters in finding teammates, typically, unless absolutely necessary, no one would choose this route. After all, it was a life-threatening contest, and encountering incompetent teammates could equate to self-sabotage. Come on, Ma Hongjun said, patting Oscar on the shoulder without a hint of remorse. Brother, we are all striving for successful graduation. I trust you can understand that, right? At this point, Ma Hongjun almost burst into laughter. Despite his close ties with Flander, he had long harbored discontent towards Oscar, believing that as Flander's direct disciple, he should receive more attention. Yet, in daily life, Flander seemed to favor Oscar more. Even during this visit to the academy, Flander had been actively planning for Oscar, while Ma Hongjun, who had endured a beating, received not a single word of comfort. Now that he finally had an opportunity to strike at Oscar, how could he let it slip away? Furthermore, who would willingly take on a cumbersome teammate when they could have another beautiful ally? Though the competition had yet to commence, Ma Hongjun envisioned the scene where, after fighting alongside each other, Xiao Wu and the others would be captivated by his gallant demeanor. Hey, who said I would team up with you? Before Ma Hongjun could finish his laughter, Ning Rongrong's words rendered his expression rigid. Then what about you, Chenggu? Will you allow me to join you in the competition? Me too, came the indignant voices of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. This is unacceptable. Before Du Cheng could voice his objections, Master quickly interjected. Du Cheng will be facing opponents of the Soul Sovereign level. Aren't you afraid of the dangers involved? Cough. Despite being interrupted by Master, Du Cheng couldn't help but clear his throat. Master, there is something you've misjudged. In fact, he paused until all eyes were upon him before continuing. I will be confronting opponents of the Soul King level. How is that possible? As soon as Du Cheng's words fell, Dai Mubai couldn't contain his astonishment. Soul King? When did you break through? Just a few days ago. With a slight smile, Du Cheng appeared remarkably composed. I don't even know how it happened. I just accidentally broke through. Hearing Du Cheng's words, the crowd couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Can one accidentally break through? However, in an instant, Master's eyes sparkled with realization. If that's the case, Du Cheng must not team with the others. The gap between a great soul master and a soul king is akin to a chasm. In such circumstances, forming a team would only place you all in jeopardy. As Master spoke, he struggled to suppress a smile. Indeed, this course had been meticulously crafted by him. He believed that young people's emotions are fragile and easily disrupted. A few simple battles fought side by side would likely win the affections of the girls for Tang San and his peers. Even if such a situation occurred, the title Douluo supporting Du Qing would have little to say. After all, who could predict the affairs of youth? Is it forbidden for a great soul master to team up with a soul king? Not at all. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Master's lips twitched, and an uneasy premonition crept into his heart. However, since that is the case, I shall team up with Cheng. Before Master could finish, Ning Rongrong had already interrupted him. I would rather face the dangers with Cheng than team up with these odd fruits and cracked nuts. Then what about you two? With a darkening expression, Master turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. Compared to the willful Ning Rongrong, the two before him appeared considerably more obedient. In Master's view, his plan would likely succeed with these two. I also do not wish to team up with odd fruits and cracked nuts. Du Cheng. Let us form a team. Chapter 69. The commencement of the soul duel. Upon hearing the words of the two young women, the Master's expression darkened further. There is no mercy on the soul duel stage. This is not the time for you to act recklessly. After a brief pause, his gaze landed directly on Du Cheng. Du Cheng, do you believe you can protect them? Before Du Cheng could respond, the Master quickly interjected, though your strength is commendable. Facing two equally powerful adversaries simultaneously would surely leave you flustered, wouldn't it? Young man, sometimes it is wise to temper your impetuosity and consider others. Thank you for the reminder, Master. I understand what I must do. Ah, a teachable spirit. The Master's lips curled slightly at Du Cheng's words. In his view, as long as Du Cheng was not a fool, he would refuse to team up with the young women. However, Du Cheng declared, I am willing to team up with you. After voicing his decision, he turned to the Master. Master, I have something to say to you as well. Ignoring the Master's displeasure, Du Cheng continued, if one were to avoid acting on impulse, could they still be considered a youth? Before the Master could articulate his thoughts, he noticed Du Cheng, with an exuberant expression, had already raced to the registration desk with the three young women. Hello, we wish to register as soul duelists. Just fill out this form. Despite their youth, the staff member responsible for registrations refrained from mocking them. After all, the stereotypical foolish villains of novels are but a rarity in reality. The registration process was uncomplicated, and within mere minutes, they had completed their forms. Each individual may only participate in one type of soul duel per day. If you wish to register, you can do so here as well. Only once. Indeed. The staff member nodded, maintaining a gentle smile. This is to prevent individuals from maliciously inflating their scores. I hope you four can understand. Brother Cheng? Turning to Du Cheng. Xiao Wu and the others displayed expressions of concern. With such limitations, teaming up with Du Cheng would not be so straightforward. May I inquire if, in the case of insufficient participants, one can enter a higher-level soul duel competition? Casting a reassuring glance at the three women, Du Cheng again addressed the staff. For instance, can a single individual compete in a 5v5 match? Certainly. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, the staff member nodded affirmatively. However, under normal circumstances, we do not recommend participants adopt this approach. After all, even a randomly matched teammate can provide some degree of assistance. Thank you for the reminder. Nodding at the staff, Du Cheng turned to the three women. As it stands, I have devised a comprehensive plan. Rongrong and I will participate in the doubles match, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing will enter the singles competition. Afterward, the four of us will team up for the quintet match. Pausing momentarily, Du Cheng added, if any of you have the lowest score, I shall then team up with that individual. Absolutely. We'll follow Brother Cheng's lead. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing felt a twinge of jealousy at Du Cheng pairing with Ning Rongrong, they ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing the practicality of the arrangement. In that case, let us proceed with our registrations. With that, Du Cheng turned to the staff once more. Please provide us with the registration forms for singles, doubles, and quintet competitions. This, having overheard their conversation, the staff member regarded Du Cheng with a peculiar expression. The soul duel competition is exceedingly perilous. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Not at all. Shaking his head, Du Cheng exuded confidence. With the extraordinary physical prowess and equally remarkable spirit ring configuration, if I cannot dominate my peers, I might as well resign myself to being useless. Very well then. The staff member cast a sympathetic glance at Du Cheng. In his eyes, this was yet another youth attempting to impress the ladies. However, once on the soul duel stage, it was likely that this young man would have little time left for such pretensions. Reflecting on this, the staff member could not help but sigh. What stunning young women! How could they be drawn to such a fool? Unbeknownst to the staff's thoughts, Du Cheng and his companions were wholly focused on ensuring their scores would not diverge too greatly from Xiao Wu's. Consequently, Du Cheng opted out of the singles match. As novice soul duelists, their match arrangements were exceedingly convenient. Du Cheng and Ning Rongrong's first match would be against a pair of burly middle-aged soul masters. Next, we shall proceed to the first round of the 16th Soul Duel Arena's 2v2 competition. Standing atop the platform, the referee, clad in a tailcoat, announced loudly to the audience. Entering the arena are the Soul Master Du Cheng, wielding the Carrot Spirit, and the Great Soul Master Ning Rongrong, with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Spirit. Their opponents are the twin Soul Masters Li San and Li Si, who possess the Earth Violent Bear Spirit. Now, let us enjoy this contest of disparity and strength. With that, the referee leaped down from the Soul Duel platform, leaving Du Cheng, Ning Rongrong, and their adversaries. TSK as bearers of the Earth Violent Bear Spirit, Li San and Li Si were both broad-shouldered, with dark skin and muscles as solid as granite, exuding an explosive presence. Undoubtedly, these two were the epitome of power-type soul masters. Upon entering the arena, the larger of the two, Li San, could not suppress a smirk. I never expected our opponents to be mere fledglings. It seems fortune smiles upon us. Glancing at Du Cheng, Li San continued, "Kid, if you offer up the girl beside you for our enjoyment, I might consider granting you a chance to surrender later." Li San, Li Si. As Li San's words rang out, the crowd erupted in cheers from below. The soul duel is inherently a brutal and bloody affair. As long as the opponent does not concede, participants may do anything they wish on the platform. Thus, Li San's taunt effectively ignited the audience's excitement. Hearing the raucous cheers, Li San's grin widened. A great Soul Master level support Soul Master teaming up with a Soul Master level support Soul Master for a soul duel? This has to be the most amusing spectacle I've encountered this year. Who doesn't know that support Soul Masters are typically a bunch of bang? Chapter 70, Help. My opponent is the tall and white one. Before Li San's thoughts could fully take form, his body was sent hurtling backward. Lao San glanced at Li San, and only then did Li Si, with a face full of fury, turn to Du Cheng. "You little brat, how dare you launch a sneak attack?" Du Cheng, somewhat at a loss for words upon hearing Li Si's accusation, retorted, "So, do you think the soul duel is merely child's play? Should I have announced my moves beforehand?" As Du Cheng spoke, Li Si's face flushed with embarrassment. In a soul duel, life and death are at stake. Even if it were a real sneak attack, it wouldn't be particularly surprising. At that moment, the fallen Li San began to rise. "I was initially inclined to give you an opportunity, but it seems you no longer require one." With that proclamation, Li San's form began to swell, dense hair sprouting across his face and hands. "Lao Si, this kid isn't too shabby. I'll leave him to you." "All right." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Si's eyes as he, too, transformed. "In that case, let us end this swiftly." Having exchanged words, the two brothers charged toward Du Cheng and Ning Rongrong, convinced that a mere support soul master, if not for the earlier sneak attack, would not even qualify to force them to retreat. Indeed, watching the two rush forward, Du Cheng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Two fools. In an instant, the carrot in his hand grew larger, and with the force of gravity enhancing its impact, Du Cheng brought the carrot crashing down upon Li San. With a crisp crack, Li San was sent sprawling to the ground. "Lao San?" Li Si's gaze fell upon Li San, and his expression shifted dramatically. Li San lay on the ground in agony, his legs contorted at a grotesque angle. "Oh no." In a fleeting moment, two words flashed through Li Si's mind. "I concede." However, before he could utter his surrender, the heavy carrot had already descended upon him. With another sharp crack, Li Si fell to the ground without surprise. "Were you just about to concede?" Du Cheng's gaze settled on Li Si, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I apologize. I struck too quickly and couldn't hold back." "You." Hearing Du Cheng's words, Li Si couldn't help but grimace. "What do you mean you couldn't hold back? You clearly accelerated your attack." Of course, he dared not voice such thoughts. In a soul duel, where life and death are at stake, failing to prepare for injury would only invite ridicule. Moreover, Li Si had begun to suspect that had he and Li San not provoked Du Cheng so recklessly, they might not have found themselves in this predicament. "Thank you for your mercy," he said, having come to this realization, as he bowed slightly to Du Cheng, then turned to the referee below the stage. "We concede." With Li Si's words, the audience surrounding the soul duel arena erupted with excitement. "Two useless fools, my 20 silver soul coins." "What is 20? I wagered a full 10 gold soul coins." "I've struck gold. I bet 10 copper coins on Du Cheng's victory. And I'm reaping a profit of 1 gold soul coin." Since it was the first match of the soul duel, even though it was an upset, it failed to draw significant attention. After receiving the points, Du Cheng led Ning Rongrong to find Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing. Unsurprisingly, they too had emerged victorious. Next up was the 5v5 match. Du Cheng's expression grew serious as he looked at the three girls. When the match begins, you all jump down from the duel platform. The rest will be left to me. As it was a team match, Du Cheng was uncertain of the opponents they would face. Regardless, as long as he secured victory, the entire team would earn points, so allowing the three girls to step away from the platform was the best strategy for their protection. We understand. Nodding. The three girls clearly were not the type to be overly sentimental. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, Xiao Wu spoke first. Brother Cheng, if you find they are not your match, you must concede promptly. Rest assured. Du Cheng nodded, a smile appearing on his face, with Qin Xin around. How could I possibly find myself in true danger? As Du Cheng spoke, the worry in the girl's eyes diminished significantly, though they were unsure of Qin Xin's exact prowess. She was capable of effortlessly overpowering even Zhao Wujie, making it easy for her to protect Brother Cheng. Next, please, enter the arena. While the group conversed, the referee's voice rang out across the Seoul Duel Arena. Compared to the previous 2v2 match, this contest was destined to attract a vast audience. The reason for this was not only due to the strength of Du Cheng's group, but also because of their opponents. I never expected one of the opponents to be such a handsome young lad. What a delightful surprise. Upon entering the arena, Du Cheng heard a voice filled with excitement. Turning to look, even Du Cheng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What a tall, fair, and elongated opponent. Indeed. Their adversaries comprised 5 mature-looking young women. Not only that, but they were all clad in ultra-short skirts that barely reached their thighs, their bosoms appearing as if they might burst forth at any moment. Dear sister, you've misunderstood. I'm not little at all. With a soft chuckle, the leading female soul master responded, So, you are a big brother, then. Her gaze swept over Du Cheng's form, and she playfully licked her lips, but I wonder if your words hold any truth. If you wish to find out, dear sister, why not take a closer look? With a smirk, Du Cheng was undeterred by the provocation. I wonder if you alone can withstand it. Brother, you jest. The leading female soul master's smile widened. We, the 5 sisters, have always advanced or retreated together, sharing life and death. Whatever we face as one. Pausing briefly, she continued. But I wonder if, under such circumstances, you can hold your ground? If so, I suppose you might barely keep up with me. Hissed before she could finish her sentence. Du Cheng involuntarily gasped. Feeling 3 soft, delicate hands that had somehow found their way to his waist, he twitched his lips. Is this really just a pre-battle banter? Must you go to such lengths? Humph. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu pouted, her expression as if she could hang a vinegar pot. Brother Cheng, you must not speak with such wicked women. Chapter 71. The fusion technique of the whip as the words left her lips. Xiao Wu cast a fierce glare at the 5 women across from her. She had thought that Sister Zhu was an insurmountable presence, yet here stood such formidable opponents. If it weren't for the fact that they had already revealed a significant portion of themselves, she might have suspected they were concealing watermelons beneath their chests. TSK. The leading female spirit master exclaimed, her expression betraying no anger, only an increasing sense of pride. Doesn't my little sister know that men are most fond of women like us, the wicked ones? With that, she threw a flirtatious glance at Du Cheng. Am I not correct, dear brother? Feeling the weight of 3 murderous gazes suddenly fixated upon him, Du Cheng could not help but shiver. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he thought, wishing to brand sincerity upon his face. I, Du Cheng, have always maintained my integrity. How could I engage in such disgraceful acts? Hey, are you going to compete or not? Just as the others were preparing for another round of sparring, a furious roar erupted from the audience. Kid, if you don't want to compete, then get down here quickly and stop wasting our time. This is the Soul Arena, not a place for you to flirt. Anger, intense anger. Had it not been for the rules of the arena, the spectators would have rushed the stage to kick Du Cheng out. We paid to watch a fight. Yet here you are, chatting it up with 8 women. Do you think we are fools? Perhaps sensing the audience's discontent, or perhaps unable to bear the sight. The referee also wore a grim expression as he spoke. Competitors, please conclude your discussions and commence the match quickly, or all of you will be disqualified. Oh, the leading female spirit master sighed regretfully upon hearing the referee's words. It seemed she could no longer indulge in conversation with her brother. In that case, I shall have to eliminate you. As she spoke, she stretched her body languidly, prompting another chorus of howls from the audience. Let us hope that sister can keep her word. With a carrot in hand, Du Cheng charged toward the leading female spirit master. As a male, He preferred not to be passive in the presence of women. Concurrently, Ning Rongrong swiftly unleashed 2 amplification skills, then pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing down from the fighting stage. Though they longed to tear the 5 shameless harlots apart, they understood the importance of not becoming a burden to Du Cheng at such a crucial moment. Unexpectedly, the brother truly desires to monopolize all 5 of us. Upon witnessing the 3 girls' actions, the leading female spirit master's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With that courage alone, I am inclined to engage you in a more profound exchange. However, despite her words, the 5 women showed no mercy as they launched their attacks. Crack! 5 long whips appeared in their hands, their soul rings shimmering brightly, revealing that their martial spirits and soul techniques were identical. As the 5 whips lashed toward him, Du Cheng consumed a small carrot and a sturdy carrot, activating his footwork to its maximum agility. Surprisingly, the sisters had a taste for this, but unfortunately for them, he was not a member of their circle. As Du Cheng unleashed his soul power, the carrot in his hand expanded to a length equal to the diameter of the soul arena. So long, so thick. Watching the carrot thrust toward them, the 5 women could not help but exclaim softly. With no time to continue their assault, they opted to evade. Now, let us engage in close combat. Having barely dodged the first attack, the leading female spirit master issued a command. As she spoke, she immediately activated her soul technique, Flicker. In a flash of light, she appeared before Du Cheng, binding. Before Du Cheng could react, the leading female spirit master's body seemed to lose its bones in an instant. Coiling around him, who would have thought my brother was so well endowed? Perhaps I shall take you on a thrilling adventure, she whispered seductively close to his ear. This was her 3rd soul technique, Strangle. Though it was somewhat shameful to execute, it unleashed an overwhelming force in an instant. Caught off guard, even a soul king would suffer a setback. However, the leading female spirit master was taken aback when she heard Du Cheng's laughter as she ensnared him. As long as it isn't a whip, I can certainly play along, dear sister. But, pausing briefly, Du Cheng continued, could you loosen your grip a bit? I'm about to suffocate. As he spoke, he patted the majestic area she was covering with her hands. I must say, size does matter. It can even be used in battle. You. As the leading female spirit master was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, she bounced away from him as if shocked, exclaiming, how can you be unharmed? Her cheeks flushed. She realized that she had used this technique believing she could subdue Du Cheng in one blow. Who would have thought she not only failed but also suffered a rather embarrassing encounter? I already stated that only if all the sisters worked together could they barely compete with me. Glancing at the leading female spirit master, Du Cheng felt a lingering sweetness on his nose. Though you are quite impressive, you seem slightly inadequate to monopolize me, Du Cheng. Therefore, I shall see if you can withstand the might of my 5 sisters. Having been taken advantage of, the leading female spirit master felt the thread of reason in her mind snap. Sisters, engage in close combat together. Although she had only launched one attack previously, the terrifying power of Du Cheng's carrot was evident to anyone. This was precisely why they chose to engage in close combat. As they approached Du Cheng again, the leading female spirit master flashed a seductive smile. Just in time, we sisters have a unique fusion technique. I hope you can endure it. With her words, the 4th soul ring on each of the 5 women illuminated simultaneously. Fusion technique, Queen's binding. As the words left her mouth, the whips in their hands began to intertwine, transforming into a thick, spiked whip. If you cannot withstand it, dear brother, do remember to surrender promptly. Chapter 72. Almost beheaded that would depend on whether the sister possesses such prowess. Seizing an opportunity to consume an indomitable carrot, Du Cheng similarly unleashed his soul power. The Wuhong Bagwazang was executed, and Du Cheng deftly evaded, leaving even the fused whip momentarily powerless against him. This cannot continue. As time progressed, the expressions of the 5 women before him grew increasingly grim. Although their fusion technique wielded formidable strength, it exacted a severe toll on their soul power. If they could not swiftly vanquish Du Cheng, surrender would be their only recourse. Attack with all your might. As thoughts coalesced, the lead female soul master issued a command. Her gaze intensely fixed on Du Cheng. The moment she found an opening, she would swiftly close in for a decisive strike. With the combined efforts of the women, the enormous whip finally struck Du Cheng. The sound of impact echoed, yet Du Cheng remained unfazed, charging toward the women. Since you have been striking for so long, it is only fair that I do retaliate. With those words, Du Cheng approached one of the female soul masters. Sister, are you ready? Before she could respond, a slightly shrunken carrot lunged at an odd angle, sending her tumbling off the combat stage. Though one opponent was dispatched, Du Cheng's movement showed no signs of hesitation. He was aware that he faced 5 adversaries. However, utilizing the carrot's ability to alter its size, attacking the others remained a simple task. With minimal effort, merely adjusting the output of his soul power, the carrot could strike any individual present on the field. In this advantageous scenario, within mere moments, only Du Cheng and the lead female soul master remained. Sister, do you still refuse to concede? Observing the fluctuations caused by the lead female soul master evading his carrot, Du Cheng could not help but inquire. If this continues, my carrot shall show no mercy. Unexpectedly, the lead female soul master responded with a peculiar expression. However, would you truly strike your sister so harshly? As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her leg to kick Du Cheng in the head. Playful banter aside, she would show no leniency. Brother, you have fallen for my trap. As Du Cheng evaded her kick, the female soul master's expression brightened. Her leg bent, transforming the kick into an entanglement that ensnared Du Cheng's neck. At that moment, she exerted force from her chest, leaping up and clamping her thighs around his head. Brother, will you not concede? Using her entire weight to press down on Du Cheng. The female soul master firmly grasped his head. Quite bouncy. Suddenly confronted with such an assault, Du Cheng found it somewhat amusing. Speaking of soft techniques, it seems Xiao Wu was also quite adept at this. However, since learning the 18 falls of clothing from me, she seldom employs this skill. Reflecting on the original narrative, it seemed Tang San possessed a wealth of combat techniques. He pondered why he tolerated Xiao Wu using such alluring methods on others. Brother has keen insight. Leaning closer to Du Cheng's ear, the female soul master whispered, Sister excels in soft techniques. Do you not wish to experience it? As she spoke, her hands traced circles on Du Cheng's face, her legs lightly grinding against his neck. As long as you concede, Sister can introduce you to even more exhilarating experiences. I have already stated that alone cannot satisfy you. Hearing the woman's breathy voice near his ear, Du Cheng's strength surged. Thus, you should step down. With a resounding thud. Fortified by the dual enhancements of soul bones and systems, Du Cheng's power likely surpassed that of a typical strength-type soul master. Caught off guard, the female soul master was flung aside like a rag doll, landing at the edge of the stage. Rising from the ground. The lead female soul master displayed a flicker of anger. She had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant boy would treat her, a stunning beauty, with such severity. Yet soon, a broad smile spread across her face. So, you prefer a crowd, brother? How fortunate, for I share that preference. I am Xiao Mei, captain of the pink team. If you seek thrilling adventures, find us at 15, Chimei Street. With that declaration, Xiao Mei leapt off the combat stage, given the current circumstances. Defeating Du Cheng appeared nearly impossible, and it would be wiser to concede early in return for some well-deserved rest. 15, Chimei Street. That sounds somewhat familiar. Watching Xiao Mei depart, Du Cheng felt a tinge of regret. This woman not only possessed charm, but also formidable close combat capabilities, rendering her a rare opponent. Were it not for the fear of being ensnared, Du Cheng would genuinely wish to engage her further, it must be said. Such encounters significantly enhance one's sense of control. Touching his neck, Du Cheng frowned, smooth and slippery, with a hint of seafood, a bit salty. This match concludes with the Flower and Youth team's victory. As Xiao Mei leapt from the combat stage, the outcome of the contest was firmly established. With the referee's announcement, incredulous gasps echoed around the arena. How is it possible? The pink team has lost. This lad is fortunate to have received Xiao Mei's invitation. Chimei Street was a place long coveted since his grandfather's time. With the alluring presence of Xiao Mei and her companions, their reputation in the combat arena was assured. Thus, when the referee's words rang out, an uproar of envy and excitement erupted among the spectators. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, many would have wished to leap in and take Du Cheng's place. To spend a night of passion with the 5 women of the pink team was an opportunity few men could ever hope to attain. Naturally, numerous women were equally intrigued by Du Cheng. This young man not only boasted good looks and formidable strength, but also possessed the ability to adapt. Many in the audience could not help but clench their legs in anticipation. They were eager to discover the source of his soul rings. Vile creature. In stark contrast to the surrounding audience, the 3 women below expressed their profound indignation. How shameless to utter such words to a man in plain view. Though the woman's combat style was peculiar, it was evident from Du Cheng's demeanor that he was enjoying himself. Fixing his gaze on the stage, Tang San's lips curled into a strange smile. While he envied Du Cheng's battle, Such moments required a sense of propriety. Silence. Chapter 73. Kneel. Apologize. However, what took Tang San by surprise was that as soon as his words left his mouth, Ning Rongrong uttered an angry rebuke. How could brother do Cheng, with such good looks and the three of us around, ever be interested in such a wretched woman? With a scoff, Ning Rongrong shot Tang San a cold smile. You must be projecting your own inadequacies onto others, right? After all, a repugnant creature like you can only hide in the shadows and speak ill of others. Although Tang San had some understanding of Ning Rongrong's temperament, he never expected her to be so aggressively confrontational. I merely spoke a bit ill of Du Cheng. Is that really worth such an uproar? We are companions after all. There's no need to be so harsh. Seeing Tang San at a loss, the equally frustrated Dai Mubai stepped forward with a dark expression. While he didn't particularly care about Tang San, Ning Rongrong's words struck a nerve. What do you mean by saying Du Cheng has the three of you? Zhu Zhiqing is solely mine. Who is Ning Rongrong? The little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, officially recognized as a little witch. Just because she harbored no affection for Tang San, did she then have any regard for Dai Mubai? As soon as Dai Mubai's words left his lips, Ning Rongrong scoffed disdainfully. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just the ugly one sycophantic brother? Ning Rongrong's gaze fell upon Dai Mubai. Filled with contempt, what's wrong? Zhu Zhiqing wanted to give you the time of day, so you thought you could come here to curry favor with me? You. What do you mean by you? Seeing Du Cheng being lured away by another woman ignited Ning Rongrong's fury. And Dai Mubai and Tang San simply happened to be caught in her crossfire, ignoring Dai Mubai's increasingly grim countenance. Ning Rongrong continued, don't think that just because you cling to Zhu Qing like a dog, she will acquiesce to your desires. A person like you deserves nothing more than to wallow with the toads in the sewer. Enough. With Ning Rongrong's sharp words, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had never endured such humiliation, being openly insulted, especially in front of a crowd. With a thunderous roar, a white tiger phantom materialized behind him. Ning Rongrong, are you seeking death? Dai Mubai, what do you think you are doing? Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing stepped in front of Ning Rongrong as they witnessed Dai Mubai's actions. As a support soul master, Ning Rongrong's combat prowess was already lacking. They could not allow her to be harmed by Dai Mubai. What do I want? With a cold laugh, Dai Mubai's hands glowed with white light. I am here to defend my honor. Though slightly lowering his raised hand due to the obstruction of the two women, the intensity of his expression remained unchanged. This is Soto City. Do you think you are still in the seven-treasure glazed tile school where everyone fears you? Dai Mubai's gaze fixed on Ning Rongrong as he continued. To insult the royal family of the Star Luo Empire is an unforgivable crime. If you dare to act with such impunity again, don't think I would hesitate to kill you, or even to violate you before ending your life. Dai Mubai. Fear nothing. With those words, the pressure surrounding Dai Mubai intensified. Now, kneel. Apologize. Having trained diligently, Dai Mubai's strength had reached level 39. As a result, under his overwhelming aura, the expressions of Ning Rongrong and her companions turned exceedingly grim. Impossible. Struggling against the pressure, Ning Rongrong raised her head with a cold smile. Was there anything wrong with what I just said? You want me, Ning Rongrong, to apologize? You might as well wait until your next life. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. With her words, the white tiger's fierce light gathered once more around her fist, clearly indicating that Dai Mubai intended to strike. The surrounding audience exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Furthermore, even the guardians of the battle arena remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. In a place like the battle arena, conflicts occurred daily. And as long as they didn't attack other guests or disturb the order, such disputes were merely considered entertainment for the spectators. Dai Mubai, you dare. Zhu Zhiqing's expression darkened as she saw Dai Mubai's actions. She had anticipated that he would be so deranged as to attack Ning Rongrong over a few words. The dignity of the Star Luo royal family cannot be insulted. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhiqing, Dai Mubai's expression remained cold. Get lost. If you want to touch Rongrong, you must first step over my corpse. With that, Zhu Zhiqing manifested her martial spirit, her hands transforming into cat claws. Her demeanor even colder than Dai Mubai's. Although Ning Rongrong had acted somewhat spoiled, her kindness and straightforwardness were evident, at least for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing. They cherished this companion greatly, especially since Ning Rongrong shared a unique bond with brother Cheng. In that case, as Zhu Zhiqing dared to defy him at such a moment, Dai Mubai's fury only intensified. An unattainable fiancée? Then, I might as well destroy her. With that, you shall all perish together. With those words, the white tiger's fierce light surged from Dai Mubai's hands, his expression twisted with malice. Boss Dai? Seeing Dai Mubai's actions, Tang San and the others' faces changed dramatically. They had been quietly observing the dispute from the sidelines. The reason they hadn't intervened was simple, although Dai Mubai's temperament left much to be desired. He was still a prince of the Douluo Empire and undeniably handsome. In the eyes of the other members of the defeated squad, Dai Mubai was clearly a formidable competitor after they defeated Du Cheng. They welcomed any opportunity that would diminish Dai Mubai's standing in the hearts of the three women. So why would they stop it? However, they never expected Dai Mubai to be so unhinged as to truly take action. Intervene? It was too late. Dai Mubai was exerting his full strength, while they hadn't even had the time to release their martial spirits. Were they supposed to rely on their physical bodies to withstand Dai Mubai's all-out assault? Such an act was clearly unthinkable. In an instant, Tang San and the others could only express their astonishment, anger, and regret through their expressions. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by the dense smoke and dust from the explosion of the white tiger's fierce light. As Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon the spot where Zhu Shiqing and the others stood, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. This is the fate that befalls those who offend me, Dai Mubai. Chapter 74. Kneel. Severed arm. Apologize. Dai Mubai. You truly possess immense audacity. As the chilling voice echoed, the smoke gradually dissipated. How is this possible? Gazing at the scene before him, Dai Mubai could not restrain a gasp. There stood Ning Rongrong and her companions, serene and composed, while a figure loomed protectively in front of them. What astonished Dai Mubai even more was that his attack had been effortlessly thwarted without leaving a single scar on the opponent. Who gave you the audacity to strike at them? Fixing his gaze upon Dai Mubai, Du Cheng's expression darkened. Had he not reacted swiftly moments ago, the three women might have survived, but they would have certainly endured severe repercussions. You. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Du Cheng, Dai Mubai could not help but swallow hard. This is an individual capable of defeating 5 adversaries of equal rank. Under different circumstances, he would have chosen to retreat in the face of such formidable presence. However, given the multitude of onlookers, retreat was clearly not an option. Summoning his courage to face Du Cheng, Dai Mubai endeavored to maintain his icy demeanor, since they dared to insult the royal family of the Douluo Empire. They must inevitably face some form of retribution. Pausing momentarily, he continued, Am I in the wrong for acting thus? It must be said that Dai Mubai possessed a certain cunning. With a single utterance, he deftly shifted personal grievances to the defense of imperial dignity. Had it been anyone else, they might have been genuinely intimidated. After all, the three women had not been harmed, thus avoiding inciting the ire of an empire. But is Du Cheng just anyone? No. Retribution? No sooner had Dai Mubai's words escaped his lips than a cold chuckle emanated from Du Cheng. In that case, may I also impart a lesson upon you? Having personally intercepted Dai Mubai's attack, Du Cheng was acutely aware of the magnitude of its force. To say the least, this scoundrel had come with lethal intent. What do you intend to do? In the presence of Du Cheng, Dai Mubai restrained himself. Not solely due to Du Cheng's formidable strength, but also because of Qin Xian standing not far away. Kneel. Sever your arm. Apologize. Fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai, Du Cheng remained unfazed. The arm that unleashed the soul skill should be severed. You. Upon hearing Du Cheng's nonchalant words, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not go too far. For a soul master, losing an arm is not an exceedingly grave injury. With a sufficiently powerful healing soul master, regrowth is quite feasible. However, the implications of such an act would be an immense humiliation for Dai Mubai. How could the esteemed second prince of the Douluo Empire be forced to sever his arm and apologize? Is it excessive? Gazing at Dai Mubai's face, Du Cheng nodded. If that is the case, let us opt for a more reasonable alternative. A carrot materialized in his hand, and Du Cheng's soul power surged. If you can withstand a single strike from me, we shall consider this matter resolved. How does that sound? I block a strike from Du Cheng? That is utterly impossible. Dai Mubai possessed some understanding of Du Cheng's soul skills. Should he be struck after charging his power, whether he survives would depend solely on his luck. Du Cheng, let us leave this matter at that? Just as Dai Mubai pondered how to voice his thoughts, a voice emerged from the crowd, unexpectedly relaxing him. Master? Turning to the master who stepped forth from the throng, Du Cheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. What? Do you intend to plead on his behalf? It cannot be termed a plea. I simply wish to prevent internal strife among you. After a brief pause, the master endeavored to present an air of impartiality. After all, we are all classmates from the same academy. There is no need to make such a spectacle over trivial matters. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong and the others remain unscathed, correct? Then what does the master propose as a resolution? Listening to the master's words, Du Cheng's disdain deepened. Truly, you are Yu Xiaojiang. When it comes to shamelessness, even Tang San pales in comparison. In my opinion, the master, of course, was unaware of Du Cheng's thoughts. Thus, when he heard Du Cheng's words, he believed he had managed to sway him. For a moment, the master even appeared somewhat proud. Clearing his throat and adjusting his collar, he glanced at Qing Xian before resuming. Why not have Mubai apologize to Ning Rongrong and then? Is the master jesting? Before the master's words could fully escape, Du Cheng unceremoniously interrupted. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the strong? I am rather curious about one thing. Disregarding the master's displeasure, Du Cheng continued. You have been present all this while. Why did you not intervene when they were at odds? When Tang San spoke ill of me, why did you remain silent? When Dai Mubai attacked Ning Rongrong and the others, why did you not stop him? Fixing his piercing gaze upon the master, Du Cheng inquired, is it that only Dai Mubai is our classmate, while we are not his? Or is it that the illustrious master of Douluo continent is merely a fool who knows only how to play favorites? Hearing Du Cheng's words, the master's expression became exceedingly awkward. Despite knowing him for many years, he had never anticipated Du Cheng's words would be so incisive. The reason he had refrained from speaking earlier was due to a measure of cunning on his part. He believed that as long as Tang San and the others could promptly assist the three women, they might garner some goodwill in return. However, he had not anticipated that those three fools would only watch the spectacle, nor did he expect Dai Mubai to genuinely dare to act against his companions. So, master, do you have anything else to say? This matter, you shall resolve among yourselves. Due to his own weakness, the master was particularly concerned about his reputation. He would certainly not be willing to bear the stigma of favoritism for the sake of a Dai Mubai. Casting a glance at Dai Mubai, the master swiftly made his decision. After all, he was not his student. Why should he take on the heat? Having come to this realization, the master appeared significantly more at ease. Ignoring Dai Mubai's pleading gaze, he strolled away with his hands behind his back. Yu Xiaojiang, am merely an onlooker in this affair. Du Cheng was not particularly surprised by the master's choice. Such a character would never perform any remarkable action. With a cold sneer, he turned back to Dai Mubai and reiterated, kneel, sever your arm, apologize. Chapter 75. A new severance. Du Cheng, are you truly determined to stand against me? As his gaze fell upon Du Cheng, Dai Mubai's countenance darkened considerably. Do you realize, to stand against me? After a brief pause, before Dai Mubai could utter another word, Du Cheng let out a cold chuckle. Are you even worthy? I have never understood what gives you the audacity to act so arrogantly. Ignoring the change in Dai Mubai's expression, Du Cheng continued, stating, in terms of status, you are merely the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, while Ning Rongrong is the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In terms of strength, you are but a mere soul master, whereas I have already ascended to soul sect. Regarding support, there is only one title Douluo in the entire Star Luo Empire. Yet Ning Rongrong has two Douluo backing her. Taking a step forward, for soul rings 2 black and 2 purple suddenly appeared around Du Cheng, his aura emanating like a demon from the depths of hell. Now, tell me, on what grounds do you dare to be so presumptuous? Simply because I am the second prince of the Star Luo Empire. In front of a crowd, being reduced to nothing by Du Cheng's words left Dai Mubai in a foul mood. With a scowl aimed at Du Cheng, he continued, if I am humiliated, it would be a disgrace to the entire Star Luo Empire. Enough. Before Dai Mubai could finish, Du Cheng casually waved his hand to interrupt. Are you truly unaware of the value of your title as the second prince of the Star Luo Empire? Are you certain the Empire would risk offending a title Douluo for your sake? At this, Du Cheng's expression turned into a mocking smile. If I were to kill you here, I would likely receive thanks from Davis instead. The greatest fear within Dai Mubai was laid bare, causing him to sway unsteadily. Whirling around to face Zhu Zhiqing, he managed to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. Did you tell him? How bold. Seeing Dai Mubai audaciously confront him, Du Cheng raised an eyebrow. Feeling a surge of energy, death or severed limbs. Choose for yourself. I choose. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai suddenly clawed at Du Cheng's neck, clearly rejecting both options presented by Du Cheng. Very well. Witnessing Dai Mubai initiate an attack gave Du Cheng a smile. Since you have chosen the path of death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, all his soul power surged into the carrot in his hand, activating his soul bone skill. Ignoring the look of shock that flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, Du Cheng brought the carrot crashing down. A tremendous sound erupted, causing Tang San and the others nearby to swallow hard. Though both had unleashed their full power, Du Cheng's assault was vastly superior to Dai Mubai's. Even prepared, Tang San realized he would struggle to withstand such a blow. As this thought crossed his mind, Tang San clenched his fists. Did the master not say that Du Cheng was merely slightly stronger due to consuming precious spirit herbs? Why? Why is he still so formidable? A grinding sound echoed, and doubts began to creep into Tang San's heart regarding the master. Does he truly possess such profound knowledge? In contrast to Tang San's apprehension, Ma Hongjuan's expression was decidedly more animated. If Dai Mubai were to be slain here, would Du Cheng face punishment from the academy? Would I then have another chance? As his thoughts raced, Ma Hongjuan's gaze drifted towards the three women not far away. Xiao Wu, Zhu Xing, Ning Rongrong. Which one should I choose? Or perhaps all of them? Unbeknownst to Du Cheng, he was oblivious to Ma Hongjuan's musings. Otherwise, he would have given him a dismissive gesture. What nonsense. At this moment, Du Cheng's eyes were fixed intently on the spot where Dai Mubai stood. Dean, do you intend to intervene in our conflict? Indeed. Dai Mubai had not met his demise as others had presumed. To be precise, he had suffered no harm whatsoever. Coughing. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words and noticing Qing Xian's gaze fixed upon him, Flender felt cold sweat beat on his forehead. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Turning to Du Cheng, Flender forced a smile. We are all members of Shrek Academy. There is no need to escalate matters to life and death over such trivialities. Is there? The dean is joking. Shaking his head, Du Cheng maintained a calm demeanor. It is merely the casual extermination of an insignificant insect. There is no need for such grave terminology. Before Flender could respond, Du Cheng added, Are you here to persuade me to show mercy, Dean? It was unexpected for Du Cheng to take a jab at the master at such a moment, causing Flender's lips to twitch. After all, he is a junior of a titled Douluo. How can he be so petty? Though he made light of the situation, Flender knew he had to address Du Cheng's inquiry. After a moment to compose himself, Flender finally spoke. Dai Mubai's actions were indeed reckless. In my view, it would be best to follow your suggestion, sever his right arm, and then have him apologize. Upon finishing his statement, Flender turned to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, do you agree with my decision? I agree. The moment Flender's words left his mouth, Dai Mubai nodded hastily to express his stance. It is well known that a person's limits can be fluid. After facing the previous blow, Dai Mubai had successfully altered his boundaries. As long as he could survive, losing an arm and offering an apology seemed trivial. The dignity of the royal family? Utter nonsense. Du Cheng, would this satisfy you? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flender turned back to Du Cheng. The dean's attitude appeared considerably more sincere than the master's. With a slight smile, Du Cheng directed a broad grin towards Flender. Unfortunately, that will not suffice. Why not? As Du Cheng's words left his lips, Flender's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the requirement you just proposed? The dean also mentioned that this was my previous demand. Glancing at Flender, Du Cheng's expression grew mocking. As for now, at least 2 limbs must be severed to appease me. After all, the dean cannot possibly believe I would easily forgive someone who ambushed me, can he? This. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Flender found himself in a difficult position. If only 1 arm were severed, it could be manageable, but 2. I agree. Chapter 76, Xiao Wu. Brother has something even more impressive, turning his head to the suddenly speaking Dai Mubai. Flender couldn't help but be taken aback. Agreeing to such conditions is hardly in line with Dai Mubai's character. Today's events were indeed initiated by my own missteps. Regardless of how Du Cheng wishes to punish me, I, Dai Mubai, am willing to bear the full brunt. After a brief pause, Dai Mubai clenched his teeth and added, however, should anyone err in the future, I will not show mercy. Dai Mubai. Upon hearing his words, Flender nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why utter such fierce words at a time like this? Are you afraid of not dying swiftly enough? It is commendable that you hold such thoughts, yet Flender felt relieved that his concerns did not materialize. A faint smile graced Du Cheng's face. If someone were to err again in the future, I, Du Cheng, would similarly not spare them. Du Cheng certainly understood whom Dai Mubai referred to as someone. Nevertheless, he displayed indifference, for in the Douluo continent, strength reigned supreme. Given Dai Mubai's prowess, it was unlikely he could pose a threat to Du Cheng in this lifetime. Humph. Ignoring Du Cheng's remarks, Dai Mubai turned directly to Flender. I implore you, Dean, to act. Indeed, Dai Mubai chose to have Flender sever his arm. In truth, with Dai Mubai's strength, the act of self-amputation would pose no challenge. However, it was evident that he could not bring himself to do so. As for why he did not allow Du Cheng to intervene, the rationale was equally straightforward. He feared being killed by this man in the process. Having opted for an apology to ensure his survival, Dai Mubai would naturally place some value on his own life. Alas, shaking his head, Flander revealed a hint of helplessness. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further commentary. Though he spoke thusly, the joy in Flander's heart was known only to himself. Compared to Dai Mubai's self-mutilation, he feared far more the prospect of this fool clashing head-on with Du Cheng. Should that occur, he would likely be left weeping over the loss of a student. Mubai, bear with it. To prevent prolonged uncertainty, before Dai Mubai could utter another word, Flander acted swiftly. With two crisp sounds, Dai Mubai's arms shattered at the shoulders. His face contorted in agony. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiao Wu, I sincerely apologize for my offenses today. I hope the three of you can forgive me. Humph. The three women merely responded with frosty expressions to Dai Mubai's apology. The moment he uttered such vile words, they had already deemed him the most repulsive of characters. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was unconcerned by their reactions. For him, completing the act of apology sufficed. Turning to Du Cheng, Dai Mubai coldly inquired, "Is this sufficient?" "Sufficient." Nodding, Du Cheng chose not to further torment Dai Mubai. There will be ample opportunities in the future, given this individual's character. He will inevitably find himself in my grasp once more, so there is no need to extinguish him all at once. Dean, please guide me to a place for treatment. No problem. As soon as the words left Dai Mubai's lips, Flander nodded vigorously. There is a top-notch healing soul master in the city. I shall take you there at once. With his statement concluded, before anyone could react, Flander had already led Dai Mubai towards the exit. As long as he could separate Du Cheng and Dai Mubai for the time being, he could endure anything else. Observing the departing figures, Xiao Wu suddenly froze. What about kneeling? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, both Dai Mubai and Flander stiffened, hastening their steps. Brother Cheng? Fixing her gaze on Du Cheng, Xiao Wu showed an inquiring expression. If memory serves, one of the demands Du Cheng made previously included kneeling. Did it not? Forget it. Gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, it was Ning Rongrong who spoke up this time. Let us consider it a favor to the dean. However, should there be a next time at that moment, a gleam of determination flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she was certainly not of meek disposition. Previously startled by Dai Mubai's sudden attack, it was merely a matter of surprise that had caught her off guard. But after some time for reflection, she had come to a complete realization. Should Dai Mubai dare to return and prattle on, she would ensure that the Xinglua Empire would lose a prince henceforth. Surely no one truly believed that she, treated as a treasure by two titled Douluo, lacked any trump cards? Let today's events conclude here. Nodding, Du Cheng concurred with Ning Rongrong's words. Let us return to rest. We shall engage in new competitions tomorrow. Indeed, since Du Cheng had spoken, Xiao Wu would certainly not persist. Gazing at Du Cheng, admiration shone in Xiao Wu's eyes. Brother Cheng, you are magnificent today. I truly admire you. Magnificent today? Raising an eyebrow at Xiao Wu, Du Cheng queried, Am I not impressive on ordinary days? You are impressive on ordinary days. But today was exceptional. There is even more to me. Would you like to know? More exceptional? Taken aback for a moment, Xiao Wu's eyes then sparkled with excitement. Yes. When the opportunity arises, I shall reveal it to you. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair into disarray, Du Cheng gestured towards Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. However, if you are truly curious, you might first inquire with Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Rongrong elder sister? Zhu Qing elder sister? Do not heed Brother Cheng's nonsense. Feeling the innocent gaze from Xiao Wu, the two women flushed with embarrassment. Brother Cheng, you truly have gone far enough to utter such words. In the ensuing days, Flander accompanied Dai Mubai in search of a healing soul master, while Du Cheng and the others continued to participate in the soul arena competitions as usual. Notably, Du Cheng's ability to triumph single-handedly against 4 opponents, coupled with his astonishingly impressive soul ring configuration, earned him the title of Carrot War God in the arena. Moreover, the others received their respective titles, yet in comparison to Du Cheng's flawless winning streak, they could only manage victories interspersed with defeats. One early morning, as Du Cheng and the 3 women emerged from the grand suite of the Rose Hotel, intending to head to the Soul Arena for a new competition, they encountered Flander and others waiting at the door. Dean, what brings you here? Fixing his gaze on Dai Mubai behind Flander, Du Cheng offered a friendly smile. It seems that Dai Mubai has made a commendable recovery. Congratulations. Chapter 77. Journey to the Star Do Great Forest Humph. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Dai Mubai could not help but let out a cold snort. The title of Boss Dai was one that others in the league used to refer to him, but when uttered from Du Cheng's lips, it was laced with heavy sarcasm. Today, you have all been gathered because a new lesson is about to commence. To prevent any conflict between Du Cheng and Dai Mubai, Flanders quickly interjected. After this period of cultivation, everyone's soul power levels have significantly increased. Shortly, you will be led by teacher Xiao Wu to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain your spirit rings. However, this endeavor is not solely for those who need spirit rings, it will also serve as a trial for the others. As Flanders spoke, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Despite their early arrival, Flanders had not revealed a single word before Du Cheng's arrival. The Star Do Great Forest is fraught with peril, even titled Douluo V may encounter danger within. Pausing for a moment, Flanders continued, during this expedition, unless you face a 1,000-year spirit beast, teacher Xiao will not intervene easily. You must rely on yourselves. Compared to the trials in the soul arena, the dangers of the Star Do Great Forest are evidently higher. After all, spirit beasts do not adhere to any competition rules and will not cease their attacks simply because you have surrendered. Nevertheless, after Flanders concluded his remarks, most attendees could not suppress their excitement. Obtaining spirit rings signifies an enhancement of their strength. If there are no objections, let us have our meal now and depart immediately afterward. Flanders scanned the faces of the crowd before speaking again. No problem. Enhancing strength is, of course, no issue. In fact, if it weren't for a shred of rationality, they would have wanted to set off right away. Xiao San, your soul power has reached level 30. So it is time for you to acquire your third spirit ring. While everyone was dining, the master approached Tang San and handed him a small notebook. This is a compilation of spirit beasts that I found to be suitable for you after my research. If you encounter any in the forest, remember not to let them slip away. Thank you, teacher. Holding the thick notebook, Tang San displayed a hint of confusion. Teacher, do you? I have some other matters to attend to with the dean, so I will not accompany you to obtain your spirit ring this time. Pausing for a moment, the master added, the Star Do Great Forest is fraught with dangers, and there are even 10,000-year spirit beasts at its core. Once you enter, be sure to act cautiously and avoid recklessness. With your talent, it will not take long before you surpass Du Cheng and become the strongest among the Shrek students. Rest assured, teacher. It must be said that the master has a keen grasp of Tang San's character. After his words, Tang San visibly grew excited. Nodding vigorously, he continued, I will be cautious and will not bring you shame. Indeed, after confirming that Tang San's expression showed no signs of distress, the master left with a satisfied smile. The Star Do Great Forest is indeed perilous, but his absence during Tang San's acquisition of the spirit ring is for another reason. What reason? It is evident that with such danger, who would willingly venture forth? It is known that among the Shrek Academy, he might be the weakest. In such circumstances, why would he follow everyone to the Star Do Great Forest, risking further embarrassment? As for seeking out Tang San, the reason is simple. If he does not enhance his presence before the students, how can he expect Tang San to help him gain fame once he becomes strong? Upon reflecting on this, the master felt somewhat helpless. Had he known that Du Cheng had at least 2 titled Doa backing him and could display such prowess, he would have certainly taken him as a disciple. This way, his own reputation would surely spread throughout the Douluo continent. The thoughts of the master were, of course, unknown to those present. After a simple breakfast, everyone's gaze turned to Xiao Wu. Ha ha! Bursting into hearty laughter, Xiao Wu wiped the grease from his mouth. Little rascals. It appears you are all eager to get started. In that case, I shall announce the first task of today's lesson. Pointing towards the door, Xiao Wu continued, without using any form of transportation, reach the small town outside the Star Do Great Forest before nightfall. Pausing, Xiao Wu turned to Du Cheng. Is that acceptable? Of course, we will strive to complete teacher Xiao's assignment. That's great. Nodding with a broad grin, Xiao Wu seemed to realize something was amiss and quickly adjusted his expression. In that case, I declare, the lesson begins. Yes. Observing Xiao Wu's demeanor, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Although they had come to understand that Du Cheng had powerful allies, could he not be a bit more subtle? As a soul sage, did he not possess any dignity? Thankfully, Xiao Wu was oblivious to the thoughts of those present. Otherwise, he would have shaken his head vigorously. No. Dignity is of little importance compared to life. It should be noted that among the Shrek 8, it was not only Du Cheng who had formidable support. At the very least, Tang San had the Haoyan Douluo backing him. However, in contrast, the other students had more reasonable allies. as long as the lessons were normal. Everyone could comprehend and agree, but Du Cheng's situation was different. Xiao Wu feared that a single misstep would lead to him being dragged away by Qin Xian for a beating. To find himself in such a predicament would be even more humiliating. Shall we set off? After Tang San and the others began their journey, Du Cheng turned to Ning Rongrong and the others. The distance between the Star Do Great Forest and Soto City is approximately 500 kilometers. Given their strength, it should be relatively easy to arrive before dusk. Moreover, Du Cheng was eager to witness the scenery along the way. After all, since crossing into the Douluo continent, he had not embarked on a long-distance journey. We will follow Brother Cheng. Hearing the words of Xiao Wu and the others, Du Cheng smiled. Teacher Zhao, are you not going to hurry up and join us? Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, Du Cheng reminded him, if Daimu Bai and the others encounter danger, you must not hesitate to help. Chapter 78. Trouble for Ma Hongjun. Initially intending to profess his desire to protect everyone, Xiao Wu swallowed his words upon seeing Qin Xian beside him. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the individuals before him did not require his guardianship. Thus, he decided to take his leave. Before departing, Xiao Wu added a remark to Du Cheng. Should we arrive first, we shall await you outside the Star Do Great Forest. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, Du Cheng replied, appreciating the goodwill extended. Confident they would not arrive later than Tang San and the others. With no pressure weighing on him, Du Cheng and his companions leisurely admired the scenery along their journey. As afternoon approached, Du Cheng summoned the blue-eyed golden eagle, directing their group to soar towards the Star Do Great Forest. Surely this is the place? Upon arriving at a small town adjacent to the forest by evening, Du Cheng turned to Qin Xian. Qin Xian, can you locate Tang San and the others? Yes. Nodding. Qing Xuan's soul power surged forth. They're in a tavern ahead. Upon speaking, an odd expression crossed Qing Xuan's face. However, it seems their situation is rather dire. A brief pause was all it took for Du Cheng to grasp the implications. No doubt that group has found themselves in trouble again. Let us go and see. As an astute observer of events, Du Cheng certainly would not miss such an opportunity. At once, he looked at Qin Xian. Lead the way. Yes. Unlike the artificially cultivated forest of Douluo, the Star Do Great Forest, in its primal essence, harbors a plethora of powerful and rare soul beasts, yielding a more comprehensive array of soul rings. Consequently, despite the small size of this town, it boasted an unusual vibrancy not found in Soto City. One would not encounter so many stalls selling soul beast parts in Soto. Du Cheng even spotted some century-old soul beasts still alive for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices. Observing their surroundings, Xiao Wu pressed closely against Du Cheng, clearly unsettled by the environment. Rest assured, Du Cheng reassured her with a wide smile, with Qin Xian by our side. No one shall harm you. MHM. Xiao Wu nodded, placing her trust in Du Cheng's words. Brother Cheng, this time. Her gaze turned hopeful as she looked at him. Shall I introduce you to my family? Not long ago, Du Cheng had already informed the girls about Qing Xuan's strength. Therefore, Xiao Wu was aware that Du Cheng had long known her identity. Touched by his acceptance, she harbored the desire to introduce Du Cheng to her two closest family members, Deming and Erming. Of course, Du Cheng replied with a broad smile. Rest assured, they will surely like me. Naturally, Xiao Wu cheerfully waved her small fist. If they dare not to like Brother Cheng, I shall give them a beating. As the esteemed leader recognized by Deming and Erming, Xiao Wu felt quite confident in this regard. Well done, Xiao Wu. Du Cheng affectionately patted her head. Noticing they had arrived at a seemingly ordinary two-story inn during their conversation. This is the place. Casting a glance at Du Cheng, Qin Xian inquired, shall we enter now? Certainly. Without a hint of hesitation, Du Cheng stepped into the inn. The first floor housed a simple dining area, and upon entering, the group sensed an unusual atmosphere. Gazing towards the center of the dining hall, Du Cheng's lips curled into a smirk. Causing trouble wherever they go, just as expected from you all. Indeed. It was Tang San and his companions who had drawn the attention of the crowd. At that moment, two factions were locked in a standoff. There was no need to introduce Tang San and the others. The opposing group consisted of 6 young men and a woman, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Though their attire varied, each bore a blue circular emblem on their left shoulders, with the words Tsang Hui inscribed within. Brother, what transpired here? Although Du Cheng had formed a rough hypothesis, he nonetheless tapped the bystander beside him for clarification. You. The bystander, interrupted, initially appeared displeased. However, upon catching sight of the 4 beautiful women accompanying Du Cheng, his expression softened into a congenial smile. Being interrupted by beauty, after all, was a different matter altogether. This is quite a long story, he drawled, building suspense before continuing. In brief, the short, pudgy lad from that group made lewd remarks towards the female soul master of the other faction, and naturally, they overheard him. As the bystander refrained from elaborating further, the assembled crowd could easily surmise the rest, youthful exuberance and all being soul masters, who could tolerate such indignities. I see. Nodding, Cheng smiled at the bystander. Thank you for the information. Allow me to cover your expenses here today. Thank you, thank you. Though the inn was run by ordinary folk, its prices were not insignificant. The bystander was pleased to receive such a benefit for merely answering a question. You have no idea, that little fatso is incredibly sleazy. Grinning as he thanked Cheng. The bystander hesitated before offering a cautionary note. I see that the ladies behind you are exceptionally beautiful. Do take care. Thank you for the warning. Expressing his gratitude once more, Cheng turned his attention back to the center of the dining area. At that moment, Tang San and his companions were still facing off against the students of Tsanghui Academy. Kid, if you don't wish to attract trouble, you ought to apologize quickly. A young member of Tsanghui Academy, his expression dark, addressed Tang San's group. While out here, none of us desire conflict. But the remarks of that little fatso were utterly vile, which is why we felt compelled to defend our companion. Apologize? Daimobai's face curled into a cold smirk as he fixed his gaze on the speaker. Who do you think you are to demand that from us? Having experienced prior incidents, Daimobai had developed a strong aversion to the very notion of apology. Chapter 79. The teacher to the rescue. In the very moment Daimobai uttered his words, Ma Hongjun beside him chimed in. That girl is rather attractive. What can a few compliments from me do? Ignoring the increasingly displeased expressions of those across from them, Ma Hongjun continued, You all seem quite agitated. Could it be that I've struck a nerve? TSK, 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 7 men and 1 woman. You're courting death. As the rotund boy's words grew more outrageous, the members of Tsanghui Academy finally lost their temper. With a furious roar, the female spirit master, the primary target of Ma Hongjun's taunts, was the first to act. She had made up her mind to silence this foul-mouthed boy once and for all. Come at me. Upon witnessing the female spirit master's attack, Ma Hongjun's expression brightened. A soul ring flashed, and a line of fire erupted from his mouth. You scoundrel. Although Ma Hongjun's character was questionable, his strength was commendable among the group. With deliberate control, the fire line shot forth, incinerating the female spirit master's clothing completely. As the flames dissipated, the once furious expression of the female spirit master was replaced with a mix of humiliation and anger. She never anticipated that the rotund boy before her would not only possess a foul tongue but also resort to such vile tactics. Even after being verbally insulted, she had not considered using her soul skills during her initial response. In fact, it was precisely this oversight that led to her significant embarrassment. However, it was too late to lament. Under Ma Hongjun's intentional manipulation, a substantial portion of the female spirit master's body was now exposed before the crowd. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ma Hongjun's gaze roamed over her figure, now trembling from her earlier evasive moves, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. Who would have thought beneath such an unremarkable appearance lies such a fine form, truly deserving of being explored by 7 men? Though still youthful, Ma Hongjun evidently possessed ample experience in the ways of a rogue. A few short remarks were enough to make the female spirit master's figure tremble once more. You. Enduring repeated humiliation, though she had quickly donned her clothing to cover her exposed form, the female spirit master felt as if the onlookers could see through her garments. In an instant, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I will kill you. Enough. As the female spirit master prepared to retaliate, the middle-aged spirit master leading their group finally stepped forward. You all appear to be students from an academy as well. His gaze fell upon Daimobai, his expression darkening. Which academy do you belong to? Do you wish to provoke us? Upon hearing the middle-aged spirit master's words, a hint of mockery appeared on Daimobai's face. With your qualifications, you hardly seem worthy. Xiao Wu, do you think Dai Laoda and the fat boy are being a tad too arrogant? Tang San leaned closer to Oscar, inquiring. Huh. At that moment, Oscar's eyes were fixated on the female spirit master's chest. Although she had donned her clothing, the fleeting glimpse earlier allowed him to conjure many vivid images in his mind. Abruptly interrupted by Tang San, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Oscar's face. Yet, considering their current alliance and his dependence on Tang San to win over Ning Rongrong, he managed to temper his emotions. Don't worry, nothing will happen. As the saying goes, a timid person is a mediocre talent. The dean once stated, a spirit master who fears trouble is not a good spirit master. Before Tang San could inquire further, Oscar took the initiative to explain. Moreover, with teacher Xiao present, what is there to fear? That's true. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Tang San's tension eased slightly. As a pragmatic egoist, he was not genuinely worried about Dai Mubai and the others causing trouble, but rather concerned about provoking someone beyond their means. However, after Oscar's reassurance, Tang San dismissed his apprehensions. With Xiao Wu around, what was there to fear? Surely, not everyone could be as formidable as Du Cheng. As his thoughts swirled, Tang San's gaze inadvertently drifted back to the female spirit master's chest. Upon closer inspection, aside from her pale skin, there seemed to be 2 rings of crimson hue. He wondered what it would feel like to touch. Scoundrel. Although Tang San and Oscar spoke in hushed tones, they did not attempt to restrain themselves. Thus, the members of Tsanghui Academy were able to hear their exchange with clarity. I am Yu Xiqiu, the Director of External Affairs at Tsanghui Academy. Since your teacher seems incapable of educating his students, allow me to take on that responsibility. With a furious roar, Yu Xiqiu unleashed his soul power, Xian Gui, embody. As Yu Xiqiu's words resonated, black ripples emanated from his being. His limbs shrank, a bulge formed on his back, and 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, flickered around him. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Yu Xiqiu, Dai Mubai and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. A soul king above level 50. Children, if you apologize sincerely now, I might still forgive you. Yi Zhiqiu's gaze swept over Dai Mubai and the others, his eyes narrowing. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. With you? Despite sensing Yi Zhiqiu's strength, Ma Hongjun and the others showed no signs of backing down. With a dismissive glance in Yi Zhiqiu's direction, Ma Hongjun boldly retorted. With an old turtle like you, do you really think I'll apologize? What audacity! With Ma Hongjun's words, Yi Zhiqiu's fury reached its peak. As the possessor of the Xian Gui martial spirit, he was most sensitive to being called a turtle. It was no exaggeration to say that Ma Hongjun's actions were akin to dancing in Yi Zhiqiu's minefield. Very well, let me see your capabilities. With that, Yi Zhiqiu disregarded the fact that he held a higher status and directly lunged at Ma Hongjun. Since this little fat boy has the foulest mouth, I shall use you as my target. Though Yi Zhiqiu wielded the Xian Gui martial spirit, his speed was not to be underestimated. In a heartbeat, he was before Ma Hongjun Phoenix Fire Line. Xian Water Ice Seal. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Despite Ma Hongjun's flames being formidable, they paled in comparison to Yi Zhiqiu's superior strength. Almost instantaneously, the flames shot forth were extinguished by the Xian water released by Yi Zhiqiu. White Tiger's Radiance Wave. Blue Silver Bind. Xian Gui Shield. Activating a protective skill, Yi Zhiqiu completely disregarded Dai Mubai and Tang San's attacks. Reaching out to strike Ma Hongjun's mouth. Killing is unnecessary, but teaching this little fat boy a lesson is imperative. Teacher, save me. Chapter 80. Du Cheng, save me. As Tang San and Dai Mubai's attacks fell upon Yi Zhiqiu, they surprisingly had no effect, while the opponent's hand drew ever closer. Ma Hongjun finally panicked. With merely the strength of a great spirit master, how could he possibly withstand such a blow? Teacher? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Yi Zhiqiu's expression shifted. Abandoning his assault on Ma Hongjun, he abruptly turned to defend himself, simultaneously unleashing 2 soul skills for protection. It was not that Yu Xiqiu was timid, rather, the despicable behavior exhibited by Tang San and the others left him appalled. In his eyes, a teacher who could produce such students must certainly be no paragon of virtue. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3. As time passed, an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the air. Kid, are you deceiving me? Although Yi Zhiqiu inquired of Ma Hongjun, a hint of caution remained on his face. Who knows if this brat's teacher is lurking in the shadows, planning a surprise attack? In stark contrast to Yu Zhiqiu's demeanor, Ma Hongjun appeared utterly bewildered. He was acutely aware that given Xiao Wu's character, he would never resort to underhanded tactics against a Soul King. If that were the case, the absence of any action from the opponent clearly indicated that Xiao Wu had not appeared at all. Upon recalling that Xiao Wu had gone straight to his room upon arriving at the hotel, Ma Hongjun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be he was asleep? Absolutely. Despite cursing Xiao Wu repeatedly in his mind, a confident expression emerged on Ma Hongjun's face. I was just pulling your leg. Why don't you keep attacking if you have the guts? Hearing Ma Hongjun's taunt, Yu Zhiqiu let out a cold laugh, then astonishingly canceled his 2 protective soul skills. Initially thinking he had been deceived, the current circumstances indicated that their teacher truly had not arrived. compared to Ma Hongjun and the others. Yu Zhiqiu's experience was evidently far more profound. With a mere glance, he saw through Ma Hongjun's thoughts. Since that is the case, fixing his gaze on Ma Hongjun, Yu Zhiqiu continued, I shall take this opportunity to teach you all a lesson. Teacher Xiao, please reveal yourself. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, Ma Hongjun dropped all pretense. Channeling his spirit power, he shouted loudly, in this situation, unless Xiao Wu intervenes, I am surely going to suffer. Yet, in a moment of despair, Ma Hongjun noticed that despite his loud cries, Xiao Wu remained absent. Kid, it seems your savior is truly not coming. As Yu Zhiqiu coldly addressed the group, within the room, Xiao Wu stood humbly before Qing Xian. Your Highness, how may I be of service? Indeed, this was the reason for Xiao Wujia's absence. Just observe. Ignoring Xiao Wujia's ingratiating demeanor, Qing Xian's expression was exceedingly cold. If you dare to stir trouble, you must possess the ability to resolve it. As a teacher of Shrek Academy, do you intend to protect them for a lifetime? However, as soon as Xiao Wujia began to speak, he quickly nodded under Qing Xian's gaze. Your Highness is right. Xiao Wujia was fully aware that if he dared to utter any words of refusal now, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. It is good that you understand. Seeing Xiao Wujia change his stance so quickly, Qing Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since that little fatty believes a female spirit master can be easily insulted, let him experience the feeling of being humiliated. Casting a glance at Xiao Wujia, Qing Xian added, after they have received a sufficient lesson, you may intervene. Thank you. Your Highness. Hearing Qing Xian's words, Xiao Wujia let out a sigh of relief. At least this individual had not forced him to watch Ma Hongjun and the others suffer dire consequences. Gazing out the window, Xiao Wujia silently prayed for the group. I hope that brute does not strike too harshly, otherwise, well, you will just have to endure. As his thoughts turned, Xiao Wujia couldn't help but feel a growing disdain for Ma Hongjun. The academy had dared to provoke trouble due to his soul sage strength, while Ma Hongjun, merely a great spirit master, had no right to act so arrogantly. Returning to the matter at hand, noticing that Ma Hongjun's teacher had yet to make an appearance, Yu Zhiqiu finally ceased to hold back. Slap. With a swift motion, his hand struck Ma Hongjun's mouth, sending the chubby boy spiraling through the air. Thud. When Ma Hongjun landed, the others instinctively took a few steps back. After all, this glutton was notoriously foul. And who could tell if his blood would be even more repugnant? Coughing up blood as he rose from the ground, Ma Hongjun's half face and entire mouth swelled visibly. What are you hitting me for? I intend to strike at more than just you. Casting a cold smile at Ma Hongjun, Yu Zhiqiu then turned his gaze toward Daimubai and the others. Though you may not be as disgusting as this chubby one, you are nonetheless his accomplices and should face some measure of punishment. With that, Yu Zhiqiu reached out to strike Daimubai. Today, I shall teach you a lasting lesson. White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave, White Tiger's Protective Barrier, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Faced with a Soul King level adversary, Daimubai dared not show any complacency. In an instant, all three of his soul skills were unleashed. However, even so, when these attacks struck Yu Zhiqiu, they vanished as if cast into the abyss. With the Xin Gui martial spirit, Yu Zhiqiu's defensive capabilities were evidently formidable. Slap. A similarly crisp sound echoed, but in contrast to Ma Hongjun, Yu Zhiqiu was considerably gentler with Daimubai. At least he did not send him spinning through the air. Thud. Upon hitting the ground, Daimubai also spat out a mouthful of blood, despite the lighter blows he received. Being struck like a child by an elderly tortoise was undeniably a humiliation Daimubai could not bear. Next, it is your turn. Turning his attention to Tang San and Oscar, a broad smile spread across Yu Zhiqiu's face. Since your teacher has imparted upon you the skills to stir trouble, I wonder if he has taught you the art of resolving conflicts? If not, pausing momentarily, Yu Zhiqiu continued, then today, I fear you shall suffer greatly. Tang San? As an auxiliary spirit master, Oscar found himself nearly devoid of options, cowering behind Tang San, his eyes filled with resentment. If it were not for Tang San initiating conversation, he would never have attracted Yu Zhiqiu's attention. In a state of panic, Tang San was no better off. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he had barely managed to defeat Daimubai. To contend with Yu Zhiqiu's strength was nothing short of a fool's errand. Has that scoundrel Xiao Wujia met his demise? Scanning the crowd, Tang San sought Xiao Wujia's figure. Yet, in mere seconds, his eyes lit up. Du Cheng, save me. Chapter 81. Xiao Wujia steps forward. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San rushed directly towards Du Cheng, feeling an unexpected thrill at encountering him in such a moment. Whether Du Cheng would be willing to assist him was of no concern, with Yu Zhiqiu right behind. If Cheng chose not to intervene, he would merely await the onslaught from their adversary. However, smack! A sharp sound resonated, and the previously smiling Tang San found himself executing a complex aerial 720 spin before crashing onto the ground. Senior, this brat not only makes mistakes but dares to lash out. Truly, he is unworthy of being called a son. Ignoring the peculiar gazes from the surrounding crowd, Du Cheng bowed slightly towards Yi Shiqiu in the distance. I am not acquainted with such scum. Feel free to discipline him as you see fit. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Yi Shiqiu's lips twitched. This rascal was nearly sent to meet his ancestors by your slap. How cruel must I be to continue punishing him? As her thoughts raced, she couldn't help but glance at Tang San. What possessed you to run about? Wouldn't it be less severe to simply accept my punishment? In stark contrast to Yi Shiqiu's bemusement, Tang San was engulfed in fury. Ignoring the searing pain on his face, he scrambled to his feet. Why did you not help me? Despite being well aware of Tang San's character, Du Cheng was taken aback by his audacity. You are neither my son nor my grandson. With a cold smirk, Du Cheng replied, why should I intervene on your behalf for a mere utterance? Feeling the pain on his face, Tang San grimaced as he spoke, his expression growing more menacing. Is it not enough that we are fellow students in the same academy? As a classmate, how could you stand by while we are bullied, and even assist our adversaries? Fixing his gaze on Du Cheng, Tang San's voice rose dramatically. Do you wish to be expelled from Shrek Academy? Enough. Just as Tang San finished speaking, a thunderous voice erupted nearby. Have you not yet realized your errors? Teacher Xiao? Tang San's face brightened at the sudden appearance of Xiao Wu, but his expression shifted to one of confusion upon hearing the latter's words. Do you understand why I have only now chosen to appear? Ignoring Tang San's expression, Xiao Wu calmly inquired. Students are foolish. Shaking his head, Tang San suppressed his dissatisfaction. He believed Xiao Wu should be avenging them rather than showcasing his authority as a teacher. Of course, such thoughts remained unvoiced. For Xiao Wu was his sole anchor in this predicament. For I must impart a lesson to you. Casting a serious glance at Tang San and the others, Xiao Wu endeavored to adopt a grave demeanor. If you wish to cause trouble, you must first possess the ability to resolve it. A soul master who provokes conflict without the means to address the ensuing chaos is nothing but a fool of legendary proportions. Teacher? As Xiao Wujia's words echoed, Ma Hongjun could not contain a startled exclamation. Had it not been for Xiao Wujia's unchanged demeanor and appearance, he might have thought someone had replaced him. You did not speak this way before. What? Turning to face the astonished Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wujia let out a derisive snort. Do you think my words are incorrect? With a piercing glare directed at Ma Hongjun, he added, if I, Zhao, cannot contend with Du Qing and Qin Xian, then should I fear you, a mere featherweight? Indeed. It must be said, Ma Hongjun possessed a certain talent for reading the room. After a brief pause, he promptly nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhao is right. We are the fools. Seemingly eager to demonstrate his sincerity, Ma Hongjun flashed a broad smile after speaking. In that case, why not hurry and apologize to them? Seeing Ma Hongjun's compliance, Xiao Wujia let out a sigh of relief. Having been warned by Qin Xian, he had wished to avoid this affair. Yet, witnessing Tang San on the verge of conflict with Du Cheng compelled him to intervene. His previous words served as both an excuse for himself and a warning to Tang San and the others. Otherwise, given their foolishness, they might soon find themselves as mere corpses beneath a powerful figure's command. Yes, with Xiao Wujia as their formidable ally, Ma Hongjun dared not protest further. I apologize. Reluctantly stepping forward from behind the others, Ma Hongjun bowed to the group from Tsanghui Academy. I spoke thoughtlessly. I hope you can forgive me. Humph. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's apology, several young soul masters released a collective scoff. If apologies were sufficient, what need would there be for the strong? You three. What are you still doing standing there? Zhao Wujie turned his attention to Dai Mubai and the others. Must we also apologize? Dai Mubai cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Wujie. It was Fatima who caused the trouble. Why should we be implicated? Did you not say that a soul master who does not provoke is not a good soul master? Zhao Wujie smiled kindly at Oscar, maintaining an air of calm. If you are unwilling to apologize, would you prefer to explain to the others what that statement entails? No, I don't want to. As soon as Zhao Wujie's words left his lips, Oscar quickly shook his head. Heaven forbid, I am merely a support soul master with no combat ability. How could I possibly contend with their group? Forcing a smile at the Tsanghui Academy crowd, Oscar finally spoke. I previously spoke without thinking. I ask for your forgiveness. You too. Sorry. Apologies. Compared to Oscar and Ma Hongjun's apologies, Tang San and Dai Mubai's were rather succinct. Nevertheless, once they finished, Xiao Wu turned to Yu. Brother, my students have expressed their apologies, and those deserving of reprimand have been chastised. Might we consider this matter resolved? Teacher Yi. Before Yu could respond, the 7 soul masters standing behind him displayed expressions of indignation. In their view, the lesson learned by Ma Hongjun and the others was far from adequate. Indeed, Xiao teacher is correct. Chapter 82, The Underwear is Wet. Teacher Xiao exhibits exceptional teaching skills, garnering admiration from Yi. Ignoring the gazes of the students around him, Yu nodded at Xiao Wu, remarking that today's events should be regarded as a favor to teacher Xiao. After speaking, Yu surprisingly turned to Du Qing and offered a polite gesture of gratitude, thanking him for his earlier assistance. You're too courteous, Brother Yi, Du Qing replied with a subtle smile, pleasantly surprised by Yu intelligence, which diverged from the character's portrayal in the original work, where he merely served as a foil for the likes of the third rate. If you ever require assistance in the future, feel free to send someone to Tsanghue Academy. I will never refuse any reasonable request. With that, Yu turned towards the door, stating, I presume you've all finished your meals. If so, let us proceed to find accommodations. Teacher. Observing Yu departing figure, several young spirit masters were momentarily stunned before hastily following him. Teacher, there are still vacant rooms in that hotel. Why are we leaving? As they exited the establishment, one student could no longer contain his curiosity, questioning Yu. Moreover, it was that chubby fellow who instigated the conflict. Why should we let him off the hook? What else should we do? Yu glanced back at the hotel, relieved to see no one pursuing them. Fixing his gaze on the inquiring student, he continued, regarding the earlier incident, what do you think we should do? Should we kill that chubby guy? That seems excessive. The young spirit master quickly shook his head. While that chubby fellow acted rather despicably, it is not a matter warranting death over mere disagreement. At the very least, he paused to express his thoughts. We should ensure they earn Wenwen's forgiveness. Your stance is contingent upon our strength being superior, Yu sighed. Reflecting on the relative benevolence of his students compared to the earlier group, he resolved to expose them to the darker aspects of the spirit master realm, hoping to instill greater caution in their future endeavors. What if our strength is inferior? If I am not mistaken, the man who just exited was the legendary immovable King Xiao Wu. Without allowing his students a moment to respond, Yu continued, a decade ago, he clashed with the spirit hall and managed to escape from an assault involving at least 16 spirit emperors. A person of such caliber could easily eliminate us should he choose to. If that is the case, then this immovable king may indeed be considered a good person. Upon hearing Yu words, the young spirit masters quickly reached a conclusion. Possessing immense power yet demonstrating no favoritism towards his students truly earns him the title of good person in the Douluo continent. Good person? As soon as the students voiced their thoughts, Yu let out a cold laugh, stating, anyone who has heard of Xiao Wu knows him to be tyrannical, rude, and unreasonable. The one who truly stood up for us today was that young man named Du Cheng. What? The students gasped, taking on the role of the comic relief. Reflecting on their teacher's actions before leaving, they realized he had indeed been excessively polite to that youth. After Xiao Wu's appearance, he had cast several glances towards Du Cheng, prompting Yu to boldly speculate. His identity must be extraordinary. Teacher Yi is astute. With Yu assertion, the 7 young spirit masters surrounding him displayed expressions of admiration. Recognizing him as Tsanghue Academy's most discerning instructor, capable of noticing even the minutest details, Yu relished the admiration from his students, nodding with satisfaction as he continued to impart his wisdom. For spirit masters, beyond strength, the most crucial attribute is discernment. Without adequate insight, one is destined to encounter trouble. As Yu shared his insights, Wenwen, a young spirit master, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Du Cheng's noble status and willingness to defend her, coupled with the fact that he had seen part of her body, left her feeling flustered. With her thoughts racing, she couldn't help but feel a wave of weakness wash over her. Winning Du Cheng's favor might indeed be a fortunate turn of events. Slap. A sudden hand clapped against her back, causing Wenwen to stiffen, her expression becoming dazed. The young spirit master who had acted concerned inquired, Wenwen, are you all right? Did you get startled earlier? I'm fine. Lowering her gaze to avoid meeting the eyes of those around her, Wenwen spoke in a hushed tone. Let us hurry and find a place to change clothes. I wish to change into something else. Yes, indeed. The speaking spirit master paused, then quickly nodded in agreement. Wenwen was indeed ambushed and should definitely change. Nodding in agreement, Wenwen felt even more embarrassed. Only she knew the true reason for her need to change was not due to the earlier battle but rather because she was wet. Wenwen, You need not feel pressured about today's events. Observing her distracted demeanor, the speaking Spirit Master's expression turned resolute. In Spirit Master duels, anything can happen. It's just that the chubby fellow's actions were somewhat despicable. If you find it hard to let go, clenching his teeth, the male Spirit Master suddenly revealed a determined look. I actually wish to be with you, Captain. Witnessing the hesitant gaze and anxious expression on the young Spirit Master's face, Wen was momentarily taken aback. As the leader of their group of 7, his strength and talent were commendable. However, after today's experience, Wen found herself lacking the admiration she once held for him. Let us discuss this later. With that, before the young Spirit Master could respond, Wen hurriedly moved ahead, her immediate priority being to find a place to change her underwear. After all, she had indeed encountered quite a bit too much earlier. Meanwhile, Du Cheng and his companions were entirely unaware of the experiences of the Zhonghui Academy group. After imparting a lesson to Tang San and the others, Xiao Wu cast a favorable glance towards Qin Xin before swiftly returning to his room. Young ones, remember to rest well. Tomorrow we venture into the Douluo Forest. Chapter 83. You wouldn't want to be constantly oppressed by Du Cheng, would you? Listening to the words left behind by Xiao Wu as he departed, Tang San emitted a chilling sound from his mouth. Why? What is the basis for this? Tang San was no fool. Although their time together had been brief, he had gained some understanding of Xiao Wuji's character. Such a reasonable action was evidently influenced by someone else. As for who that might be, did it require much thought? It was due to our lack of strength. As Tang San suppressed his voice to unleash a roar of anger, Dai Mubai and the others had somehow approached his side. Fixing his gaze on Tang San, Dai Mubai continued. If we possessed sufficient strength, we would not need to place our hopes on Xiao Wuji. If we had adequate power, we would not be compelled to apologize to others. If we were strong enough, Zhu Zhuqing and the others would willingly come to our side. What is your true intention in saying this? I wish for you to join the Douluo Empire. Before Tang San could respond, Dai Mubai proactively elaborated. To become a true powerhouse, aside from talent and hard work, resources are also indispensable. I am the second prince of the Douluo Empire. With these words, Dai Mubai turned his attention back to Tang San. So, do you possess the talent worthy of my investment? Though it was a question, Dai Mubai exuded a sense of certainty. Through observation, he had noted that Master and Flinder also treated Tang San with considerable care. Two individuals driven solely by self-interest would exhibit such unusual behavior. Dai Mubai did not believe it to be mere coincidence. I need to contemplate this. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San did not immediately acquiesce. For him, as long as there were sufficient benefits, he did not mind whether he became Dai Mubai's subordinate. After all, once he grew powerful, he could do as he pleased. However, he needed to assess Dai Mubai's strength, at the very least. It needed to be proven that this fellow could indeed aid in his ascent. That is only natural. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a smile graced Dai Mubai's face. Such significant matters require careful consideration, but I trust you will make the right choice. After all, you wouldn't want to be constantly oppressed by Du Cheng, would you? After leaving this remark to Tang San, Dai Mubai turned and departed with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Undoubtedly, aside from Tang San, the other two had already been successfully won over by him. However, the extent of their loyalty remained uncertain. So, I am clearly being pressed down by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Standing by the window of the hotel's most luxurious room and listening to Qin Xian translate the conversation of Dai Mubai and the others, Du Cheng couldn't help but twitch his mouth, pressing Tang San down. I, Du Cheng, have no such perverse preferences. Young master, it is evident that these individuals harbor ill intentions. Perhaps I should. At this juncture, a glimmer of murderous intent appeared on Qin Xian's face. Clearly, she wished to assist Du Cheng in eliminating the threat before it could materialize. No need. Shaking his head, Du Cheng remained remarkably composed. They are merely a few insignificant clowns, unworthy of your intervention. Indeed. Very well, let us get some rest. With a wave of his hand, he drew the curtains and then turned back to his bed. You should also rest early. Tomorrow we must meet with two powerhouses in the Douluo Forest. Yes. The next morning, Du Cheng awoke while yawning. Although he had claimed he would rest well, it was evident that he had not been afforded such an opportunity. Observing the three women comfortably asleep around him, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ning Rongrong, could you kindly release my carrot? Indeed, last night, Du Cheng had once again been ambushed. The only silver lining was that the three women exhibited some restraint while simultaneously invading his space. Otherwise, Du Cheng would likely have lost at least 10 pounds by this morning. You lazy creatures, it's time to set off. After rescuing his carrot and moving Zhu Xing's white rabbit from his face, Du Cheng proceeded to tickle Xiao Wu's soles. If you don't get up soon, you'll miss the opportunity to enter the Douluo forest. Generally speaking, as soul masters, their vigilance would be quite high, yet in Du Cheng's presence, the three women appeared exceedingly relaxed. If not, they would not be sleeping in such ostentatious postures, compelling Du Cheng to feel the urge to unleash his first soul skill at any moment. Upon Du Cheng's loud calls, the three women finally lazily opened their eyes. Cheng Gu, are you still making noise? Wrapping her arms around Du Cheng's neck, Xiao Wu's tone was filled with grievance. What does it matter if we're a little late? We can enter the Douluo forest at any time. Perhaps still groggy from sleep, Xiao Wu's head bobbed against Du Cheng's ear as she spoke, inadvertently causing her lips to brush against his face. Bang! Breathing in Xiao Wu's fragrance and feeling the softness of her lips, Du Cheng could no longer contain himself. He released his first soul skill, causing the previously flat blanket to suddenly bulge. The astonishing change caused Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside them to widen their mouths in shock. It seems like it has grown considerably since we last met. Smack. Though it was a playful act, performing a soul skill in front of so many people left Du Cheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. He slapped Xiao Wu's backside, feeling the bounce beneath his hand, and coughed lightly. Well, you little enchantress, who was it that said yesterday they wanted to head to the Douluo Great Forest early? Have you forgotten what you said? The combination of the surprise on her backside and Du Cheng's words jolted Xiao Wu awake. That's right. I still need to take Cheng Gu to meet De Ming and Air Ming. How could I possibly sleep in at a time like this? Let us set off. Right now. With her eyes wide open, Xiao Wu jumped off Du Cheng. Cheng Gu, I am ready. Let us wash up first. Observing her exuberant demeanor, Du Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. How did the big sister character from the original story turn into someone so silly and reckless in his presence? Nonetheless, he found himself quite fond of the current Xiao Wu. After all, who could resist a naturally naive girl? After a brief wash-up and indulging in the luxurious breakfast specially prepared for top-tier VIPs at the hotel, Du Cheng led the four women down to the first floor. Oh, are you all waiting for someone? Humph. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San and the others let out a cold snort. They still harbored considerable grievances regarding someone's failure to lend assistance yesterday. Since everyone has arrived, let us set off without delay. Chapter 84. The appearance of the wind-tailed coxcomb snake to prevent any further conflict between Tang San and Du Cheng. Xiao Wujia interjected directly, reminding the group, once we enter the Douluo forest, I shall not intervene lightly. Do not forget to coordinate with one another. After speaking, Xiao Wujia cast a glance at Tang San and the others, primarily to remind them that with the presence of Qin Xian, the likelihood of Du Cheng and his companions encountering danger was relatively low. Upon receiving Xiao Wujia's reminder, Tang San and the others nodded swiftly. In the past, they might have been somewhat careless, but after the events of the previous night, they had all grown vigilant. The truth was undeniable. Xiao was indeed reluctant to take action. As they entered the Douluo forest, apart from Xiao Wu, the rest, including Du Cheng, wore expressions of wariness. The forest was devoid of paths, compelling everyone to tread carefully. You all, do not forget to observe your surroundings, Xiao Wujia reminded from the back of the group while scanning the area. If you encounter a suitable spirit beast, do not miss the opportunity. Rest assured, Teacher Xiao, Tang San responded first, nodding. His eyes glimmered with a faint purple hue, and his expression was serious. Armed with the small notebook gifted by the master before his departure, he felt confident in securing the most suitable spirit beast for himself. Although the forest brimmed with spirit beasts, they were at the outermost perimeter, making it challenging to find an appropriate one. From morning until noon, aside from a few common spirit beasts, they had seen hardly any that met their criteria. They cleared a small area and sat down on the ground. Huff. Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply, unable to refrain from expressing his frustration. Where have all those spirit beasts gone? My martial soul is absolutely famished. With their strength, acquiring a soul ring would undoubtedly require hunting thousand-year spirit beasts. Casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, Tang San took the initiative to explain, if nothing unexpected occurs, we may need to venture deeper to achieve our goal. If that is the case, the danger will certainly increase. Stuffing a piece of roasted meat into his mouth, Ma Hongjun could not help but complain. Had I known it would be this difficult, I should have found a woman to unwind with last night. In the spirit beast forest, to avoid attracting the attention of the beasts, everyone had to suppress their soul power. In such conditions, Ma Hongjuan's physical constitution was at risk of faltering. Be quiet. As soon as Ma Hongjun spoke, Dai Mubai shot him a glare from a distance. What you choose to do is your business, but please refrain from making such base remarks in front of everyone. Dai Mubai? Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback by his words. I can accept criticism from others, but when it comes to being base, how much better are you? Ma Hongjun clearly remembered that Dai Mubai had proposed engaging in group activities more than once. What? Do you have a problem with what I said? Seeing Ma Hongjuan's mouth open as if to retort, Dai Mubai interrupted him directly. And no, even Ma Hongjun, despite his usual dullness, sensed the gravity of the situation. Shaking his head rapidly, he replied, I merely thought you were right, and felt a bit ashamed for a moment. Since you feel ashamed, do not act like that in the future. Dai Mubai was quite satisfied with Ma Hongjuan's cooperation. Nodding, he then cast a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing. After last night's contemplation, he believed he had discerned the reason for Zhu Zhuqing's disfavor towards him. As a woman, a touch of jealousy was understandable. Zhu Zhuqing must have misinterpreted his usual behavior as being too reckless. In Dai Mubai's view, if he improved his conduct even slightly, she would soon come around. As for what would follow, once he had Zhu Zhuqing in his grasp, he had countless methods to ensure her compliance. The others present were, of course, unaware of Dai Mubai's thoughts. However, upon witnessing his performance, the three women beside Du Qing exchanged glances filled with undisguised disdain, as the saying goes. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Given Dai Mubai's usual demeanor, his words served no purpose other than to disgust others. Be careful. Just as Dai Mubai sought to capitalize on the moment to say more, Tang San suddenly emitted a low cry. Ma Hongjun, do not move. What? Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow upon hearing Tang San's words. Although we are somewhat allies, it does not mean you can dictate my actions, Tang San. As thoughts raced through his mind, Ma Hongjun was poised to retort. However, just a slight turn of his head caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. S-san, help me quickly. Following Ma Hongjuan's gaze, the group's expression shifted. There, perched on a branch above him, lay a 6 to 7 meter long snake with pale red wings, the wind-tailed coxcomb snake. Indeed, Tang San shook his head in response to Dai Mubai's remark. This is a wind-tailed coxcomb snake between 1,300 and 1,800 years old, perfectly suitable as Oscar's soul ring. The wind-tailed coxcomb snake is a non-venomous spirit beast, typically using its body to constrict and eliminate enemies. However, it possesses remarkable speed and can store substantial nutrients within its comb, making it ideal for food-type Soul Master soul rings. Seizing the rare opportunity to display his knowledge, Tang San was determined not to let it slip away, regardless of whether others wished to listen. He began to recount the information he had gleaned from the Master's handbook the previous night. Seeing Tang San continue to elaborate, Ma Hongjun, fixated on the wind-tailed coxcomb snake, or a face of despair. Could we please resolve this predicament first? Now is not the time for lectures. The wind-tailed coxcomb snake, being non-venomous, lacked the ability to instantly eliminate its target. Tang San frowned as his display was interrupted. Casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, he replied unceremoniously, now that we have discovered it, rest assured, we will not allow you to perish. Not let you die my foot. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun nearly erupted into a tirade. Chapter 85. Oscar provokes the soul. Douluo. Do I really need to be reminded that the wind-tailed coxcomb snake is not something I can easily defeat? The crux of the matter lies in its swiftness and formidable strength. If it ensnares me with its might, I would undoubtedly be injured. Yet, despite my grievances, such thoughts must remain unspoken, for at this moment, Ma Hongjun still harbors a glimmer of hope towards Tang San. Come on, Tang San, don't jest. You've studied under the master for so long. Surely you possess a method to deal with this long serpent. Please, lend me your assistance. Hearing Ma Hongjuan's plea, Tang San's expression turned troubled. If given the chance, he would relish the opportunity to impress the group. Yet the stark reality was that he was at a loss for how to proceed. As someone who understood his own limitations, Tang San was acutely aware that, despite being a disciple of the master, he had not garnered much knowledge over the years. In fact, the information he had on the wind-tailed coxcomb snake was hastily jotted down just the previous night. You needn't worry too much, a voice interjected amidst the tension. Du Qing, is this really the time for sarcasm? Turning to face the speaker, Dai Mubai launched a verbal assault on Du Qing. While we may have had our minor disputes, Ma Hongjun is still one of us. As he spoke, Dai Mubai displayed a countenance brimming with indignation. In summary, I hold your character in contempt. Indeed, this was part of Dai Mubai's strategy. Beyond asserting his own stance, he sought to undermine Du Qing's credibility. If he persisted long enough, Zhu Zhuqing would surely recognize who the true candidate was. Who told you I was being sarcastic? Duqing queried, his expression oddly bemused. Is this dog fool trying to play his games again? Humph. As Ma Hongjun found himself in peril, the others sought ways to extricate him from danger. Hearing Duqing's words, Dai Mubai let out a scoff. You dare to utter such words and deny your sarcasm? Fixing his gaze upon Duqing, Dai Mubai's words grew increasingly cutting. What? Do you believe that the wind-tail coxcomb snake will simply perish on its own if we are unconcerned? Dai Mubai? Ma Hongjun, upon hearing Dai Mubai's remarks, felt a surge of emotion, but he thought, can you not divert the topic when I am in such peril? Had he not agreed just the night prior to become Dai Mubai's retainer, he would have surely voiced a few unpublishable remarks to express his stance. However, to his surprise, before Dai Mubai could retort, Duqing nodded. Though it may not act of its own volition, its demise remains a distinct possibility. What? The wind-tail coxcomb snake is already gravely injured. Ignoring the incredulous look from Dai Mubai, Duqing calmly explained, typically, the wind-tail coxcomb snake is cautious and timid. When confronted by numerous foes, it opts for a swift retreat, even when the odds are in its favor. A creature that remains motionless on a branch likely lacks the capability for rapid movement. Moreover, pausing for a moment, Duqing gestured towards the snake's abdomen. Have you not noticed that it is continuously bleeding? At this, the gathered individuals gasped in realization. It does seem that way. If that is the case, does this mean I can soon possess my third spirit ring? Oscar's gaze was ablaze with fervor as he fixated upon the wind-tail coxcomb snake. To encounter a fitting spirit ring upon entering the forest. Indeed, I am the fabled child of destiny. As his thoughts raced, Oscar could not help but wish for an equally enchanting companion to accompany him. Perhaps that is unlikely, Duqing interjected, his voice resuming. Given the nature of the snake's wounds, it has likely encountered a human soul master. Moreover, the soul master responsible for its injury may be lurking nearby. A raucous laughter erupted from the shadows, accompanied by a somewhat hoarse voice. Moments later, two elderly figures and a young girl appeared before the group. The two elders, one male and one female, sported meticulously arranged hair and wielded a dragon-headed and a serpent-headed cane, respectively. The girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, had a neat bob and wore practical attire that exuded youthful vitality. Is there truly a woman among us? Upon recognizing the figures, Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that I, Oscar, am indeed the legendary child of destiny? However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized he had misspoken. Surveying the surroundings, he was met with a plethora of disdainful glares, particularly from the short-haired girl, who practically etched the word disgusting upon her visage. Had he not possessed a thick skin, Oscar might have sought refuge in the ground. Ah, a misunderstanding. It is merely a misunderstanding. This wind-tail coxcomb snake was injured by my spouse and I. But through a moment of carelessness, it managed to escape our grasp. The elder with the dragon-headed cane squinted as he addressed Oscar. Might I request that you return it to us? Upon hearing the elder's plea, Oscar's demeanor shifted unexpectedly. To reclaim the wind-tail coxcomb snake would mean robbing me of my opportunity. It is well known that greed can easily blind one's vision. In his fervor, Oscar failed to notice the grave expression on Xiao Wujia's face not far off. By what right? Without waiting for the elder to respond, Oscar vociferously proclaimed. Since you allowed it to escape, it is now without an owner. Having encountered it, it rightfully belongs to us. Concluding his statement, Oscar even offered a parting jab. If I were to strike all the soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, would that not allow me to simply reap the rewards of others' efforts? In response to Oscar's words, Duqing could not suppress an incredulous gaze. It is evident that you are a student of Shrek Academy. Your aggressiveness in the face of personal gain is truly alarming. You are speaking nonsense. However, the two figures before him were evidently unwilling to indulge Oscar's petulance. With a disdainful grunt, a powerful aura emanated from the elder with the dragon-headed cane, his soul rings gleaming in hues of yellow, purple, and black. A soul Douluo? Chapter 86. The onslaught of the giant ape. With a startled exclamation, Oscar nearly collapsed to the ground. Who could have anticipated that an ostensibly ordinary old man possessed strength akin to that of a soul Douluo? It is worth noting that even Flandra, the esteemed head of Shrek Academy, is merely a level 78 soul sage. This implies that the elderly figure before him could, at his discretion, obliterate Shrek Academy in a bloodbath. Gazing intently at the elder, Oscar felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. If you possess such formidable power, why reveal it only now? Do you take pleasure in witnessing my humiliation? Young man, Is there perhaps a hint of discontent in your gaze towards me? The elder inquired, his expression turning increasingly disdainful. You are but a child, yet your heart is narrow. Not to mention that this beast was indeed injured by me, should I desire to seize it. What could you possibly do to stop me? Since this serpent was harmed by you, it rightfully belongs to you. Oscar found himself at a loss for words under the elder's scrutiny. At that moment, Xiao Wu, who had been observing silently, finally spoke up. Even if the elder does not insist, I would still return it to you. The earlier outburst was merely a momentary lapse on the part of this child. Please do not take offense, Elder Long. Though he stood before a sole Douluo, Xiao Wu maintained an air of composure. He had resolved that if Elder Long intended to act against him, he would immediately seek assistance from Du Cheng. While it might be slightly embarrassing, at least his life would be spared. Elder Long chuckled, a hint of admiration creeping into his demeanor. You, young one, possess a modicum of wisdom. Unperturbed by Xiao Wujia's recognition of his identity, Elder Long acknowledged that there were only a handful of formidable figures in the Soul Master world, each possessing distinct characteristics. Given that he and his wife had appeared simultaneously, if Xiao Wujia could not recognize them, he would have no place in the Soul Master realm. Thank you, Elder. Xiao Wujia breathed a sigh of relief. It is splendid to retain my dignity. I surmise you are seeking to assist your granddaughter in acquiring a soul ring. Casting a glance at the young lady beside Elder Long, Xiao Wujia proposed. Why not allow your granddaughter to hunt the wind-tail coiling snake here? I could serve as her protector. After exchanging glances, Elder Long and his wife quickly concurred with Xiao Wujia's suggestion. The Stardow forest was fraught with peril, and if possible, they would prefer to move the soul beast to a safer locale for their granddaughter's absorption. However, the snake before them seemed too exhausted to flee, and should it perish on the way, it would waste a precious soul ring. Under such circumstances, absorbing the soul ring on the spot was undoubtedly the best option. Furthermore, having an additional protector was an excellent boon. Pushing the young lady forward, Elder Long finally spoke. Iran, the next steps are in your hands. Understood. Nodding, the short-haired Meng Iran approached the wind-tail coiling snake, which was on the brink of death, with a decisive strike of her serpent-headed staff upon the snake's head. Its skull shattered, and a purple soul ring materialized. Rest assured, grandfather and grandmother, I will succeed. Turning to flash a bright smile at Elder Long and his wife, Meng Iran began to meditate and absorb the soul ring. Esteemed elders, absorbing a soul ring may take some time, Xiao Wujie remarked, offering a wide smile. Perhaps you could rest nearby while I keep watch? That is not a bad idea. Elder Long mused, slightly tempted by Xiao Wujie's suggestion. Despite the wind-tail coiling snake being of average strength, its speed was remarkable. They had expended considerable effort to catch it. A brief respite would indeed be welcome. Elder Long held no excessive wariness towards Xiao Wujia. Unless the latter intended to endanger the young ones present, he would not make a foolish decision. However, just as Elder Long was about to acquiesce to Xiao Wujia's proposal, his expression abruptly shifted. This is bad. Elder, what? Xiao Wujia was taken aback by the sudden change in Elder Long's demeanor. Yet, before he could finish his inquiry, he ceased speaking, having already deduced the unfolding situation. The Titan Great Ape, as he beheld the colossal figure, reminiscent of a mountain, advancing toward them, uprooting trees in its wake, Xiao Wujia felt his throat dry up instantly. How could it be here? Flee. The Titan Great Ape, a dominant force in any soul beast forest, was a creature that should reside deep within the core of the Stardow forest. Its presence left Xiao Wujia with but one course of action. There is no time, Xiao Wujia urged, but Meng Shu grimly raised his serpent-headed staff. Its speed is too great, we cannot escape. Though the Titan Great Ape's movements appeared sluggish, its massive frame rendered it an unavoidable threat. Moreover, Elder Long harbored an unspoken thought. Meng Iran was still absorbing the soul ring. He would never abandon his granddaughter to flee. We shall stand together against it, allowing the young ones to escape, Meng Shu declared, casting a glance at Xiao Wujia, opting to fight alongside him to provide the students a chance to flee. Very well. As an experienced powerhouse, Xiao Wujia was hardly a fool. Beyond his initial shock, he quickly regained his wits. Younglings. He glanced at Tang San and the others, his form swelling into that of a massive bear. I shall fight. You must escape. With that, Xiao Wujia charged toward the Titan Great Ape, which had now reached them, leaving no room for further words in this dire moment. Darling, let us go. Elder Long's wife did not hesitate. Xiao Wujia alone could not hope to withstand the might of a forest king like the Titan Great Ape. Flee. In stark contrast to Xiao Wujia and the others, Tang San and his companions made the swiftest decision, rather than remain and become a burden. Their best course was to escape. Whether this decision stemmed from a desire to survive remained known only to them. As the Titan Great Ape advanced, its previously excited eyes now flickered with displeasure at the three approaching attackers. Roar. Chapter 87. Diming is a bit foolish. Accompanied by a furious roar, the Titan giant ape swung its claws fiercely. Unfortunately for Long Gong, Shipa, and Xiao Wu, despite their utmost efforts, they were still sent spiraling backward by this single strike. After dispatching the three, the Titan giant ape scanned its surroundings and reached out towards the direction where Xiao Wu was located. Brother Cheng, upon witnessing the Titan giant ape's actions, Xiao Wu grasped Du Cheng's arm tightly. Do not worry, diming will not harm us. I know. Nodding in acknowledgement, Du Cheng also raised his gaze to observe the imposing Titan giant ape before him. Regarded by many as the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape's formidable strength was beyond dispute. Its terrifying physique, towering over 15 meters when upright, along with muscles that bulged like granite beneath its skin, showcased its immense power. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, but when Du Cheng met the Titan giant ape's dark gaze, an unexpected thought flickered in his mind. It seems a bit foolish. Regardless of Du Cheng's musings, the Titan giant ape's actions were not hindered by his thoughts. Its massive paw descended from above, and due to its colossal size, it not only grasped Xiao Wu but also snatched up Du Cheng and Ming ran beside her. With a roar, the Titan giant ape smirked at having captured two additional individuals. However, realizing it could not linger for long, it reluctantly turned and dashed into the depths of the forest. After all, Xiao Wu had already been taken back. Xiao Wu. Brother Cheng. Given the Titan giant ape's size and strength, it was clear that no one present could hope to stop its departure. In just a few leaps, the Titan giant ape vanished from sight. Brother Cheng, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing attempted to pursue, but found it utterly impossible. Qing Xian, please. Their gaze shifted to Qing Xian, revealing their concern. You must save Brother Cheng and Xiao Wu. Do not fret. With a calm demeanor, Qing Xian shook her head. It is merely a Titan giant ape. It will not harm the young master. Under normal circumstances, faced with such a fearsome soul beast, Qing Xian would not hesitate to sacrifice herself to afford Du Cheng a chance to escape. Yet, due to Du Cheng's instructions from the previous night, her current state could only be described as steadfast as an old dog. Senior. At that moment, Xiao Wuji and the others, who had been sent flying by the Titan giant ape, returned. Xiao Wuji cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Qing Xian, his expression laden with inquiry. Senior. Will Du Cheng and the others really be unharmed? Despite his words, Xiao Wuji had already begun to trust Qing Xian's assurances, given her regard for Du Cheng. She would not maintain such composure if real danger loomed. Zhao Hunsheng, who is this? As Xiao Wuji conversed with Qing Xian, Long Gong, and Shipa, dust-covered and anxious, approached. Being seasoned figures in the Soul Master community, despite their concern for their granddaughter's abduction by the Titan giant ape, they managed to maintain their composure. Noticing Xiao Wuji's reverence towards Qing Xian, Shipa promptly inquired. This is Senior Qing Xian, a titled Douluo. After a brief glance at Qing Xian, Xiao Wuji lowered his voice and continued. Moreover, she is also Du Cheng's. At this point, Xiao Wuji abruptly paused. He knew Qing Xian was Du Cheng's subordinate, but stating it himself would seem somewhat disrespectful. I am the young master's maid. Fortuitously, with her strength, Qing Xian easily caught the conversation. Without putting Xiao Wuji in a difficult position, she proactively revealed her identity. Since your granddaughter has been taken by the Titan giant ape along with the young master, it is likely that she will not encounter any danger. After glancing at Shipa, who seemed poised to speak, Qing Xian continued, if you are truly concerned, you may seek her out now. Thank you, Senior, for your reassurance. Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, a glimmer of relief flashed in Long Gong and Shipa's eyes, followed by a visible sigh of relief. In their minds, if Du Cheng had a titled Douluo level maid, he must surely belong to a significant power. Such an entity would undoubtedly have numerous skilled protectors hidden about. Given Qing Xian's assurance that their granddaughter would be safe, they felt fortunate to be associated with Du Cheng. With this thought in mind, they respectfully bowed to Qing Xian before promptly commencing their healing. After all, even if they wished to search for their granddaughter, they could not do so in their current disheveled state. Please wait here, Senior. I shall retrieve the other students. With a respectful gesture towards Qing Xian, Xiao Wuji hastily selected a direction and rushed away. Though he had not been specifically targeted by the Titan giant ape, Tang San and the others, lacking Qing Xian's protection, had still been affected. To prevent this group of youngsters from being annihilated by a powerful soul beast, Xiao Wuji forced himself to endure his injuries and pressed on. While Xiao Wuji's thoughts lingered on why Tang San and the others had not been captured by the Titan giant ape, such a fate would at least relieve him of some worry, unbeknownst to them. The Titan giant ape had already quickened its pace after evading the crowd's gaze. In just a few minutes, it had taken the three of them to a lakeside. Not only that, but the two it had originally grasped, Xiao Wu and Du Qing, were now perched on its shoulder. Upon reaching the lakeside, the Titan giant ape emitted a joyful roar. As for Meng Iran, she was casually placed beneath a large tree. Diming, slow down, gently patting Diming's head. Xiao Wu spoke up, your movements are too abrupt. They might discomfort Brother Cheng. With Xiao Wu's strength, it was impossible for her to inflict harm on the Titan giant ape. Nevertheless, at the moment her words were spoken, Diming could not help but stiffen. What is happening? Sister Xiao Wu is actually complaining about me for others? With a light growl escaping its mouth, Diming's goofy tuft of hair seemed to droop slightly. Furthermore, it widened its eyes, glaring at Du Cheng, clearly expressing its displeasure. To be frank, this single action diminished Diming's previously fearsome image in Du Cheng's mind by a considerable margin. Indeed, this creature is a fool. Diming, stop being foolish. Just as Du Cheng contemplated whether to engage in a staring contest with the dim-witted creature before him, another voice emerged from the nearby lake. Daming. Chapter 88. The acknowledgement of the Azure Bull Python. Turning her head towards the source of the sound, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. Above the lake's surface, a bull had emerged, nearly the same size as the colossal Titan giant ape, supported by a thick segment of serpentine body beneath its neck. You have awakened? Xiao Wu could hardly contain her joy. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, each elevation in the Azure Bull Python's power required extensive periods of slumber and cultivation. It rarely awakened unless in dire circumstances. Since my dear Xiao Wu has returned, I naturally had to awaken. The Azure Bull Python grinned broadly at Xiao Wu before shifting its gaze to Du Qing. It seems that Xiao Wu has garnered significant rewards from her journey into the human realm. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded, unabashedly wrapping her arm around Du Qing's. Brother Cheng is the first person I met after leaving the forest, and he holds the utmost importance to me. Pausing for a moment, she added. Just as significant as Ming and Erming. With Xiao Wu's words, Erming, who had just revealed a furious expression, instantly broke into a broad grin. Though both are important, one is merely a single human, while Ming and I are two. This is a clear advantage for us. In contrast to Ming, Ming exuded a more composed demeanor. Human, he leaned forward slightly, the immense bull head towering before Du Qing, since Xiao Wu has brought you here. You must be aware of her identity. Therefore, can you ensure her safety? At that moment, Du Qing felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him. Compared to Ming, Ming was not only more powerful but also possessed a different level of intelligence and character. Du Qing was acutely aware that failing to provide a satisfactory answer could jeopardize any chance of leaving this place. Fortunately, Du Qing harbored no ill intentions toward Xiao Wu. Of course, he nodded, his expression turning grave in an instant. Anyone who seeks to harm Xiao Wu must first tread over my corpse. A subtle glimmer flickered into Ming's eyes as his demeanor softened. Ha ha ha, it seems Xiao Wu has indeed encountered someone worthy of her trust. Roar. Ming chimed in enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Though this human may not possess our good looks, his willingness to risk his life for Xiao Wu is commendable, and we shall reluctantly accept him. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Ming flashed a toothy grin at Du Qing. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. My time to awaken is quite fortunate, Ming remarked, his tone easing as he confirmed Du Qing's sincerity. Casting a glance at Xiao Wu, he continued. Now that Xiao Wu has reached level 30, why not seize this moment to awaken your soul ring? After all, doing so here could enhance its quality. With Ming and Ming accepting Du Qing, Xiao Wu felt a wave of happiness. Hearing Ming's suggestion, she first nodded before turning to Du Qing. Since it benefits you, let us proceed with the awakening of the soul ring. Flashing a broad smile at Xiao Wu, Du Qing reassured her, with Qin Xin here. There is no need to worry about anyone else's safety. I will remain by your side. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Encouraged by Du Qing, Xiao Wu chose a spot and sat cross-legged. As a transformed soul beast, she could independently awaken the most suitable soul ring for herself. However, different environments influenced the nature of her awakening. This was, after all, the legendary Lake of Life, and breaking through here would greatly benefit her. As her soul power circulated, a charming white rabbit phantom appeared behind Xiao Wu, signaling the commencement of her soul ring's refinement. Human, you are quite remarkable. In the sanctuary of Deming and Ming, it was evident that no danger would arise. While Xiao Wu practiced, Deming's attention returned to Du Cheng. If you encounter peril outside, you may certainly bring Xiao Wu back here. At this point, Deming's tone took on a commanding edge. With me here. Even a limit Douluo would struggle to harm you. Deming's impression of Du Cheng was evidently favorable. Unbeknownst to Du Cheng, upon first encountering him, Deming's anger matched that of Ming. Since Xiao Wu left the forest, both had been constantly concerned for her safety. Beyond worrying about her identity being exposed, they feared she might be deceived by other humans. It was known that a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor had once been tricked by a human, resulting in her bearing his child and ultimately sacrificing herself. Deming did not wish to see Xiao Wu follow a similar path. During his earlier inquiry, he employed a unique technique to sense the truthfulness and morality of a person's words. Had Du Cheng harbored deceit or malicious intent, even if it merely upset Xiao Wu, Deming would have swiftly dealt with him. Undoubtedly, Du Cheng passed the test. As a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years, finding someone trustworthy in the human realm was, in Deming's eyes, a stroke of luck for Xiao Wu. Thank you. Upon hearing Deming's authoritative declaration, Du Cheng smiled and nodded. If you face any trouble, you may also seek my assistance. Pausing, Du Cheng added, with my presence, I can surely resolve most issues. Now that we've come this far, let us set a modest goal, becoming the sovereign of the divine realm of Douluo continent. Ha ha ha, splendid. Though Deming was unaware of Du Cheng's thoughts, he greatly admired Du Cheng's attitude. Without sufficient confidence, how can one truly become a formidable force? Just as Deming intended to converse further with Du Cheng, a sudden sound of retching interrupted them. Turning to investigate, Du Cheng's expression shifted in alarm. He beheld Meng Ran, who had been seated beneath a tree absorbing her soul ring, now pale and blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Her purple soul ring flickering ominously as if it might vanish at any moment. This is the backlash of the soul ring. Before Du Cheng could speak, Deming had already identified Meng Ran's condition. Moreover, if she is not treated, this girl may be in grave danger. Chapter 89. The Peril of Du Cheng. Upon hearing Deming's words, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly a matter of life and death merely due to a failed soul ring absorption? He understood that not every attempt at absorbing a soul ring is destined for success. Generally, as long as one does not attempt to absorb a soul ring beyond their capacity, while there may be some backlash, a life-threatening crisis should not arise. Given Meng Ran's strength, absorbing the soul ring of the wind-tail coxcomb snake was certainly within her limits. Cough. In normal circumstances, such a situation would undoubtedly not be so severe. However, upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Deming's expression suddenly grew somewhat awkward. The girl was disturbed during her soul ring absorption, which led to. Deming left the rest unsaid, yet Du Cheng grasped the implication. He comprehended the reason behind Deming's demeanor. It was no exaggeration to state that Meng Ran's current predicament was entirely the consequence of Ming's actions. Was there still hope in this situation? Certainly. Perhaps motivated by a desire to rectify Ming's mistake, Deming exhibited an unusually proactive demeanor at that moment. The lake beneath us is the legendary Lake of Life, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. If we immerse her in its waters, not only can she overcome this crisis, but with a stroke of luck, she may even experience a rebirth, gaining an opportunity for her martial soul to evolve. Having finished speaking, Deming quickly added, however, this girl is currently in a critical state and must not be exposed to any external soul power stimuli. Both Ming and I possess excessive strength, so... Then let me handle it, Du Cheng interjected. With Deming's endorsement, he understood her intent. He hastily approached Meng Ran, lifting her into his arms. Due to Ming's earlier frantic sprint, much of Meng Ran's clothing had been torn away by branches. While sitting on the ground, it had not been apparent. But once lifted, Du Cheng instantly noticed the discrepancy. So large, so soft, so... Cough. Regaining his composure, Du Cheng quickly shook his head. In such a dire situation, I hope you won't hold my offense against me. As Meng Ran remained in the process of absorbing the soul ring, Du Cheng could only support her thigh, striving to minimize any disturbance to her original posture. Compared to Ning Rongrong and the others, Meng Ran was older, implying a more formidable foundation. She sat cross-legged, and as Du Cheng lifted her, her soft form inadvertently pressed against his face, accompanied by a faint scent that wafted around his nose. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Du Cheng restrained himself as he cautiously made his way toward the lake, another enchanting creature. Initially, he thought that merely placing Meng Ran in the Lake of Life would suffice to alleviate his burden. However, upon entering the water, he realized how naive he had been. The lake, capable of concealing the sky-blue bull python, was not only vast but also astonishingly deep. This posed a dilemma. Even at the lakeshore, the water could easily submerge Meng Yiran's head while she sat in a cross-legged position. Under such circumstances, submerging her in the lake would hardly lead to a martial soul evolution. It would be tantamount to a natural watery grave. In desperation, Du Cheng could only stand on a higher ground, cradling Meng Yiran, striving to prevent her from being engulfed by the lake's waters. Yet, this very action intensified his difficulty. The effects of the lake of life were profoundly potent. As soon as Meng Yiran entered the water, her breath began to stabilize, and her soul rings regained their equilibrium. However, the fabric of her clothing was evidently of poor quality. Not only had it been torn by branches, but upon contact with the water, it became nearly translucent. Moreover, as her condition stabilized, whether due to the cold lake water or not, Meng Yiran's limbs tightened around Du Cheng, as if attempting to merge herself with him. I am guilty. I can accept punishment, but please do not test my fortitude in this manner. As a rogue, Du Cheng considered himself far from a paragon of virtue. Yet, recognizing Meng Yiran's precarious state, he could only strive to calm his own breath. After enduring until the soul ring was wholly absorbed, before Du Cheng could exhale in relief, Meng Yiran's body began to radiate heat. A phantom of a colossal serpent emerged behind her. As she emitted cries of pain, leaning closer to Du Cheng, seeking comfort, feeling a delicate hand exploring his body, Du Cheng could no longer contain himself. What cadre can withstand such trials? With a brief murmur of complaint, he leaned down to meet Meng Yiran's gaze. Old adages ring true, dry wood ignites a fierce flame. In response to Du Cheng's approach, the serpent-like phantom behind Meng Yiran let out a faint howl, and she tightened her embrace, drawing closer. Rip! Hiss! As the sound of tearing fabric filled the air, Du Cheng involuntarily inhaled sharply. Even having experienced this twice before, the sensation during the third occasion was still invigorating. More critically, compared to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Cheng, Meng Yiran offered an entirely different experience. Ouch! Meng Yiran's voice bore a playful, feline lilt. Yet, the more alluring her tone became, the more fervent the flames of desire within Du Cheng grew. What? Is this not your moment to test me? Slow? With a slight exertion. A wave of water surged high. That is absolutely out of the question. Hiss. As the splashes intensified, the distance between the two diminished, and Meng Yiran's cries morphed into soft moans. Minutes turned into half an hour, and while Du Cheng remained vigorous, Meng Yiran had entirely surrendered. Her body limp against him. Had he not been supporting her thighs, she would have likely sunk to the lake's depths without a trace. With another surge of water, Meng Yiran's voice suddenly transformed into a plaintive wail. Simultaneously, the serpent behind her emitted a dragon's roar, sprouting short limbs and tiny horns. Her serpent staff martial soul was evolving. Sensing the surge of soul power emanating from Meng Yiran, even in his sage-like state, Du Cheng could not suppress a bitter smile. Why does it feel as if I have been drained? As he lamented, Meng Yiran, draped over him, finally opened her eyes. This is Chapter 90, The Jealousy of Xiao Wu. Just now, it was you who took the initiative, so don't say that I took advantage of the situation. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Meng Yiran couldn't help but blush. I know. Although she was in a state of emotional turmoil due to the evolution of her martial spirit, she still retained some memories. Reflecting on her earlier fervent demands and feeling the heat radiating from Du Cheng's chest, Meng Yiran wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She wanted to distance herself from Du Cheng, yet the lingering pain in her lower body and the weakness of her limbs kept her rooted in place. Thank you for saving me. After struggling in Du Cheng's embrace for a moment, Meng Yiran continued, but since this has happened, you must take responsibility for me. Right? Upon finishing her words, she looked up at Du Cheng with an expectant gaze. As the granddaughter of the Dragon King and the Serpent Lady, Meng Yiran had harbored a profound admiration for strength since childhood. In her eyes, the man she envisioned for her future must not only possess good looks but also formidable strength and talent. Otherwise, what right would he have to conquer her heart? Undoubtedly. Although they had not spent much time together, Du Cheng perfectly met Meng Yiran's criteria, be it in strength or stamina. Of course, upon hearing Meng Yiran's words, a smile involuntarily crept onto Du Cheng's lips. After such an incident, do you still wish to maintain relations with others? As he spoke, Du Cheng playfully slapped Meng Yiran's backside. Though I, too, may be a rogue, I certainly want to sacrifice myself to satisfy the desires of other rogues. Muling having just experienced a fierce battle, Meng Yiran was clearly still in a sensitive state. Suddenly attacked, a delicate gasp escaped her lips. And even her gaze towards Du Cheng became moist. Congratulations, host. Your bond with Meng Yiran has reached 60. At 80, you can participate in a top-tier lottery. Congratulations. Host, you have received 1 basic lottery ticket, 1 intermediate lottery ticket, and 1 advanced lottery ticket. Detected that the host has activated the 4th bond. Reward, 1 advanced lottery opportunity. Enchantress. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Du Cheng couldn't help but shudder, if not for worrying about Meng Yiran's well-being. He would have insisted on a second round. Smack, another slap landed on Meng Yiran's back, and Du Cheng retrieved a set of his clothes from Nanfeng. Put on your clothes first. We have other matters to attend to. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Meng Yiran nodded, her cheeks flushed. Despite being a few years older, she appeared somewhat oversized in Du Cheng's attire. Once dressed, Meng Yiran entirely shed her earlier boldness, now resembling a timid quail hiding behind Du Cheng, surveying the surroundings. Du Cheng soon realized that Daming, Erming, and Xiao Wu had vanished, leaving behind a series of words etched into the ground after the conclusion. Disperse your soul power into the lake, and we shall return. Though somewhat hasty, the writing penetrated the soil significantly with just a glance. Du Cheng deduced it had to be penned by Xiao Wu. Considering her typical jealous demeanor, Du Cheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Alas. It seems I must coax her for quite a while. Despite his vexation, he certainly intended to bring Xiao Wu back. After all, the longer the delay, the more intense the brew of jealousy would become. Without wasting time, Du Cheng approached the lakeside, bent down, and channeled his soul power. The soul power infused with Du Cheng's essence gradually diffused into the lake, in merely a few minutes, with a resounding moo. A massive bull's head emerged from the water. Atop the bull's head sat a gigantic bubble, within which sat the sulky Xiao Wu and the fidgeting Erming. Humph. As the bull's head fully surfaced, the bubble burst, coinciding perfectly with Xiao Wu's cold snort. Xiao Wu, it was merely. Humph. With another disdainful snort. Xiao Wu turned her face away. Clearly, she had no intention of speaking with Du Cheng. This. Turning to Daming. Du Cheng's eyes revealed a hint of grievance. If it weren't for you asking me to help Meng Yiran, this wouldn't have happened. If this hadn't happened, Xiao Wu wouldn't be angry. Therefore, you are the true culprit. Perhaps due to a male bond. Upon sensing Du Cheng's gaze, Daming effortlessly understood his implication. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Daming shook his head gently. Sister Xiao Wu is simply worried about your safety. She isn't truly angry. Who is worried about him? Just as Daming's words left his lips, a cold snort from the dark-faced Xiao Wu pierced the air once more. Even if he stays with that wicked woman, engaging in various misdeeds, I, Xiao Wu, will absolutely not be the least bit concerned. Observing Xiao Wu, whose lips were puffed up as if she could hang a dozen oil jars. Both men and beasts in attendance couldn't help but smirk. You truly do understand the concept of saying one thing while meaning another. Daming, you. Upon seeing Du Cheng's gaze land on him once more, Daming shuddered. Erming, Du Cheng, and Sister Xiao Wu have been here for several hours. Their companions must miss them dearly. Without allowing anyone else a chance to speak, Daming unleashed his soul power, simultaneously transporting Xiao Wu and Erming to Du Cheng's side. You take them back swiftly. Roar upon hearing that Sister Xiao Wu was to be sent away so soon. Erming felt a twinge of reluctance. I suddenly sense my power is about to reach a breakthrough. But before it could express its sentiments, a massive tail had already thwacked against its back. Hurry and send them away, then return to protect me. Roar hearing that Daming was on the verge of a breakthrough. Erming dared not act willfully. Grasping Xiao Wu, Du Cheng, and the still-present Meng Yiran, Erming dashed back in the direction they came from. However, during this process, Erming cunningly devised a plan. Since Sister Xiao Wu is upset about Du Cheng being with others, I'll make her embrace him instead. Thus, Erming disregarded Xiao Wu's protests and tightly squeezed the two together, feeling each other's heartbeat and breath in this state. Xiao Wu. It was truly unavoidable. Feeling the warmth and youthful vitality radiating from Xiao Wu, Du Cheng couldn't help but silently apologize to Erming. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you heir. Humph. Chapter 91. Return to the camp. Although Xiao Wu was aware that Du Cheng spoke nothing but the truth, the image of him embracing Meng Yiran, coupled with their intimate encounter, stirred a pang of jealousy within her. After all, I was the first. Just as Xiao Wu was about to voice her feelings, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Erming's eyes as he sprinted forward. With a sudden stumble, Xiao Wu and Du Cheng's lips collided with a resounding impact. The warmth and moisture that enveloped Xiao Wu's lips caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Despite having shared various intimacies with Du Cheng before, the circumstances still made her feel bashful. Turning her head away forcefully, she looked up at Ming. Ming, you. Roar. A loud bellow escaped Ming's mouth as he quickened his pace, yet stumbled again. The forest path was fraught with pitfalls. And I could not hear what Xiao Wu was saying. Sensing the faint fragrance exuding from Xiao Wu, Du Cheng found himself wanting to commend Ming. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, Ming. Under the pressure from Xiao Wu, Ming hastened back even faster than when he had departed. However, to avoid causing chaos and revealing Du Cheng's identity. This time he refrained from rushing directly towards Zhao Wujie and the others. Upon reaching a spot not too far from the group, Ming unceremoniously tossed Xiao Wu and the others to the ground. Having completed his task, he did not afford Xiao Wu the chance to speak before swiftly turning back towards the heart of the forest. Farewell, Xiao Wu. Deming is still waiting for me to protect him. Stupid Deming, insufferable Ming. The next time we meet, I shall surely give you both a pounding. Watching Ming's departing figure, Xiao Wu could not help but shake her fist and reveal her little tiger teeth, though she had become somewhat silly under Du Cheng's influence. It did not mean that she had lost her essence. At least when facing Deming and Ming, she still exuded the charm of an elder sister. Coughing lightly, Du Cheng knew he could not allow Xiao Wu to take note of Deming and Ming's antics without intervening. With a playful smile, he addressed Xiao Wu. Since we have arrived, shall we return now? We cannot let others worry about us. Humph. With a cold huff, Xiao Wu turned away, disregarding Du Cheng's grin, and hurried towards the direction of the camp. Brother Cheng is a bad egg. Let him stay with that wicked woman. Seeing Xiao Wu's reaction, Ming Ran, leaning against Du Cheng, displayed a hint of concern. Although she admired strength, she was not a selfish individual. At the very least, she did not wish to damage the bond between Du Cheng and Xiao Wu. From their first encounter, Xiao Wu stood intimately beside Du Cheng, and as the newcomer, she had somewhat inappropriately seized the initiative. As she spoke, Ming Ran attempted to pull away from Du Cheng's support. She believed her current state would only serve to further provoke Xiao Wu. It's nothing, Du Cheng reassured, gently squeezing Ming Ran's tightly clenched hand. Xiao Wu has always been gentle and magnanimous. She is merely momentarily upset and not intentionally targeting you. With that, Du Cheng disregarded Ming Ran's struggles and lifted her, pursuing Xiao Wu. To think that this little rabbit walks quite swiftly even when angered. With the lingering scent of Deming and Ming, no foolish soul beast dared to approach Du Cheng and his companions. Thanks to Xiao Wu's rapid strides, the trio soon returned to the camp. Brother Cheng, Xiao Wu, you're back? Iran. The moment the three appeared, they inevitably drew the attention of those present. Upon rushing forward, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Du Cheng and Xiao Wu with concern. Are you both all right? Although reassured by Qing Xian, they were still filled with anxiety after being abducted by the Titan giant ape. Do not worry, we are fine. Du Cheng beamed at the two girls before continuing. After the Titan giant ape captured us, it did not travel far before emitting a sound akin to a bellowing cow. Subsequently, it discarded us and fled in another direction. Using the excuse from the original story, Du Cheng also took the opportunity to shield a certain jealous individual. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. The Titan giant ape's roar stunned many soul beasts, and fortuitously, one particularly suitable for Xiao Wu, a 1,000-year soul beast, presented itself, thus granting her her third soul ring. Hiss. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, everyone present inhaled sharply. Being captured by the Titan giant ape yet seizing the chance to enhance one's strength, this could not even be penned in a legendary tale. Could it? Thus, Xiao Wu must have ascended to the rank of Soul Master. Exclaiming in astonishment, Zhao Wujie turned his gaze towards Xiao Wu. If I recall correctly, you should be the youngest at Shrek Academy, right? Yes. Xiao Wu, I cannot believe you have become a Soul Master so quickly. In contrast to Zhao Wujie, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing displayed even greater excitement. They surrounded Xiao Wu, lowering their voices to inquire. Xiao Wu, what soul skill did you acquire? Is it impressive? Iran. You. As the three girls chattered animatedly, Long Gong and Shipa also turned their attention to Meng Iran, who was leaning against Du Cheng. Are you injured? With Du Cheng's protection, I am unscathed. As Long Gong spoke, Meng Iran's face flushed. I merely sustained a minor injury, yet I also gained substantial benefits. Before Long Gong and Shipa could respond, a dragon-headed staff suddenly appeared in Meng Iran's hand. Grandpa and Grandma, My martial soul has successfully evolved. What? Upon noticing the dragon-headed staff in Meng Yiran's grasp, Long Gong could not help but exclaim, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." As renowned experts in the Douluo continent, the combined strength of Long Gong and Xipa rivaled that of certain titled Douluo. Yet for them, their only granddaughter Meng Yiran had always been their Achilles heel. Inheriting the serpent staff martial soul limited her potential unless she discovered another dragon-headed martial soul. Meng Yiran could never reach the heights of Long Gong and Xipa. However, with the evolution of her martial soul, it now signified that Meng Yiran could leverage her innate talent to become a soul Douluo or even a titled Douluo-level powerhouse. Such an opportunity was something even Long Gong could scarcely envision. Excellent. As Long Gong's gaze fell upon Meng Yiran, Xipa's face also broke into a radiant smile. "Yiran, did you just say that it was Brother Du who saved you?" Chapter 92. The serpent matron offers her daughter. Upon hearing the serpent matron's inquiry, Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed. Yet she nodded emphatically. "So, your ability to evolve your martial soul is indeed thanks to him?" "Yes," she replied, her face now crimson, nearly as if it might bleed. "It is indeed Du Cheng's merit, but it is not solely her martial soul that has undergone evolution. Then from now on, you shall remain by his side," the serpent matron declared, her words startling enough to momentarily overshadow Meng Yiran's shyness. Looking up at her grandmother, Meng Yiran's expression was one of astonishment. "In our Meng family, we place great importance on repaying kindness and grievances in equal measure." In response to Meng Yiran's gaze, the serpent matron maintained her composure. "The evolution of a martial soul is akin to a rebirth. Henceforth, you shall stay close to Brother Du. Only when you have repaid his kindness may you return to the Meng family. But, what do you think of my suggestion, old man?" Without waiting for Meng Yiran to speak, the serpent matron turned to Long Gong at her side. "And no problem." Although Long Gong's face reflected shock akin to Meng Yiran's, he quickly nodded. "I believe you are correct." "Then it is settled," the serpent matron concluded, and without allowing Meng Yiran to interject, she turned to Long Gong again. "I just recalled seeing several spiritual herbs on the way here. How about we return and gather them now?" "This, very well." Scratching his head, Long Gong looked somewhat perplexed. "We were clearly pursuing the wind-tail coxcomb snake on the way here. How could we have encountered any spiritual herbs? Yet, since you have said so, I dare not contradict you. After all, kneeling on the serpent staff is rather uncomfortable. Brother Du, I entrust Yiran to your care." The serpent matron beamed at Du Cheng. "Due to our indulgence, Yiran's temperament has become somewhat headstrong. However, you needn't worry. Should you find any faults, feel free to correct her. Yiran is bright and will swiftly amend her ways." With a barrage of words, the serpent matron turned and walked in a particular direction. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and catch up." Hey. Upon hearing the serpent matron's slightly impatient tone, Long Gong, who had been in a trance, shivered. After casting a glance at Meng Yiran that conveyed "take care of yourself," he hurriedly followed after the serpent matron. After all, while his granddaughter was important, so was the old lady. As a soul emperor, the serpent matron's pace was naturally swift. By the time Long Gong caught up to her, they had put quite some distance between themselves and Du Cheng's group. "Old lady, what exactly are you doing?" Long Gong inquired as he caught up. "Even if we are repaying kindness, there is no need to entrust Yiran to some scoundrel. This is..." Yiran had been leaning against Du Cheng when she returned. Casting a sidelong glance at Long Gong, the serpent matron continued, "Moreover, she is wearing Du Cheng's clothing. If I am not mistaken, Yiran has likely already engaged in some intimate matters with him." "What?" As soon as the serpent matron's words escaped her lips, a furious roar erupted from Long Gong. "What a scoundrel! How dare he lay hands on my granddaughter? I shall." "What will you do?" I. Feeling the serpent matron's deadly glare, Long Gong's imposing demeanor gradually diminished. "I merely wish to have a word with him." "Did you not see any sign of discontent on Yiran's part, just now?" Understanding her old man's character, the serpent matron was not angered. Given Yiran's nature, if she had been unwilling to stay by Du Cheng's side, would she have not rejected my proposal outright? Long Gong fell silent upon hearing the serpent matron's words. He knew his granddaughter well. Despite Meng Yiran's delicate appearance, she was a girl of strong opinions. If she truly did not wish to be with Du Cheng, not even a titled Douluo could alter her resolve. Yet even so, it did not sit well with him to so easily concede her to that young man. Muttering under his breath, Long Gong's expression bore traces of discontent. Considering his current strength, he certainly cannot be a fool. His behavior stems merely from an inability to tolerate the fact that his little cabbage is being courted. In contrast to Long Gong, the serpent matron appeared much more composed. Du Cheng's earlier statements were straightforward, yet they were likely saved from peril. Let us not forget that behind the Titan great ape lurked a sky blue bull python. To provoke both simultaneously indicates that Du Cheng is likely backed by a top-tier powerhouse. Since Iran does not resist and has the chance to seize this opportunity, she should not easily let it slip away. Pausing for a moment, the serpent matron continued, by allowing Iran to remain by Du Cheng's side. At least when we pass on, there will be someone to continue shielding her. Sighing at the serpent matron's words, Long Gong could not help but exhale deeply. You speak the truth. If there were any alternatives, who would willingly send their descendants away? Yet, both Long Gong and the serpent matron understood that although their strength was commendable, they were, after all, advancing in years. As time progressed, their abilities would inevitably wane. And in the future, safeguarding the entire family would not be an easy task. Under such circumstances, it would be wise to find a stronghold for their precious granddaughter early on. At the very least, Du Cheng's current potential far surpasses that of the two old folks. Unbeknownst to Du Cheng and the others, the conversation between Long Gong and the serpent matron unfolded without their awareness. Teacher Xiao, has everyone gathered? At this moment, Xiao Wu was conversing with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while Ming Iran was coming to terms with her perceived abandonment. Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Xiao Wujie. Sighing, Xiao Wujie momentarily froze upon hearing Du Cheng's question, then replied, Most have returned, but Tang San. At this point, Xiao Wujie sighed again. He wondered just how many legs Tang San possessed. He had searched for him first, yet others had returned while Tang San remained missing. If it were not for Du Cheng and the others' return, Xiao Wujie might have suspected that Tang San had been unfortunate enough to be captured by the Titan great ape. Tang San? Du Cheng initially paused at Xiao Wujie's words, then a look of intrigue flickered in his eyes. If memory serves, after Xiao Wu was abducted, did Tang San not encounter a formidable adversary? Chapter 93. Tang San and his old friend the demon spider. It remains uncertain whether Tang San will encounter his old friend as in the original story, given that Ming Iran has successfully acquired her soul ring. Indeed, Xiao Wujie nodded, casting a favorable glance toward Du Cheng. After all, Little San is a member of our Shrek Academy. Could we possibly ask Senior Qin Xian to assist in locating him? Although Xiao Wujie did not voice the rest of his thoughts, his intentions were unmistakably clear. He evidently wished for Qing Xuan's help in finding someone. Since Teacher Xiao had made such a request, Du Cheng naturally felt compelled to oblige. He turned to Qin Xian and said, Qin Xian, would you kindly look into Tang San's whereabouts? Du Cheng's motivations were not rooted in any fondness for Tang San, but rather in the understanding that, with the Tang sect's legacy, Tang San would not easily meet his demise. It was preferable to keep him close rather than risk him stumbling into unforeseen dangers. Of course, Qin Xian was never one to refuse Du Cheng's requests. She nodded and closed her eyes, allowing a gentle wave of soul power to emanate from her. Though only at level 90, Qin Xian remained a formidable title Douluo. Within a matter of minutes, she opened her eyes, her expression calm. Tang San's aura is over there. She indicated a direction with her hand before continuing. However, his current condition appears to be rather dire. Dire condition? As soon as Qing Xuan's words left her lips, a loud exclamation escaped Xiao Wujie's mouth. Under Qing Xuan's somewhat disdainful gaze, Xiao Wujie sheepishly offered an apologetic smile. My apologies. Senior, I was merely momentarily concerned. He regretted his outburst, wishing he could slap himself for daring to raise his voice before a title Douluo. Teacher Xiao, please do not take offense, Du Cheng reassured him with a smile. Your concern for your student is commendable and not at all offensive. Rubbing the back of his head, Xiao Wujie managed a somewhat awkward grin. Since we now know Little San's location, why don't we head over there right away? He felt embarrassed, as only he understood that his outward concern for Tang San masked his own fears. After all, if Tang San were to lose his life, who could predict the wrath of that title Douluo? Hao Yin? With that thought, Xiao Wujie could not help but glance at Du Cheng. In comparison, Du Cheng was decidedly more reassuring, despite their noble backgrounds. Why did he seem to have his own personal bodyguard? Teacher Xiao makes a valid point. Du Cheng, unaware of Xiao Wujie's inner thoughts, nodded quickly. Qing Xian only mentioned that Tang San is in a troubling situation, not that he is in imminent danger. Generally, it is during such moments that unexpected events are most likely to occur, so I have decided to go personally to keep watch. Excellent. Xiao Wujie beamed at Du Cheng's words, his smile widening. In that case, let us set off promptly. As he spoke, his admiration for Du Cheng deepened. Despite having conflicts with Tang San, he was still willing to lend assistance upon hearing of the latter's peril. Compared to some others, Qin Xian, please lead the way. Certainly. For Qin Xian, guiding them was a trivial task. In the outer regions of the Star Doe forest, her strength ensured that no soul beasts would dare interfere. Thus, aside from the occasional branches and underbrush, the group faced no obstacles on their quest to find Tang San. Meanwhile, amidst a jumble of rocks, Tang San controlled the blue-silver grass with one hand while gripping a small black hammer in the other, his expression serious as he focused on the front. Not far from him, a jet-black spider with a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters and 8 long, spear-like legs, each over 3 meters in length, fixated on him intently. Its abdomen bore white patterns that eerily resembled a human face. The human-faced demon spider, one of the soul beasts most suitable for Tang San's third soul ring according to the master's manual. However, Tang San felt no joy. Judging by its size, this human-faced demon spider evidently possessed a 1,000-year level of power, and even with all his trump cards, Tang San felt he was on the brink of peril. Gulp. He swallowed hard, anger flashing in his eyes. That useless Xiao Wu and that so-called Dragon King and Snake Lady couldn't even stop a big monkey. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been reduced to fleeing in a panic, becoming the target of this beast. Hiss. In a moment of distraction, the human-faced demon spider let out a furious roar and lunged forward. The audacity of this buck-toothed, hideous human to waste its time was utterly unforgivable. Seeing the spider's advance, Tang San's eyes flickered with disdain. After prolonged engagement, he had discerned the spider's temperament. His earlier distraction had merely been a feigned tactic to lure the creature into a false sense of security. Blue-silver bind. Channeling his soul power, Tang San unleashed the blue-silver grass, ensnaring the lunging human-faced demon spider perfectly. Parasitize. With 2 consecutive skill activations, Tang San's complexion paled slightly. Yet, upon witnessing the human-faced demon spider under his control, a glimmer of joy emerged on his face. For an ordinary great soul master, controlling a human-faced demon spider would typically yield little in the way of effective damage. However, Tang San was an exception. Although his second martial soul lacked a soul ring, its inherent properties granted it formidable offensive capabilities. With swift precision, Tang San struck down 3 legs of the human-faced demon spider with his hammer. The intense pain caused the creature to break free from his control. Yet it lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Executing a backward leap to evade the web the human-faced demon spider shot forth, Tang San produced a black box from his hand. Swish, swish, swish as he pressed the mechanism on the box, a flurry of arrows shot forth in an instant. In its immobilized state, the human-faced demon spider was akin to a fish on a chopping board. In mere moments, all 8 of its eyes were pierced by the arrows. His Chapter 94, the faceless demon spider. Listening to the anguished roars emanating from the faceless demon spider, Tang San could not help but smirk. A soul beast that was perfectly suited to him in both age and species was within his grasp, and he would soon acquire his third soul ring. Du Cheng, I shall soon surpass you. As he thought of Xiao Wu and the others who constantly flocked around Du Cheng, Tang San gritted his teeth in frustration. Alas, that fellow must have already turned into a pile of monkey dung. Tang San, be careful. Rubbing his ears, Tang San's expression turned peculiar. Was it an illusion? Did I just hear that loathsome voice again? But soon, he realized it was not an illusion. A few figures emerged from the nearby underbrush, one of which charged forward with great fervor. Scoundrel, do not harm my classmate. Stop. Seeing Du Cheng shouting furiously while wielding a carrot to strike at the faceless demon spider, Tang San nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell are you doing? Without time to process his emotions, Tang San swiftly retrieved a black box. Pressing the mechanism, a dozen sharp arrows shot forth once more. However, boom. In disbelief, Tang San watched as the carrot in Du Cheng's hand suddenly enlarged and was hurled away. The enormous carrot struck the faceless demon spider, reducing it to a colorful puddle of flesh with several trembling arrows embedded in it. Tang San, are you all right? Rushing to Tang San's side and observing his battered appearance, Du Cheng couldn't help but gasp in horror. It's my fault. I arrived too late. Du Cheng swore that his feelings at that moment were utterly sincere. He was indeed shocked upon seeing the faceless demon spider. Meng Yiran had already obtained her soul ring, and Long Gong and Shipu had not sought a second soul beast, yet Tang San had still encountered the faceless demon spider? What was even more absurd was that this fool had nearly managed to defeat it. Was this what they called narrative correction? At that moment, Du Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Otherwise, this fool would have carelessly acquired the most suitable soul ring for himself. In stark contrast, Tang San's state could only be described with 4 words. His eyes were filled with rage. What do you mean too late? You arrived far too early. Had he only been a step behind, he could have successfully obtained his 3rd soul ring. If only time could rewind, Tang San would have unleashed a flurry of strikes upon his past self from mere seconds ago. Could you not have waited until after acquiring the soul ring before fantasizing? After Du Cheng's strike, not even the faceless demon spider, let alone a sturdy spider, could withstand it. In fact, Tang San's judgment was entirely accurate. As the thought crossed his mind, a purple soul ring slowly ascended from the creature's corpse. Yet sadly, Tang San could feel no connection to this soul ring. If he attempted to absorb it, it would only result in his demise. TSK, TSK, TSK. As Tang San felt a pang of disappointment, Du Cheng's voice cut through from the side. No wonder Tang San is in such a predicament. It's actually a 1,000-year soul beast. What a pity, such a worthless soul ring is of no use to me. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Only you could utter such perverse statements. Du Cheng, with an enraged shout, Tang San disregarded his broken leg and leapt toward Du Cheng on one leg. You did this on purpose. Fixing his gaze on Du Cheng, Tang San, with reddened eyes and heavy breath, resembled a wild boar afflicted with hoof and mouth disease. You must have done this on purpose. What are you talking about? Raising an eyebrow, Du Cheng met Tang San's glare. I definitely did it to save you. You're talking nonsense. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, Tang San let out another furious roar. You were clearly afraid I would surpass you, so you deliberately killed the faceless demon spider first to prevent my progress, right? Congratulations. You got half of it right. With his external aid in hand, Du Cheng was not concerned about being surpassed by Tang San. His actions were merely intended to irritate the fool. Of course, he could not openly admit this. Thus, as Tang San spoke, Du Cheng also displayed an expression of anger. Me? Afraid of your progress? With a cold laugh, powerful soul energy radiated from Du Cheng. A carrot materialized instantaneously, adorned with 4 glowing soul rings, 2 purple and 2 black. Fixing his gaze on Tang San, Du Cheng's expression was filled with disdain. You, who do not even possess a 1,000-year soul ring. What makes you think I would fear you? I. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Tang San's face flushed. If he did not maintain self-control, he would undoubtedly spit out several bowls of blood. Helpless, he found no counter-arguments to refute Du Cheng's claims. Reveal the secret of being a dual martial soul? Tang San dared not. He feared that Du Cheng, upon witnessing his potential, would turn against him, at least for now. Tang San did not believe he could rival Du Cheng. Regardless, you definitely did it on purpose. When logic failed, he resorted to sheer stubbornness. Staring intently at Du Cheng, Tang San continued, if you hadn't intervened, I would certainly have acquired a 1,000-year soul ring by now. A 1,000-year soul ring? You? Pointing at the flattened, faceless demon spider, Du Cheng's expression was laced with contempt. To be precise, if I hadn't intervened, you would have already become a corpse. You. According to the master's theory, the maximum tolerance for a 3rd soul ring was around 1,760 years. Ignoring Tang San's impending retort, Du Cheng continued, the strength of the faceless demon spider can be gauged by the length of its legs. This spider's legs exceed 3 meters, indicating it possesses over 2,000 years of cultivation. Pausing, Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Tang San. So, why do you think you could absorb a soul ring exceeding 2,000 years? Staring at the spider's legs on the ground, Tang San's expression turned blank. Though he was reluctant to concede, Du Cheng was indeed correct. Glancing again at the spider's legs, cold sweat began to bead on Tang San's forehead. He had been so fixated on acquiring his 3rd soul ring that he had overlooked the true power of the faceless demon spider. Had he rashly attempted to absorb it? Hiss. Chapter 95, The Ownership of the Soul Bone. Tang San spits blood. Xiao San, it was indeed Du Cheng who saved you this time. Before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu beside him had already drawn a sharp breath, establishing the tone for the matter. When it came to gratitude towards Du Cheng, Xiao Wu undoubtedly surpassed Tang San. After all, if Tang Hao were to learn that he had taken Tang San to acquire a soul ring, only for him to perish due to absorbing a soul ring beyond his years. Just the thought made Xiao Wu shudder. How ominous, truly ominous. Casting a glance at Tang San, a hint of disdain flickered in Xiao Wujia's eyes. This wretched creature is actually the offspring of the Haotian crown. Could it be the fabled case of a tiger father siring a dog's son? Humph. While Xiao Wujia's words bore truth, Tang San could not help but emit a cold snort. Without trying, who can ascertain that I would not succeed? He continued to mumble a few words to salvage his dignity, but suddenly he froze. What is this? Following Tang San's gaze, everyone present was taken aback. The purple soul ring that had been floating in the air was gradually dissipating, replaced by 8 palm-sized, spear-like spider legs hovering in the air. An external soul bone. As the crowd pondered in confusion, Qing Xian's voice rang out. If all goes well, this should be an external soul bone. External soul bone? Upon hearing Qing Xian's words, everyone except Du Qing was momentarily stunned. Senior Qing Xian, we know about soul bones, but what exactly is an external soul bone? Typically, soul bones are classified into 6 categories: limbs, head, and torso. However, beyond these 6, there exists a rare type known as external soul bones. Under Qing Xian's explanation, the crowd soon grasped the extraordinary value of this external soul bone, particularly when they learned that soul bones do not require the soul beast's killer to wield them. Their expressions turned fervent. From Qing Xian's description, this item is indeed far more precious than a soul ring. Since the human-faced demon spider was slain by Du Cheng, it was only fitting that he take charge of the soul bone. As various thoughts crossed their minds, Xiao Wujie decisively declared, Du Qing, you shall keep this soul bone. Xiao Wujie felt a pang of heartache as he spoke. As a soul master, no one wished to enhance their strength more than he did. Yet, he understood that with Qing Xian's presence, no one could wrest this treasure from Du Cheng's grasp. Thus, it was wiser to grant Du Cheng this favor, perhaps securing an ally for himself in the future. However, not everyone shared Xiao Wujie's clarity. Why should he? The moment Xiao Wujie's words left his lips, Tang San erupted in fury. I encountered this human-faced demon spider and was the one who grievously wounded it. Now that the soul bone has fallen, why should it be given to Du Cheng? His gaze fixed intensely on Du Qing. It rightfully belongs to me. Tang San. At Tang San's outburst, Xiao Wujie finally lost his temper. He was never one to tolerate defiance against the spirit hall. Had it been a different time, he might have shown some leniency towards Tang San, but the latter's words felt like a slap in the face. Without Du Qing, you would already be a corpse. Fixing his gaze on Tang San, Xiao Wujie continued. At that point, not only would you lose the chance to claim the soul bone, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here and speak. This matter is settled. With a wave of his hand to cut off Tang San's protests, Xiao Wujie's powerful aura radiated. If anyone is dissatisfied, they may approach me, Xiao Wujie, for a discussion. Teacher Xiao is right. Upon hearing Xiao Wujie's words, Ning Rongrong was the first to voice her agreement. The soul beast was slain by Brother Cheng, so the soul bone naturally belongs to him. Only shameless fools would dare contest this with him. At that moment, Tang San's composure finally shattered. His soul beast had been taken from him, his promotion disrupted, and now he was being called a shameless fool. Was there no justice in this world? With a fierce glare at Ning Rongrong, Tang San felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening. As he coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, he collapsed forward. This is outrageous. Utterly outrageous. Tang San. Xiao Wujie swiftly caught Tang San before he could meet the ground, his mouth twitching. This brat has such weak endurance? After channeling soul power into Tang San to stabilize him, Xiao Wujie finally sighed in relief, though a pang of regret surfaced. Have I been a tad too harsh? Rest assured, Teacher Xiao. I believe Tang San merely suffered from his earlier injury. Observing Xiao Wujie's expression, Du Cheng offered a comforting remark. When he awakens, I will have Qin Xian help him capture another human-faced demon spider. I'm sure he will be delighted. That was the only course of action. Nodding, Xiao Wujie's appreciation for Du Cheng grew. He understands etiquette and the bigger picture. Meanwhile, Tang San, feeling Xiao Wujie's gaze upon him, Du Cheng's lips curled into a smile. See, my persona is solidified now. Tang San had fainted, but not for long. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, he soon regained consciousness. To spare his injured companions further suffering in the Star Do Great Forest, Du Cheng had Qin Xian personally assist in capturing suitable soul beasts for everyone. Tang San received a 1,200-year human-faced demon spider, Zhu Zhuqing a 1,700-year shadow leopard, Ning Rongrong a 1,700-year charming grass, and Ma Hongjin a 1,500-year flame chicken. Initially, Tang San was reluctant to accept a mere 1,200-year soul beast as his third soul ring. Yet, regrettably, his injuries were too severe. Even absorbing this seemingly insignificant soul ring felt like a near-death experience. Despite the hurdles, the mission was ultimately accomplished flawlessly. Standing before everyone, Xiao Wujie's rare smile appeared. Today, We will rest for the night in the town outside the Star Do Great Forest and return to the academy tomorrow. Long live Teacher Xiao. As soon as Xiao Wujia's words were uttered, Ma Hongjun and the others erupted in cheers. Even Ning Rongrong and her companions showed smiles. After such a prolonged ordeal in the Star Do Great Forest, they indeed needed a proper rest. However, amidst the celebration, Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. Stealing a glance at Du Cheng, she tightly clenched her small fists. Brother Cheng, just you wait. Chapter 96. Xiao Wu's devotion. Everyone was preoccupied with the thought of returning to rest, and the journey back was devoid of any disturbances. Upon arriving at the tavern and having a light meal, Du Cheng retreated directly to his room. System, initiate the lottery. As he entered the bathing chamber and adjusted the water temperature, he simultaneously commanded the system in his mind. He had acquired 4 lottery chances from Ming Yiran, which he had yet to utilize. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing a primary lottery, acquiring level 1 soul power and 99 gold soul coins. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing a secondary lottery, acquiring level 3 soul power and 999 gold soul coins. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing 2 advanced lotteries, acquiring the soul guidance device in Hunzimu Needle with the skill as you wish throw. Compared to previous lotteries, the rewards from this round were notably fewer. Yet they possessed a certain enhancement in quality. The level 4 soul power was significant. As his strength increased, the difficulty of enhancing his soul power also rose. With the combined efforts of himself and the 3 women during this time, Du Cheng had successfully reached level 49. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Du Cheng couldn't help but smile. With just 1 or 2 more tries, I might reach level 50. The soul guidance device and skill were perfectly complementary. As you wish throw was a top-tier technique for throwing concealed weapons, allowing him not only to launch them but also to catch the enemy's projectiles. The Inhunzimu needle was undoubtedly a premier concealed weapon, comprising 1 mother needle and 81 sub-needles, as long as the mother needle remained unharmed in hand. Any fired sub-needles could instantly return after stopping mid-flight, gradually healing any damage incurred. Aside from his eye techniques, had he not become a more sophisticated version of Tang San? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Du Cheng quickly shook his head. How absurd. I am far more handsome than that fellow. Nonetheless, this technique could be taught to the 3 women, providing them with additional means of protection. After absorbing the information in his mind, Du Cheng opened the bathroom door and returned to his bed. However, just as he nestled into the covers, Du Cheng was startled. Before he could react, a warm body pressed down upon him. Xiao Wu. After straining to see the figure beside him, Du Cheng's breath caught in his throat. What are you doing here? And in this attire? It was impossible for Du Cheng to remain composed, as Xiao Wu's appearance was utterly shocking, clad in white stockings, a pink skirt, and with 2 ears twitching atop her head. Lying atop Du Cheng, Xiao Wu's face flushed from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. However, recalling the words previously spoken by Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of determination. Brother Cheng, do you not like me? Huh? Hearing the words that had taken her so long to muster, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. How could that be? His gaze settled on Xiao Wu, his expression earnest. How could I not like someone as adorable as you? Then why? Her face growing redder. Xiao Wu's voice dropped to a barely audible whisper. Why don't you engage in that kind of activity with me? As if recalling something. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. Clearly, you have done that with Rongrong and Sister Zhu. There exists a state known as the more one speaks, the angrier one becomes, and Xiao Wu seemed to embody this condition. Initially, she had been shy, her voice small, but by the end, her cheeks puffed out, and she was staring intently into Du Cheng's eyes. As Du Cheng's gaze drifted from her face, he felt a mix of pity and amusement. This is no rabbit. She is clearly a little pufferfish. Do you even know what that entails? Unlike Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu's innocence was more pronounced due to her experiences. In his past life, many had labeled her impure, attributing it to their disdain for the third-rate character, yet Du Cheng found this quite displeasing. First and foremost, Xiao Wu was not an ordinary rabbit. Secondly, could a mother soul beast of 100,000 years allow such things to occur with her offspring? In response, Du Cheng could only say, please aim your frustrations appropriately. Do not harm the innocent, as Xiao Wu is indeed a cherished figure from my childhood. I know. Returning to the main topic, upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Xiao Wu's ears turned crimson. Sister Rongrong has taught me, Brother Cheng. Since that is the case. Breathing in the delicate fragrance wafting from the girl before him, Du Cheng swallowed hard upon meeting her pitiful gaze. Then let us proceed. With a swift motion, He flipped their positions, a broad smile gracing his face. Today, allow me to showcase my affection for you. Observing Xiao Wu with her eyes closed and ears trembling slightly, Du Cheng ultimately refrained from being overly aggressive. Leaning down, he kissed her. As their forms intertwined, the room gradually filled with heavy breaths. Beep. Congratulations to the host for reaching a bond value of 95 with Xiao Wu. At 100, you may perform a divine level lottery. In this moment, the system's notification had no effect on Du Cheng. His focus was solely on the blushing figure beneath him. As a master of gentle arts, although Xiao Wu was somewhat inexperienced, her skill surpassed that of the other 3 women. For a full hour, had he not been concerned for Xiao Wu's well-being, Du Cheng felt he could have continued for several more hours. However, such an extended duration was not without its drawbacks. For instance, at the conclusion, Xiao Wu hurriedly fled from Du Cheng's room, tears streaking her cheeks. My arms hurt, my legs are weak, my waist aches. Sister Rongrong and Sister Zhu are both liars, claiming it is comfortable. This girl, given the situation, why not simply stay here? Watching Xiao Wu's retreating figure, Du Cheng couldn't help but mutter. He failed to notice that as he spoke, Xiao Wu stumbled at the door. If I stay any longer, I want to be able to get out of bed tomorrow. The following morning, everyone noticed Xiao Wu's peculiar behavior. How could this girl, who had been angry with Du Cheng the day before, now appear so shy and unable to meet his gaze? Creak, creak. The strange sounds echoed at the dining table, as Tang San's fingers dug 10 deep pits into the steamed bun. Why, when I have seen a glimmer of hope. Chapter 97, The Soul Bone Gift This. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Meng Yiran, who was in the corner holding half a bun, couldn't help but be taken aback. Cheng, this is far too precious. Gazing at the black mini spider leg floating in Du Cheng's hand, she shook her head vigorously. You should keep it for yourself. After speaking, Meng Yiran slightly lowered her head. She had heard about the rarity of external soul bones yesterday, which is why she reacted this way. In the Douluo continent, strength is revered above all. Many would betray their blood relatives for a chance to enhance their power. Thus, for someone like Du Cheng, who directly gifts an external soul bone, even a titled Douluo would likely hesitate. Furthermore, despite being by Du Cheng's side, Meng Yiran felt a tinge of unease in her heart compared to the other girls. She appeared more like an unexpected intruder who had stumbled upon Du Cheng and Xiao Wu's secret. It was awkward, yet she felt compelled to stay. What is there to be polite about? As Meng Yiran's thoughts swirled, a clear voice suddenly chimed in. It's just a gift. Since Brother Cheng has given it to you, you should accept it. Turning her head, Meng Yiran met Xiao Wu's gaze. What is going on? Wasn't she quite upset yesterday? We're all family, so why be so courteous? Seeing Meng Yiran's dazed expression, Xiao Wu simply seized the spider leg from Du Cheng's hand and placed it in Meng Yiran's palm. Rest assured, we all have gifts from Brother Cheng. After saying this, Xiao Wu proudly waved her wrist. So what if I got mine first? I was the first to receive a gift from Brother Cheng. In light of this, I shall not stand on ceremony. As Meng Yiran glanced past Xiao Wu's face and noticed that she truly bore no signs of discontent, she finally nodded. I will certainly get along well with everyone from now on. Ding. The bond value between the host and Meng Yiran has reached 65. At 80, a top-tier lottery can be conducted. While Xiao Wu and Meng Yiran conversed, Du Cheng turned to Ning Rongrong beside him. Rongrong, this is for you. Huh? Seeing the light blue small fan Du Cheng was handing over, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Brother Cheng. This fan, known as the Fire Return Fan, consumes soul power to reflect the opponent's fire attribute attacks. After explaining this to Ning Rongrong, Du Cheng continued, this gift isn't of great significance. I will prepare something more precious for you later. This was not a mere platitude. It came from the depths of Du Cheng's heart. Due to his status, finding a suitable gift for Ning Rongrong was not an easy task. However, Du Cheng was aware that an elderly individual seemed to possess several valuable items. It's all right. As long as it's from Brother Cheng, I cherish it. Carefully placing the Fire Return Fan into her storage soul guide, Ning Rongrong beamed a bright smile, initially. When Xiao Wu mentioned that everyone had gifts, she felt a bit disheartened, but now that feeling had completely vanished. Brother Cheng had not forgotten her. He had merely been preparing a fitting gift. Ding. The bond value between the host and Ning Rongrong has reached 90. At 100, a divine level lottery can be conducted. As Du Cheng and the 4 girls shared their intimate interactions at the table, the others nearby felt like bursting into tears. Casting his gaze upon Zhu Cheng, Dai Mubai's expression darkened as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. Were it not for his restraint, he would have shaken Zhu Cheng vigorously. Open your eyes. Look at him. He is a scoundrel. A scoundrel. During breakfast, due to Du Cheng's actions, the mood of the defeated four was exceedingly poor. Even Tang San nearly ground his chopsticks to dust. Once everyone had finished their meal, Xiao Wu eagerly spoke up. Let me remind you that this journey to the Douluo Forest has provided everyone with a comprehensive enhancement of your abilities. Therefore, upon our return, you will undoubtedly face even stricter trials. As his gaze swept over the crowd, Xiao Wu even revealed a mischievous grin. Be sure to prepare yourselves psychologically. Continuing their swift return without utilizing soul power. However, compared to before, their speed had significantly increased. By the afternoon, they successfully arrived at Soto City. I believe everyone has worked hard these past few days. With a beaming smile, the master welcomed everyone on the streets of Soto City to reward you. I have decided to grant you a brief holiday. Just one day. Gather at the Soul Arena tomorrow. Oh, and, noticing the joy on everyone's faces, the master added, Tang San, you stay behind. Thank you, master. The opportunity for free time was a tremendous blessing for everyone at Shrek Academy. Just as the master's words left his lips, Ma Hongjun hurriedly dashed off after uttering a single line. After being restrained for so many days, he felt his evil fire was nearly uncontrollable. I'll go first. Halfway out, Ma Hongjun suddenly paused. Dai boss, want to join? Upon finishing his sentence, Ma Hongjun shot a lewd wink at Dai Mubai. Hesitating for a moment, Dai Mubai glanced towards Zhu Qing. Upon seeing that everyone's gaze was fixed on Du Qing, Dai Mubai couldn't help but snort coldly. Of course I want to go. He then raised his voice deliberately today. I'll treat you all. You can play however you like. Thank you, Dai boss. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjuan's expression grew even more excited. This was precisely why he had invited Dai Mubai in the first place. Although he had already attained the strength of a soul ancestor, as a disciple of Flinder, Ma Hongjun truly didn't have much money. If Dai Mubai didn't go, his evil fire would only be vented on some aging women. Brother Cheng, what shall we do next? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's conversation and departure did not affect the others in the slightest. After such exhausting days, it was time for a proper rest. Casting a glance at the girls, Du Cheng said, Didn't Zhao Lao mention that new classes will begin tomorrow? After speaking, Du Cheng added, If it's merely going out for fun, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Brother Cheng is right. As soon as Du Cheng's words were spoken, they garnered the support of the girls. They were not like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had the urge to indulge, without the need for venting their evil fire. They certainly wanted to rest well. And you? Chapter 98. Dai Mubai is captured just as he was about to turn and leave. Du Cheng glanced toward a corner. Aren't you going to join them? I don't want to go, Oscar in the corner responded. Momentarily taken aback by Du Cheng's question, his expression was somewhat awkward, despite being part of the same group as Dai Mubai and the others. He received no acknowledgement from them. Since that's the case, you should rest well, Du Cheng replied with a smile. If Teacher Zhao has taken the time to remind you, the upcoming lessons must be quite demanding. After a brief pause, he added, especially for you. As a support soul master, I understand. Oscar was somewhat surprised that Du Cheng would offer a reminder, and his response was a bit delayed. Thank you for the reminder. With that, Oscar turned to walk away, feeling that compared to others in the defeated alliance, his presence and significance were considerably diminished. Once Oscar had distanced himself, Du Cheng returned to his room. System, conduct a lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have conducted a top-tier lottery and received an 80,000 year soul ring as a reward. As the system's voice echoed, Du Cheng was momentarily stunned, then felt an immense power surging within him, accompanied by an introduction to the skills associated with this soul ring. Good heavens! Absorbing the newfound information, Du Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. Had I possessed such a skill earlier, I believe I could have defeated Xiao Wu effortlessly. Combo Carrot. Consume soul power to endow carrots with the combo attribute. After an attack is initiated, there is a 2 chance for an additional damage hit. This additional effect is also applicable to soul skills. This skill being effective on soul skills meant that, with a stroke of luck, Du Cheng could unleash an infinite combo in a single second. Of course, such a formidable opponent had only ever been Xiao Wu thus far. As his thoughts churned, Du Cheng felt an urge to challenge old Zhao for a duel. After much internal conflict, he ultimately restrained himself. There would be ample opportunities to test soul skills. Revealing them too soon could compromise their strategic advantage. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, it wasn't long before Du Cheng succumbed to a deep slumber in his room. To be fair, his physical exhaustion from the excursion in the Douluo Forest was unparalleled. Without exception, uncertain of how long he had slept, When Du Cheng finally descended the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of a bruised and battered Ma Hongjun. "Brother Cheng, you're awake? What happened?" As he reached out to pat Xiao Wu's head, a look of confusion crossed Du Cheng's face. Isn't this fellow supposed to be venting his frustrations? Why does he look like he has been thoroughly spent? Ma Hongjun got beaten up, casting his gaze around. Xiao Wu leaned closer to Du Cheng to explain, not only that, but Dai Mubai has also been captured. They are demanding a ransom for his release. Dai Mubai was kidnapped? Du Cheng paused momentarily, an intrigued expression crossing his face. Who would commit such a gratifying act? Upon hearing Du Cheng's unabashed curiosity, the others present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Even if one relishes in another's misfortune, could they not exercise a modicum of restraint? It's said to be a lecherous old man, in contrast to the others. Xiao Wu answered Du Cheng's inquiry wholeheartedly. Dai Mubai clashed with someone over a woman they both fancied. Dai Mubai is so inept? Not that we are inept. Perhaps Du Cheng's voice was too loud, as Ma Hongjun finally could not hold back. Initially, Boss Dai was winning. After a brief pause, feeling the disdainful gazes of those around him, Ma Hongjun lowered his voice, but that guy called in 2 accomplices, which is why Boss Dai got captured. Du Cheng, you must go and rescue Boss Dai. What? Du Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Are you mistaken? As he spoke, Du Cheng's gaze fell upon Ma Hongjun. Do you think our relationship is so close that I would come to his aid? Having experienced a thorough beating previously. Although Dai Mubai dared not act recklessly before Du Cheng, the malicious glances he cast were never concealed. In such circumstances, it was audacious for Ma Hongjun to seek his assistance. Du Cheng contemplated prying open his skull to see what lay inside. However, Ma Hongjun's expression grew grim, his mouth twitching slightly. In fact, he had realized the foolishness of his words the moment they escaped his lips. Yet, with Tang San and the others nowhere to be found, wasting time searching for them was futile. Ma Hongjun feared that Dai Mubai might have already been executed. In this situation, he could only muster the audacity to appeal to Du Cheng for help. Aren't we classmates from the same academy? Fixing his gaze on Du Cheng, Ma Hongjun spoke in a hushed tone, clearly still harboring a shred of shame. Isn't Dai Mubai a prince of the Douluo Empire? Can he even afford a ransom? Boss Dai's storage soul guide was taken by those ruffians. With a look of helplessness, Ma Hongjun continued, Otherwise, I wouldn't have hurried back to seek your assistance. What assistance? What has transpired? Just as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang from the entrance. Ma Hongjun, why are you back so soon? Tang. Xiao San. Turning around, Ma Hongjun's eyes landed on Tang San, who strode in with a spirited demeanor. You finally returned. He rushed up to Tang San, exclaiming, Xiao San. Quickly asked Du Cheng to save Boss Dai. Me? Pointing at himself, Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun with an expression of disbelief. Seek Du Cheng's help? Yes. Nodding eagerly. Ma Hongjun's expression was filled with hope. After all, you both came from the same academy. Though there are some conflicts, he will surely give you some face. After all, he did save you in the Stardow Forest, didn't he? Shut up. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Tang San erupted in a furious roar. Impossible. Absolutely not. With that, Tang San shot a cold glare at Ma Hongjun. I, Tang San, would rather die than utter a single word of plea to that Du Cheng. As he concluded, Tang San displayed an air of pride towards Du Cheng. I, Tang San, possess such integrity. Chapter 99. Tang San, allow me to rescue Dai Mubai. Yet, why seek assistance from others when it is merely a few ruffians? As he spotted Ma Hongjun, Tang San interrupted him before he could utter a word. Lead the way ahead. Leave the rest to me. Why waste words? Before Ma Hongjun could respond, Tang San scolded him. Do you wish to watch Dai Mubai meet his demise? Tang San held both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun in contempt. A soul master and a soul sect member, recognized as monsters by Shrek Academy, reduced to being bested by mere thugs, such incompetence hardly qualifies them to be called monsters alongside him. Naturally, he would never voice such thoughts. After his earlier discourse with the master, he had resolved to temporarily acquiesce to Dai Mubai's request. After all, as the second prince of the Douluo Empire, Dai Mubai's value was significant. Thus, it now depended on you. Having been interrupted twice by Tang San, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of irritation. He shot a glance at Tang San and turned to exit. Let us go. I hope you can successfully rescue Boss Dai. As he spoke, a smirk played on his lips. Although he had pledged allegiance to Dai Mubai early on, his loyalty was tenuous at best. In his perspective, with his martial spirit being the legendary phoenix, how could he submit to a mere tiger? His return to deliver a message stemmed from the concern that Dai Mubai's predicament might pose trouble for him in the future. However, Now that Tang San was eager to take the lead, Ma Hongjun felt no obligation. If Dai Mubai were to meet his end, it would be of no concern to him. By the way, as they reached the entrance, Ma Hongjun turned back to look inside. Xiao Wu, you should follow too. Bringing Oscar along would ensure that if Dai Mubai were gravely injured, at least someone could tend to him. In Ma Hongjun's eyes, this was the extent of his kindness. Oh, Cheng, let's go and see too. Observing Ma Hongjun and the others depart, Xiao Wu tugged at Du Cheng's arm. We rested long enough. I want to witness the excitement. With Xiao Wu's words, the other three women cast expectant glances at Du Cheng. It was evident they all wished to partake in the spectacle. Then let us proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Du Cheng acquiesced to Xiao Wu's proposal. The individuals capable of besting Dai Mubai were likely not to be trifled with, and if Tang San was not cautious, he might also find himself in a precarious situation. Such a rare scene should not be missed. To do so would be a slight against Tang San's choices. Hooray! With Du Cheng's agreement, Xiao Wu could not contain her delight. She was indifferent to who might suffer, as long as there was a show to behold. Of course, it would be even better if Tang San faced misfortune. After all, that fellow was always at odds with Cheng Ge. Perhaps eager to distance himself from blame, Ma Hongjun moved swiftly. In mere minutes, he led Tang San and the others to a dilapidated alley. For Du Cheng and the others who followed, neither Tang San nor Ma Hongjun offered much commentary. The former wished to showcase his prowess, while the latter simply felt it prudent to have an extra layer of security. Just ahead, is this where you come to vent your frustrations? Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Du Cheng could not help but frown as he surveyed the surroundings. The disparity between wealth and poverty existed at all times. This place was evidently the most destitute area of Soto City. Rows of shabby houses adorned with pink lanterns. Occasionally, some heavily made-up women exuding a pungent aroma cast eager glances at Du Cheng and the others. Hey, you might not know this, but perhaps it tickled Ma Hongjun's fancy, as he surprisingly overlooked his fear of Du Cheng. With a peculiar grin, he continued, as the saying goes, even in a henhouse, a golden phoenix may arise. Do not underestimate such places. Casting a glance around, he raised an eyebrow suggestively. Although the women here may be of average quality, they are affordable and quite accommodating. 1 silver coin for a visit, 2 silver coins for 3 visits, with a few extra gold coins. They can be persuaded to do anything. Moreover, if luck is on your side, one might even encounter some exceptional finds, like this time. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun suddenly faltered, feeling a bit awkward. Although he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, it had led to Dai Mubai's misfortune. Vulgar. While Ma Hongjun paused, the others did not. Xiao Wu shot a disdainful look at the rotund man and scowled. Cheng Ge, do not learn from such a person. If you wished, we could. Do not speak nonsense. Seeing Xiao Wu about to continue, Du Cheng hastily covered her mouth. What sort of person do you think your Cheng Ge is? He would never engage in such sordid activities. With that, he proudly patted his chest. Rest assured, I, Du Cheng, shall never return to such places. Cheng Ge is wonderful. Haha. Hearing Du Cheng and Xiao Wu's exchange, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but smirk. Is it possible that Du Cheng avoids such places simply because he looks down upon these superficial women? Scanning her surroundings, she shuddered. If even such individuals can be entertained, Dai Mubai must be the greatest disgrace to the Star Luo Empire. Here we are. Perhaps the disdainful gazes of the girls were too piercing, for Ma Hongjun remained silent for the remainder of the journey. It was not until they reached a small, crumbling courtyard that he finally displayed a look of excitement. This is it. Boss Dai is held within this courtyard. After a brief pause, Ma Hongjun turned to Tang San. What do you plan to do? Everyone inside, get out. Before Ma Hongjun could finish, Tang San had already charged into the courtyard. Release those you have captured, or do not blame me for being merciless. Who dares to speak so boldly here? As Tang San's voice echoed, a figure emerged from the small house. Do you not know this is the domain of your grandfather? Oh, it's you, little fatty? As the words trailed off, the newcomer seemed to notice Ma Hongjun outside the courtyard, and his expression shifted to one of smugness. What? Are you here to redeem that pretty boy? That SM. Chapter 100. The unsightly squat upon gazing at the middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. Ma Hongjun's voice abruptly escalated several decibels. He is the one who kidnapped Big Brother Dai. As Ma Hongjun's words echoed, the attention of everyone present shifted to the middle-aged man. With just a glance, Xiao Wu could not help but exclaim, how ugly. Seemingly feeling that her sentiment was not sufficiently conveyed, Xiao Wu added, he is even uglier than Tang San. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Wu's remarks, Du Cheng nodded earnestly. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter someone with such an open mindset. It was no surprise that Du Cheng and Xiao Wu's words were sharp. This unpleasant uncle's appearance was exceedingly jarring. He appeared to be in his 40s, of short stature, with dark skin, beady eyes, and a bandaged right hand. Kid, are you calling me ugly? Fixating his gaze on Du Cheng. The man's expression darkened. What of it if I am ugly? Can an ugly face not possess a broad mind? Not only ugly, but also foolish. Upon hearing the man's words, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stepped back 2 paces, pulling Xiao Wu and the others with him. Xiao Wu, remember, ugliness and foolishness are contagious. One must keep a safe distance from such individuals. I understand, Xiao Wu replied, her expression turning serious. Nodding, she continued, rest assured, Brother Cheng, I will maintain my distance from Tang San. Enough. With a thunderous roar, Tang San, having been summoned for the 2nd time, could no longer contain himself. What is this? Enjoying the spectacle while stabbing me in the lungs? Naturally, considering the disparity in strength, Tang San dared not unleash his ire upon Du Cheng, and thus, the burden fell upon the unsightly man. Ugly fiend, are you not hastening to release Daimubai? Casting his gaze upon Tang San, the man remained silent. Yet his expression spoke volumes. You dare refer to me as an ugly fiend? Hand over the ransom, and I shall release him. Ransom? How about your life as the ransom? Before the man could respond further, Tang San suddenly waved his hand, sending several gleaming daggers hurtling towards the man's neck. Blue-silver bind. Simultaneously, several strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring the man's legs. Despicable, not expecting the ugly fellow to preemptively strike, let alone employ hidden weapons. The man's countenance reflected his astonishment. However, a mere soul sovereign would find it difficult to triumph over him so easily. A powerful surge of soul power manifested, revealing a peculiar martial spirit resembling 2 circular domes, heavenly dual shields. Shield the heavens, shield the earth. With the martial spirit summoned, the daggers launched from Tang San's hand near the man. However, as the first soul ring illuminated, the circular shield above the man's head expanded instantaneously. The sound of clashing rang out as all the daggers were deflected. Kid, to attempt a sneak attack on me, you are still a tad inexperienced. In the face of an ambush, the man's defensive capabilities were commendable. Yet, upon hearing his words, the onlookers could not suppress their disdainful evaluations. Vile. Shameless. Lewd. Indeed. Those 2 pink shields bore an uncanny resemblance to mysterious feminine implements, coupled with the sudden enlargement and the man's lecherous demeanor. It was no exaggeration to say that his continued existence without being dispatched by female soul masters was likely due to both his considerable strength and a stroke of luck. Even Tang San, engaged in battle with the man, found himself momentarily dazed by the sheer lewdness of the martial spirit. Compared to this, Blue Silvergrass seems to be a top-tier martial spirit. What transpired below? Why has there been a sudden altercation? As the crowd marveled at the absurdity of Buli's martial spirit, 2 more figures emerged from within the house. Hiss upon seeing the newcomers. The crowd could not help but gasp in disbelief. What a repulsive sight. This time, it was Du Cheng's voice. Heaven and earth bear witness, even in 2 lifetimes. Du Cheng had never encountered such a grotesque combination. While Buli's appearance had been previously noted, the newly arrived duo somehow managed to surpass it. Among them, the one on the left was the tallest, sporting a disheveled mane, a broad nose, and small eyes, yet his eyelids were so swollen they resembled those of a goldfish. The individual on the right had a gaunt face, a crooked mouth, and a cigar that was thicker than a cucumber hanging from his lips, making him appear as though a small sausage were skewered on a larger one. In summary, this duo, alongside the already revealed Douluo, represented the nadir of appearance and demeanor in the Douluo continent. Hey, as the crowd scrutinized them, the 2 were also observing the onlookers. Upon spotting Tang San standing opposite Douluo, the cigar-smoking figure could not help but chuckle. This kid has quite an amusing look. Just look at those little buck teeth. He would fit perfectly into our ensemble. Stop babbling. Hearing the sausage man's remarks, Buli's lips twitched slightly. This kid is here to stir up trouble. Lao Yi, Tianya, hurry and come help. Stir up trouble? As Bulu spoke, Tianya's face displayed a hint of regret. Kid, with such a promising appearance, why would you choose to oppose us? How about this? If you surrender now and apologize to your uncles, I can arrange for you to join. Shut your mouth. Before Tianya could finish, Tang San's voice erupted in a furious roar. You bunch of ugly fiends, wretched sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs. Do you even consider what your own state of being is? If you wish to avoid death, release Daimubai at once. As his words rang out, the blue-silver grass-binding Douluo surged mightily, simultaneously ensnaring Tianya and Ikao. What did you just say? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tianya's face twisted with anger. Ugly fiend? A green short knife, scarcely longer than a kitchen knife, appeared in his hand. His gaze fixed on Tang San. With such a distinctive appearance, how dare you call me ugly? 5 soul rings, 2 white, 2 yellow, and 1 purple, materialized as Tianya extended his tongue to lick his short knife. Let us teach this ungrateful little brat a lesson. Very well. As Tianya's words fell, Ikao also summoned forth his martial spirit. His mouth elongated, and white wings emerged from his back. Sharing the same soul ring configuration as Tianya, this fellow is also a soul king-level powerhouse. Chapter 101. Tang San. Only the weak seek help as 2 figures charged towards him. Tang San felt as though his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He glanced at Ma Hongjun. Confusion etched upon his face. One soul sovereign is one thing, but why are there 2 soul kings among my adversaries? More importantly, why had these individuals abandoned all notions of martial ethics to jointly confront a mere soul master? Did they truly believe this was how we were defeated? Catching the intensity of Tang San's gaze, Ma Hongjun calmly shrugged. If it were just a single soul sovereign, would I need to return seeking rescue? In truth, Tang San's reaction was not entirely unwarranted. Who could have anticipated that such formidable soul kings would resort to the unscrupulous tactics of thugs? Quickly, come to my aid. At such a juncture, quibbling over blame was futile. With a furious roar directed at Ma Hongjun, Tang San unleashed a flurry of various concealed weapons from his hands. Simultaneously, he did not forget to activate his 3rd soul skill, web binding. Here they came. Although somewhat reluctant, Ma Hongjun grimaced and positioned himself to intercept the winged goose Ka. After careful observation, he noted that this creature was slightly less aggressive than Tianya. Tang San, perhaps you should still call for help from Du Cheng? Armed with his sinister flames, Ma Hongjun seldom encountered rivals among equal-ranked soul masters. However, facing Tianya, who was 2 levels above him, even he found himself in a precarious situation. If Tianya had not approached with a playful demeanor, Ma Hongjun might have already faced defeat. Absolutely not. Tang San shouted with unwavering determination. In all my endeavors, I, Tang, have never been inferior to others. Seeking help is the act of the feeble. With his declaration, Tang San hastened his hands, launching an incessant barrage of concealed weapons. He was resolute in his belief that if he could strike swiftly enough, he could inflict damage upon his foes. Kid, you do possess a modicum of tenacity. Controlling the heavenly net, no enveloped all of Tang San's projectiles. A smug expression overtaking his face. However, today I shall impart a lesson. When it is time to bow down, one must bow, or else one will suffer greatly. After a brief pause, Noel gestured towards Tianya, who had just severed all of Tang San's summoned blue-silver grasses. Tianya, show this boy some greenery with your cleaver. This, my friend, is the dragon-slaying blade. Though displeased with Noel's designation, Tianya's actions showed no signs of hesitation. A flash of green light appeared, and in an instant, Tianya stood behind Tang San, the cleaver aimed menacingly at his throat. Swish! Despite his timely duck, Tang San lost a significant tuft of hair. When he lifted his head again, even Du Cheng, standing nearby, struggled to suppress a laugh. It seems our friend Tang San, now resembling a balding Mediterranean, has taken quite a hit. Tang San, please, call for help. While Tang San was being pursued across the ground by Tianya wielding a cleaver, Ma Hongjun was at his breaking point. Gripped by Goose Ka, flapping its wings, Ma Hongjun's face had noticeably rounded. I can barely hold on. Endure. Dodging another swipe from Tianya's cleaver, Tang San acquired a fresh cut across his face. Once I deal with my opponent, I will come to assist you. Damn it. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun nearly spat blood in disbelief. I am taking a beating here, but I am not blind. You are on the verge of being reduced to a mere child, yet you speak of resolving your foe? Brother, take it easy. I concede. With Tang San proving unreliable, Ma Hongjun was left to fend for himself. Flashing a chubby smile at Goose Ka, Ma Hongjun endeavored to appear harmless. We are both avian soul beasts. Why not show each other some respect? Avian? Goose Ka paused, clearly perplexed by Ma Hongjun's words. Isn't your soul beast a domestic fowl? Upon uttering this, Goose Ka scrutinized Ma Hongjun. Indeed, you are nothing but a little grass chicken, aren't you? Curse you. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened instantaneously. You may insult my character, but do not mock my soul beast. It is a phoenix. Stretching his neck to face Goose Ka, Ma Hongjuan's resolve strengthened. My soul beast is none other than the legendary evil fire phoenix. A phoenix? Smack. A wing struck Ma Hongjuan's face. And observing the blood trickling from his nostrils, Goose Ka scoffed. Is that so? I am still in my infancy. You? Growth? Smack. Another wing landed. Goose Ka appeared to have an inexplicable affinity for slapping. You mean to say you will become a roasted chicken? Damn it. Smack. Children should not use foul language. With a barrage of slaps, Ma Hongjun felt not only his face swelling, but also the onset of various ailments, including anemia and flying mosquito syndrome. Domestic fowl. Grass chicken. With a pitiful gaze directed at Goose Ka, Ma Hongjun swore he had never been so sincere in his life. I am a grass chicken. Please. Just spare me. In stark contrast to Ma Hongjuan's plight, the battle between Tang San and Tianya was considerably more intense. Utilizing his level advantage and the razor-sharp cleaver, every strike Tianya delivered inflicted some measure of harm upon Tang San. Were it not for Tang San's mastery of the ghost shadow perplexing steps, he would have likely been reduced to a pulp by now. Nonetheless, his garments were already tattered and torn. Ugly brat. Perhaps it is time for you to call for help? Having successfully transitioned from protagonist to mere spectator, Noel relished witnessing Tang San's misfortunes. To retaliate against Tang San's previous insult, Noel deliberately emphasized the word ugly. However, I suspect that even if you do call for help, it will yield no results. Casting a glance at Du Cheng and the others, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Noel's rodent-like eyes. Those young ladies do possess a certain allure. If only they could indulge me in some merriment, it would be splendid. As he concluded his words, Noel rubbed his chin with his unblemished arm. Tianya, what do you think of my proposal? Upon hearing Noel's suggestion, Tianya executed another fierce slash, momentarily glancing at Du Cheng. Kid, I didn't expect you to bring such exquisite company. What a pity, with your looks. These girls must surely favor the pretty boy over there. With that, Tianya's aura surged dramatically. However, since there are so many lovely ladies present, I shall conclude our little affair first. As he spoke, the cleaver in Tianya's hand expanded ominously, charging toward Tang San's chest with terrifying force. Du Cheng, save me. Chapter 102. Du Cheng, save me. I'm going to die. This was the sole thought racing through Tang San's mind as he faced Tianya's deadly strike. Dignity, integrity, life. Undoubtedly, Tang San chose the latter. In this moment, his heart was not only filled with a profound fear of death, but also a bitter resentment towards Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. If it were not for these two fools who had stirred up trouble, how could he possibly find himself in such peril? I am a natural-born soul power prodigy, endowed with dual martial souls. My journey cannot end here. Help? As he watched the green kitchen knife approach him menacingly, Bulu displayed a look of disdain. Even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will come to your rescue. But fear not. Although relegated to the role of an onlooker, Bulu was evidently intent on amplifying his part in this drama. After a brief pause, he continued, once you are dead, that pretty boy over there will soon join you, though those few young ladies might have to wait several decades. Bang. The knife descended, crashing down. Upon seeing the yellow carrot blocking his path, Tianya's gaze sharpened. A soul king. The moment he beheld the astonishing configuration of 2 purple and 3 black soul rings upon the carrot, Tianya could not help but gasp in disbelief. Is this a soul ring configuration attainable by a normal person? In truth, it was not only Tianya. Even Xiao Wu and the others beside him exhibited expressions of astonishment. Brother Cheng's rate of soul power enhancement is indeed astonishing. Cough, feeling the weight of their gazes. Du Cheng could not resist a slight cough. I've been a bit fatigued these past few days and inadvertently broke through to become a soul king. Young brother, do you wish to involve yourself in our conflict? Hearing Du Cheng's pretentiousness, Tianya's face darkened. Though we are both soul kings, you have only just broken through. You may not stand a chance against the combined forces of me and Lao Yi. Despite his words, Tianya could not help but cast a cautious glance at Du Cheng. As a seasoned veteran in the world of soul masters, the trio, known for their cunning, was exceptionally prudent. This young man before him seemed scarcely in his teens. Yet he possessed strength equal to his own, a genius? No, even calling him a monster fails to adequately convey such an existence. Typically, Tianya would avoid conflict with someone of Du Cheng's caliber. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, your relationship with this young lad should not be particularly favorable, right? Truly a seasoned soul master. Upon hearing Tianya's words, Du Cheng could not help but commend him inwardly. It seemed that Tang San, despite having lived 2 lives, lacked the intelligence and insight of the trio before him. You are not mistaken. Nodding, A hint of distress flickered across Du Qing's face. Under normal circumstances, I indeed would not care for this fellow's life or death. However, pausing momentarily, Du Qing turned his gaze back to Tianya. If I heard correctly, your good brother just called out to take action against me, did he not? This. As Du Qing's words fell, Douluo instinctively shrank back. Young brother, if I say this is a misunderstanding, could you believe me? Unlike Tianya, who was a formidable opponent, he was merely a weakling of the soul zone level. If this young man before him chose to target him, he could not rely solely on his shield to find success. If I were to give you a good thrashing, then claim it was a misunderstanding. Fixing his gaze on Douluo, Du Qing continued, would you accept that? To be frank, under normal circumstances, Du Qing would relish watching Tang San suffer. After all, from any angle, he and this fellow were not on the same side. Yet, regrettably, Du Qing knew that facilitating Tang San's downfall would be exceedingly difficult. At least this time. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, Qing Xian had conveyed to Du Qing that she sensed Xiao Wu's aura. Since success is not an option. Young man, are you refusing to show me any respect? As Du Qing's words fell, Douluo's expression darkened. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Douluo waved his hand decisively. You too, dispose of this young man first. While Douluo continued his speech, Du Qing suddenly retreated a step. Bang. Just as Du Qing had moved from his position, a figure radiating green light appeared beside him. The short knife sliced through the air, as if it could tear apart the very atmosphere. What a clever lad. I did not expect Du Qing to evade my attack, even while I distracted him. Tianya could not help but exclaim in admiration, you are even more slippery than that ugly brat. Yet, at this moment, Tianya's expression shifted oddly. Laoyi. Attack. The raspy voice echoed as a tempest composed entirely of white feathers surged towards Du Qing from behind. Young man, today I shall impart a lesson to you. As the feather storm drew ominously closer to Du Qing, Tianya's face lit up with triumph. In this world, possessing strength alone is insufficient. One must also have allies. As he spoke, the green light upon Tianya's knife intensified. His eyes were fixed firmly on Du Qing. As soon as this young man attempted to evade Laoyi's attack, he could strike with lightning speed. One strike, just one strike, and this young man would surely be vanquished. The thought of defeating such a monstrous being sent shivers of excitement through Tianya. What does it matter if he is a genius? He will still suffer at my hands. In contrast to Tianya, another individual shared in the excitement, Tang San. As he beheld the approaching featherstorm, a smile uncontrollably crept onto Tang San's lips. Indeed. This is how it should be. Die. Once you are gone, then Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, they will all belong to me. Helping Du Qing? Apologies. But the notion had never even flickered in Tang San's mind. At worst, he would wait until he grew stronger and then avenge himself upon these individuals. Bang. However, it was unfortunate that the scenario Tang San envisioned was destined never to materialize. In Tianya's incredulous gaze, Du Qing astonishingly did not flinch or evade the onslaught of feathers rushing toward him. Struck by countless feathers, Du Qing emerged without a single wrinkle upon his garments. How is this possible? Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Tianya could not suppress an exclamation. This is Laoyi's most powerful attack soul skill. And yet it produced not a single effect? Nothing is impossible. While Tianya was left in shock, Du Qing remained unfazed. With a subtle smile. Seizing the moment before Tianya could react, Du Qing swung the carrot in his hand with sudden force. Bang. Chapter 103. The luck of Tianya. A colossal carrot struck Tianya's head, leaving Du Qing momentarily stunned. Had the combo been triggered? Compared to other soul masters, Du Qing's soul abilities appeared rather mundane in their special effects. Yet, only those who had truly battled against him understood the sheer potency of his abilities, a force comparable to that of soul beasts, one that ordinary soul masters could scarcely withstand. Caught off guard by Du Qing's blow, Tianya felt as though his head had been struck by a titan. Had it not been for his solid foundation, that single hit might have rendered him utterly defenseless. With a resounding bang, Tianya began to utter a response, but was interrupted by the unsettling realization that he felt as if he had been struck twice, despite only experiencing one blow. Furthermore, as the sensation of a second impact washed over him, Tianya suddenly felt his soul power dwindle to nothing. Was he unable to unleash his abilities? Tianya dodge. Came the urgent shouts of Igao and Buell, but Tianya, sluggish like a weary ox, was slow to react. Another strike echoed, and Du Qing's eyes lit up. Could it be that the combo had activated again? A broad smile spread across his face as he reveled in the moment. To think that there existed someone whose luck could rival that of old Xiao. Tianya. Stop playing around. Observing Tianya being struck by Du Cheng repeatedly, Buell could not restrain himself. Despite his current predicament, Tianya is a formidable Soul King. While we have the upper hand now, we risk a reversal if this continues. Stop it. Tianya could only manage to utter 4 words before he was once again felled by Du Cheng's carrot. Yet, even in defeat, his eyes remained fixed on Buell's direction. Had circumstances allowed, he would have lunged at that fool and made him pay. Open your eyes and see clearly. I am not playing. I am being humiliated. Fortunately, Buell and Igeo were not fools. Upon witnessing the fury in Tianya's gaze, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Tianya is genuinely being beaten, Igeo exclaimed, taking flight towards Du Cheng. In his view, with Tianya's strength, all he needed to do was create an opportunity, and they would soon regain the advantage. Don't come over, Tianya shouted in desperation as Igeo closed the distance. With a resounding bang, the sound of carrot meeting flesh echoed, sending Igeo spiraling through the air, unprepared for the impact. Observing Igeo land clumsily, Du Cheng furrowed his brow. After experimenting with Tianya so many times, he found it difficult to adapt to this ordinary situation devoid of combo or silence. However, Igeo's combat experience was evidently inferior to Tianya's, with probability not in his favor. He would have to rely on speed. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of 3 strikes, and Igeo finally achieved a shared experience with Tianya, lying on the ground. Igeo's face was a canvas of pain. I concede. I concede. I concede too. As if Pandora's box had been opened, Tianya made his own decision at that moment. What? Buell was taken aback by the words of his companions. Silence. Before Buell could finish, he was met with the furious roars of Tianya and Igeo. If it weren't for that foolish provocateur, they would never have found themselves in such a predicament. One should always leave room for others. The future will bring chances for reunion. Ignoring Buell's crestfallen expression, Tianya turned to Du Cheng. We are willing to relinquish that woman. Young brother, how about? I have no interest in women. What? Tianya's expression froze at Du Cheng's response. His gaze fell upon Du Cheng, his voice trembling. Young brother, we do not discriminate against unique preferences, but at this point, Tianya swallowed hard. He had long been aware that many geniuses harbored peculiar quirks, but he never imagined someone could be so bizarre. Tentatively, he probed. Perhaps you would prefer to target Buell instead? Tianya's odd demeanor left Du Cheng momentarily perplexed. It wasn't until he saw Tianya's gesture that he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Are you seeking death? No, not at all. Tianya quickly shook his head, as though undergoing a profound mental struggle. If you insist, I am not entirely opposed. I have no interest in men. As Tianya's remarks grew increasingly unsavory, Du Cheng could no longer contain his irritation. Thus, the adage one's appearance reflects their heart holds significant truth, does it not? Tianya, oblivious to Du Cheng's thoughts, sighed deeply upon hearing his words. That is a relief. Patting his chest, Tianya redirected his gaze to Du Cheng. Pray tell. What must we do for you to spare us? As seasoned wanderers within the realm of soul masters, Tianya and his companions, despite their unsavory appearances and behaviors, were well prepared for encountering formidable opponents. As long as they could preserve their lives, they would be willing to sacrifice their all. Indeed, the smoothness of Igeo and Tianya's concession left Buell feeling somewhat awkward. Seizing the opportunity to interject, he earnestly declared, Young brother, speak freely. I, Buell, have never uttered "ano" in my life. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers could not help but smirk. There were so many flaws in his statement that it was hard to know where to begin. This matter is not particularly related to me. Casting a glance at Buell, Du Cheng's words rendered him somewhat embarrassed. Ignoring Buell's change in expression, Du Cheng continued, however, since the situation has unfolded, we cannot overlook the necessary compensation. His gaze swept over the trio. Recalling their earlier cooperation, an idea sparked in Du Cheng's mind. I want you 3. Chapter 104. Subduing the trio. What? The moment Du Cheng's words escaped his lips, Tianya sprang up from the ground, exclaiming, You bastard. You dare to call yourself? Bang. A carrot struck the agitated Tianya, sending him crashing back to the earth. Only then did Du Cheng continue. A weakling who can't even unleash a soul skill dares to behave so audaciously before me. Du Cheng? Despite his mockery, an explanation was indeed necessary. After all, due to the taint brought by Tianya, even the gazes of Xiao Wu and the others towards Du Cheng had turned peculiar. I mean to say, I wish to recruit you as my subordinates. Rubbing his nose, Du Cheng proceeded, From this day forth, when I command you to entertain my dog, you shall not chase after chickens. I instruct you to. I agree. Before Du Cheng could finish, Tianya, still on the ground, quickly nodded his head. Boss. From this day forth, you are our leader. Placing a hand on his chest, Tianya's expression grew earnest. At your command, I, Tianya, shall be your loyal hound. Upon finishing, he kicked his companions, Douluo and Cao, urging, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and show your allegiance. I too, Cao chimed in. I am even more loyal than a loyal hound. Not disappointing Tianya, Douluo and Cao swiftly made the right choice after his prompting. The only annoyance was when Douluo, while professing his loyalty, inadvertently stepped on Tianya's foot. Boss, what do you wish for us to do next? As Tianya expressed his disdain for Douluo, Cao had already rushed to Cheng's side, asking, should we teach that ugly kid a lesson? Pointing at Tang San. Cao unabashedly reported, I saw it clearly. When you were ambushed, that fellow wore a gloating smile. What? How dare he gloat? To gain favor with Du Cheng. The trio was willing to go to great lengths. As Cao's words left his mouth, a fierce shout erupted from Tianya. We must teach him a lesson. Kicking aside Douluo, who also intended to rush to Du Cheng, Tianya continued, Boss, you acted justly. This brat not only lacks gratitude, but dares to harbor other thoughts. It's utterly shameless. The sight of ungrateful wretches who stab others in the back is the most despicable to me, Tianya. Just give the word. And I will show this ugly lad the cruelty of the soul master world. Upon finishing his speech, Tianya cast a glance at Douluo, stating, just like this mutt. He may seem honest, but he's full of treachery. Tianya had already resolved that after ingratiating himself with Du Cheng, he would seize the opportunity to teach Douluo a lesson. Speak your mind, but don't come too close. Observing Tianya's fervent expression as he spoke, Du Cheng couldn't help but take a couple of steps back. Maintain your distance. I fear your appearance. As for teaching Tang San a lesson, there's no need. For I wasn't even attempting to save him. Disregarding the unpleasant expressions of Tianya and the others, Du Cheng continued, you lot. Just stay by my side for now and handle some minor tasks like serving tea. When the time comes, I will naturally assign you proper duties. Absolutely. As Du Cheng's words fell, Tianya eagerly nodded in agreement. Without waiting for Du Cheng to speak again, he firmly positioned Cao and Douluo behind him, declaring, whatever orders you have, just say the word. The ease with which they pledged allegiance to Du Cheng was not difficult to comprehend. The trio comprised 2 soul kings and 1 soul ancestor. While that sounded commendable, in reality, it was merely a mediocre status. Generally, soul masters of their caliber would find decent prospects in families or the spirit hall. However, the unfortunate truth was that Tianya's trio evidently lacked such opportunities. Given their appearances and demeanor, joining another family was no simple task. Ordinary soul masters, lacking a background or support, must tread carefully unless they possess the strength of a soul emperor or even a titled Douluo. Otherwise, they risked encountering formidable foes. The rationale behind their allegiance to Du Cheng was even more straightforward. A soul king in his teens with a purple first soul ring. What did that signify? It indicated a profound foundation. Tianya would not believe Du Cheng could possess such strength without a powerful backing. Yet, even if Du Cheng lacked support, Tianya believed that the latter's talent could serve as their foundation. What is this called? Insight. Following Du Cheng, Tianya couldn't help but grin broadly. Realizing this was undoubtedly the most advantageous investment he had made in his life. Clearly, as loyal friends, Douluo and Cao shared the same sentiments as Tianya. Despite having become subordinates, the trio wore expressions of satisfaction, as if they had encountered a widow in a cornfield. Brother Cheng, why are you bringing them along? Sensing a disconcerting aura emanating from behind, Xiao Wu tugged at Du Cheng's sleeve. These fellows do not seem like good people. As Xiao Wu's words rang out, the gazes of everyone present turned toward Du Cheng. To them, the trio of Douluo did not appear to hold much value for subjugation. While they might be somewhat unattractive, foolish, and weak, they were nevertheless loyal. Recalling how the trio had not abandoned their companions in the original story, despite being no match for the so-called bad trio, Du Cheng couldn't help but smile. Accepting them meant that even when faced with formidable adversaries, he wouldn't have to worry about them standing idly by. As Du Cheng concluded his thoughts, the surrounding onlookers glanced at Tang San. For anyone with a shred of intelligence could discern who Du Cheng was referring to. Even Ma Hongjun and Oscar found Tang San's earlier actions somewhat unscrupulous. Humph. Aware of the scrutinizing gazes, Tang San couldn't suppress a cold snort. Unlike others, he sensed only malice from Du Cheng. In Tang San's view, Du Cheng's decision to recruit Bu Li's trio was purely to vex him. Isn't it about saving Dai Mubai? Why are you all still here? Turning to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, Tang San felt disdain, thinking, 2 fools, don't they realize I'm on their side? Die boss. Oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. The two were taken aback by his exclamation. Chapter 105, the unpleasant punishment turning to the three individuals behind Du Qing. Oscar inquired with a face full of anxiety, "What about Brother Dai? You haven't harmed him, have you? Until we receive the ransom, why would we harm him?" Understanding that Oscar and his companions were on a different path from Tang San, Douluo was not inclined to be overly courteous during their conversation. Rolling his eyes, he continued, "That kid is locked in a room. Aside from his foul mouth at the beginning, which earned him a minor lesson, he hasn't suffered any further torment." That's good, that's good. Upon hearing Buli's response, Oscar nodded vigorously. "Brother Dai, those three have already been subdued by Cheng. You should come out now." Seeing Oscar's loud outburst towards the room, Douluo was initially taken aback, then a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. He might not be able to come out. Perhaps you should go in and check on him? Why? As soon as Buli's words left his mouth, Oscar questioned with a puzzled expression. "Did you not say he hasn't been tormented?" Once Oscar's words ended, he fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Douluo. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Realizing the actions he had taken against Dai Mu Bai, Douluo couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Why are you so full of unnecessary chatter? If you truly wish to know, why not just go inside and see for yourself?" Oh. With Buli's prompt, Oscar suddenly realized, right. We can find out how Brother Dai is doing by simply opening the door. With that thought, Oscar strode toward the small room that Douluo had pointed to, determined to rescue Brother Dai at all costs. Creak, however, just as Oscar reached the door, it was slowly opened from the inside. "No need." A cold voice emerged as Dai Mu Bai stepped out of the room. "I'm fine. Brother Dai, it's wonderful that you're okay." Oscar flashed a broad smile at Dai Mu Bai before continuing. "This time, we owe it all to Du Cheng. If it weren't for him..." Humph. Before Oscar could finish, two cold snorts echoed in the air. "Thank you this time, Tang San." Dai Mu Bai glanced at the equally disdainful Tang San before continuing. "Once we return, I will treat you to a proper meal." Of course. Nodding, Tang San did not decline Dai Mu Bai's invitation. "I would also like to discuss the previous incident with you. In that case, shall we leave now?" "All right." Their brief conversation concluded. Dai Mu Bai unexpectedly turned with Tang San and headed towards the alley's exit. "By the way, Fatima, you should come along too." Sure. However, watching the three depart at a leisurely pace, Oscar's smile gradually faded. "Aren't we on the same team?" Ha. Seeing Oscar's mood visibly decline, Douluo couldn't resist a taunt. Some people just can't see their own position. You feign loyalty, but it's clear they don't care at all. "All right, considering the time, we should head back." Before Oscar could respond, Du Qing interrupted Douluo. "You really have a knack for seizing opportunities. Isn't this akin to stabbing a dagger into Oscar's vulnerability? If there's nothing else, you should come back with us." Du Qing glanced at Oscar, continuing, "A food-type soul master wandering alone outside is quite susceptible to danger." Disregarding the lewd soul skills, Oscar wasn't particularly blameworthy in this regard. Hence, Du Qing was willing to extend a modicum of goodwill towards him. Okay. Taken aback by Du Qing's words, Oscar quickly nodded in gratitude. "Given my appearance, the likelihood of encountering danger is low, but being abandoned by companions feels quite dreadful. By the way, what exactly did you do to Dai Mu Bai?" Contemplating the way Dai Mu Bai had exited earlier, Du Qing couldn't help but express curiosity. Though he seemed to be trying to control himself, it appeared his legs were somewhat clamped together. Hiki, not daring to conceal anything from the newly acquainted leader. Douluo chuckled before responding. "That kid dared to snatch a woman from me, and he had quite the filthy mouth. To teach him a lesson, I suspended him and flicked him for 10 minutes. You truly are impressive." Hearing Buli's account, Du Qing couldn't help but twitch his lips. "So, Dai Mu Bai must have taken the fall for Ma Hongjun, huh? Thank you for the compliment, boss." As Du Qing and the others left the alleyway towards the Rose Hotel, Xiao Wu emerged from the shadows. With such a powerful background and innate talent, while retaining such a generous character, this child will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Du Qing was, of course, unaware of Xiao Wu's assessment. After a night of silence, the following morning, Du Qing was awakened by Xiao Wu's knocking at his door. "Brother Cheng, hurry and get up." Standing at his door, Xiao Wu spoke bluntly. "The master has a new task for us." "A new mission?" As his eyes slightly opened, Du Qing frowned upon hearing Xiao Wu's words. According to the original story, Tang San and the others had engaged in regular training for a considerable period after returning from the Stardow Forest. "What is it about?" After a quick wash, Du Qing emerged from his room. While asking, he playfully ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. After that night, she had been avoiding him, and he seized this chance to indulge. "I heard it's something the Soul Arena assigned." Swatting Du Qing's hand away, Xiao Wu continued, but the master didn't elaborate. so I'm not very clear. In that case, let us go see. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Du Cheng led her down the stairs to the first floor. Boss, Cheng Gu. Upon reaching the staircase, Du Cheng was greeted by a chorus of well wishes. To his surprise, besides the trio of lewd individuals, Oscar even offered him a smile. As for Tang San and the others, they still offered nothing but cold snorts. The only notable difference was that Tang San and Dai Mubai seemed to be significantly closer than before. No need to be so polite. Smiling at Oscar, Du Cheng then turned to the master beside him. Master, are you in such a hurry because you have something important to assign us? Indeed. Nodding. The master paid no mind to Tang San's furious glances directed at Du Cheng. The reason I called you here is that there is an exceedingly challenging task for you to accomplish. Chapter 106 Coach. I am capable of tackling this problem. However, after a brief pause, the master continued. This task requires the collaborative effort of Du Cheng, Xiao San, and others to be accomplished. Teacher, you require our cooperation? As soon as the master spoke, both Tang San and Dai Mubai voiced their reluctance simultaneously. It was unsurprising, as they were not keen on such matters. This lesson was, in fact, a task issued by the Soul Arena. Glancing past Tang San and Dai Mubai, the master elaborated. However, if you succeed in this task, not only will each of you be rewarded with 500 gold soul coins, but you will also earn a silver soul badge. Indeed, no sooner had the master's words left his lips than Flender, wearing glasses, entered through the hotel door. Your talents and strengths are commendable among your peers, but to advance to the rank of Silver Soul Master, you will likely require several more months of training. Such an opportunity should not be overlooked. Before Du Cheng and the others could respond, Flender added, furthermore, as the Academy's Dean, I am willing to personally sponsor an additional 1,000 gold soul coins as a reward for the top performer in this competition. Well, one cannot deny the allure of 1,000 gold soul coins. At the instant Flender spoke, aside from Dai Mubai, Du Cheng, and a few others nearby, Tang San could not help but gasp in astonishment. Teacher, we accept this task, Tang San declared. A sense of eager anticipation evident on his face. 1,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. For Tang San, this reward could empower him to craft even more formidable hidden weapons and poisons. It is worth noting that even with Dai Mubai's support, he was only receiving a modest stipend of 100 gold soul coins monthly. This competition would be a 7-person team event, and to participate, they must secure the consent of others. 7. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San furrowed his brow. The fact that the Soul Arena is issuing such an irregular task indicates that our opponents will undoubtedly possess formidable strength. The chances of overcoming them with fewer members are slim. However, assembling a team of 7 inevitably required, including Du Cheng. Actually, you need not participate. Observing Tang San's conflicted expression, Du Cheng cheerfully made the decision for him. After all, even without you, we can still gather 7 individuals. Exactly. As soon as Du Cheng finished speaking, the trio of Bulu and his companions nodded vigorously as the leader's loyal followers. It was evident that their time to shine had arrived. This task is limited to the students of Shrek Academy. Witnessing Tang San almost being excluded from the competition, the master could not help but twitch his lips. After swiftly clarifying the participation criteria, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Tang San does not benefit, then all my efforts would have been in vain. After all, this endeavor was for the honor of Shrek Academy. As soon as the master's words concluded, Flender interjected, in my opinion, let the other 7, excluding Oscar, participate. Dean, your strength is the weakest, and even if you participate, you might become the team's weak link. Seeing Oscar about to speak, Flender cut him off decisively. This time, you shall support them from the sidelines. Understood. Nodding, Oscar appeared somewhat dejected. In truth, he had intended to suggest preparing some special sausages for Tang San and the others in advance. It is getting late. We should depart now. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Flender evidently wished to finalize matters swiftly. Casting a glance around, he spoke directly. If all goes well, the head of the Soul Arena is already waiting for you. By the way, here is the information regarding your upcoming opponents. While urging everyone to act quickly, Flender handed a small booklet to Du Cheng. Peruse this on your way. It will aid you in formulating appropriate countermeasures. Observing Flender's hurried demeanor, Du Cheng couldn't help but smirk. Flender was known for his stinginess, the most frugal spirit master in Douluo. Given that he even exploited his disciples, would he undertake an endeavor without personal gain? At least in Du Cheng's recollection, when the Soul Arena sought assistance from Tang San and the others in the original storyline, They were compensated with a handsome sum of 10,000 gold soul coins. Naturally, Du Cheng would not voice such thoughts, for he was genuinely curious about the forthcoming adversaries. Opening the booklet Flender left behind, Du Cheng swiftly discovered the information about their foes, the Royal Combat Team, consisting of 7 members. Captain, Yu Tianheng. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 39 Battle Soul Master. Vice Captain, Du Guyin, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Battle Soul Master. Team members, Shimo, Yufeng, Aosuwa, Yi Lingling. The Soul Arena adhered to certain protocols, while they sought assistance from Shrek's members. They did not disclose any of the Royal Combat Team's soul skills or hidden tactics. Of course, it was also possible that they had not gathered enough information and feared misleading Du Cheng and the others with inaccuracies. Upon reading the information about the Royal Combat Team's 7 members, everyone except Du Cheng gasped in shock. All members were above level 36. Although Du Cheng's presence had significantly bolstered the strength of Shrek's members compared to the original storyline, most of them, aside from Du Cheng and Dai Mubai, remained at levels 31 or 32, creating a substantial disparity with their opponents. Moreover, this elite team was entirely different from a typical Soul Master group. Should they coordinate effectively, they could potentially contend with 2 or 3 Soul King level powerhouses. This competition poses a considerable challenge for you. Gazing intently at the group, the Master's expression turned grave. If I am not mistaken, that Du Guyin must be the granddaughter of the legendary Poison Douluo. You must treat her with utmost caution in the upcoming match. Poison Douluo? The moment the Master's words left his mouth, Tang San's eyes gleamed with interest. Coach, I understand this topic well. Containing his excitement, Tang San looked at the Master. Teacher, to be known by the title Poison, does that mean indeed? Nodding, the Master affirmed Tang San's deduction. That is precisely why you must exercise extreme caution. After all, while Ning Rongrong's support abilities are commendable, she currently lacks the capacity to neutralize poison. Rest assured, teacher. Chapter 107. Master's moral coercion of Oscar with a hand firmly pressed against his chest. Tang San's lips nearly stretched to the heavens. When it comes to the art of poison, who on the entire Douluo continent can rival him? Born of the Tang sect? In Tang San's eyes, due to the existence of martial souls, Soul Masters on the Douluo continent are far inferior to him in the development of various techniques compared to his previous life. This is evident from the variety of hidden weapons alone. In this competition, I shall not disappoint my teacher. With a hand on his chest, Tang San discreetly cast a glance toward Du Cheng. If utilized properly, it seems feasible to dispose of this opponent skilled in poison as well. Du Cheng, lacking the ability to read minds, remained unaware of Tang San's thoughts. However, for some inexplicable reason, every time he heard this fellow speak, he felt as though he were gazing at a master adorned with countless flags. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Du Cheng would have liked to shout at Tang San, Stop inserting, there are too many. They cannot be contained. If we are to compete shortly, it would be prudent for us to swiftly eliminate the enemy support Soul Master. As Tang San reveled in his thoughts, Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly broke through. With a slight furrow of his brow, Tang San's face revealed a hint of displeasure. What merit is there in concerning ourselves with a mere support Soul Master? In my opinion, it is the captains who truly warrant our attention. Under normal circumstances, Tang San would willingly consider his teammates' opinions to showcase his affability. However, regrettably, due to Du Cheng's presence, Ning Rongrong clearly did not qualify as a teammate in Tang San's eyes. Upon voicing his thoughts, Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, what do you think we ought to do? I concur with Tang San's perspective. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai's stance was exceedingly resolute. Casting a sidelong look at Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai continued, compared to Battle Soul Masters, the threat posed by support Soul Masters is minuscule. Particularly when the opponent is a rather ineffectual girl, there is no need to squander excessive time on her. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ning Rongrong's expression turned furious. What do you mean by a support Soul Master being ineffectual? What do you mean by a girl being ineffectual? You must understand that she is also a support Soul Master, and also a girl. Is this not a veiled reference? Let us proceed as they suggest. With a hand stopping the about to erupt Ning Rongrong, Du Cheng wore a smile. Since Tang San and Dai Mubai are so confident, we shall entrust the upcoming match to them. Once we take the stage, your sole responsibility, apart from protecting yourself, is to provide enhancements to our own team. I understand. Upon hearing Du Cheng emphasize our own team, Ning Rongrong quickly grasped the implication. Rest assured, Brother Cheng, I will certainly perform admirably. Because Du Qing and Ning Rongrong did not consciously moderate their volume, Tang San and the others could hear their conversation as well. With a cold snicker, Tang San's expression turned particularly disdainful. Poison is my domain. A mere support soul master. What difference does it make if she is absent? In contrast to Tang San, the master, also serving as an audience member, could not help but furrow his brow before even stepping onto the field. Discord arose within the team, which bodes ill. Yet upon witnessing the confidence radiating from Tang San, the master feigned ignorance of the conversation. To speak now would only serve to slap Tang San's face. Best to let it be. In Soto City, the journey from the Rose Hotel to the Seoul Arena consumed little time. At last, you have arrived. Upon entering the Seoul Arena, a figure clad in a suit swiftly approached. The royal fighting team has been waiting for quite some time. If you delay further, I will have no choice but to assign them random opponents. The suit-clad man's face bore a bitter expression, aside from collecting ticket and entry fees. The Seoul Arena's primary source of profit lies in betting. However, due to the royal fighting team's stellar performance, whenever they take the stage, nearly 99% of the audience bets on their victory. Even with the odds reduced to the bare minimum, the losses incurred by the Seoul Arena are unimaginable. If this group continues to win, it is likely that his position as the responsible party will come to an end. Thus, he had the audacity to issue a task to Shrek Academy. Ultimately, it is all for profit. Rest assured, Manager AO. Upon hearing the suited man's words, the master's face broke into a broad smile. Though the royal fighting team possesses commendable strength, Shrek Academy is not to be underestimated. Little San, do you possess confidence in achieving victory in this battle? While speaking, the master took care to single out Tang San from the crowd. To become a figure of authority in the Seoul Arena, Manager AO, while lacking in strength, undoubtedly possesses extensive connections. In the master's view, if Tang San could make an impression in front of Manager AO, it would greatly benefit his future development. Of course, Tang San clearly understood the master's intent. Thus, as soon as the master's words left his lips, he nodded vigorously. Teacher, rest assured, this battle will not disappoint you. Ah, so he is the master's esteemed disciple. Evidently, Manager AO is also a person of considerable insight. Although surprised that the master would take on such an unsightly student, appreciation nonetheless shone in his eyes. Truly a remarkable talent. With that said, the upcoming match rests entirely upon your shoulders. Rest assured, Manager AO. With the brief yet insincere pre-battle exchange concluded, Manager AO gestured toward the distance. In that case, I must trouble you all to prepare for the stage. Next, we shall commence today's Seoul large-scale team competition, Royal Fighting Team versus Shrek Team. With a voice imbued with excitement, the announcement resonated. Prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd, the Royal Fighting Team is taking the stage. It is time to reap the rewards. Oscar, please assist me in placing a bet on our victory. As they made their way toward the arena, Du Qing swiftly removed the south wind from his hand and entrusted it to Oscar. Every soul coin within, without exception, understood. Witnessing Du Qing entrusting his soul guide device to him, Oscar felt a flicker of gratitude. In contrast to certain teammates who claimed support soul masters were ineffectual, Du Qing's demeanor toward him was far more favorable. Oscar, remember that you are the adopted son of Flinder. As the master observed Du Qing and the others departing, his gaze settled upon Oscar. At times, it is imperative that you do not commit acts that will disappoint him. Master, I. Chapter 108. Tang San. Watch me show off tightening his grip on the storage ring. Oscar's expression soured. I did not. Just go do what you need to do. Without granting Oscar the opportunity to respond, Master waved his hand dismissively. What I just said was merely a simple reminder. You need not take it too seriously. After all, as the best teammate of Flander, I believe I have the right to impart a few words of wisdom. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Although Oscar felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at the misunderstanding regarding his actions, he nonetheless nodded obediently. I am aware of what should and should not be done. That's best. With a hint of a smile, Master observed that Tang San and the others had already stepped onto the competition platform, and he chose not to linger on the topic further. Meanwhile, on the battle stage, the royal fighting team was sizing up their opponents, Du Qing and his companions. Is this truly the opponent that Teacher Qin warned us to be cautious of? The leading youth displayed a hint of disdain as he scrutinized Du Qing and his group. Upon closer inspection, they seem rather unremarkable. A mere group of Iron Soul Masters. What qualifications do they possess to engage us in a team battle? The matter of their qualifications would only be determined through personal experience. Hearing the words of the opposing team, Ma Hongjun, standing behind Tang San, suddenly interjected. Once you experience the prowess of Master Ma, you may find it impossible to utter such words again. With that, he made several exaggerated sprinting motions. Seeing Ma Hongjuan's antics, not only did the opponents frown, but even Tang San's group could not help but darken their expressions. This foolish fatso, he truly never misses an opportunity to be lewd. Enough. Tang San's voice thundered as he fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun. Our objective this time is to achieve victory, not for you to showcase your lewdness here. If there is a next time, I shall personally incapacitate you. You. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, unable to believe that Tang San would speak such words in front of so many people. Red Jun, focus on the match. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to explode with anger, Flander's voice resonated from below the platform. Humph. Though somewhat dissatisfied with the words of his teacher, Ma Hongjun reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Fool. Sensing Ma Hongjuan's gaze, Tang San issued a low reprimand. Realizing their opponents specialized in poison, Tang San foresaw that it was time for him to shine. He was the protagonist. At such a pivotal moment, Ma Hongjun dared to lower his standards. Tang San considered it the greatest act of kindness not to eliminate this fool on the spot. Hehe, in contrast to the demeanor of Tang San's group, Yu Tianheng and his companions exhibited even greater disdain. They cannot even resolve their internal conflicts. Do they truly deserve to face us? With a cold laugh, Yu Tianheng continued. It seems the Soul Arena is indeed running out of tricks. Otherwise, they would not have assigned us such opponents. Perhaps not. Just as Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Shiremo swiftly took over the conversation. Maybe they are deliberately lowering our guard. Captain, we must remain vigilant. His tone, though seemingly nonchalant, dripped with sarcasm. Everyone. The match has commenced. Observing that both sides had begun exchanging banter on the battle stage, the referee could no longer contain himself. Please summon your martial souls and initiate the competition. Just right, let me, Tang San, test your mettle. As the referee's words echoed, Tang San surged forward towards Du Guyan like a bolt of lightning. Possessing the secret techniques of the Tang sect, Tang San exhibited extraordinary talent in striking first. Protect Du Guyan. Received. Though Tang San moved swiftly, Yu Tianheng and his companions were no slouches. They flanked Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, while the Shi brothers summoned two enormous turtle shells behind them. Simultaneously, a dazzling blue light enveloped Yu Tianheng, and in an instant, his right arm transformed into a claw covered in purple scales, thunderous fury. Evidently, Yu Tianheng possessed immense trust in his teammates. Rather than protect Du Guyan from the impending attack, he charged towards the remaining members of Shrek Academy, intent on a swift victory to establish the royal fighting team's reputation. You shall face me. Blocking Yu Tianheng's advance, Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with determination. As fellow top-tier beast martial soul users, he was eager to see whether his white tiger could surpass the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. On another front, Ma Hongjun intercepted the similarly eager Osro, while Tang San reached Du Guyan. Chosen as the breakthrough point, it seems I have been underestimated. Du Guyan's expression remained unchanged as Tang San approached. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. As she spoke, Du Guyan's legs transformed into a serpent's tail. Green scale snake venom. With her words, a plume of purple mist erupted from her mouth, rapidly spreading outward, accompanied by a foul stench that could easily induce dizziness upon mere inhalation. However, in the face of such a scene, Tang San appeared increasingly pleased. I was expecting something more formidable. It turns out to be mere green-scale snake venom. As he spoke, Tang San produced a massive water pouch. He hurled it high into the air, simultaneously issuing a command to Ma Hongjun. Fatty, fire. Phoenix fire line. Despite having been embarrassed moments prior, Ma Hongjun refrained from employing any tricks in this critical moment. With his martial soul rings glowing, a flame descended upon the water pouch. Bang! Under Ma Hongjun's overwhelming assault, the water pouch exploded without fail. Moreover, the water mist within transformed into fiery vapor in an instant. As the fire mist spread, a faint white powder emanated from Tang San, dispersing into the surroundings. How is this possible? Due to the minimal movement, even Du Guyan, standing before Tang San, could not discern his method. In truth, Du Guyan had already succumbed to the shock of her trump card being countered. How could you dispel my green-scale snake venom? In fact, it was not only Du Guyan. Even Yu Tianheng and his companions were momentarily stunned. As teammates, they were well aware of Du Guyan's third soul skill. It was renowned for its lethal toxicity, capable of claiming the life of even a soul king if carelessly touched. Merely green-scale snake venom, a trivial skill indeed. Chapter 109. Tang San. I have overturned. If you could gather the 5 poisons of the green-scaled serpent, perhaps I would take you seriously. However, regrettably, Your serpent venom is still immature. As these words left his lips, a hint of indifference appeared on Tang San's face. To be candid, were it not for this person's unfortunate appearance, he might have garnered some attention at this moment. He observing Tang San's pretentious demeanor, Du Cheng, who was idly chatting with several women, couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. What a trivial matter, mere green-scaled serpent venom. If it weren't for my mastery of the true solution of all poisons, he might have truly deceived me. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Unlike others, Du Cheng had a clear understanding of the situation. Tang San's apparent resolution of Duguyan's serpent venom was merely a trick. The water pouch he threw contained a mixture of strong alcohol infused with realgar powder, a substance used in the wild to ward off snakes, insects, and rodents. By breaking the pouch and igniting the alcohol with Ma Hongjuan's flames, he effectively incinerated the serpent venom in the air. However, since it was still a potent toxin, even after exposure to the flames, the gathered crowd was now in a state of mild poisoning. If Duguyan and the others were not dealt with promptly, Tang San's ruse would soon be exposed. Sniff, sniff. As thoughts raced through his mind, Du Cheng's nose twitched slightly. Something was amiss. Was there another toxin? With his knowledge from the true solution of all poisons, Du Cheng easily discerned the presence of another poison in the air. It was catalyzing the green-scaled serpent venom. His gaze flickered between Duguyan and Tang San, and he couldn't help but smirk coldly. Among the two, Duguyan appeared genuinely shocked, clearly not putting on an act, leaving only one person capable of this deception. Additionally, Du Cheng noticed a faint white powder on Tang San's fingers. It seemed this rogue was not as innocent as he pretended. Brother Cheng, what's wrong? Seeing Du Cheng's sudden change in expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but inquire. Nothing, just thinking of something amusing. With a grin, Du Cheng produced several dark pills from his hand. After swallowing one himself, he distributed one to each of the three women beside him. Take this and follow my lead. I will show you a splendid performance. The three women, naturally, would not defy Du Cheng's words. Nodding, they unhesitatingly consumed the pills he offered. At that moment, a broad smile suddenly emerged on Tang San's face. The time is ripe. It is your turn to fall. Wah. No. Before Duguyan could finish her warning, she felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her. Being an expert in toxins herself, she immediately realized what had transpired. She had been poisoned. Everyone, be cautious, thud. Before she could conclude, Duguyan felt dizzy and collapsed onto the ground. This was merely the beginning. As Duguyan fell, those around her began to drop one by one. Even Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, not far away, were no exception. Never was there a being like me, Tang San. The realm of poison stretches into an eternal night. Witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Tang San's expression swelled with pride. Playing with poison in my presence? You are still too inexperienced. His gaze drifted past Duguyan, taking in her expression of both fragility and defiance. Tang San felt a stir in his heart. Since he refused to concede, do not blame me for being ungracious. Without granting anyone a chance to speak, Tang San reached forward, aiming for Duguyan's chest. Despicable! The onlookers could not restrain their indignation at Tang San's actions. Though he spoke with lofty words, who could fail to see his intentions? Duguyan had clearly lost her ability to resist. Who would target her in such a manner? Scoundrel, you shall not succeed. As Tang San's hands drew ever closer to Duguyan, a chilling voice rang out from the side. Heel turning towards the source of the voice, Tang San's eyes brightened. A slender woman clad in black, her long blue hair cascading like a waterfall and her face veiled in black lace, held a pink begonia flower and stared intently at him. As her words fell, countless pink and white petals erupted from her hand, directly entering the bodies of the royal fighting team members. What an ethereal woman! Although Tang San couldn't see Yi Lingling's features, he felt an irresistible allure swell within him. There was something about her mystery that was inherently seductive. In Tang San's view, the icy demeanor of Yi Lingling was far more captivating than Duguyan's. Not good. Just as Tang San was lost in his thoughts, a sudden chill surged from the depths of his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively leaped aside. Zzz, a flash of lightning crackled, and a burning scent filled the air as half of Tang San's hair was singed away in an instant. Thud. Watching Tang San retreat in disarray, the previously furious Yu Tianheng and others couldn't help but twitch their lips in amusement. In fact, not just the opponents. Even his temporary allies, including Du Cheng, struggled to contain their expressions. Previously, during his encounter with Tianya, Tang San had been left with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Relying on his thick hair, he had foolishly attempted to cover the bald spot with surrounding strands. Yet, following Yu Tianheng's recent strike, Tang San's scalp was once again exposed, and it seemed to be expanding. You seek death. Feeling the coolness atop his head, Tang San recognized the gravity of the situation. As his face darkened, he let out a furious roar. Seek death? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but chuckle. I advise you to survey your surroundings before uttering such statements. With Yu Tianheng's reminder, Tang San finally comprehended, in a bid to showcase his prowess. He had introduced a special toxin to catalyze the green-scaled serpent venom into the air. Now that Douluo Yin and the others had successfully detoxified, his teammates were far less fortunate. It appears you have caught on. Noticing the change in Tang San's expression, Yu Tianheng's smile widened. Everyone, let us teach this fool a lesson. All right, in contrast to the Shrek Academy members, the Royal Fighting Team seemed to share a more harmonious bond. The moment Yu Tianheng's words left his mouth, all members, except for Yi Lingling, displayed malicious grins. Winning or losing in a competition was a matter of skill. But the scoundrel dared to harbor lustful thoughts towards Douluo Yin, and such behavior could not be forgiven. I admit. Bang. Chapter 110, Du Cheng. I still lack a male pet. Before Tang San could utter a word, Yu Tianheng had already appeared before him. With a powerful fist imbued with the force of thunder, Tang San was instantly sent flying. Surrender? How could I allow you to surrender? I will. Just as he managed to utter 2 words, a shadow materialized, and Osro's hands swiftly covered Tang San's mouth. Captain, the opponent is resisting fiercely. It seems we cannot hold back any longer. Indeed, casting an appreciative glance at Osro, Yu Tianheng emanated a formidable aura of thunder. Thunderbolt, Azure Scale Red Poison, Leopard Shadow Strike, perhaps to showcase the zeal of the Imperial Battle Team. Everyone except the rather unassertive Yi Lingling unleashed their soul skills upon Tang San. Naturally, in comparison to other competitors, the Imperial Battle Team exhibited a certain degree of compassion whenever Tang San was on the verge of losing consciousness or suffering severe injury. Yi Lingling would release a few petals to ensure he remained lively and full of vigor. This battle, where Tang San single-handedly contained the 7 members of the Imperial Battle Team, lasted a full half-hour. It was only after Yi Lingling coldly uttered the words, insufficient soul power, that Yu Tianheng, still reluctant, finally kicked Tang San off the fighting platform. I never expected that such an unsightly creature could be so enjoyable to beat. Stretching contentedly, Yu Tianheng then turned his gaze to the remaining participants on the stage. Are you all still unwilling to surrender? Do you intend to experience the treatment of that grotesque fellow? As he spoke, Yu Tianheng's gaze fixated intently on Du Cheng. In some respects, his disdain for Du Cheng was no less than that for the already eliminated Tang San. We all have a nose and 2 eyes. Why is it that I cannot attract a single beauty while you are surrounded by 3? If possible, he even wished Du Cheng could hold on a bit longer, if only to relieve his pent-up frustration before conceding. Surrender? As if he had heard Yu Tianheng's thoughts, a smile suddenly appeared on Du Cheng's face as he spoke. Isn't the competition just beginning? With that, Du Cheng and the 3 women beside him calmly rose from the ground. How is that possible? Seeing their movements, Yu Tianheng could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was only now that he noticed Du Cheng and the others had actually been squatting on the fighting platform. What is impossible? With a light laugh, Du Cheng casually kicked Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai off the stage. Poisoning, isn't that a skill everyone possesses? You. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. I can't poison. That would indeed be embarrassing for everyone. In contrast to Yu Tianheng, the nearby Douluo Yin couldn't help but puff up her cheeks and glare fiercely at Du Cheng. For some reason, she found this smiling fellow even more annoying than the previous ugly brute. So what if you aren't poisoned? You are left with only 4 people. Do you really think you can stand against us? 4 people? Glancing around, Du Cheng shook his head. 1 person is enough to deal with you. Arrogant. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Yu Tianheng and the others could not help but scowl in anger. However, as they began to speak, they all suddenly fell silent. 5. Looking at the carrot in Du Cheng's hand, adorned with 2 purple and 3 black soul rings, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but rub his eyes. How can this be possible? At this point, was it even meaningful to quibble over 4 or 5? Winking playfully at Yu Tianheng and the others, Du Cheng charged forward. Carrot in hand. Have you ever encountered a man who is both large and formidable? The astonishing trash talk flowed from his lips as Du Cheng swung the carrot without restraint. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the Shimo brothers, attempting to shield their companions from the blow, were sent flying. Next, it's your turn. With another strike, Yu Tianheng and Osro tumbled off the fighting platform. You too. Are you still not planning to surrender? Fixing his gaze on Yi Lingling and Du Guyan, Du Cheng echoed Yu Tianheng's earlier words to them. Humph. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Du Guyan let out a cold snort. You merely utilized some petty tricks to launch a sneak attack. What is there to be proud of? With a defiant tilt of her head, she challenged Du Cheng. If you possess the capability, face me in a fair contest. Otherwise, even if I lose, I shall not acknowledge it. A fair contest? Upon hearing Du Guyan's words, Du Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Do enlighten me on what you wish to compete in. Du Cheng was not particularly surprised by Du Guyan's demeanor. In a straightforward confrontation, given the Imperial battle teams displayed synergy, even as a Soul King, it would not be easy for him to defeat them. The only reason the situation had escalated to this point was due to Tang San's efforts in depleting the soul power of the Imperial battle team. Here's to our good teammate Tang San from Shrek Academy. Poison. Unaware of Du Cheng's thoughts, Du Guyan immediately responded as soon as he spoke. Did you not claim that using poison is simple? Then defeat me in that aspect. If I strike now, I could secure victory directly. Why waste energy on something that might lead to unforeseen complications? If you wish for me to agree to a contest, it is not impossible. Ignoring Du Guyan's sulky demeanor, Du Cheng wore a broad smile. However, we must add a bit of a wager. A wager? Indeed. Nodding, Du Cheng's gaze drifted over Du Guyan's serpent-like tail. If you lose, you shall serve as my maid for a month. Du Cheng was willing to swear on Tang San's 50 years of life that his actions were solely to draw out a certain old man lurking in the shadows. And he had no designs on Du Guyan's beauty. Yin Ziyu. I agree. Yi Lingling intended to dissuade Du Guyan, but unfortunately, Du Guyan did not give her the opportunity. Fixing her gaze on Du Cheng, her green eyes radiated defiance. But what if you lose? If I lose, then this match will be counted as your victory. Not enough. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, Du Guyan quickly shook her head. If you lose, not only must you concede the match, but you must also serve as my male pet for a month. His Chapter 111. Du Guyan plays with fire. As Du Guyan's words left her lips, the crowd around her could not help but gasp in shock. Particularly, Yu Tianheng below nearly bit his teeth in frustration. Yinzi, look at me. I could be a loyal dog, not just a male pet. What, are you afraid? Unbeknownst to Du Guyan, the thoughts of those around her were far from her mind. Her gaze fell upon Du Cheng, and her expression became somewhat peculiar. In truth, she realized she had misspoken the moment her words were uttered. However, given the situation's progression, it was impossible to retract her statements, so Du Guyan could only feign indifference. In Du Cheng's lexicon, the word fear had never existed. Hearing Du Guyan's declaration, a subtle smile graced his lips. If I were to speak of fear, the only thing I would dread is when certain individuals refuse to uphold their promises after a defeat. That is impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Du Cheng's words left his mouth, Du Guyan quickly shook her head. I, Du Guyan, am a person of my word and would never go back on my promises. Then let us proceed as you suggest. With Du Guyan's beauty and status, she was likely recognized as one of the goddesses by the system. Since she was willing to present herself, Du Cheng would certainly not decline. While conversing with Du Guyan, Du Cheng did not forget to glance at Yi Lingling beside him. So, might this young lady also wish to engage in a thrilling wager with me? Upon speaking, Du Cheng offered Du Guyan a broad smile. Me, Yi Lingling, whose introverted nature had already been rattled by Du Guyan's audacious remarks, was momentarily taken aback by Du Cheng's inquiry. Lingling, why don't you step down for now? Observing Yi Lingling's expression, Du Guyan took the initiative to provide her an exit. Yinzi, please be careful. Nodding, Yi Lingling accepted Du Guyan's kindness. After casting a fierce glare at Du Cheng, she finally leapt off the battle stage. Rest assured. With a bright smile directed at Yi Lingling, Du Guyan turned her attention back to Du Cheng, her serpent tail swaying as she inquired. Now, tell me, how do you propose we compete? Since it was your suggestion, the method of competition shall be yours to declare. With a casual wave of his hand, Du Cheng wore a calm expression. As long as it involves poison, I am confident Du Guyan will not be my match. Then let us poison each other. As soon as Du Cheng's words were uttered, Du Guyan quickly proposed her plan. We shall poison one another, and then antidote. Whoever succumbs first will be deemed the loser. Agreed. Nodding, Du Cheng found no fault with this method of competition. On the contrary, it might grant him a greater advantage. Since acquiring the universal poison antidote, he had been busy concocting various poisons. Then let us begin. As Du Cheng spoke, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Du Guyan's eyes. Before Du Cheng could react, a pink smoke billowed toward him. What a clever tactic. This smoke evidently contained some form of snake venom. Even a mere whiff left Du Cheng feeling slightly dizzy. Although it bore the marks of a sneak attack, he couldn't help but admire Du Guyan's craftiness. It must be said, human double standards can be quite severe. What was deemed despicable in Tang San's hands was praised when it came to Du Guyan. My methods do not require your praise. Du Guyan's eyes sparkled with pride upon hearing Du Cheng's words, yet she maintained a facade of nonchalance. If you cannot detoxify, I suggest you concede quickly. Concede? With a slight smirk, Du Cheng calmly produced a pill and placed it in his mouth. If you possess no means beyond snake venom, this contest may conclude here. You. Hearing Du Cheng's audacious declaration, Du Guyan's expression darkened. I hope your skills are as formidable as your tongue. With that, Du Guyan opened her mouth, releasing a vibrant array of colorful smoke. Unlike before, this smoke was not only more vivid but also exuded a faintly sweet aroma. However, upon witnessing Du Cheng's demeanor, Du Guyan couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration. Facing her meticulously crafted snake poison, Du Cheng exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, his complexion grew increasingly radiant. Then let you try this. Seeing Du Cheng's expression of comfort, Du Guyan could no longer suppress herself. With a flick of her hand, she tossed a handful of white powder. I shall see how long you can endure this. As she spoke, Du Guyan even lowered her clothing slightly, revealing a hint of her smooth shoulder. What is this? Feeling a sudden warmth course through his body, Du Cheng could not help but grimace. Administering aphrodisiacs in front of so many people. This girl is truly ruthless. Don't worry, you will soon discover my prowess. Unaware that her tactics had been seen through, Du Guyan was now pressing against Du Cheng. Leaning closer, her serpent tail grazed his chest. If you cannot withstand it, remember to concede. As she spoke, a barely perceptible tremor laced her voice. Despite her outward confidence, she secretly wished to find a hole to hide in. Du Cheng was not mistaken. Aside from the snake venom, Du Guyan indeed had no other means at her disposal. However, it was out of the question for her to concede so easily. After a brief moment of contemplation, Du Guyan resolved to employ her trump card, a Night of Delight. This intoxicating substance, born from her integration of various snake venoms, could drive even a 1,000-year-old beast into a frenzy if inadvertently inhaled. However, to expedite the effect of this drug, a certain degree of stimulation was necessary. Clearly, this stimulation was what Du Guyan was currently enacting. Compared to the earlier snake venom, this substance possessed a more enticing quality. Feeling the uncontrollable rush of blood within him, Du Cheng could not help but gaze at Du Guyan's enchanting face so close to him. However, have you ever considered one thing? What? Being this close to me. You are playing with fire. Chapter 112. Do not move. I shall be swift. Playing with fire? Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a light chuckle. This is the soul-fighting platform. Do you really dare to do anything to me here? Observing that Du Cheng could still engage her in a normal conversation, Du Guyan gritted her teeth, her eyes suddenly gleaming with determination. Once you lose, everything I have sacrificed today will be repaid in double. It seemed her previous words had provided her some solace. After speaking, Du Guyan leaned closer to Du Cheng, her hand gliding over his chest as she breathed softly. If you concede now, it would still preserve some of your dignity. But if you choose otherwise. Pausing for a moment, a flirtatious smile appeared on her face. Don't blame me for not giving you a heads up if you embarrass yourself, Yanzi. Watching the scant distance between Du Guyan and Du Cheng, Yu Tianheng's eyes were filled with fury. He would rather see victory than allow Du Guyan to be too close to another man. Captain, should we just concede? With her gaze fixed on Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling, who had just come off stage, couldn't help but speak up. As one of the only two girls in the team, she had always maintained a good relationship with Du Guyan. Thus, she understood the magnitude of Du Guyan's determination. In Yi Lingling's view, this was entirely unwarranted. It's too late. Upon hearing Yi Lingling's words, Yu Tianheng could only smile bitterly and shake his head. At this point, this is no longer a mere soul-fighting competition. After a brief pause, Yu Tianheng continued, let us not forget that Yanzi has already established a wager with her opponent. But there are no buts. We must continue to watch. Clenching his fists tightly, Yu Tianheng almost spat out the latter part of his sentence through gritted teeth. We must have faith in Yanzi. What? Are you still not planning to concede? Unbeknownst to Du Guyan and Du Cheng, the spectators below were consumed with concern, entwined around Du Cheng, feeling his increasingly rapid breaths. Du Guyan couldn't help but feel a rush of delight. If this continues, you will truly be humiliated. You are indeed correct. Nodding in agreement, Du Cheng did not refute Dugu Yan's words. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing and other women, Dugu Yan, due to the influence of her martial spirit, naturally exuded an enchanting aura. Especially when she unleashed her martial spirit, this allure intensified. It was a testament to Du Cheng's remarkable willpower that he had managed to maintain his composure until now despite such temptation. However, before Dugu Yan could display her joy, Du Cheng's voice rang out once more. Have you forgotten one crucial detail? This competition involves poisoning each other. You. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Dugu Yan was initially stunned, her expression shifting dramatically. You poisoned me? As the words escaped her lips, Dugu Yan felt her cheeks flush. It was evident that she had realized the folly of her earlier question. Given the wager, how could Du Cheng possibly show her any mercy? As her thoughts raced, Dugu Yan prepared to channel her soul power to assess her condition, but in that instant, she felt as if she had been struck on the back of the head. A sound that could redden cheeks escaped her lips, and she collapsed helplessly into Du Cheng's arms. You, shameless. Feeling the unusual sensations coursing through her, Dugu Yan's face turned crimson. Do not move. As Dugu Yan spoke, Du Cheng's expression grew anxious. With the antidote at hand, Du Cheng's understanding of poisons had surpassed even that of Tang San. Over the years on the Douluo continent, Du Cheng had concocted numerous potent toxins, ones that could induce flatulence, diarrhea, sudden death, or even baldness. In essence, he specialized in powerful and diverse poisons. Yet, it was precisely this expertise that rendered Du Cheng somewhat constrained in this competition. After all, it was merely a contest, and one could not allow a lady to suffer from vomiting and diarrhea or become bald on stage, could they? Even the soft muscle powder he had just used on Dugu Yan was a diluted version he had hastily concocted during the bout of temptation. However, Du Cheng had not anticipated that Dugu Yan would collapse in such an inconvenient position, directly landing at his most vulnerable spot. Having been tempted for a considerable time, coupled with the warm breath that Dugu Yan exhaled, Du Cheng felt his self-control being tested to its limits. Do not move. Upon hearing Du Cheng's words, a hint of displeasure crossed Dugu Yan's face. I refuse. It is well known that those with a strong competitive spirit often harbor a pronounced rebellious streak. Just like Dugu Yan at this moment, even when she was clearly in a perilous situation, she instinctively retorted when Du Cheng spoke. The outcome of such defiance was evident. As a man with a fiery temper, Du Cheng could hardly tolerate being provoked in such a manner. In an instant, he showcased his formidable strength. Caught off guard, Dugu Yan felt the weight beneath her increase significantly. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, then you should silence yourself. Realizing that Dugu Yan was about to cry out, Du Cheng quickly covered her mouth in front of so many people. Who do you think would be more affected by this? You. With a grandfather at the title Douluo level, Dugu Yan had never endured such indignity. Yet, considering the current situation, she had no choice but to nod submissively. When will you be better? Speaking in a tone only audible to the two of them, Dugu Yan's voice carried a hint of resignation. In her present condition, it was impossible for her to rise. After all, given Du Cheng's overwhelming strength, unless the audience were blind, they would undoubtedly notice something amiss. Do not move. You will be fine shortly. Observing Dugu Yan's frustrated expression, one that indicated she wished to be angry but could not, even Du Cheng, who considered himself quite composed, felt his resolve waver, and he inadvertently applied more pressure on Dugu Yan. You. Do not speak. Seeing that Dugu Yan was about to respond again, Du Cheng promptly interjected. Your voice is far too tempting. It would be wise not to speak at this moment. Humph. Although she acquiesced to Du Cheng's suggestion, Dugu Yan rolled her eyes and huffed. Is it my fault that my voice is pleasant to hear? Due to Dugu Yan's teasing antics, the atmosphere between them grew exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Du Cheng was not the sort to be overly lascivious. In the absence of external stimuli, he quickly regained his composure. This contest must come to a conclusion. I concede. Chapter 113. The slap to Yu Tianheng. As Du Cheng's words trailed off, the blushing Dugu Yan abruptly sprang from his embrace. However, as the effects of the soft muscle powder had not yet worn off, she fell back midway through her leap. Are you all right? Du Cheng reached out to steady Dugu Yan and then said, the effects of the soft muscle powder will only last 4 to 5 minutes. Just wait a little longer, and you will return to normal. I hereby declare that the victorious team of this soul battle is Team Shrek. Let go of Yanzi. As the referee announced the outcome of the battle, Yu Tianheng, unable to contain his impatience, leaped onto the stage. Yanzi, are you okay? Casting a fierce glare at Du Cheng, Yu Tianheng attempted to assist Dugu Yan. Don't come over. Yanzi? Upon hearing Dugu Yan's words, Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. What happened? Why is Yanzi rejecting me? Let Lingling help me. Du Yan's expression turned slightly awkward. She had been so focused on enticing Du Qing that she neglected her own feelings. Now that her martial soul had retracted and her serpent tail had transformed back into legs, she could not help but feel a strange, slippery sensation. While Du Qing had already experienced more embarrassing moments, Du Yan certainly did not wish for Yu Tianhing to discover her predicament. Du Yan's action seemed entirely reasonable, yet Yu Tianhing clearly did not share that sentiment. Very well. Just look at Du Yan, clinging to Du Qing. And then consider my earnest affections met with such coldness. Yu Tianhing's countenance darkened. By the looks of it, you do not lack for support. Why trouble Yu Lingling? In a state of emotional turmoil, Yu Tianhing could hardly restrain his feelings. Consequently, his words were laced with scorn, audible to all around. Yu Tianhing. What do you mean? Du Yan's face paled as her gaze fell upon him. She had sacrificed so much for the team's victory, only to receive ridicule in return. Nothing of consequence. Witnessing Du Yan's continued reliance on Du Qing's shoulder even while speaking to him, Yu Tianhing's fury intensified. Since you have lost, do not forget to fulfill your promise. From today onward, you are his maid. As if to add insult to injury, Yu Tianhing remarked. But I suppose this is something you are eagerly anticipating, is it not? Yu Tianhing. What? Did I say something wrong? Du Yan's words had barely escaped her lips when Yu Tianhing interrupted her. If you had no ulterior motives, why embrace him so intimately on the competition stage? Is it thrilling to act shamelessly in front of so many people? With a cold sneer, Yu Tianhing revealed unmasked derision. I had thought for so long that you were a pure maiden, yet it seems you are nothing more than a wanton. Slap. The sharp, resounding sound of a slap echoed as Du Qing waved his hand. Somewhat embarrassed, I suddenly felt a bit of an itch. My apologies. Du Yan stared in shock at the unconscious Yu Tianhing sprawled on the ground, then turned to Du Qing with a faint smile. Thank you. No need to be so polite. I simply cannot abide barking dogs. Shaking his head, Du Qing quickly added, moreover, what status do I, Du Qing, hold? To stand by while my maid is humiliated? Upon hearing Du Qing's audacious words, Du Yan's lips twitched. Give me back my gratitude, you scoundrel. The team captain was momentarily unable to accept defeat, which led to his agitation. You all take him back, she instructed. While Du Qing and Du Yan conversed, Yu Lingling had already approached Yu Tianhing, her face cold, and released several petals. I will stay with Yanzi for a while to prevent any mishaps. Good. The remaining members of the royal fighting team were in a daze after witnessing their captain being slapped unconscious. Upon hearing Yu Lingling's words, they all nodded vigorously. Lingling. We will leave it to you. Without even having the chance to issue a scathing retort, the Shijiao brothers and Osro hoisted Yu Tianhing and began to exit the arena. Regardless, we should inform the teacher about what transpired here. Yanzi watching the group depart. Yu Lingling hastened to take Du Yan from Du Cheng's hands. Are you okay? Du Yan felt a sticky, cold sensation between her legs due to the passage of time, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I'm fine. Leaning her head closer to Yu Lingling. Du Yan's voice was barely a whisper. Lingling, I need to use the restroom. I understand. After a moment of surprise, Yu Lingling assisted her toward the nearby restroom. Yanzi, are you truly all right? I'm fine. Just hurry back once you're done, and don't forget your wager. Seeing Du Yan stumble after his words, a mischievous smile crept onto Du Qing's face. While the others might not notice, how could he fail to perceive Du Yan's unusual condition? Who would have thought this beautiful serpent to be so sensitive? However, this only made it all the more imperative for her to become his maid. Of course, Du Qing, am truly only trying to draw out that old man. Brother Cheng, are you all right? As Du Qing wore a wicked grin, Xiao Wu and the others rushed to his side. Rest assured, I am unscathed. He ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, a smile gracing his face. It was merely a little trick with poison. With a bit of study, it's quite manageable. As he spoke, Du Qing cast a glance at Tang San, who was nursing a bruised face. For instance, the poison I released would never affect my teammates. Feeling Du Qing's gaze, Tang San's expression tightened. He noticed my methods. This guy is astute. Xiao Wu, you worry too much about Du Qing. With a somewhat forced smile, Tang San chose to take the offensive. Embraced by a beautiful girl, I bet he feels quite pleased. What does that have to do with you? Originally intending to provoke Xiao Wu into jealousy and cause Du Qing some trouble, Tang San was taken aback when his words were met with Xiao Wu's reprimand. Brother Cheng would never stoop to attacking his own team during a competition, unlike some hideous creatures. That was merely a misunderstanding. Chapter 114. The Master's Favor for those who endeavor to master the art of poison. The foremost skill to acquire is the ability to administer it. As Tang San's words echoed, a cool voice interjected from the side to so easily handle the venom of the blue-scaled serpent, yet inadvertently harm a teammate. This is a first for me. Who? Upon realizing he had been exposed, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Tang San's eyes. However, when he turned his head, his expression became rigid. How are you here? I lost the wager and have now become someone's maid, so naturally, I must be here. With the effects of the soft muscle powder dissipated and donning a fresh outfit, Dugu Yin had regained her confidence and allure. Lung Lung will take care of me. Thus, she must also remain here. Casting a glance at Tang San, Dugu Yin continued, in light of this, shouldn't you address my question first? Lacking formal mentorship, all of Tang San's poison techniques were self-taught, which explained his somewhat inferior methods. As he found himself in a predicament, another voice chimed in. However, he ultimately aimed to assist the team in achieving victory, so it cannot be deemed a grave fault. Is that so? Observing the master approaching from a distance, Du Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. Tang San, is it truly as the master has stated? Why, yes. Under Du Cheng's scrutiny, Tang San hesitated briefly before nodding vigorously. In such a situation, one must either admit their lack of skill or acknowledge a deliberate intention to harm a teammate. Undoubtedly, Tang San opted for the former. Though his skill was somewhat lacking, the ability to grasp the art of poison through self-exploration indicated a measure of talent. Du Cheng regarded Tang San with a knowing look. No formal mentorship? I wonder if the esteemed elders of the Tang sect would retract their commendations upon hearing this. Of course, assuming such a person is worthy of recognition. In this contest, both Du Cheng and Tang San performed admirably. The master, however, paid little mind to Du Cheng's expression. Glancing at the gathered crowd, the master produced a violet card. Yet, due to Tang San's inadvertent injury to a teammate, his reward shall be entirely awarded to Du Cheng. With that, the master had handed the card to Du Cheng. This is the 1,000 gold coins promised by Flander. I am merely passing it along. Thank you, master. To Du Cheng, 1,000 gold coins was hardly significant. Yet, given the fortuitous opportunity, he would certainly not decline. Placing the card into the south wind, Du Cheng wore a faint smile. I must say, the dean is remarkably generous. For a trivial match, he still grants prizes. Hearing Du Cheng's words, the master's lips twitched slightly. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt that Du Cheng seemed to know more than he let on. Everyone has worked hard in today's match. Casting a glance at the group, the master swiftly shifted the topic. Now, you may return to the hotel to rest. In the afternoon, I will introduce you to some acquaintances. With that, before anyone could respond, the master turned and left. Tang San, come with me. Yes. The master's favoritism towards Tang San was evident. Even matters like this were easily dismissed for him. Observing the two depart, Ning Rongrong could not resist voicing her thoughts. In a battle, if one were to harm a teammate, they would be utterly discarded in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Based on just this alone. After all, he is his disciple. A little favoritism is to be expected. Although Du Cheng was merely explaining on the master's behalf. A cold smile flickered in his eyes. Favoritism? He is merely a tool to gain fame and achieve social elevation. He hardly deserves the term favoritism. It remained unclear how Tang San would regard the master once he learned the truth. It's clear you harbor no good intentions. While Du Cheng's thoughts churned, a disdainful voice interjected nearby. Turning his head, Du Cheng's eyes brightened. He had been so engrossed in listening to the master's drivel that he had failed to notice Dugu Yin had changed into a flowing green gown. She shot him a fierce glare as she spoke, unaware of how alluring her actions appeared. You've changed your attire. It seems you have adapted well to your new role. With that, Du Cheng stretched lazily. As a maid, you must always stand behind your master and assist him with shoulder massages and leg rubs. Master? Du Cheng rambled on. But to Dugu Yin, only two words resonated. With a slender finger pointed at him. An expression of anger crossed her face. Do you dare to claim yourself as my master? As a maid, one must embody the essence of the role. With that, Du Cheng deliberately appraised Dugu Yin from head to toe. What? Do you regret your decision to breach the wager? Call me what you will. Faced with such provocation, Dugu Yin could hardly contain herself. With arms crossed defiantly, she wore a haughty expression. Master, I only hope you won't come to regret this. There are many things that could make me regret. When it came to matters of fear, Du Cheng was confident he would not be outdone by anyone. Ignoring Dugu Yan's expression, he let his gaze traverse her exquisite features, lingering on her curves until reaching the mysterious realm. For instance, I find myself pondering whether the time we agreed upon was rather too brief. As Du Guyan sensed the intensity of Du Cheng's gaze, memories of their recent encounter flooded her mind. Humph. A cold snort escaped her lips as she slightly crossed her legs. Damn it, I'll have to change clothes again soon. All right, let us return to rest. Ding, the bond between the host and Du Guyan has reached 10. A mid-tier lottery can now be conducted. Ding. The host has activated 5 bonds. An opportunity for a high-tier lottery has been granted. Du Cheng remained oblivious to Du Guyan's thoughts. After playfully teasing his newly appointed maid, he turned and exited the Soul Arena. By the way, as a maid, I recall you have a duty to warm the bed. Correct? You. Yanzi? As he spoke, Du Cheng stumbled slightly, and Yeli Lingling's expression turned peculiar. Why does it seem like Yanzi is not truly angry? System. Commenced the lottery. On the way back, Du Cheng did not forget to utilize the lottery opportunity he had just acquired. As his strength increased, the allure of lower-tier lotteries diminished, yet it was still better than nothing. Chapter 115. The Improper Soul Guide Device. Ding. Congratulations to the host for participating in a beginner's lottery and an advanced lottery, gaining rewards, Soul Power 1, and the Soul Device Joyful Wardrobe. Upon hearing the announcement in his mind, Du Cheng was momentarily taken aback. A fine product has emerged? However, upon comprehending the function of the acquired soul device, even Du Cheng could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Enough of this, you dog of a system. Joyful Wardrobe, a special category soul device. Consumes soul power to generate various styles of clothing according to the user's wishes. Additionally, it can attach multiple effects to the created garments, such as shattering upon contact, doubling the sound of tearing, and becoming transparent upon contact with water. Can this contraption truly be called a soul guide device? Is this the caliber of soul guide devices? Spit. Silently relocating the joyful wardrobe into the system space, Du Cheng wore a calm expression. Upon reflection, allowing Zhu Qing to don a catgirl outfit might not be entirely out of the question. And what of Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Du Guyan? Brother Cheng, you have finally returned. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Du Cheng spotted Oscar peering out from the entrance. The Master-S friend has already arrived. Glancing around, Oscar lowered his voice slightly. Brother Cheng, once we go in, please exercise a bit of caution. With that, Oscar swiftly turned and headed inside the hotel. Everyone is in the private room number 3 on the 2nd floor. Hurry along. Brother Cheng? Watching Oscar leave, Xiao Wu and the others cast questioning glances at Du Cheng. Given the Master's previous behavior, he had always shown favoritism towards Tang San and his companions. Coupled with Oscar's earlier warning, they did not believe that the Master-S friend would bring any benefit to Du Cheng. No worries. Shaking his head, Du Cheng wore a faint smile. It is merely a visit. I am quite curious about someone whom the Master values so highly. Indeed, since Du Cheng had already spoken, the girls had no reason to refuse. Yet, Du Guyan shot a glance at Du Cheng, knowing full well that others harbor ill intentions yet still willingly approaching them is hardly the action of a wise individual. You. Hearing Du Cheng's words, Du Guyan's expression darkened, her chest rising and falling in agitation. Damn it. I must be truly foolish to have bothered to remind you. As long as you're happy. Rolling her eyes dramatically at Du Cheng, Du Guyan huffed and turned away. I shall watch closely, waiting to see how you regret your decision and suffer the consequences. Yanzi gently tugging at Du Guyan's arm, Yilingling expressed her concern. I can't help but feel that since that match, Du Guyan has changed in ways that are hard to comprehend. Logically, she should harbor strong disdain for Du Cheng, but I am fine. As for Yilingling's thoughts, Du Guyan remained unaware. Sensing the other's concern, Du Guyan flashed a broad smile. I merely saw that some individuals are about to encounter misfortune, thus I offered a slight warning. It is well known that there exists a state known as the more one thinks, the angrier one becomes. Evidently, Du Guyan was currently in such a state. Initially, she felt indifferent, but after receiving Yilingling's consolation, she could not help but add, that Master is clearly not a good person. Can his friends be any better? Yanzi, all right. I shan't say another word. Du Cheng did not take Du Guyan's grievances to heart. Given the Master-S capabilities, he was far from being able to trouble him, not to mention Qin Xian beside him. Let us not forget, he possesses a level 99 limit Douluo summoning card. In 30 minutes, not even the Master, let alone Tang Hao, could withstand the consequences. As the saying goes, with provisions in hand, one is not troubled in heart. Casting a reassuring glance at the girls, Du Cheng, calm and composed, led them into private room number 3. You have returned? As soon as they entered the room, several malicious gazes were directed towards them. Naturally, there was also the master's insincere smile and greeting. The purpose of summoning you back is to introduce you to a senior. With those words, the master gestured towards a figure beside him. This is your senior, and also one of the outstanding graduates from previous cohorts of our Shrek Academy, Qin Ming. Of course, he possesses another identity. After a slight pause, the master continued. He is also the captain of the Emperor Do team. What? As soon as the master's words were spoken, all except Tang San in the small room erupted in astonished exclamations. The Emperor Do team. Is that not the team we just faced off against? Although Du Cheng was the main force in that encounter, it did not mean they were unaware of the Emperor Do team's strength. Such a formidable opponent is taught by the very senior standing before us. Greetings, junior brothers and sisters. Sensing the astonished gazes upon him, Qin Ming wore a faint smile. As students of Shrek Academy, it is evident that you are all rare geniuses. And I am confident that your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine. After some brief pleasantries, Qin Ming turned to address Du Cheng. Yanzi, Ling Ling. Why are you not returning quickly? With this remark, Qin Ming's expression took on a hint of displeasure. How do I usually instruct you? To foster unity and friendship. Yet now, one teammate is injured, and you still have the heart to frolic with others. What kind of behavior is this? Especially you. Before Du Guyan could respond, Qin Ming shot her a glare. At such a young age, you engage in such disgraceful bets with others, causing your teammate to be hurt. Do you have any regard for the entire team? Fortunately, this time it was one of my junior brothers you encountered. Had it been anyone else, have you considered what sort of price you might have to pay? With that, Qin Ming raised his voice sharply. Hurry back. This senior Qin. Have you perhaps overlooked something? Hearing the sudden voice, Qin Ming furrowed his brows. This should be Du Cheng, right? Slowing his pace, Qin Ming deliberately adopted an imposing demeanor. What? Does the junior have something to say to me? Qin Ming harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Du Cheng. This was not only due to the master and Flinder's previous descriptions of Du Cheng, but also because of the actions he had taken against Yu Tianheng. Chapter 116. The Awakening of Du Guyan. Although Qin Ming was an outstanding graduate of Shrek Academy, he did not possess any remarkable family background or lineage. Coming from humble beginnings, his role as the guiding instructor for the Royal Combat Team undoubtedly marked him as an exceptional individual. However, it is regrettable that unless he could ascend to the ranks of a Soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, his current position would remain the pinnacle of his life. For the prime of his youth, this was evidently a bitter pill to swallow. With his strength having reached a bottleneck, it was only natural for him to seek alternative avenues for advancement. Yu Tianheng became his target. Hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and being its heir, Qin Ming held a natural advantage in his position as Yu Tianheng's mentor. He believed that if he could earn Yu Tianheng's favor and respect, elevating his status and identity would be but a trifling task. Thus, during his lessons and training sessions, Qin Ming often favored Yu Tianheng, even in daily life. Upon learning of Yu Tianheng's affection for Du Guyan, Qin Ming subtly orchestrated opportunities for the two to connect. Though Du Guyan had a title Douluo-level grandfather, she was merely an innocent girl. Qin Ming anticipated that with a little more effort, he could facilitate Yu Tianheng's desires, and then. However, fate had other plans. Before his scheme could bear fruit, Cheng Yaojin emerged unexpectedly, completely dismantling his plans and even abducting both Yi Lingling and Du Guyan. How unfortunate, as the latter was meant to be Yu Tianheng's second choice. A misunderstanding ensued. When a person radiates malice, others can perceive it, as was the case with Du Cheng at that moment. Although he was unaware of Qin Ming's intentions, he could still sense the hostility emanating from him. Calmly shaking his head, Du Cheng continued, I merely wish to remind you that the bet between Du Guyan and me remains unfulfilled. As the esteemed instructor of the Royal Combat Team, you wouldn't allow your student to breach her promise, would you? A bet? As Du Cheng's words left his lips, a smile appeared on Qin Ming's face. This is merely a matter among acquaintances. Surely, junior brother wouldn't resort to jest for the sake of embarrassing someone, would he? How about this? I personally offer 100 gold soul coins as a token of goodwill, and we can disregard the previous jest? Du Cheng remained silent, but Flandra, seated nearby, quickly interjected, we are all family here. How can one take a jest to heart? Let us allow him to return swiftly. Thank you, Dean. With a smile, Qin Ming bowed slightly to Flandra before turning his attention back to Du Guyan. Yin, Tianheng is gravely injured. You should return to care for him. The sound of applause resonated in the private room, and Du Cheng's face bore a genuine smile. Senior brother, you truly live up to your title. If it weren't for your dashing appearance, I might have mistaken you for a new type of soul beast. How is it that your words on the battle platform transform into jokes when spoken by you? Had I been the one to lose, would you still consider it a jest? Hearing Du Cheng's words, Qin Ming's expression darkened. However, in pursuit of his objectives, he had to suppress his fury and maintain a facade of calm. Yet, Du Cheng, having opened his mouth, would not grant him an opportunity to recover. Senior brother, you repeatedly profess your concern for your students, yet why do I feel you wish for them to return as servants to you Tianheng? Or do you believe that your students exist solely for you Tianheng? Preposterous. A hand slammed onto the table. Powerful soul energy emanating from him, the phantom of a wolf materialized, 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, glimmering around Qin Ming. What, having failed to deceive me, do you now resort to threats? With a slight smirk, revealing unabashed derision, Du Cheng continued, I wonder if your meager strength is sufficient to intimidate others? Du Cheng. Qin Ming roared, a murderous aura enveloping him. Dugu Yin is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. My earlier actions were intended to aid you. Yet you disregard my good intentions. Do you truly believe I, Qin Ming, lack temper? The disdain he felt towards Du Cheng reached its zenith. And had it not been for the need to maintain some decorum in front of Flandra and the others, he would have swiftly taken action to teach the audacious youth a lesson in respect. Of course, such confidence was not entirely unfounded. Firstly, Flandra and the others had not disclosed Du Cheng's connections to him. Secondly, while reminiscing with Flandra, he had not witnessed Du Cheng's prowess in action. Had he been privy to that, he would have tempered his temper and refrained from such arrogance. Alas, the world held no abundance of what-ifs, and thus, at that moment, Qin Ming exuded an overwhelming confidence. Yin, you should return to care for Tianheng. I wish to see how this young man intends to obstruct me. He turned to Dugu Yin, speaking directly. Teacher Qin, I will not return. To Qin Ming's surprise, Dugu Yin resolutely refused upon hearing his words. What? He turned to Dugu Yin, his expression darkening. Do you understand what you are saying? I will not return. Before Qin Ming could finish, Dugu Yin interrupted him. The bet was when I, Dugu Yin, stated myself. Having lost, I must naturally abide by it. My grandfather is a titled Douluo. I must uphold my word and not bring shame upon him. As she spoke, Dugu Yan's expression was serious, yet only she knew these were mere empty words. If she could avoid becoming a maid, she would certainly prefer that. After all, being a maid was not a noble fate compared to breaking a promise. But even if she were to defy the bet, it had to be under the premise that Dugu Yin was willing, though she had not realized it before. Du Cheng's recent reminder had illuminated something. Throughout their interactions, Qin Ming had indeed cared for her, but had consistently pushed her to approach and even submit to Yu Tianheng. Why should she care for Yu Tianheng? Let us not forget that this was the same person who had just uttered the most distasteful words to her on the battle platform. As her thoughts churned, a glint of coldness flickered in Dugu Yan's eyes. It seemed Du Cheng's words were not without merit. You. Upon hearing Dugu Yan's declaration, Qin Ming was momentarily stunned. Yan, how can you say that? I have always acted in your best interest. Chapter 117. Borrowing an egg to hatch a chicken? As Qin Ming's gaze fell upon Dugu Yan, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered across his expression. Who is Yu Tianheng? He is the future master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In comparison to his status, even the title Douluo level Dugubo pales in significance. To be able to marry him is an opportunity many would covet. So why does this fellow appear so unappreciative? A wise philosopher once proclaimed that the most selfish words uttered are, I am doing this for your own good. A disdainful voice broke the tension as Du Cheng cast a mocking glance at Qin Ming. Those who utter such phrases often seek to bind others through the guise of morality. Du Cheng, you teacher, I will not go back. Qin Ming barely had the chance to express his anger before Dugu Yan's voice rang out once more. If you truly have my best interests at heart, you should respect my choices rather than act unilaterally. As she spoke, Dugu Yan silently added to herself. Even if you wish to act unilaterally, I would prefer you not to do so through coercion. In light of this with Dugu Yan's words, Qin Ming's countenance darkened. He turned to Du Cheng, filled with malice. It is all because of this boy. Otherwise, how would Dugu Yan entertain such thoughts? Of course, he could never voice such sentiments, silently attributing the blame to Du Cheng. Qin Ming resumed speaking. Then you shall remain here. With that, Qin Ming turned to Yi Lingling. Tianheng's injuries are not yet stabilized. Lingling, as an auxiliary healing soul master, you should I want to stay here with Yanzi. Before Qin Ming could finish, Yi Lingling interrupted him. If Yanzi is left alone here without anyone to guard her, I fear she may encounter danger. But there are so many auxiliary soul masters in the academy, and there are even teachers more capable than I. Casting a glance at Qin Ming, Yi Lingling presented her argument with remarkable clarity. Surely it would not be a problem for you to assist the captain in healing? Of course. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Ming nodded, his gaze flickering. Healing Yu Tianheng would indeed pose no difficulty, but he wanted someone to attend to Yu Tianheng. However, he could no longer fixate on Yi Lingling. Although he wished to align himself with Yu Tianheng, he did not wish to jeopardize his teaching career. Compared to Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan indeed required companionship. At the very least, when this matter was brought to light, he must support Yi Lingling. Lingling is right. Looking at Yi Lingling, Qin Ming made an effort to muster a smile. Since you have made your decision, Yinzi will be under your care during this time. Ensure she encounters no danger. Rest assured, teacher. The 4 simple words floated from Yi Lingling's lips, though her attitude remained unchanged from usual. Qin Ming could almost detect a hint of sarcasm within. Damn Du Cheng. With this matter settled, let us turn our attention to another issue. With the first objective unmet, Qin Ming shifted his focus to the second. Dean, Master, having triumphed over the elite team from the Royal Academy on the soul fighting platform. The talents of our junior students have gained recognition, but given Shrek Academy's facilities and financial situation, it seems unlikely we can offer them better assistance, correct? What do you propose? Upon hearing Qin Ming's sudden shift in topic, Flinder furrowed his brow. He had a premonition that this lad was scheming something. If you two would not mind, I could arrange for the junior students to have the opportunity to study at the Royal Academy. What? Impossible. As soon as Qin Ming's words escaped his lips, 2 excited voices erupted in response. This is absolutely impossible. Exuding a formidable aura, Flinder's eyes fixed intently on Qin Ming. Do you even understand what you were saying? Shrek is the culmination of over 20 years of my efforts. And they should exist freely, not under Flinder. Calm down. In contrast to Flinder's agitation, Master appeared remarkably composed. The Tiando Royal Academy. A Soul Master institution accessible only to nobility. Although this rule has drawn considerable criticism within the Soul Master community, one cannot deny that this academy possesses exceptionally abundant resources. If Tang San could obtain the qualification to train at the Royal Academy, he would surely experience rapid growth. As for Shrek, that was merely Flinder's labor of love. And what relevance did it hold to you, Xiaojiang? Of course, such sentiments were not to be voiced. As a master of disguise, Master skillfully found appropriate justifications to safeguard his position. Patting Flinder on the shoulder, Master continued, while we all have the children's best interests at heart, do not forget that compared to the Royal Academy, the teaching resources we can provide are quite limited. Moreover, pausing for a moment, Master turned his gaze to Qin Ming. Since Qin Ming has proposed such an idea, surely there must be a more balanced approach? As expected of Master. Witnessing Master lean towards supporting him, Qin Ming hurriedly offered a compliment. Indeed, I have a modest plan regarding this proposal. After a brief pause, Qin Ming continued. In a year's time, the grand event will grant the Tiando Royal Academy 2 competition slots. If the dean agrees, I can facilitate the junior students becoming exchange students at the academy, thus securing their qualification to compete. I agree. As soon as Qin Ming's words left his mouth, Master sprang to his feet. The event a year from now is the perfect opportunity to elevate Tang San and the other stature, at least in Master's view. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Having secured Master's approval, Qin Ming did not allow himself to bask in pride. Casting a quick glance at Flinder, he swiftly added, the exchange period will last 1 year. Aside from publicly stating they are members of the Tiando Royal Academy, all other benefits will belong to Shrek. I agree. Not disappointing Qin Ming, Flinder indeed nodded in swift agreement upon hearing his words. Thank you, Dean. Bowing respectfully to Flinder, Qin Ming wore an enigmatic smile. Rest assured, Dean, compared to reputation, the Royal Academy is not overly concerned with wealth and resources. As long as the junior students achieve commendable results, I believe the Academy will not disappoint Shrek. Chapter 118, The Master's Demands. As Qin Ming spoke, a trace of barely perceptible mockery flickered in his eyes. Being a former student of Shrek Academy, he was certainly well acquainted with Flander's character. What freedom! What concern for the students! In essence, these were merely tools for Flander to procure his own gains. As long as the price was sufficiently high, he would not hesitate to sell even the entirety of Shrek. The grand event a year hence promised monumental benefits, given Flander's nature. He would seize any opportunity with unwavering resolve. Cough, cough. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Flander could not suppress a couple of light coughs. Such remarks seem a bit distant. After all, you are still one of our Shrek Academy's students. Even if you have graduated, mutual assistance is entirely normal. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Flander assured Qin Ming, rest assured, with Tang San and the others' abilities, achieving commendable results at that grand event will be quite feasible. Given that, I am relieved. However, I do have another condition. Just when Qin Ming thought the matter was settled, the master spoke up again. With a raised brow, Qin Ming gazed at the master. I wonder what further thoughts you may have? The children joining the Tiando Royal Academy is advantageous for both parties. The master continued, disregarding Qin Ming's expression. However, during this year, the Royal Academy must also accept teachers from Shrek Academy, and he paused, his demeanor abruptly turning serious. The children must still be educated by us, without any interference from the Tiando Royal Academy. Moreover, when we choose to depart, there must be no obstructions from the Royal Academy. As the master's words concluded, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Ming, resolute in his demands. The grand event a year from now, the elite competition of Soul Master Academies across the continent, with Tang San and his peers' talents and prowess. Even if they do not emerge as champions, they are sure to gain recognition. In this context, the master would never relinquish his role as their teacher. If that were impossible, he would rather see the Shrek Academy miss this opportunity for fame. Upon hearing the master's words, Qin Ming could not help but show a wry smile. Master, you truly present me with a conundrum. Utilizing the resources of the Royal Academy while leaving them with mere token recognition was a precarious gamble. If this could not be achieved, very well. Noticing a change in the master's tone, Qin Ming quickly interjected, rest assured, Master, I can manage this matter. Upon finishing his statement, perhaps fearing the master would impose another challenging demand, Qin Ming stood up decisively. I must inform the leaders of the academy about this. I shall excuse myself for now. In a few days, I will await your arrival at the Royal Academy. Teacher, what exactly were you discussing just now? Only after Qin Ming left did Tang San finally voice his curiosity. With talk of exchange students and honorary benefits, why do I feel as though I was just sold? A year later, the Douluo continent would host an elite competition of Soul Master Academies. As long as they performed excellently, it would bring immense benefits to all of them. However, the master paused before continuing. To participate in this competition, only formally registered academies can qualify through preliminary rounds. Shrek Academy has not registered in any nation, hence lacks even the eligibility to enroll. Furthermore, the simulated training environment of the Tiando Royal Academy will also aid in enhancing your soul power. In summary, this is immensely beneficial for all of you. At this point, the master cast a somewhat guilty glance at Tang San, compared to other elite academies. Shrek Academy was undeniably deprived of resources. Of course, the reason for Tang San's admission to Shrek was largely to leverage the presence of individuals like Flander to bolster his own standing. After numerous defeats against Du Cheng, Tang San's attitude towards him had indeed undergone a transformation. Although the plan had succeeded, Tang San would inevitably grow when that time came. He would no longer be the naive child who would easily accept a teacher, and it would be fortunate if they did not become adversaries. This was precisely why the master consistently supported Qin Ming's proposal. To a certain extent, becoming an exchange student at the Royal Academy would alleviate some future risks. Fortunately, Tang San and the others remained oblivious to the master's troubled expression. After hearing the master's words, they still naively believed that their teachers genuinely cared for them. With a broad smile, Tang San sincerely expressed his gratitude. Teacher, rest assured, even upon entering the Royal Academy, I will not disappoint you. I have always had faith in you. The master nodded, seizing the opportunity to bolster Tang San's spirits. I believe it won't be long before we head to the Tiando Royal Academy. During this time, aside from your regular training, you may also prepare a bit. As his gaze swept over the faces of the students, the master's demeanor grew serious. Once you arrive at the academy, you may face some challenges. At that point, it will be a test of your capabilities. Rest assured, master. Having listened to the master's description of the Royal Academy, the excitement within the group was palpable. If not for their remaining rationality, they would be eager to rush to the Royal Academy immediately. Challenges? Who here fears that? Very well, for now, you may disperse. Observing the joy on their faces, Flander could not help but twitch his lips, while his feelings for Shrek Academy were not as deep as he portrayed. Such scenes still tugged at his heartstrings. More critically, the master's earlier decision had not received his consent. Once everyone had departed, Flander turned to the master, Xiao Gang. Why did you insist on including the teachers in the Royal Academy? Fixing his gaze on the master, Flander's expression was exceedingly grave. Unlike the students, The teachers of Shrek Academy were all acquired through various means. This group not only possesses remarkable skills, but also works without salary, making them the ideal apparatus for Flanders' financial endeavors. Allowing them to enter the Royal Academy and enjoy better living conditions, how would I then entice them back? It is no exaggeration to say that the Master's earlier decision had shaken the very foundations of Shrek Academy, jeopardizing Flanders' grand financial ambitions. Chapter 119, Douluo V, made exclusive. What will you do otherwise? In response to Flanders' probing question, the master remained remarkably composed. Having coexisted with this fool, whose only concern was gold soul coins, for many years, he had a deep understanding of his character. Even though Flanders was exceedingly angry at the moment, the master was confident that he would soon calm down. Casting a glance at Flanders, he continued, "The students have all gone to the Royal Academy. What do you intend to do with those foolish ones you've gathered? Do you want them to linger at Shrek? But don't be naive." He waved his hand, interrupting Flanders' words, his expression turning serious. "The Royal Academy is not a charitable organization. If we lack sufficient strength, sending Xiao San and the others there recklessly will undoubtedly lead to their destruction. Conversely, it is only with adequate strength that we can achieve our desired goals. Once the competition concludes, Xiao San and the others will still be our students, and we will undoubtedly gain recognition from countless individuals across the continent. At that time, will you still worry about not having teachers and students?" As he pondered the master's words, Flanders' face was filled with conflict. The reasoning makes sense. But to suddenly give away everything I have, it feels somewhat unsettling. You have already informed Qin Ming. Even if you wish to retract your proposal now, it is futile. Observing Flanders' demeanor, the master couldn't help but feel disdain. What kind of fool is this, to prove oneself as a soul saint? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the master endeavored to maintain a normal tone. Rather than wasting time here, you should consider how to interact with the students and deepen their identification with Shrek. You are right. At the master's prompting, Flanders recalled the expressions of Tang San and the others from earlier. Startled, he continued, "Xiao Gang, I should have come to you sooner." Unbeknownst to Du Qing and the others, they were oblivious to the conversation between Flanders and the master. Thanks to the tasks at the soul fighting arena, they had theoretically fulfilled Shrek Academy's graduation requirements. At this thought, Du Qing couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. From a certain perspective, are we no longer considered part of Shrek Academy? Are you truly planning to join the Royal Academy? As various thoughts raced through Du Qing's mind, Douluo V's voice interrupted. "I do not go by He." Turning to the girl behind him, Du Qing continued, "As a maid, you should know the proper forms of